In a prison for subduing thousands of demons, now holds a human, guarded by 100,000 soldiers day and night. All because you could harness the abilities of legendary Chinese characters, helping the Empress ascend to the throne. Her fear of your powers led her to imprison you. Now you sit calmly in the prison, holding bits of stone and wood chips, seemingly tossing them at random, yet often forming various shapes. You murmur, the stars shift, the sun and moon orchestrate. As your voice fades, your palm slowly sways. The stone and wood chips begin to spin on the ground, eventually forming a distorted character. Half sun, half moon, once bitten by a golden dragon. Mr. Lu Bowen's fortune-telling skills unexpectedly came in handy at this moment. 8 years ago, when you first arrived in this world, you met the fleeing Empress and helped her, instantly falling in love. All because you carried a guidebook of legendary Chinese figures, gaining their powers. The first figure, the martial saint, Guan Yu. From then on, you stepped into a grandmaster, then a great grandmaster. Along with a long blade, you safely brought the Empress back from rebellious Liangzhou to Daliang. Later, you joined the ranks of generals, established the Yanling army, quelled rebellions for Wei, and fought for the borders. With a single maneuver, you crushed Zhao's army of 200,000, seizing 6 cities. Though the wars calmed, Wei was scarred and awaited revival. That's when you unlocked the second guidebook. The second figure, Lu Bowen. Known by ancient Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang as the foremost strategist ever. Widely known in folklore as Zhuge Liang divides the realm, Lu Bowen unites it. With this guidebook, you transitioned from warrior to scholar, acted for Wei, proposed 15 policies, and later established laws that stabilized the tumultuous situation. The third guidebook also unlocked. The third figure, Wang Zhuo, known for his bureaucratic genius. From then, Wei's internal affairs reached their peak, with other nations trying to emulate but only capturing the essence, all marveling at your unmatched talent. After Wei's emperor died, your 300,000 Yanling soldiers approached Daliang. With the full court shouting, you pushed the Empress onto the throne. Wei was officially under her reign, unlocking your fourth guidebook. The fourth figure, the commercial genius Lu Buwei. With the abilities of the greatest venture capitalist in history, you, Su Bai, entered into business, multiplying Wei's economy more than tenfold. Then unlocking Wang Shouren, you greatly promoted education, enabling scholars from humble backgrounds to serve in court. Most schools, teaching indiscriminately, became idols to scholars everywhere. Yet, this deeply affected the interests of the nobility. At this time, Ma Angua, a scholar from the 43 palaces, entered court as chancellor, repeatedly slandering you to the Empress, claiming you harbored imperial ambitions, a schemer. He knew well your contributions, your worth, but the 1,000-mile realm ultimately bore the name Wei, not Su. To change public perception, he sought to crush you. The Empress, unable to confront you directly, wrote you a letter and surrounded Su Mansion with 100,000 troops, staking the lives of the people of Liang, Su, and the 300,000 Yanling soldiers at the border in a truth game with you. I wish to imprison you, these lives are my stakes. If you agree, after discarding your martial prowess, someone will escort you to prison. If not, I assure none will be spared today. I have made ample preparations, this 100,000 army is for you, and I will only reappear in Daliang after seeing your demise, she wrote. Receiving this letter, you felt your 8 years of faith completely collapse. 3 years of war, 3 years of governance, 1 year in commerce, 1 year teaching, all for what? Yet you did not discard your martial prowess, for it stemmed from Guan Yu's guidebook, losing it if switched. You checked the Chinese hero's guidebook, seeing the 6th character soon unlockable. Unlocking condition, over 500,000 scholars in Wei, currently at 477,655. The 6th character's identity, Mozi. Founder of Mahest Mechanics, expert in physics and geometry, creator of devices like the pulley. Most crucially, Mozi could pick locks. Now, your biggest trouble was the various chains binding you. Once your hands and feet could move, just a little recovery time, and you'd easily escape the prison. Within 10 days, I must be free, you confidently stated. Upon escaping, if possible, I must ask the Empress, why all this today? Report. A soldier on a prized horse dismounted outside the palace, rushed before the Jinluan Hall, kneeling, Your Majesty, urgent news from the frontier. The Empress grandly waved, slightly smiling, is it a victory from the frontier? The minor nations, usually paying tribute to Wei, dare to attack today, truly unaware of death. What's the good news? Bring it forth. The Empress looked down at the kneeling messenger, who hesitated to speak, urging, yes, yes. Sweating profusely, the messenger bowed deeply, not daring to raise his head. Your Majesty, Zhao deploys 100,000 troops. The Empress scoffed, ridiculous. A mere 100,000, has the Zhao Empress Zhao Yan gone mad or foolish? My Wei borders Zhao's Qingzhou, stationed with 200,000 Qingzhou troops. Biting his lip, the messenger continued, Wei's northern frontier has lost 3 cities, 100,000 Zhao troops now entering Qingzhou. The Empress and Ma Angua were stunned, impossible. Just then, another messenger ran into the palace, urgent news from the frontier. Qin sends 300,000 to attack Yozhou's Zhuojuan city, Commander Su's Hubao army failing, Zhuojuan city near fall, requests reinforcements. As the words fell, yet another messenger ran in, Your Majesty, Han deploys 50,000, attacking Yuzhou, General Lu requests aid. The Empress paced the Jinluan Hall, as 2 more messengers entered, She deploys 50,000, Yuzhou requests aid. Shu sends 200,000 to attack Shuzhou, stopped by Yanling army, now heading to Yuzhou. Wei Yanxue looked at the 5 messengers, her heart filled with a mix of sorrow and fury. The kingdom of Wei had only imprisoned Subai, not suffering a major loss or losing its soldiers, yet in just 3 short days, the 5 kingdoms dared to insult the emperor like this. Had they really forgotten the days when my mighty Wei cavalry conquered them? And these generals, weren't they all famous for their great victories in the past? How did they all become soft, easily crushed fruits? Even if they hadn't fought in years, it shouldn't have come to this. Send orders to all generals, all must fight to the death and not retreat. If we lose another city, bring me their heads. I will mobilize 500,000 soldiers to support them. This time, we must make these 5 kingdoms understand why my Wei is strong today. The 4 messengers left after receiving the orders, but the first one who arrived still kneeled on the ground. Wei Yanxue coldly said, "Do you have something else to say?" "Your Majesty, the Yanling army has sent word through me. I do not know if it is something I should say." The messenger said, trembling. "Oh?" Wei Yanxue's eyes flashed with a cold light, then a look of pressure appeared on her face. "Speak, I will not hold it against you." The messenger said shakily, "General Xiahou of the Yanling army says that in order for the Yanling army to march and resist the 5 kingdoms, Su Wang must be safely escorted to the border." "Nonsense! Go order the Yanling army to march, or I will kill Subai." Wei Yanxue, in a fit of rage, drew the emperor's sword, pointing it toward Xuzhou. The messenger did not move and continued, "General Xiahou speculates on your Majesty's words. He says if Su Wang is used as a threat, it will be a dead end, and the 290,000 Yanling troops will become the 6th force to destroy the nation. He hopes your Majesty can withstand the Yanling army's military might." Hearing this, Wei Yanxue suddenly laughed loudly. There was a touch of cruelty between her brows. "What a Yanling army, what a Xiahou Yuanming, truly a great ambition. By the way, you, messenger, are good too. The message you brought has emotion, perfectly showing Xiahou Yuanming's dominance." The messenger immediately became terrified, about to explain. But then he lowered his head and saw the emperor's sword embedded in his chest, blood rushing out desperately. With eyes wide open in disbelief, he questioned, "Your Majesty, you said, you wouldn't hold it against me?" Wei Yanxue decisively pulled the sword out, looking at the bloodstains on it with disdain and said coldly, "I am the ruler. Do I need to explain to you before I kill you?" Wei Yanxue handed the sword to Ma Angue. Ma Angue took the emperor's sword with both hands, wiping the blood off the blade with a white silk cloth, and carefully inserted it back into the scabbard. He then turned and bowed deeply to Wei Yanxue. "Your Majesty, I have a younger brother named Ma Bagua. He is a martial arts grandmaster, with skills so profound that he can enter the midst of 10,000 soldiers and take the head of the enemy general. Since childhood, he has studied military strategy and is thoroughly familiar with all kinds of military tactics and plans. He is an exceptional general. Now, the greatest pressure comes from the kingdom of Qin. I humbly ask your Majesty to give my brother a chance. With just 400,000 troops, my brother will surely trample the strong Qin army and showcase the great might of our Wei." Upon hearing this, Wei Yanxue furrowed her brows in thought. The kingdom of Qin was indeed the strongest among the 5 kingdoms, and this time, it had mobilized the most soldiers, 300,000. If Qin could be taken down, it would certainly intimidate the other 4 kingdoms. This was indeed an opportunity. But was 400,000 troops too many? There were still 300,000 tiger and leopard troops in Yuzhou. "My minister, you should understand the situation with our Wei army. This time, we can only mobilize a maximum of 500,000 soldiers. Any more would require my personal bodyguard, the Flying Dragon Army. I doubt that these 5 kingdoms, these defeated generals, will need the Flying Dragon Army to intervene, right? I will give you 300,000 troops, plus the Tiger and Leopard Army of Yuzhou, nearly 600,000. If your brother Ma Baogua truly has the ability, he can trample the kingdom of Qin for me." It was still our Wei that made Emperor Ingfan rise to the throne. Daring to attack Great Wei now, truly ignorant and overestimating oneself. It is said that Xianyang is now extremely prosperous. Let your younger brother go and see if it is true for me. If we win this battle, the position of Grand Marshal of Wei's army will have its rightful candidate. Ma Angue gladly accepted the order and left. This time, Ma Baogua successfully held great military power. With this, the Ma brothers could be said to have reached the pinnacle of power, ruling over both civil and military affairs. The Ma family, which had held high positions for 4 generations, was about to reach its true peak in this generation. Inside the Golden Throne Hall, Wei Yanxue sat on the dragon throne, eyes closed in deep thought. At this moment, her expression was no longer as furious as before. Her slender fingers tapped on the dragon throne, making a faint sound. Dong, dong, dong. In this world of 100 warring nations, my great Wei has already reached its peak. But why is it that nearly imprisoning Subai has brought disaster upon us? Is Subai truly so important to my great Wei? Was it the era that created Subai, or did Subai create this era? Yet my second granduncle's divination clearly showed that if Subai remains, Wei will lose its throne. Was the divination wrong, or is my second granduncle deceiving the emperor? What a pity. The arrow has already been loosed, there is no turning back. Subai and I are now irreconcilable enemies. Inho, do you think this Ma Anhua is truly capable? Wei Yanxue murmured softly. In the once empty hall, a shadow suddenly appeared. This man was Daoist Fushan, the only confidant of Wei Yanxue. He had followed her for a full 10 years, and no one in the entire court knew of his existence, not even Su Wan, who claimed to know everything. 8 years ago, even without Subai, Wei Yanxue could have returned safely from Liangzhou to Dalian. So, towards Subai, Wei Yanxue felt no deep gratitude for saving her life, only a sense of utility. Inho appeared, but unlike the courtiers, he did not avoid looking at Wei Yanxue. Instead, he smiled gently at her, walked behind the dragon throne, and began skillfully massaging her shoulders. His voice was soft and eerie as he said, Ma Anhua? The information gathered by the crows does confirm that he is a grandmaster. However, he has never led an army into battle, so his military strategy cannot be judged. To let this man command 300,000 soldiers, Yanxue, this is rather reckless. Hearing Inho's way of addressing her, Wei Yanxue frowned. How many times have I told you? Call me your majesty. Yes, your majesty. Inho immediately corrected himself, but the desire in his eyes could not be hidden. He had followed Wei Yanxue for 10 years, abandoned his position as the head of Fushan sect, and risked his life alongside her for so long. He had saved Wei Yanxue countless times. Yet in the end, his status was still lower than Subai's. No, he had no status at all. He was just a hidden hand in Wei Yanxue's shadow, doing all her dirty, unspeakable deeds. If not for the occasional sweet rewards she gave him, he would have already harbored thoughts of rebellion. After Inho called her Your Majesty, Wei Yanxue spoke coldly. Of course, I know that letting Ma Bagua lead the army is not the best choice. If we talk about great generals, there are more than 10 in my court. Even among grandmasters, there are at least 3. But I insist on letting Ma Bagua lead the army. Do you not understand my intention? Inho fell into deep thought. Could it be? Your Majesty, could it be that you are trying to gain the trust of the noble families? Are you beginning to? Inho's eyes widened slightly, full of admiration. The woman he admired was truly intelligent. That's right. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Wei Yanxue's lips. Subai wants to use the imperial examination to slowly erode the power of the noble families. But the opposition is far too great. So, I must give these noble families a taste of sweetness. Ma Bagua holding military power is my way of showing the noble families that I am actually on their side. But the imperial examination and the academies must never be abolished. Only by maintaining them can the noble families be gradually worn down. Inho nodded. Yes. But if Ma Bagua loses this battle, the Qin army will invade deep into Wei's territory. Wei Yanxue's eyes suddenly turned sharp. The palm was tightly clenched into a fist. 600,000 soldiers against 300,000, with more defending than attacking. Is it really possible to lose? Over the past 10 years, wars between hundreds of countries have been constant, yet there are few cases of the weak defeating the strong. And more than half of those were orchestrated by Subai. The kingdom of Qin? It seems like there haven't been any particularly impressive strategists or generals heard of there. Are there any experts in the Crows over there? Wei Yanxue asked softly. Crows was the intelligence and assassination organization personally established by the Shadow Marquis, with influence spread across the kingdom of Wei. There are 2 who are skilled in assassination in Yuzhou. The Shadow Marquis enjoyed rubbing Wei Yanxue's shoulders, his fingers slowly moving downward. They are all masters with the strength of grandmasters, skilled in stealth, disguise, and surprise attacks. Is His Majesty going to mobilize the Crows? The life of any Crows member is precious. It costs at least 500 taels to train a qualified assassin. Yuzhou cannot lose. Wei Yanxue said firmly, extending her hand to block the Shadow Marquis's fingers. If Ma Anhua is defeated and the Crows are sent to assassinate King Qin, I don't believe that even with King Qin's death, the Qin army would still be able to attack. Alright, go give the orders. I'm feeling a bit tired. The Shadow Marquis's eyes flickered, watching his hand stopped by Wei Yanxue's. A trace of cold malice flashed in his eyes. Wei Yanxue had been losing patience more and more these days. She didn't even want to give him any sweet rewards, truly becoming colder and colder. The Shadow Marquis takes his leave. The Shadow Marquis threw out a piece of talisman paper, and his figure instantly turned into black smoke and dissipated in the golden hall. Wei Yanxue stood up and walked toward the residence of her second uncle. She needed to find out whether the divination from back then was true or false, and what should the current state of the Great Wei Kingdom be. In the demon-suppressing prison, Subai sat calmly, holding a few pieces of broken stones and wood shavings. Seemingly casually, he threw them on the ground, yet they frequently formed various shapes. He muttered to himself. The stars shift, the sun and moon, the world turns. As his voice fell, his palm slowly waved, and the broken stones and wood shavings actually began to rotate on the ground, finally settling into a crooked life character. Half like the sun, half like the moon, once bitten by a golden dragon. I never expected Master Lu Bowen's fortune-telling skills to come in handy at this moment. The worry in Su Bai's eyes finally dissipated. Yan Kai's life was temporarily safe, so now they just needed to wait for the unlocking of the Mosey diagram. 4765559/500000. Within 10 days, I will break out of prison, Su Bai said confidently. The number of scholars in the Great Wei Kingdom had been steadily increasing, proving that Wei Yanxue had not yet moved against the common people's scholars. Finally, they weren't completely foolish. The Kingdom of Zhao. In the royal palace, Zhao Yan was listening to the messenger's report, a smile unconsciously rising on his lips. The Kingdom of Zhao, once, had always lived under the shadow of the Great Wei. He still remembered 5 years ago, the young man in black armor, who single-handedly broke the formation of the long snake formation carefully set by the Zhao Kingdom's military experts. With his long blade swinging, he was like the Grim Reaper on the battlefield. And what terrified Zhao Yan the most was that flood that drowned the 7 armies. After that, the Wei army directly crushed the Kingdom of Zhao. They even captured Zhao Yan alive. Su Bai asked Zhao Yan, "Do you accept it?" Zhao Yan had once rather die than accept, but in the end, he was hung on the crooked neck tree outside the palace and whipped for 3 days and nights by all the generals who attacked the city. After the Zhao Kingdom's treasury was emptied by 70%, Su Bai withdrew his troops. Since then, the Kingdom of Zhao paid tribute to the Kingdom of Wei every year and willingly bowed down as subjects. But the humiliation of those days, Zhao Yan always harbored resentment. So, he began to cultivate a martial spirit in the Kingdom of Zhao, intending to rebuild a strong army. In the past, with Su Bai stabilizing the country, Zhao Yan dared not have any other thoughts, but now the brainless female emperor of Wei actually abandoned Su Bai and had him thrown into prison. Wei Yanxue should have thought more carefully. With Su Bai's abilities, if he really wanted to rebel, wouldn't that be an easy thing to do? Such a foolish and incompetent ruler. The Kingdom of Wei should return to the state it was in 8 years ago, a broken and insignificant small kingdom. With just 8,000 vanguards, they broke through the city of Qingzhou Qi County. It's clear that the generals of the Kingdom of Wei are useless. Unexpectedly so useless. Su Bai, wait for me to conquer Dalian, I will make you taste the pain of the lash. Send orders to Lian Peijuan, tell him to advance steadily and conquer Dalian. For each city he captures, reward him with 10,000 taels of gold. If he can conquer Dalian, I am willing to offer myself. I will ensure the Lian family's prosperity for generations. The state of Qin. Not long after the morning court. At this moment, Ying Fan was in a pavilion in the courtyard brewing a pot of green plum wine. The fragrance of the wine spread, filling the entire courtyard. Outside the door, Li Zhengda knocked, requesting an audience. Your Majesty, Li Zhengda requests an audience. Come in. Ying Fan called out with a strong voice. Li Zhengda was the most outstanding strategist of the Qin dynasty and Ying Fan's most trusted confidant. Li Zhengda pushed open the door and walked slowly into the courtyard. As soon as he saw Ying Fan, he immediately smiled and said, Your Majesty, this green plum wine of yours really smells wonderful. I was already quite far, but suddenly I smelled the fragrance of the wine, so I followed the scent and found this place. Such skill in brewing wine, even if I were to say you are a wine master, I would believe it. Ying Fan chuckled, shaking his head slowly as he pointed at Li Zhengda. Among all the officials and soldiers of the Qin court, only you dare speak to me like this. I am just arrogant because of your favor, Li Zhengda flattered. As soon as he said that, the two of them exchanged a glance. And both of them burst into hearty laughter. As they drank, the sky began to drizzle lightly. Neither of them cared, but the rain grew heavier and louder, with thunder booming in the sky. Boom boom boom. In just a moment, a heavy rain poured down. King Ying Fan held a cup of wine and slowly stood up, leaning against the pavilion's railing, gazing up at the sky. Li Zhengda also held a cup of wine and stood beside him. Ying Fan pointed to the sky. Zhengda, do you see that? Li Zhengda followed Ying Fan's finger and looked into the distance, and was secretly startled. Lightning and clouds were swirling, forming a shape that seemed almost alive in the distance. The large ones stir the clouds and emit mist, the small ones hide their shapes, the rising ones fly in the universe, and the hidden ones lurk in the waves. This beast, could it be a dragon? After saying this, Li Zhengda slightly bowed to Ying Fan, sincerely saying, Today, the dragon roams in Qin, it is a good omen. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The opportunity our Qin has waited for 8 years may have finally come. Ying Fan laughed loudly. Zhengda, you really know how to make me happy. A dragon, a beast, can be likened to a hero among men. Zhengda, tell me, in this world, who can be called a hero? Li Zhengda was taken aback, his brow raised unintentionally. In the world of hundreds of nations, it seemed there were countless heroes, but if one were to truly name a hero, few could bear such a title. After thinking for a while, Li Zhengda cupped his hands and saluted Ying Fan. There was someone who was mischievous and playful as a child, sent to the army by his family. When he was 15, his family suffered a tragedy, and he resolutely abandoned martial arts for literature. He studied military strategy, understood tactics, and engaged in politics. He assisted the king of Qin in his eastward and westward campaigns, with almost no defeats. Can he be considered a hero? Ying Fan rolled his eyes at Li Zhengda, shaking his head firmly. You are not a hero. Li Zhengda continued. There was someone who was wise from a young age, composing poems at 3, dancing with swords at 5, becoming both literate and martial by 10, and ascending the throne at 13. He worked diligently, abolished the feudal system, built the Great Wall to defend against the Xiongnu, fought eastward and westward, with almost no defeats. Can he be called a hero? Ying Fan shook his head again. I am not a hero. Li Zhengda's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. If even the king of Qin was not considered a hero, then who could be called a hero? Could it be that person? But that person had once greatly defeated the state of Qin and captured the king of Qin alive. If he mentioned that person, would it put his majesty in a difficult position? After hesitating for a while, Li Zhengda spoke again. King of Chu, Xiongkue, born in the wild, achieved the throne. Can he be called a hero? Ying Fan sighed. He is fierce in appearance but weak in courage, he is good at strategizing but lacks resolution, he undertakes great deeds but is cautious with his own safety, chasing small profits while forgetting his life. This man is not a hero. Li Zhengda spoke again. King Han Zixian, stabilized the court and brought peace and prosperity to the people of Han. Can he be called a hero? Ying Fan disdainfully said, a mere guard dog of the gates, how can he be considered a hero? Li Zhengda already had his answer in his heart. He understood who Ying Fan considered a hero, but he intentionally did not bring it up. The Empress of Zhao Yan, a woman who does not yield to men. A woman's body, yet capable of making the Zhao kingdom stand tall above the 100 other nations. Today, the Zhao kingdom's power continues to grow stronger. Can she be called a hero? With courage but no strategy, a narrow heart and no great ambitions, she is not a hero. Empress Wei Yanxue of the Wei kingdom took the throne 5 years ago. In just 3 years, the politics of the Wei kingdom flourished, surpassing 100 nations. 1 year later, commerce was booming, and the national treasury was full. Another year passed, and she established the imperial examination system, opening the door for commoners to pursue education. Now, Wei kingdom has the most educated people among all nations. Can such a person be called a hero? Narrow-minded, greedy for achievements, reckless, ungrateful, killing the donkey after it has carried the load, this person is the most incompetent ruler of all the 100 nations. The prosperity of the Wei kingdom has nothing to do with her. Do not tarnish the word hero. Ying Fan angrily flicked his sleeve, and the green plum wine cup in his hand shattered on the ground with a loud bang. The Wei kingdom, with such an emperor, is like this cup, shattered into pieces. In my heart, there is only one hero in the world. Zhengda, do you truly not know who it is? Ying Fan gave Li Zhengda a slightly scrutinizing glance, placing his hand on his shoulder. You are my most favored strategist. Zhengda, are you afraid that I would not call that person a hero because of my great defeat years ago? Ha ha. Upon hearing the Qin king's laughter, Li Zhengda's body shook. Perhaps he was wrong. The person before him was the most open-minded emperor in the history of the Qin kingdom. Ying Fan leaned on the railing of the pavilion, gazing at the golden dragon soaring through the sky. He said with utmost seriousness. Subai is the one among the 100 nations who truly deserves the title of hero. Whoever gains Subai will gain the world. Whoever abandons Subai deserves the fall of their kingdom. Subai is the will of heaven. Unlock. Subai escapes prison and the execution ground. Wei Kingdom Scholar 500003/500000. Successfully unlocked Mosey's Illustrated Guide. Achievement unlocked, non-aggression. Next guide can be unlocked ******. Non-aggression, do not let any nation attack our kingdom, time, 0 days per 365 days. Current bound kingdom, Wei Kingdom, can be changed. Subai finally unlocked Mosey's Illustrated Guide, looking at the 2 characters on the wall. The 10th day. Subai slowly stood up and shouted loudly to the guard below. Immediately, a jailer ran up. The jailer cupped his hands and said, King Su, what is your command? Give me a piece of wire. Subai extended his hand. Be quick. If I'm not mistaken, today is the day Yan Kai is to be executed, right? Hearing this, the jailer's eyes turned red as he nodded. It's almost time, nearly 300 strikes. I can't believe Brother Kai will have to endure so much pain. The jailer quickly went to fetch the wire. Wire was not hard to find, and soon it was brought back. The jailer, confused, asked, "King Su, what do you need this wire for? Are you trying to pick the lock?" But this lock was made by the most skilled craftsman in the Wei Kingdom. The day you were imprisoned, that craftsman was killed. The lock can only be opened with one key. Upon hearing the craftsman was dead, Su Bai merely nodded silently. Over these past days, he had gained a deeper understanding of Wei Yanxue. Ruthless and cold-hearted, willing to use any means to achieve her goal. Su Bai held the wire between his fingers, inserted it into the lock, and gently twisted it. Then, in the shocked gaze of the jailer. Clang! The lock is open? The jailer's eyes were filled with disbelief, as though witnessing a divine act. But King Su, do you really have such skills? The jailer's words were cut off as he swallowed them back. How could he dare to question King Su? It's nothing. Su Bai unlocked the handcuffs and threw them to the ground. I know your doubts, I just learned how to open the lock. The jailer was stunned. Just learned? You learned this while in prison? If anyone else had said this, the jailer would have punched them, thinking they were mocking him. But with King Su, the jailer could only feel deep admiration. King Su was truly a legend in the Wei Kingdom. As the jailer thought this, Su Bai had already unlocked all the chains. In an instant, he felt as though his body was light as a feather. Switching to Guan Yu's illustrated guide. Su Bai ordered the jailer to go downstairs, then his body shook like a tiger's, brimming with power. New line all the release needles on his body scattered and flew. Su Bai shook his arm, still feeling some effect, only 80% of his full power. Line end. New line, but in Wei country, it was enough to break through. Line end. New line, the prison door opened, and Su Bai walked out, taking a knife and a carrier pigeon from the prison guard. Line end. New line, he then left the demon suppression prison, leaving behind a sentence as he left, since I've been released, you will definitely be held accountable, now leave Dalian. Line end. New line, if you have the intention to join the army, you can go to Shuzhou. Line end. New line, the prison guard quickly agreed and immediately prepared to leave the city. However, before leaving, he smiled and released a carrier pigeon. Line end. New line, the Grand Commandant had told him that if King Su showed any signs of trouble, he was to inform him immediately. Line end. New line, on the other side. Line end. New line, Su Bai found paper and pen, and wrote a letter to Xiahou Yuanming, the commander of the Yanling army in Shuzhou, threatening that he had already been released and ordering him to attack Liangzhou. Line end. New line, the carrier pigeon soared into the sky. This pigeon was specifically headed to Shuzhou. Line end. New line, and once it reached Shuzhou, it would be Xiahou Yuanming's domain. All officials who did not support Su Bai had already been suppressed in the past 10 days. Line end. New line, Su Bai found a bamboo hat, took the knife, and headed for the Xuanwu Gate vegetable market. Line end. New line, it was already late, he had to hurry to arrive. Line end. New line, line end. New line at Xuanwu Gate vegetable market. Line end. New line, Yang Kai had already been tied up on the platform, looking very weak, as if he hadn't closed his eyes for the past 10 days. Line end. New line, his body was covered in wounds, large and small, all scabbed over. Line end. New line, at this moment, he just lowered his head and remained silent. Line end. New line, below, many common folk and officials had gathered. Line end. New line, I heard that today the one to be executed is old Yang's only son. The Yang family is full of loyal heroes. How did Yang Kai end up like this? An old woman frowned and said anxiously. Line end. New line, I don't know, but surely, he must have offended. The old man next to her pointed to the sky and shook his head helplessly. Line end. New line, if King Su were still here, such a ridiculous thing would never happen. Line end. New line, now, with King Su in prison, the Empress had completely revealed her true nature, and the people's quality of life had visibly worsened. Line end. New line, the most important thing was that everyone was in a state of fear, worried that the next one to be executed might be themselves. Line end. New line, on the platform. Line end. New line, the executioner was sharpening his knife. Line end. New line, the squeak, squeak sound made everyone's heart jump to their throat. Line end. New line, at this moment, a sharp voice came from the distance. Line end. New line, the Empress has arrived. Eunuch Lu shouted hoarsely. Line end. New line, in front, there were bodyguards, and behind, there were attendants. Wei Yanxue sat proudly in the gold-and-silver carriage drawn by 6 horses. Line end. New line, she appeared extremely arrogant. Line end. New line, anyone who offended her would not have a good ending. Line end. New line, the other day, the prison guard had cursed her. Today she would see if the guard still had the same boldness when he was being executed. Line end. New line. Everyone knelt to the ground. Line end. New line. The gold and silver carriage finally stopped 20 feet away from the execution ground. Line end. New line. Rise. Line end. New line. Wei Yanxue looked directly at Yang Kai and smiled, saying, Eunuch Lu, you may begin. Line end. New line. Eunuch Lu immediately shouted hoarsely, line end. New line. Begin the execution. Line end. There was no one in the world who was not afraid of pain. Under the gaze of the Empress, the executioner raised the knife high, ready to cut away a piece of Yang Kai's flesh. A sudden change occurred. Wearing a bamboo hat, Su Bai suddenly acted, gripping the knife and rushing towards the golden and silver cart from 6 feet away. Today, I will first kill the Empress, then save Yang Kai. The knife blade kept getting closer. Wei Yanxue's pupils widened, and she quickly rolled and crawled to one side, but Su Bai only twisted his wrist, and the blade went straight towards the Empress. At the critical moment, a talisman appeared out of thin air. It blocked Su Bai for half a second. Save the Emperor. Grandfather Lu quickly jumped in front of the Empress, drawing his sword to block Su Bai's strike, immediately retreating, nearly losing his balance. Su Bai's gaze was fierce. Without that talisman, Lu Gonggang would not have been able to block the strike in time. Now, not only Lu Gonggang, but General Chang and other soldiers quickly gathered to protect the Empress. The situation was impossible to reverse. Su Bai leaped onto the execution platform, using the back of his knife to knock the executioner away, cutting the ropes binding Yang Kai, and decisively running towards the southern gate of the Great Liang with Yang Kai in tow, stepping on the heads of high-ranking officials. High-ranking official? ? Bastard, why aren't you chasing yet? The Empress stood up in anger, slammed the chair, and shouted. Lu Gonggang immediately jumped out and, like Su Bai, stepped on the heads of high-ranking officials, chasing after him along the same path. High-ranking official? General Chang, immediately seal the city gates, send out the Flying Dragon Army, and catch them. If you let those two escape, you don't need to come back. General Chang immediately responded, shooting a smoky rocket into the sky as a signal to lock down the city. Then he immediately led his deputy generals in pursuit. The Feather Forest Guard, Flying Dragon Army, Imperial experts, and city defense forces, all mobilized to capture Su Bai and his companion. Breakout! The Shadow Marquis blocks the road with a sword strike. In Great Liang, there was a master archer, vice commander of the Feather Forest Guard, Wei Ying, who was one of them. True to his name, his eyes were like those of an eagle, capable of seeing 1,000 meters away with perfect clarity, and his archery skills were exceptional. At this moment, he stood on the roof of a civilian house, pushing the bow with his foot and drawing an arrow with his hand. His lips lightly parted, a trace of guilt in his eyes, and he murmured to himself. Prince Su, I'm sorry. You once promoted me, but today, if I don't shoot the arrow, I will surely be held accountable. With the Empress's current temperament, I dare not take the gamble. Wei Ying gritted his teeth and suddenly released the bowstring. A sharp arrow whooshed through the air. Su Bai heard the sound of the arrow cutting through the air and his heart jumped. He immediately swerved to the side, only to see the sharp arrow whistle past his left side, tearing his sleeve and embedding itself 30 centimeters into the mud. That's a familiar arrow technique. I didn't expect Wei Ying to be so merciless. Su Bai continued running, carrying Yang Kai on his back. Yang Kai was crying out, but refused to speak. The southern gate is not far, but it's definitely been sealed. There will be bloodshed at the gate, and when I kill, you open the gate. Wu Yang Kai nodded excitedly. Su Bai really wanted to see if Yang Kai's tongue had been cut, but there were too many pursuers behind him, leaving no time to check. Logically speaking, the Empress should have wanted to hear Yang Kai beg for mercy, not have his tongue cut off. After running for another 100 steps, the city gate was already in sight. Su Bai's eyes hardened, and he increased his speed again, but as he turned a corner, he saw the city defense army blocking the way. Shield soldiers in front, spear soldiers behind, and over 100 archers aiming their crossbows at Su Bai's head. Su Bai was forced to stop abruptly. The narrow street was the only way to the city gate. Setting up an ambush here, the city defense army was somewhat intelligent. Su Bai shouted loudly, "You should know the achievements of King Su, quickly step aside, or you will die here." King Su, the Empress has given an order. The small commander of the city defense army raised his large shield, his eyes showing fear, as he knew that today, they were blocking none other than the famous King Su. If King Su leaves the city today, we will all die. I know that King Su is benevolent. Can you willingly accept death? Su Bai listened and knew that he had to fight. No more talking, he directly lifted his knife and charged into the rain of arrows, breaking shields with his large blade, sweeping and sending several people flying with a single strike. Su Bai carried Yang Kai on his back, like entering an uninhabited land. Su Bai was responsible for the chaos, and Yang Kai was responsible for Wu. At this moment, the figure of Eunuch Lu kept jumping on the beams of the house. It must be said that Su Bai's speed was truly fast, he almost threw Eunuch Lu off while carrying someone. But at this moment, Subai was being delayed by the city defense army, which allowed Eunuch Lu to catch up. Prince Su, let's meet. Eunuch Lu jumped down, turned, and charged into an alley, stabbing towards Yang Kai's back. Subai sharply sensed the danger behind him, stepped on the tip of his foot, and leaped up, turning around with a blade aimed at Eunuch Lu's neck. The blade flashed with cold light, and Eunuch Lu immediately opened his mouth wide. Just as the blade was about to reach his neck, another arrow shot came. Bastard! Subai shouted angrily, spinning around to draw his sword. If he insisted on killing Eunuch Lu, he would certainly be hit by an arrow, which was not worth it. Eunuch Lu, still terrified, kept retreating. His eyes were filled with lingering fear. As a Grand Master, he almost got killed in one blow. Was this the Prince Su, whose martial arts surpassed all nations? Truly terrifying. Subai broke through the city defense army's formation and continued to charge towards the south gate, but as soon as he exited the alley, 3 more units of the city defense army appeared, each with more than 200 men. And behind him came the sound of tap 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 from horse hooves. Judging by the sound, the Flying Dragon army was about to catch up. Surrounded from all sides? Subai muttered to himself. If he didn't have to bring Yang Kai out of the city, he might have even thought about killing them all first. Chased without mercy. Did they really think that Subai was afraid of them? But Yang Kai's life couldn't be lost. Yang Kai had helped him enter the Golden Throne out of righteousness and ended up in such a situation, he must safely bring him back. Otherwise, he wouldn't have peace of mind. Subai continued to charge full force towards the city gate. The city defense army couldn't slow him down much. Eunuch Lu, having learned from the previous lesson, didn't dare to take risks. He only threw some hidden weapons from the side to slow Subai's pace. Subai jumped onto a roof again, and the city gate was already in sight. But just then, Subai saw a piece of talisman paper suddenly appear in front of him. A man in a black robe and mask appeared suddenly, blocking Subai's way. The black robe fluttered, and the silver mask gleamed with a cold light. The Marquis played with the talisman in his hand, slowly stroking the patterns on the paper as if it were a precious treasure. It's you again. The one who blocked me from killing Wei Yanxue earlier was also you. Subai said coldly, I really didn't expect that Wei Yanxue managed to keep me in the dark. We've known each other for 8 years, and I didn't even know you existed. Upon hearing this, the Marquis burst into loud laughter, laughing so hard that he nearly fell over, shaking his head repeatedly, I didn't expect it, I didn't expect it. The wise Subai also has moments of oversight. Let me tell you a secret. Actually, I knew Wei Yanxue earlier than you. When he said the last sentence, the Marquis' tone suddenly became heavy, and a flash of unwillingness crossed his face. It was because Subai was better than him. Wei Yanxue needed to rely on Subai to bring back the peak glory of the Great Wei, and the Marquis had to be Wei Yanxue's shadow for 10 years, rarely getting a chance to show himself. But there was nothing he could do. He loved this woman, deeply. To gain Wei Yanxue's favor, the Marquis was willing to sacrifice everything, including time and dignity. Subai's eyes became cold, but he wasn't moved by this taunt into a furious outburst. But this also meant that 8 years ago, that confession under the falling snow was actually a lie. Human hearts, truly hard to understand. Prince Su, now that you've escaped, if you don't save this prison guard, you'll certainly be able to leave the city. It's a pity that you're too foolish. Ha ha ha. The life of a prison guard, does it deserve to be counted? The Marquis said sarcastically, sneering at Subai's actions. But Subai didn't get angry. He calmly looked around, then jumped onto a tall crooked tree nearby. Then, with a jump, he took off. His figure quickly created a distance of 20 steps from the Shadow Marquis. Then he quickly ran towards the city gate. Seeing this, the Shadow Marquis casually threw out a talisman, which swiftly flew towards Subai. Subai dodged by swaying his body. But what surprised Subai was that the talisman in front of him transformed into a cloud of black gas, then gathered into a human form, and finally, the full body of the Shadow Marquis appeared in front of him. Shape-shifting. Subai looked at this scene, his eyes narrowing slightly. With such a skill, your position in Talisman Mountain must be quite high. Why bother being a dog of Wei Yanxue? As soon as these words were spoken, before the Shadow Marquis could refute, Subai chopped down with a sword. The talisman is ultimately a trick. If you truly had the ability, you wouldn't have been avoiding me for 8 years. Watch closely for this strike. Sword technique Green Dragon Howling Abyss. The Shadow Marquis' pupils suddenly shrank, as if seeing something unbelievable. How did Subai strike the sword? He didn't even see it clearly. It seemed like a charged strike, but there was no preparation for it at all. The Shadow Marquis raised his sword from his sleeve to block, but to his shock, the sword, which he usually took great pride in, felt as flimsy as a piece of paper. Years of assassination experience made him quickly move to the right. His heart narrowly avoided the strike. but blood still gushed out. A severed arm flew off the roof with a thud, landing on the ground. The Shadow Marquis stared blankly at his left hand. It was empty. No longer with any feeling, his left arm had actually been severed. But in that moment of daze, Subai's blade twisted and slashed again at the Shadow Marquis' neck. Whoosh! Another sharp arrow flew through the air. Subai pulled his sword back, turning to strike down the arrow, and when he turned back, the Shadow Marquis had vanished, leaving behind a pool of blood. Subai coldly looked at the distance where Gui Ying was, a betrayer, to be killed without mercy. He was about to continue running when he heard a familiar voice. King Su, your speed is really fast. It took me a long time to catch up. Subai focused his gaze. In front of the house beneath his feet, there were clearly 3,000 flying dragon army soldiers. And they were all cavalry. The leader was Cheng Feilong, the general of the Flying Dragon Army, the most trusted officer under Empress Wei Yanxu. Looking further ahead, there was no more roof, only open ground. This meant that Subai had to kill his way to the city gate and break through it to escape the Great Liang. Subai's eyes narrowed slightly, and he could hear the sound of footsteps and horse hooves behind him. The Imperial Guards were also closing in. Not far away on a rooftop stood a person holding a large bow, staring at him like a hawk. It was Gui Ying. Subai looked farther, and saw Wei Yanxu, wearing a dragon robe, standing on the top of a pavilion 2 kilometers away, watching this scene. Because of the distance, Subai couldn't make out her expression. But he could guess, without a doubt, that Wei Yanxu must be feeling extremely pleased at this moment. Surrounded on all sides. This was the treatment Wei Yanxu gave Subai, and more troops were still on the way. Surrounding Subai, no number of soldiers would be too many. Woo woo. Seeing this formation, Yang Kai behind Subai whimpered, his expression full of fear. Subai felt something was off. How could the person who once dared to enter the palace to challenge the emperor be so afraid of death? Was this truly the Yang Kai from back then? Had he been replaced, or had the prison tortured his will? But the Yang family had been annihilated, and there was no one who could save Yang Kai. Get him out of the city first. Subai directly leaped off the building and charged towards the 3,000 flying dragon army soldiers. Where his large blade passed, men and horses were sent flying. Cheng Feilong, holding his tiger dart spear, charged forward. Gui Ying pushed the bow and arrow away with his foot, ready to fire at any moment. King Su, we were both officials in the same court. I've never fought with you. I thought I would never have the chance in this life, but I didn't expect such an honor today. Take this spear. Nuline Subai heard the sound and saw Cheng Feilong's spear coming out like a dragon, a silver spear directly thrusting toward him. Line end. New line cold light flashed everywhere. Line end. Nuline Subai swept away the flying dragon army in front of him, using the back of his knife to knock aside the long spear, then swiftly seized the nearby soldier's spear. Line end. Nuline Subai was skilled with the long knife, but he could barely use the spear. Line end. Nuline, at least it was better than the prison guard's big knife. Line end. Nuline, as the saying goes, a longer weapon is stronger. Fighting with a short blade against a long spear, especially while carrying someone on his back, was exhausting. Line end. Nuline Cheng Feilong's hands were slightly numb. After one exchange with Subai, he realized how vast the gap between grandmasters could be. Line end. Nuline fighting Subai head-on was not the solution, it had to be done with strategy. Line end. Nuline, now that Subai had someone on his back, if they focused on that person, Subai would definitely be overwhelmed, at least much more than now. Line end. Nuline Cheng Feilong made up his mind and immediately ordered, all troops, listen up. Kill the person on Subai's back first. I don't believe with so many of us, he can protect them all. Line end. Nuline understood. Line end. Nuline immediately, the spearheads of the 3,000 flying dragon army all pointed at Yang Kai. Line end. Nuline Subai furrowed his brows and swept his spear horizontally. Line end. Nuline then, he made a great leap, stabbing a soldier down, seizing a warhorse, and placing Yang Kai in front of him, charging towards the city gate. Line end. Nuline whoosh. Line end. Nuline, the sound of a sharp arrow piercing the air exploded. Subai turned back and threw his spear, but he didn't expect the arrow's target to be Yang Kai, not him. Line end. Nuline swoosh. Line end. Nuline Subai instantly pulled the reins, and the horse leaped into the air. The arrow brushed past Yang Kai's scalp. Line end. Nuline, bright red blood dripped onto the ground, line end. Nuline Subai's expression showed anger, but the immediate goal was to exit the city, not to act impulsively. Line end. Nuline, as the warhorse stopped, Subai immediately fell into an encirclement again. Nearly 10 long spears quickly thrust at him, but Subai swept them away with a horizontal strike once again. Line end. Nuline, and just as the soldiers were sent flying, a silver spear thrust from the front. Line end. New line. A whoosh sound came from behind. Line end. New line. On the left side, eunuch Lu swung a knife from his warhorse, while on the right appeared a strange talisman. Line end. New line. He was truly surrounded from all sides. Line end. New line. But Subai's pupils were filled with calmness. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer one must be. This was a trait shared by many great historical figures. Line end. New line. Subai grabbed Yang Kai's collar and, with a quick leap, jumped onto the horse's back. Line end. New line. With Subai's one step, the warhorse's legs softened and collapsed, successfully dodging all the attacks. Line end. New line. Su Wang truly has great methods. Line end. New line. Ching Feilong coldly said, then thrust his spear upwards. I want to see how Su Wang exits the city today. Line end. New line. The Marquis had now appeared, standing beneath Subai, his left arm already bandaged, his gaze full of malice as he looked up. He threw 3 talismans upward, as sharp as blades. Line end. New line. Subai gritted his teeth and threw Yang Kai upwards into the air. Line end. New line. Immediately, the flying dragon army raised their spears, aiming at Yang Kai, waiting to pierce his body as soon as he fell. Line end. New line. Subai's spear suddenly fell from midair, clashing with Cheng Feilong's spear coming at him. Using the rebound, it flew toward Yang Kai, narrowly avoiding the 3 talismans. Line end. New line. Whoosh. Line end. New line. The sound of a sharp arrow piercing the air exploded. Line end. New line. Subai's face turned cold. He decisively threw his spear, hitting the sharp arrow just under a meter away from Yang Kai. Line end. New line. Leaping off the flying dragon army's warhorse, Subai reached out both hands to catch Yang Kai. Line end. New line. But below, several flying dragon army soldiers were thrusting their long spears toward the air. In a desperate moment, Subai used his Grandmaster level energy shock. Line end. New line. This technique consumed a lot of energy, but it was very effective. Line end. New line. It directly caused the flying dragon army under him to fall from their horses. Subai quickly mounted the horse and shouted, "Go!" Line end. New line. Throw the tripwire. Cheng Feilong shouted angrily. Line end. New line. Immediately, soldiers took out the prepared iron chains, pairing up and rushing toward Subai. Line end. New line. The chains were held high to prevent Subai's warhorse from leaping over them. Line end. New line. Subai had no choice but to use the energy shock again, throwing the soldiers flying. Line end. New line. He had thrown his spear earlier, and now had no suitable weapon. Subai reached out and grabbed the iron chains. Line end. Yang Kai was tied behind his back, just as the iron chain extended a bit longer, barely enough to fend off enemies. Soon, the deputy general at the master level dragged the iron chain and charged towards Subai. The shockwave only had a clear effect on those below the 3rd rank, masters could obviously block it completely. King Su, take our blade. Lu Gonggong roared ferociously as he flew in from the left. 3 talismans were hurled from the right. Most crucially, General Chang, along with several other deputy generals, stabbed their spears from behind. Subai was just about to jump up. Whoosh! The sharp arrow flew, but the target was not Subai. Instead, it was aimed above Subai. Guo Ying's lips curled up, showing a smug smile as he coldly said, "This time, King Su, you have nowhere to escape. Turn around. Life debts must be repaid with life." Subai had no time to look back at the position of the arrow, and could only gamble that it would be shot towards him. With another big leap, the warhorse tripped and fell to the ground. Subai looked down, but did not see the arrow coming. But just moments ago, there was clearly the sound of something piercing the air. Puff! Yang Kai spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his whole body let out a faint woo twice before falling completely lifeless. Subai was shocked and startled. The arrow had actually been shot upwards, which meant that the chain tied to Yang Kai's body had saved his life. But Yang Kai had lost his life, his eyes drooping weakly. Even though Subai thought Yang Kai had been a little strange on this journey, this person had saved his life after all. To repay kindness with kindness was Subai's principle. If it was Guo Ying who killed him, then he would take Guo Ying's life in return. Guo Ying! Subai roared in extreme fury as he unfastened the chain from his body. "You shoot arrows from high ground, did you not think of the consequences of provoking me? You killed my concern with your arrow, shouldn't you go down and accompany him?" After speaking, Subai did not run toward the city gate but turned and walked towards Guo Ying, who was on the roof beams. Guo Ying immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Subai's reputation was known in all countries, and now that such an unparalleled ruthless person was focused on him, it was only natural to be terrified. But with so many people trying to deal with Subai, Guo Ying didn't feel too afraid. After all, the one in the pot was not him, but Subai. "King Su, stop scaring me," Guo Ying coldly said. "You have little strength left, why bother with me?" Killing your burden was actually saving you. What I am doing is repaying the favor of past guidance. Su Bai's eyes were fierce, and he had no intention of turning back. If Gui Ying did not die, the anger would never be appeased. A villain who repays kindness with hatred, a bully relying on power, wanted not only guidance but also teachings. Without Su Bai's teaching, how would Gui Ying have such superb archery skills? General Chang, don't you save me. Surround him. Gui Ying, seeing Su Bai walking towards him, was under immense pressure. The fear that once controlled him resurfaced in his mind. This man was simply invincible. With the 3,000 flying dragon army here, you still dare to turn back? I think even the once wise King Su is not that impressive. General Chang, holding his spear and crossing his horse, pointed the tip at Su Bai and mocked him with a laugh. All troops, listen up. Surround and attack. Whoever kills Su Bai will be rewarded with 1,000 gold and promoted to deputy general. As soon as this order was given, the flying dragon army immediately surged towards Su Bai to kill him. Looking at the vast crowd, Gui Ying revealed a satisfied smile. As long as Su Bai didn't get close, Gui Ying was not afraid. He then stepped back, drawing his bow with all his strength, pulling back the 12-stone bow. He aimed at Su Bai and sneered, "Since I can kill that jailer, I can surely kill you." One down, another to go. Facing the attacking flying dragon army, Su Bai fiercely yanked the chain. Immediately, the war horse neighed, and the soldiers fell to the ground. He picked up a long spear and threw the chain to the ground. Anyone who blocks me will die. Su Bai fought bloodily. Whether it was Cheng Filong, Lu Gonggon, or even the hidden Inho, none of them made Su Bai think of retreating. The blood on his body. Most of the soldiers belong to the flying dragon army, but some are Su Bai's own. Warriors on the battlefield cannot avoid getting wounded. In this city of Dalian, where I have stayed for years, to fight a bloody battle was something I never imagined. But today, a bloody battle is inevitable. From now on, I will trample down Dalian. Cheng Filong. Your spear is weak and feeble. I suppose your wives and concubines have suffered a lot. Lu Gonggang, you're only fit to kneel and be a dog to Wei Yanxue. You haven't even begun to master close combat. You sneaky rats of Fushan, even with one arm broken, you still try to block me. Wei Yanxue has really turned you into this. Are you heart and soul loyal to her now? Dragon is the title of a hero. You rats are not worthy of calling yourselves the Flying Dragon Army. A bunch of unruly rabble. Break through. With long spears clashing and blood splattering, at this moment, Su Bai resembled a war god. Yang Kai is dead, and there are no more concerns. Back when tens of thousands of Flying Dragon Army surrounded the Su Wang mansion, I was not afraid. If it weren't for Wei Yanxue threatening with the lives of civilians, close friends, and soldiers, I would have fought my way out of those tens of thousands of soldiers. Just as Su Bai was approaching Gui Ying, a large number of Yulin guards in golden armor emerged from all directions. The leader wore a purple gold crown and was dressed in chainmail. Despite his imposing appearance, there was a trace of unease on his face. Su Bai coldly whispered, with eyes full of coldness, "Su Wui? Are you also going to stop me?" "Master, Wui would not dare." Su Wui immediately cupped his hands, holding a purple gold long sword. "But Gui Ying is the vice-captain of the Yulin Guards. Could you spare him? I promise that the Yulin Guards will no longer stop you from leaving the city." As the words fell, Su Bai burst into laughter, shaking his head repeatedly, his eyes full of disappointment. "You were once Wui, and I picked you up and named you Su Wui, sharing the same surname. At that time, your face was full of glory, and you wanted to tell the world about the bond between us as master and disciple. How could you say Wui, to be with you like brothers? I once thought you would become a fierce general on the battlefield, but I never expected you would rather stay in Dalian forever than go to the border and fight with all your might. When I was imprisoned, I was worried that you might impulsively confront Wei Yanxue, but never did I expect that you had long become a loyal dog. A beggar forgets the kindness, forgetting his gratitude for wealth and honor. I should have realized it earlier." Su Bai raised the tip of his spear, pointing at Su Wui, and coldly said, "Anyone I want to kill, you cannot protect. Anyone who wants to stop me from leaving the city, not even the Yulin Guards can block me. Perfect, I happen to be without a long sword, and you have arrived at the right moment." Su Wui trembled all over, gripping the purple gold long sword tightly. Looking at Su Bai, who was getting closer, he angrily said, "Master, you forced me to take action against you. If I kill you, my name Su Wui will shock all the nations. Master, grant your disciple one last honor. Kill." Su Wui swung the long sword, attacking Su Bai. Every move and stance he used was learned from Su Bai, yet now he used them against Su Bai. How laughable. Su Bai narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Su Wui might seem terrifying to others, but in his eyes, there were flaws everywhere. I really chose the wrong person to pass my swordsmanship to. Su Bai suddenly swung the long spear, using skill to break strength, and using force to deliver a killing strike. In just a few moves, he had Su Wui gasping for air. When the spear and sword collided, Su Wui was forced to retreat violently. Blood flowed from the corner of Su Wui's mouth. Su Wui clutched his chest, looking up at Su Bai, who was approaching to kill him, with disbelief in his eyes. How could he, after learning 90% of the Su King's swordsmanship, be so weak now? There could only be one possibility: Su Bai had never taught him seriously and had kept too many secrets from him. Thinking of this, Su Wui's eyes turned bloodshot. Teaching a disciple while hiding techniques, you have no masterly ethics. Su Bai swung his long spear, not saying a word. A quick strike came at him. Just as the spear was about to pierce Su Wui's heart. Whoosh! A sharp arrow flew through the air, and Wei Ying shouted from the roof, "Yulin guards, don't you protect the Grand Commander? The Su King has been fighting for a long time and has no more strength left. Whoever kills Su King will be rewarded with 1,000 gold." 3 arrows. Both of them died, and the Empress was injured. The Yulin guards rushed forward one after another. Su Bai swept his long spear. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he charged forward and shot a fatal blow, ending Su Wui's life. This scene immediately left the Feather Forest guards stunned. None of them dared to move. Wei Ying looked at the lifeless Su Wui, his heart trembled violently, and without hesitation, he turned and fled. "Flying Dragon Army, follow me and kill." Cheng Filon looked at the cowardly Feather Forest guards, spat out a mouthful of saliva. What a bunch of elite soldiers, scared out of their wits by Su Bai. And that Su Wui, who usually showed off, was actually killed by a few gunshots. It's simply laughable. Su Bai picked up Su Wui's long sword and leaped to the roof. On the roof, there was still a bow left, and in the quiver, 3 arrows were inserted. Picking up the 12-stone longbow left by Gui Ying, he drew it with both arms, aiming at Gui Ying. Suddenly, a curved knife flew from the left, accompanied by a howling wind. Su Bai immediately turned around, the curved knife narrowly missing him. "Master Lu, if you don't want to live, I'll grant your wish." Whoosh! At a distance of just 10 meters, Lu Gonggang couldn't dodge the arrow in time, and it pierced through his throat. Lu Gonggang's body fell heavily backward. Su Bai drew the bow again. Immediately, Cheng Filon, who was about to rush up, found a cover and hid as securely as possible. "Death to my fellow, but not to me." There were only 2 arrows left in the quiver, no need to challenge Su Bai's accuracy at this point. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air at incredible speed and pierced Gui Ying's heart, who was escaping on the roof beams. "Knowing my archery skills, you dare to run with your whole body exposed, truly stupid to the extreme." Su Bai said disdainfully, he only taught Gui Ying archery, not how to use his brain. 1 arrow left. "Where is Cheng Filon? Show yourself and let me see." Upon hearing this, Cheng Filon, hiding behind the house, shouted loudly, "Su Wang, you've been fighting for so long, and your hands are fully drawn on the 12-stone longbow. No matter how strong you are, your strength should be almost gone. I advise you to surrender. His Majesty has known you for many years, maybe he will show mercy and spare your life." Hearing these words, Su Bai shook his head and laughed. This was truly the biggest joke. Wei Yanque and he were incompatible, there was no room for reconciliation anymore. He drew the bow again, his eyes glanced into the distance. Turning toward Cheng Feilong's direction, he softly said, "No need to say more, my arrows can't be stopped by these wooden boards, let me guess where you are." Cheng Feilong broke into a cold sweat, ignoring the strange looks of the Flying Dragon Army, and immediately lay on the ground, wriggling. But his mouth didn't show mercy, shouting loudly, "I've heard Su Wang's archery is superb, come." Cheng begs for death. What I fear is that Su Wang might miss and ruin his entire reputation. As soon as these words were spoken, the corner of Su Bai's mouth curled into a wicked smile, though his body faced Cheng Feilong, his eyes were still on the distant rooftop. There sat the mighty Empress. On the rooftop, numerous master-level Imperial guards surrounded Wei Yanque, and many Feather Forest guards stood below the rooftop. Wei Yanque was extremely furious at this moment. In her hand, she held the telescope invented by Su Bai, staring at the scene with intense anger. Su Wui, who had been her trump card, had actually died like this. She had originally wanted to watch a bloody battle between master and disciple, but unexpectedly, Su Wui had only learned the basics. Lu Gonggang, who had been with her for 3 years, also died, making Wei Yanque feel somewhat uneasy. Too many dirty tasks had been handled by Lu Gonggang, and now that he was gone, it would take a long time to cultivate someone like him. Of course, none of this was what angered her the most. "Didn't you say you had mastered the way of symbols and were strong enough to resist Su Bai? Why are you defeated and coming back like this?" Wei Yanque muttered to the air beside her. The master-level Imperial guards beside her knew that there was still a symbol master hidden on this rooftop. In Ho no longer concealed himself, as many people had already seen his presence. "Your Majesty, Su Bai's bravery is indeed hard to block, I didn't expect him to be so terrifying. Now that I've lost an arm, I beg your Majesty to show leniency in my punishment." After speaking, the Inho cupped his hands, only to realize his left arm was severed. A flash of cold, sinister intent crossed his face. Wei Yanxue, I have given so much for you, and yet you publicly punish me. What position do I hold in your heart? After this battle, if you do not offer me satisfactory compensation, do not blame me for bringing the people of Fushan into the court and turning you into a puppet. I just want to have you, whatever form of you, I will accept it. Enough. Wei Yanxue flicked her sleeve. Although the Inho had lost an arm, he still had great value, especially since the crows under his command were all elite troops. You saved His Majesty before, so your merits and faults cancel each other out. Let the crows of Daliang fly. Subai no longer has much strength. Yes. The Inho disappeared without a trace. Wei Yanxue picked up the telescope again, intending to observe the battle between the Flying Dragon Army and the Yulin Guard. With so many people, Subai should have been captured by now. Even if they hadn't captured Subai, he should at least be severely injured. But when she looked through the telescope for just a moment, her mouth dropped open. She saw Subai on the rooftop, drawing a heavy bow, and no one dared to jump up and fight him. Both sides had actually stalemated like this. Bastard! Wei Yanxue put down the telescope and shouted angrily, "What is Chung Filon doing? Is he just letting Subai recover his strength? Idiot! Signal me, order an all-out assault." A powerful palace expert beside her immediately accepted the order, drew a bow, and lit the arrow with fire oil. Just as he was about to shoot, his pupils suddenly widened. He saw a sharp arrow flying toward them from a distance, moving with astonishing speed. Protect His Majesty! The moment the words left her mouth, the palace expert lunged toward Wei Yanxue, knocking her to the ground with a loud impudence from her. But as they fell, the arrow was already coming toward them. Blood splattered everywhere. The palace expert hurriedly checked the Empress Wei Yanxue's injury. He saw a gash on her cheek, with crimson blood flowing from it. The blood covered half of Wei Yanxue's face. I have failed, I came too late to protect His Majesty. The palace expert quickly crawled aside and knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in apology. Ah! Wei Yanxue screamed in agony. She had never injured her face from childhood to now. Even when she was captured during the invasion of Han, fleeing with torn clothes, her face remained unharmed. The arrow had grazed her face and flew away. She almost lost her life right here. Thinking of this, Wei Yanxue became more and more furious. She stood up and looked at the palace experts around her. Are you all just standing there doing nothing? Are you all blind? She even felt like drawing her sword right now to cut down these eunuchs. From now on, anyone who is close to me will take 50 strikes of the rod after this matter is over. If you survive, it proves your life is meant to continue. If you die, don't blame me for being ruthless. Everyone responded in unison, yes. At that moment, a discordant voice came out, Your Majesty, please don't stand up, be careful of another arrow. The speaker was the palace expert who had just knocked Wei Yanxue down. Hearing this, Wei Yanxue quickly crouched down, feeling a deep sense of fear. In her earlier rage, she had forgotten about this danger. But after crouching, she found that half of her head was still exposed, so she had to kneel on the ground and slowly crawl downstairs. Looking at the eunuchs behind her also crawling down, Wei Yanxue felt extremely ashamed. Anyone on the attic above cannot be spared. You all saw something you shouldn't have. Subai had no more arrows left in his heavy bow. It was such a pity that this one arrow did not kill Wei Yanxue. At this moment, Subai was charging toward the southern gate of Daliang, holding the purple gold long knife sent by his best disciple, Suhui, which was much easier to use than a long spear. However, at this point, Subai truly had very little strength left. He had fought from Xuanwu Gate to the southern gate, which was extremely exhausting. Along the way, he had drawn the 12-stone heavy bow 3 times, further depleting his strength. I don't know if I can still push open the city gate and leave safely. Subai raised his long knife, slashing down, cutting down several lives of the Flying Dragon Army, but the sharp-eyed ones could definitely see, Subai no longer had the same dominance as before. If he didn't turn back to kill Guiying this time, the chances of successfully leaving the city would be greatly increased. But if Subai were to do it again, he would still choose to turn back. Life debts must be repaid with life. Those who died because of Subai, the nearly 10,000 Yanling soldiers, the generals and strategists who died advising him, and the people who loved him, he kept their revenge in his heart. If he successfully leaves the city today, he will surely trample on Dalian tomorrow. Cheng Filong faced Subai and was surprised to find something unusual about him. He immediately shouted loudly. King Su has no strength left. Brothers, the greatest merit is right in front of us. Anyone has a chance to achieve it. Kill. Immediately, the Flying Dragon Army surged forward as if they had been injected with adrenaline, charging towards Subai. King Su, in no more than 15 minutes, 300,000 Flying Dragon soldiers will arrive. Even if you escape Dalian, your fate will be sealed. It's better to submit and die, rather than get more holes in your body. Su Bai did not listen to these words at all. Sitting and waiting for death was the act of a coward. For Su Bai, who had never been defeated on the battlefield. In this world, there is no such thing as an absolute dead end. Even if surrounded on all sides, there will always be a sliver of hope. Willpower is the stimulant for the strong. Under his long knife, no enemy could last a single round. After harvesting a few more lives, Su Bai raised his long knife high, and the blood from the blade slid down the handle, staining his palm red. Su Bai shouted loudly. How many times has Cheng Feilong said I have no strength left? You fools, you always believe him. No wonder he became a general, while you guys can only be cannon fodder. Selling your life for others, they enjoy the glory and wealth, but you fall into the 18 levels of hell. My long knife can still cut down 500 people, who is willing to come? Who dares to come? These words, once spoken, were like a cold splash of water thrown in the face of the Flying Dragon army, causing them to calm down. Yes, whether it was Cheng Feilong or Guiyang, they all said King Su had no strength left, but every time, King Su fought like a god of war. Since King Su has no strength left, why did General Chang only dare to face him for a single move and not continue? Doesn't this prove that General Chang was too afraid to fight with King Su? Thinking of this, the morale of the Flying Dragon army immediately fell into decline again. Cheng Feilong looked at Su Bai's words shattering the morale of the Flying Dragon army, his teeth gritting in anger. Su Bai sneered and snatched a horse, charging towards the south gate. Cheng Feilong narrowed his eyes and shouted angrily, if we let Su Bai escape today, all of us will be held accountable. Your parents, wives, and children are all in the Emperor's control. If you die in battle, there will be a generous pension. If you return empty-handed, you all know the consequences. Whether we fight or not, I don't think I need to say more. With these words, a fierce look appeared in the eyes of the Flying Dragon army once again, for their parents, wives, and children, for military merit. Fight! 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 Very good. Charge with me. Cheng Feilong led the way with his silver spear, followed by several deputy generals, all full of fighting spirit. The sound of hooves rang out, and Su Bai was secretly surprised. I didn't expect Cheng Feilong to not be a fool. He actually regained his fighting spirit so quickly. In front are the city's crossbowmen, behind are the Flying Dragon cavalry, and my strength is about to be exhausted. It's even hard to raise my long knife. 300,000 Flying Dragon soldiers are about to arrive. Could this place really be where I, Su Bai, will die? Su Bai tightly gripped his long knife, looking at the south city gate ahead, with armored soldiers guarding below and crossbowmen gathered on the city walls, aiming their bows and crossbows at him. Once within range, 1,000 crossbows would fire at once. I'll fight. Su Bai made up his mind. The pursuing soldiers would not stop, it was impossible to go back and kill them, there was only one path left to survive. That is to break out of the city. General Guan, give me more strength. You were the martial saint who passed 5 passes and killed 6 generals. Now, with your power, it is impossible for me not to break out of Diliang City. That would also be a disgrace for you. After saying this, the heroic encyclopedia of China did not respond, and Su Bai's strength was not enhanced at all. Just as Su Bai gritted his teeth and was ready to force his way through the city gate, he suddenly heard a familiar loud shout from behind him to the left. Su Wang, do not be in a hurry, we are here to escort you out of the city. Su Bai quickly turned around, and to his surprise, he saw Tai Wei Lu Shiwan leading a crowd of people rushing from an alley. Old Lu? Are you rebelling? Hee, I have been thinking for days on how to overthrow the Empress and save you, but unexpectedly, you came out yourself. This time, we brought quite a few old fellows with us to go to Shuzhou with you. Su Bai looked closely and saw Minister of Punishments Lu Lang, Censor Jiao Zuan, Changshi Sun Jiji, and Yang Kai. Yang Kai? Su Bai showed a look of realization. No wonder he felt something strange along the way. Su Wang, today, I was replaced by Minister of Punishments Lu Lang, and was about to inform you, but received the news of your release from prison. Unfortunately, I was one step too late. Yang Kai respectfully cupped his hands and said. Su Wang actually staged a rescue from such a group of experts in front of so many people. He was truly moved to tears. These soldiers? Su Bai asked in confusion. They are all scholars. When they heard about your imprisonment, the leaders of these people came to me hoping they could help you. Lu Shiwan said with great sincerity, after all, these people are your students. The imperial examination system and academies you created have benefited so many people. Well done, the study of the sages was not in vain. Su Bai nodded heavily. Cheng Feilong was startled by the sudden appearance of the large army, which outnumbered even the Flying Dragon army present by several times. He was immediately stunned. Daliang did not have this army at all. Minister of Punishments Lu Lang, Censor Jiao Zuan, Tai Wei Lu Shiwan, Changshi Sun Jiji, they have all rebelled. Humph. No matter how many troops there are, they are all infantry. They won't withstand the charge of cavalry. Moreover, my flying dragon army's 300,000 troops will be here soon. Just delay them. Saying this, Cheng Feilong raised his silver spear and shouted, "Kill!" These leaders are all high-ranking officials of the court. If we kill them, we can certainly receive great rewards from Diliang. This is the time to achieve great deeds. The Flying Dragon Army, following Cheng Feilong's command, launched a charge, and the loud battle cries made the 30,000 scholars turn their heads. Su Bai turned his horse's head and softly commanded, "Cavalry is hard to deal with. You break through the city, and I'll hold them off. There are crossbowmen on the walls, be sure to shield yourselves." The moment this was said, Lu Shiwan immediately furrowed his brows and worriedly asked, "Su Wang, with your body condition, let us split the troops to hold them off. We have 30,000 soldiers. Even if we split them, it's enough." Su Bai shook his head, "Scholars cannot block cavalry. Let all the archers aim at the Flying Dragon Army, and the rest attack the city." With that, Su Bai squeezed his horse's belly and charged towards the Flying Dragon Army, his purple golden long knife dragging a long white mark on the ground. One man blocking 1,000 soldiers. He showed no fear at all. This scene made many scholars' eyes turn red. This was their teacher, the once invincible Su Wang of the Great Way. "Archers, shoot at the Flying Dragon Army." Tai Wei Lu Shiwan shouted loudly. But Su Wang is also in there." One scholar hesitated. "If they accidentally harmed Su Wang, it would be a great sin." "Shoot." Lu Shiwan narrowed his eyes. Su Wang's military achievements were magnificent, and his martial arts were extremely strong. The arrows of scholars would not harm him. "Shield soldiers and sword soldiers, follow me to break the city. Since we are all here to save Su Wang, obey my orders. This is the battlefield, not an academy." As soon as these words were spoken, tens of thousands of soldiers responded with a loud yes. They understood the principle of military orders being like mountains on the battlefield. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of arrows were fired in unison, and everyone tactically avoided Su Bai's position. Only a few arrows shot astray, accidentally heading towards Su Bai. But before they could get close to Su Bai, they were struck down by the swinging long blade. Su Bai was almost exhausted, but his foundation was too strong. Even without using much strength, he could still hold off these Feilong troops. Cheng Feilong looked at the soldiers behind Su Bai breaking through the city and secretly thought, "This is bad." The Southern Gate City Defense Army only had 3,000 men, and it was only a matter of time before the gate was breached. The Yulin guards who came with them had already been scared out of their wits. They didn't even show their faces, probably afraid that Prince Su would go protect the Empress instead. A bunch of cowards. "General Chang, if this continues, the Southern Gate will definitely fall. Should we launch a desperate charge at any cost?" the Deputy General asked nervously. If they launched a desperate charge, it would be a fight of injury for injury, life for life. If that happened, the 3,000 Feilong troops here might be completely wiped out. "No need." General Chang waved his hand to stop him. 300,000 troops are not far behind us. By now, they should have entered the northern gate of Daliang. It won't take long for them to arrive. Even if Prince Su escapes the city this time, he won't be able to run far. Besides, if they want to go to Shuzhou, they must pass through Liangzhou, which has 200,000 troops guarding it. They won't be able to break through. Cheng Feilong thought to himself. He didn't want to fight Su Bai to the death. If he pushed Su Bai too hard, there was a real chance Su Bai would explode with fury and cut him down with a single slash. They were just desperate fugitives. Chasing them slowly would do. After all, this was the Great Way's land. Where could Prince Su possibly run to? The only concern was the Yanling army, but even if they attack Liangzhou, Liangzhou should be able to hold for at least half a month. After all, many cities in Liangzhou were protected by natural barriers, making them easy to defend and hard to attack. A moment later, Lu Shiwan shouted loudly, "Prince Su, the city has fallen." Su Bai immediately swept away the enemies with a single slash, turned his horse around, and charged toward the city gate. "Everyone, follow me out of the city." The scholars put away their bows and arrows and ran after Su Bai out of the city. The deputy general of the Feilong army took the bow from his back and was about to draw it when Cheng Feilong hurriedly stopped him. "General, this is the perfect opportunity for a sneak attack," the deputy general said anxiously, not understanding why Cheng Feilong stopped him. "Do you want to be the second Guiying?" Cheng Feilong asked coldly. If Su Bai went mad and turned around to attack with his army, the 300,000 troops might have to come just to collect their corpses. "Give the order to follow them slowly. Wait for the 300,000 Feilong troops to arrive." "Understood." On the other side, Su Bai and his men led 30,000 scholars south toward Liangzhou. To reach the Yanling army in Shuzhou, they had to pass through Liangzhou, but with just these 30,000 scholars, breaking through Liangzhou was impossible. That's why Su Bai had already sent a message to Xiahou Yuanming when he escaped prison, ordering the Yanling army to attack Liangzhou. With the Yanling army's strength, breaking through Liangzhou wouldn't be too difficult. The challenge was that they had to do it quickly. Otherwise, with enemies chasing from behind and the road ahead blocked, Su Bai and his men would be doomed. Su Bai turned his head and said to Lu Xiuan, "Old Lu, 300,000 Phylon troops will definitely chase us relentlessly. We can't just keep running, we have to slow them down. From what I know, the 300,000 Phylon troops include at least 8,000 cavalry. If they catch up, we won't be able to shake them off. Do you have any good ideas?" Lu Xiuan shook his head, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "What? Fighting a war with Prince Su, and you want an old man like me to think? Wouldn't that be a joke?" Hearing this, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Lu Lang, and the others all laughed. "Exactly. Talking strategy in front of Prince Su? That's just asking to be humiliated. Prince Su, don't be modest. Just give us old men your orders. Fighting alongside Prince Su again, this is truly exciting. If we can weaken the 300,000 Phylon troops this time, maybe I can even make history." Hearing this, Su Bai nodded heavily. He casually pointed at these old friends who trusted him and chuckled lightly, saying, "You old guys really know how to slack off. The 300,000 Flying Dragon army is stationed less than 20 miles north of the northern gate of Daliang, and now, calculating the time, they should have already entered Daliang. We don't have much time left. This year's great drought, and the forest catches fire with just a spark. The nearest to us is the 100 Flowers Garden built by Wei Yinshui on the outskirts. It's less than 5 miles from the south gate, right on our way. If we set a fire there, it will be enough to delay the Flying Dragon army for 2 or 3 hours." Lu Xiuan nodded in agreement. Good idea. The 100 Flowers Garden was built during the flourishing era of the Great Wei, but now, with the Great Wei in chaos, it's time for the flowers to turn to ashes. Once, the Great Wei was so powerful. Who would have thought Wei Yinshui would have such a petty heart, worrying that King Su might have too much power and attempt a rebellion? It's laughable. As long as we take control of Su and Liang provinces and stabilize our position, we will surely crush Daliang City in the future, and let Wei Yinshui know who she has truly relied on all this time. Lu Lang, the Minister of Justice, snorted. What's most infuriating is that she used the lives of the common people to threaten King Su's imprisonment. She treats human lives like grass. These are millions of people. Assisting such a ruler for 5 years is nothing but a shame. Sigh, King Su, I have a plan to break through Liangzhou. Mentioning the lives of the common people, Lu Lang thought of a strategy. Since the Empress didn't value the people of Liangzhou, King Su had once said, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. As long as the people of Liangzhou are willing to cooperate, General Xiahou Yuanming could break through Liangzhou in no time. Don't worry, I already know your strategy without you saying it. When I was released from prison, I already wrote in the letter that the troops in Liangzhou wouldn't be able to hold back the Yanling army for long. What we need to focus on now is not getting caught from behind. Su Bai confidently said. He had already thought of a way to break Liangzhou. The current priority is to shake off the pursuing army. A single fire can only delay them. We need more plans. 16. Leading the army. The Empress vows to destroy Su Bai. Daliang City. South Gate. Deputy Commander Zhao Hu of the Flying Dragon Army bowed his hands to Wei Yinshui, saying, Your Majesty, are you truly planning to lead the army yourself? With just 30,000 infantry, my 300,000 Flying Dragon Army can easily defeat them. There's no need for your Majesty to intervene. Wei Yinshui, sitting in the golden and silver carriage, had a veil covering her face. Her side was wounded by an arrow, and her dragon face was marred. Hearing Zhao Hu's confident words, she immediately coldly looked at him and said, Oh. Since the Flying Dragon Army is so strong, why couldn't 3,000 Flying Dragon soldiers stop just one person? Zhao Hu lowered his head and remained silent. In his heart, he muttered that one person is the most powerful general of the Great Wei and even of hundreds of other countries, but it's not like every soldier has King Su's abilities. Besides, how many times has the Empress led the army personally only to return in defeat? This is purely raising the difficulty for the Flying Dragon Army, and most importantly, every time they fail, Wei Yinshui will never take the blame. The ones who suffer are always these deputy commanders. And who in the world fights from inside the golden and silver carriage? Isn't that delaying the army's march? This time, I am personally leading the army because I want to test my strength against Su Bai, Wei Yinshui continued. From her tone, one could imagine the expression on her face. She must have been gritting her teeth. But hearing this, Zhao Hu only felt ashamed. 30,000 elite troops against 30,000 unknown troops, and she's calling it a test of strength. He truly admired the Empress's shamelessness. At this moment, Zhao Hu kept his eyes fixed on the front, fearing that any hint of disdain on his face might be noticed by Wei Yinshui. Everyone says that Subai's military achievements are unparalleled, that he has made great contributions to the Great Way. If today I lead the army and defeat Subai, my reputation might suppress the 5 surrounding countries and force them to withdraw their troops. Order the officials to spread the word that Subai has brought 30,000 troops to rebel. I was driven out of Dalian by His Majesty's 30,000 flying dragon army. If anyone dares to lie or spread rumors, I will have them executed. General Zhao, this is my strategy to protect the country. You should understand how to control military rumors, right? After speaking, Wei Yanxue turned her head arrogantly to look at Zhao Hu, her words filled with strong threat. Zhao Hu immediately cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, I understand. There will certainly be no soldiers from the Flying Dragon Army spreading rumors outside. But Zhao Hu clearly did not think so in his heart. How could the people's gossip be stopped? Even this rough warrior knew that fact. It seems that His Majesty has truly been blinded by the anger from King Su. Moreover, such a false rumor reaching other countries, do the other nations' armies have no brains? It's not like we haven't fought with you, Wei Yanxue, before. Everyone knows the true strength. Wei Yanxue sat in the golden and silver carriage, and now that they had left Daliang City, she furrowed her brows and asked, Where is Subai's army? How long until we catch up? I can't wait any longer. Zhao Hu received a pigeon letter from the front, joyfully saying, Your Majesty, King Su. Bai's army has actually slowed down. They are only 4 miles away from us. We should be able to see them in about 15 minutes. Wei Yanxue's eyes immediately filled with expectation. Hearing that Subai's army had slowed down, she sneered coldly, as expected, a group of rabble. I knew this 30,000-strong army that appeared out of nowhere could never be a well-trained force. Your Majesty, should we send cavalry to intercept them? Zhao Hu asked. There were 8,000 cavalry within the 300,000-strong Flying Dragon army. If the cavalry charged, it would be a devastating blow to the foot soldiers. Send them. Wei Yanxue said without hesitation, this time, don't give Subai any chance. We must capture him. Yes. Zhao Hu immediately gave the order. All 8,000 cavalry were dispatched. They kicked up a cloud of dust. Set fire. In the 100 Flowers Garden, Subai ordered his 3 armies to start the fire. Under the shocked gaze of Chang Feilong, the fire spread quickly, and in an instant, the flames burned the soldiers' faces, turning them red. Don't waste time, retreat. The 30,000-strong army decisively retreated toward Lianzhou. Only Chang Feilong was left, leading over 2,000 cavalry, spinning around in place, never expecting such a result. A fire set the large 100 Flowers Garden ablaze, and now, Chang Feilong was faced with 2 choices. One was to extinguish the fire, the other was to take a detour. Chang Feilong looked behind him and saw 8,000 cavalry charging toward him. This clearly meant that the Empress was about to arrive. If they found out that Subai had set fire to the 100 Flowers Garden, and blamed it on him, it would be over. Chang Feilong gritted his teeth. He should have charged earlier, but he never expected Subai to play such a dirty trick. There was a small creek nearby, which usually supplied water for irrigation. But to put out the fire, it would take at least an hour. Damn it! Chang Feilong gritted his teeth, half of the army, go dig a fire break, don't let the fire spread any further. The other half, go get buckets and fill them with water. We must put out the fire as quickly as possible. Yes. Immediately, the Flying Dragon army dismounted and began to act. But when the Flying Dragon army entered the warehouse of the 100 Flowers Garden, they found that all the wooden buckets were gone. Strangely, there were no remnants of the buckets in the flames. When Chang Feilong received the news, he almost vomited blood. This was clearly Subai's doing. Without water containers, it would be impossible to quickly extinguish the fire. They had no choice but to either wait for the fire to burn out or take a detour. General, I see the Empress's golden and silver carriage. The deputy general said, with fear and anxiety in his heart. They had lost track of Subai's army, and they would surely face the Empress's wrath. You also go dig the fire break. I will take responsibility. There's no need for everyone to be punished together. Chang Feilong pushed the deputy general aside. As long as you are not by my side, perhaps I won't vent my anger on you. Hearing this, the deputy general immediately opened his mouth wide, his face full of resistance. This is a military order. Chang Feilong said sternly. Several deputy generals reluctantly stepped back. Soon, 8,000 cavalry arrived and, upon seeing the raging fire, were all stunned. This was the fastest route south to Lianzhou, but the fire had blocked the path. If they detoured, it would take several more hours. The general leading the cavalry dismounted and quickly walked up to Chang Feilong. General, what is going on? King Su set a fire. We couldn't stop him in time, and hundreds of fire arrows fell. In just a few seconds, the fire blazed up. Chang Feilong's face darkened as he sighed. The cavalry general nodded inside as well. General, His Majesty will be here soon. You must be mentally prepared. His Majesty is determined to defeat King Su. He has even spread rumors that this time she personally leads the 30,000 Flying Dragon army to drive King Su's 300,000 soldiers out of Daliang. One can imagine His Majesty's competitive spirit. This fire has splashed a full pot of cold water on His Majesty. 17. Furious. The Empress coldly executes the Deputy General. In just a moment, the gold and silver car stopped in front of the burning 100 Flowers garden. Wei Yanxue got out of the car, looking at the scene before her, so enraged that her face was unrecognizable. If not for the veil covering her face, anyone who saw her would be terrified for life. She angrily drew her sword and placed it on Cheng Feilong's neck. Coldly, she said, "You let Su Bai escape with your 3,000 cavalry and even sent me a fire. Cheng Feilong, you have truly disappointed me." This scene startled the deputy generals of the Flying Dragon army. Although General Chang was guilty, his crime was not enough to deserve death. Moreover, now that King Su had left, the Yenling army would surely rebel. Although Great Wei had many soldiers, the truly strong ones could only be the Flying Dragon army, barely at best. Cheng Feilong, as the commander of the Flying Dragon army, was the soul of the Flying Dragon army. If Cheng Feilong died, the Flying Dragon army would be finished. A deputy general of the Flying Dragon army, with a grim look, stepped forward from not far away, kneeling on the ground with a loud thud. He clasped his hands in apology and said, "Your Majesty, letting Su Bai escape was my mistake. It has nothing to do with General Chang. It was my suggestion to wait for the army behind, and I never expected Su Bai to burn the 100 Flowers garden." As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Feilong's eyes widened. At this moment, taking the blame for him was a matter of life and death. "You fool, I am the commander of the army. This is not your place to speak. Your Majesty, this battle was my fault in command, but even with the fire blocking the road, their 30,000 foot soldiers would not escape our cavalry's grasp. I beg your Majesty to give me an opportunity to redeem my mistake." Cheng Feilong, ignoring the sword against his neck, pleaded with Wei Yanxue. Wei Yanxue took the sword away from Cheng Feilong's neck, her face extremely grim. Cheng Feilong thought she had agreed to allow him to redeem himself and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty." Before he could finish speaking, Cheng Feilong heard a thud. Immediately, he turned his head in disbelief, only to see a scene that shocked him deeply. The deputy general who had taken the blame for him had a sword piercing his chest, blood flowing from the blade, and the deputy general's pupils widened, staring at Wei Yanxue. In the end, he did not dare to resist. Cheng Feilong clenched his fists, but then, thinking of something, he helplessly loosened them. He could only hate his own incompetence, hate his inability to see clearly. Wei Yanxue decisively pulled out the sword and casually handed it to a eunuch beside her. He must be too ashamed to live in this world after making such a huge mistake. "Cheng Feilong, this is just the beginning. If such situations occur again, I will not be as lenient as I was this time. Do not forget, your entire family is in my hands. I give you the opportunity to achieve merit, and you must seize it." After finishing speaking, Wei Yanxue climbed back into the golden and silver carriage, and said to the eunuch beside her, "It's too hot here, too fiery, move further away." "Yes." The eunuch respectfully bowed. As the words fell, the golden and silver carriage began to retreat half a mile in the direction they had just arrived from. Cheng Feilong looked at the deputy general lying in a pool of blood, his eyes full of blood and tears. This person had fought all his life but died at the hands of his own emperor. How laughable. Zhao Hu patted Cheng Feilong's shoulder. "General, I even begin to wonder, if King Su were still in the court, would we have an easier time?" Cheng Feilong glared with his tiger-like eyes, warning Zhao Hu with his gaze, "Be careful with your words." He then walked over to the deputy general lying in the blood pool, squatted down, and closed the deputy's wide-open eyes. "Bring a few brothers to help me send him to Izhou, find a green mountain to bury him. Fallen leaves return to their roots." Another deputy general walked over and said, "General, Deputy General Lu once said that if he dies in battle, any place with a green mountain will do, no need for a burial wrapped in horsehide." Upon hearing this, Cheng Feilong's expression turned strange. "Yes, as a general, if you die in battle, just bury yourself on the battlefield. 10 years later, you'll still be a hero. But to be stabbed by your own people, buried here, how unjust. Send him home. Also, have the 3 armies rest in place. When the fire subsides, send out all 10,000 cavalry. We must hold off King Su's army." "Yes." The general of cavalry replied. On the other side, Su Bai led his 30,000 troops south. If everything had gone smoothly, they would have reached a natural pass in 3 hours, leaving behind a few people to guard it while the main force continued south to Liangzhou. But the strength of 30,000 scholars was ultimately not as much as soldiers, and now they were exhausted beyond measure. The long journey had indeed worn them out. making it hard for ordinary people to bear. However, if they couldn't reach the pass, they would have to face the cavalry of the Flying Dragon army head-on. At this moment, Su Bai and the others were caught in a dilemma. Should they abandon the scholars who were physically weak? This was obviously impossible. Lu Gong, did you bring the map? Su Bai furrowed his brows and asked, if I remember correctly, there is a lone mountain 2 hours ahead. Lu Xiuan immediately replied, of course, I brought it. He then took out the map from his chest. They had prepared for battle from the start, so the map was naturally carried with them. Opening the map, they indeed saw the prominent lone mountain. King Su, we are passing by this lone mountain, but what use does it have? Lu Xiuan asked in confusion, could it be that King Su wants to use the high ground to defend on the lone mountain while waiting for the Yanling army's arrival? But the lone mountain is prone to water shortages. If the mountain is surrounded and the water cut off, our 3 armies will be in danger. Everyone looked at Su Bai with curiosity in their eyes. Su Bai pretended to calculate with his fingers, did you forget that I told the 3 armies to take all the wooden barrels from the 100 Flowers garden? In 3 days, there will be heavy rain on the lone mountain, enough to solve the water supply issue. Lu Xiuan and the others suddenly understood. If rain from the heavens fell, then the lone mountain could be defended. But when did King Su learn fortune-telling techniques? Su Bai saw their confusion and smiled, ants move and snakes cross paths, heavy rain is coming soon. Don't you understand this? Everyone was silent. On this journey, they had no leisure to observe ants or snakes. How much food have we brought? Su Bai asked. We rushed here, and only have enough food for 7 days, Lu Xiuan said. If we ration it, we can make it last for about 10 days. The key is whether the Yanling army can come to rescue us within 10 days. Everyone nodded in agreement. They believed in the Yanling army and were willing to take a gamble. But at this moment, Su Bai still frowned deeply. If the 300,000 Flying Dragon army attacks the mountain without fear of death, even if we occupy the high ground, we will likely suffer heavy casualties. We need to come up with a perfect strategy. If only there were a way to make Wei Yanxue hold off for 3 days. 18. The plan. Cutting off the retreat to the lone mountain. Hearing Su Bai's words, everyone fell into deep thought. What method can we use to make the Empress hold back? The Empress has a proud and competitive personality. If we approach her from this angle, could we provoke her into action? Lu Xiuan thought for a long time before saying, if King Su uses provocation to pressure her, would it be possible to agree to fight again in 3 days? Su Bai shook his head, Wei Yanxue is foolish, but not that foolish. She will definitely take advantage of our army being on the mountain with minimal defense preparations and launch a strong assault. The imperial censor Jiao Zuoan frowned and said, could we propose a duel between generals? With King Su's strength, he would surely win. At that point, the morale of the Flying Dragon army would be low, and perhaps it would give us a chance to catch our breath. Su Bai shook his head again, Wei Yanxue knows my martial prowess, she will never duel me. The deputy minister of the Ministry of Punishment, Lu Lang, then said, King Su, once we ascend the mountain, we can immediately set up large rolling stones and fallen trees. If the Flying Dragon army launches a strong attack, it will surely crush their morale. Su Bai nodded but then shook his head, it's possible, but the rolling stones and fallen trees will be limited. Wei Yanxue will certainly know this. If we want the Flying Dragon army to avoid a strong attack, we must do 2 things. Everyone asked sincerely, please, King Su, enlighten us. Su Bai slowly spoke, one is to show strength, the other is to show weakness. Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately confused. Show strength and show weakness? What does this mean? Please, King Su, clarify. What do you mean by showing strength? Lu Xiuan cupped his hands and asked. Fight to the death, let Wei Yanxue see the resolve of my army. She will surely hesitate whether to launch a strong attack on us. Once she launches a strong attack, the Flying Dragon army will suffer heavy losses. Now that the state of Wei is surrounded by 800,000 troops from 5 nations, Wei Yanxue will have to consider whether it is worth sending the Flying Dragon army here to suffer. Of course, knowing how wary she is of me, she will ultimately stop at nothing to eliminate me, so the key lies in showing weakness. Showing weakness will make Wei Yanxue understand that to defeat us, she doesn't need to incur such great costs. She only needs to cut off our water supply and surround the mountain. Lu Xiuan finally understood what Su Bai meant. But he still couldn't figure out how, after just speaking of fighting to the death, they could then show weakness to Wei Yanxue? Could they suddenly shout in the middle of the battle, we are lacking water? Wouldn't that be completely absurd? King Su, since that is the case, how should we show weakness? Lu Xiuan asked again. Su Bai smiled and said, how can we make Wei Yanxue realize there is no water on the mountain? It's simple, we just need to steal the Flying Dragon army's water. If we are stealing water, isn't that clearly telling Wei Yanxue that there is no water on the mountain? If she still doesn't get it by then there's nothing more to say. Su Bai's words made Lu Shiwan understand once more. How could he not have thought of that? No wonder Su Bai, the undefeated king, was so renowned. Whether in martial arts or strategy, he was the top expert in all the nations. 100 Flower Garden. The fire had finally diminished a lot, and Cheng Feilong, along with his deputy generals, was gathered around a map, discussing things heatedly. You said King Su leads a mixed army, and they can't reach the dangerous cliffs. If you were King Su, and 1,000 cavalry were about to catch up, what would you do? The general of cavalry asked one of his deputy generals. If I were King Su? The deputy general hesitated, looking at the map. The southern route was getting flatter and flatter, with no good places to defend, except for the unreachable dangerous cliffs. I would divide my forces to block the enemy's cavalry with the soldiers who can't keep up, then head to the dangerous cliffs with all my might. That would be the only chance of survival. After speaking, the deputy general confidently nodded, feeling this was the only option. King Su had no other path to take. But this answer was immediately opposed. Have you forgotten why King Su was imprisoned? The soldiers and the people, they are his heart and soul. King Su is benevolent, don't you know that? Although this plan could work, King Su would never use it. Even if he had to leave people behind to block the way. I even believe that the King of Su personally covered the rear. As the words fell, everyone nodded in agreement. The benevolence of the King of Su was not like that of the Empress. The King of Su truly loved the people as his own children. Everyone turned their gaze back to the map. Cheng Feilong furrowed his brows. I can't think of any way to block tens of thousands of cavalry. The southward road no longer has suitable places for setting fires, and there are no large rivers. The path is flat, oh? There is a solitary mountain here. Do you all think it's possible for the King of Su to lead his army up the mountain? As soon as the words were spoken, someone immediately retorted, General, that's absurd. 3,000 foot soldiers on a solitary mountain? That would be like trapping my 30,000 flying dragon army in a jar. Moreover, we can afford to wait, but the King of Su's army might not have enough supplies and water. The King of Su absolutely cannot go up this mountain. Otherwise, his reputation will be destroyed in an instant. Hearing this, Cheng Feilong also nodded in agreement. This solitary mountain seemed easy to defend but hard to attack, yet after all, the Flying Dragon army had 300,000 men. Even though there was an advantage from a higher position, the difference in numbers was simply too large. But if they didn't go up the solitary mountain, where else could they go? Zhao Wu lowered his voice and said, Do you think it's possible that the King of Su will fight his way back alone and take the Emperor's head amidst a sea of soldiers? Cheng Feilong's eyes immediately widened. If you want to die, just keep talking. And besides, do you think you and I are just sitting here doing nothing, while so many masters and top-tier experts are just idly sitting? Also, there is still a master hidden beside the Emperor from Fushan. Though his strength cannot match that of the King of Su, he is not to be underestimated. Everyone fell silent again, deep in thought. Finally, they reached the conclusion, the King of Su would definitely fail this time, but if he was determined to flee, there might still be a slim chance of survival. On the golden and silver carriage. Yin Ho was massaging Wei Yanxue's shoulders, but now only his right hand remained, so both of them felt somewhat unfamiliar. Occasionally, Yin Ho's hand would unconsciously stretch down, but this time, Wei Yanxue did not stop him, which made Yin Ho very satisfied. On the table in front of them, there was a map, showing the route from Dalian to Liangzhou, clearly laid out. Wei Yanxue coldly asked, Yin Ho, where do you think Su Bai should escape to? Looking south from Dalian, she saw no hope for Su Bai's survival. Unless Su Bai left his army behind and escaped alone. But Wei Yanxue knew Su Bai. With his character, he would never do such a thing. Yin Ho thought for a long time before replying, the King of Su can't take a detour, he should be heading towards Yixian Cliff. If defenses are set at Yixian Cliff, we will be blocked for a long time. But General Chang saw the King of Su's soldiers slowing down, which proves they are not well-trained strong soldiers. They might not even reach Yixian Cliff. In that case, based on their pace, the only place to defend along the way is this solitary mountain. Yin Ho pointed to the location of the solitary mountain. Wei Yanxue looked carefully and couldn't help but sneer. If Su Bai climbs this mountain, I will annihilate him completely here. 19. Fierce attack. Spare no effort to attack the solitary mountain. Solitary mountain. Su Bai was leading 30,000 scholars up the mountain. As they climbed, he observed the terrain of the mountain and was pleasantly surprised to find that the higher they went, the slope of the mountain became unusually steep. This was excellent for defense. Lu Gong, take people to cut trees and transport stones. These things can play a big role at a critical moment. Lu Shiwan immediately took people to do so. Most of the 30,000 scholars, out of respect for Su Bai, carried long knives, which could barely be used to chop trees. Jiagong, take people to the top of the mountain and occupy the high ground. If there is any movement, report it promptly. Zhao Zuian accepted the order and left, bringing with him the telescope that had been prepared in advance. He gathered the team and went up the mountain. Lugong, there is a small creek behind the solitary mountain's rear slope. Take advantage of the time it will take for the Flying Dragon army to encircle us. Take people to fill the barrels with water we brought, we still need to hold on for 2 or 3 more days before the heavy rain comes. Lu Lang immediately nodded and led people to grab the buckets and run. Chief of Staff, can you bring a carrier pigeon with a message to Xiahou Yuanming? Sun Zhizhi immediately nodded and said, of course, I brought 7 or 8. Does King Su want to send a message to General Xiahou? Su Bai nodded and immediately said, tell Xiahou Yuanming our location, our situation, and the strategy we plan to follow next. He will arrive when we need him most. Understood. Sun Zhizhi turned around and began writing the letter. However, he was puzzled, wondering if General Xiahou was really that magical? Could he really arrive at the most crucial moment? Looking at the busy soldiers of the army, Su Bai was not idle. He found a good stone, laid his purple gold long knife across it, and began to sharpen the blade. If Wei Yanxue gave him the chance, Su Bai would not mind cutting off the enemy's emperor's head amidst 1,000 soldiers. This way, the Flying Dragon army would collapse without needing to attack. At this moment, the cavalry general was riding his horse, cracking his whip, leading nearly 10,000 cavalrymen, and galloping towards the lonely mountain. Dust and smoke rose in waves. What astonished the cavalry general was that along the way, there was not the slightest obstacle. This clearly meant that King Su had left no troops behind. King Su truly loves his soldiers like his children, the cavalry general sighed. Compared to the current empress, King Su was clearly more beloved by the people. But the Flying Dragon army was founded by the empress, and all the families of the Flying Dragon soldiers were well treated in Daliang. So, the Flying Dragon army had no choice but to swear loyalty to the empress. A soldier raised his eyes and looked into the distance, and suddenly saw the figure of Su's army. General, they really went up the mountain. Hearing this, the cavalry general immediately took out his telescope and looked towards the lonely mountain. Sure enough. At this moment, on top of the lonely mountain, there were many people wearing armor. They really chose to go up the lonely mountain. Has King Su really run out of options? Or is there another trick? Order the cavalry to surround the mountain. Send a messenger to report to His Majesty about the situation here. The cavalry general gave orders, and immediately, a large number of cavalrymen began to surround the lonely mountain from both sides, while the messenger quickly rushed back. Wei Yanxue received the message from the messenger. She immediately summoned Cheng Feilong and several other deputy generals to discuss the mountain assault. The group gathered around the map, carefully observing the terrain of the lonely mountain and its surroundings, all frowning in deep thought. Cheng Feilong spoke first. Your Majesty, the lonely mountain is steep and has no good points for attack on all 4 sides. If we force an attack, we will suffer heavy losses. The deputy generals all nodded. The lonely mountain was easy to defend but hard to attack. They were all veterans of the battlefield and had not found any good attack points. But when these words reached Wei Yanxue's ears, they took on a different meaning and sounded like cowardice. She angrily slapped the table. I have raised soldiers for 1,000 days, and now they are useless at the critical moment. If you're afraid of loss and dare not attack, then what use do I have in raising you? Hearing this, Cheng Feilong immediately lowered his head. It's not fear of battle. If your Majesty wants to fight, the Flying Dragon army will never retreat a single step. But we don't know if there is a water source and enough food on the lonely mountain. If they run out of food and water, we just need to surround them without attacking, and they will naturally fall apart. And from the map, it appears there is no water flow on the lonely mountain. As his words fell, Wei Yanxue frowned. Indeed, we can surround without attacking. I have plenty of time to wait with Su Bai here. As long as nothing happens in Liangzhou. Just as she finished speaking, suddenly. Report. A messenger ran over with a letter from Liangzhou. The messenger knelt half down in front of the golden and silver chariot and said, Your Majesty, a letter from Liangzhou. Speak. Wei Yanxue coldly ordered. Since the letter from Liangzhou arrived at this time, it seemed that the Yanling army had indeed been unable to stay calm. She hoped it wasn't bad news. But unfortunately, the messenger said, the Yanling army has launched a giant crossbow to shoot thousands of letters towards the major cities of Liangzhou. Now, the people of Liangzhou are in panic. General Chao has already forcibly suppressed the people's anger. The people are in panic? Wei Yanxue fell into deep thought. What letter could make the people of Liangzhou so unsettled? Beside her, Cheng Feilong had already guessed the contents of the letter. He could only secretly sigh, thinking that Xiahou Yuanming truly had a brilliant plan. Wei Yanxue, still puzzled, asked, What does the letter say? The messenger hesitated and said, When His Majesty imprisoned Su Bai, he once used the lives of the people of Liangzhou to threaten. As the words fell, Wei Yanxue instantly froze, then quickly reacted and became furious. I only used it to intimidate Subai. Are these fools pigs? How could I possibly slaughter the people of 2 provinces? Nonsense. How are the battles in the major cities of Liangzhou? The messenger respectfully said, General Chao has requested reinforcements. Liangzhou sent 100,000 troops to the west to attack the strong Qin, and now only 200,000 remain. The Yanling army is attacking day and night without fear of death. Now, Wuling city is in great danger. Wei Yanxue understood, Liangzhou was now facing both internal and external crises. Not only must they guard against the people rising in revolt, but they also have to struggle with defending against the mighty army of Wei that had the most outstanding military achievements, desperately attacking the city. Liangzhou is in danger, and the Filong army must quickly go to reinforce. Wei Yanxue seemed to understand something, muttering, so that's it. I wondered why Subai was willing to go up the mountain and wait for death. It turns out Xiahou Yuanming has already put pressure on me. If we don't send the Filong army to reinforce in time, Liangzhou will surely fall to the Yanling army, and this is something I don't want to see. At this, Wei Yanxue clenched his fists. Suddenly, with a fierce look on his face, he said to Cheng Filong, forget about Liangzhou for now. Even if General Chao is incompetent, holding off for 10 days should not be a problem. You must quickly send the Filong army and take Gushan at all costs. Since Xiahou Yuanming has the heart to let the Yanling army fight without regard for life, I must also make him feel the urgency. When Xiahou Yuanming hears about Subai's tragic death, I want to see what expression he will have. Understood. Cheng Filong took the order and left with his deputy. The worst strong attack is still unavoidable. 20. Disappointment. The Empress's heartfelt gap. On Gushan. Subai watched the movements of the Filong army and knew that a great battle was about to begin. Looking at the elderly Taiwei Lu Shiwan, he worriedly said, Lu Gong, the fierce battle will start soon. You stay here and command the troops. Don't go personally to face the enemy. As soon as he said this, Lu Shiwan immediately flared up. Before he could rebut, Subai immediately said, when the boulders and logs fall during the battle, don't hold back. The first battle must be fought with great morale. Also, give me the heaviest bow you brought. I'll shoot the leaders of the Filong army. Once their leader dies, I don't believe the Filong army will still have the will to fight to the death. After speaking, Subai took out the telescope and once again observed the Filong army. Looking at Subai so serious, Lu Shiwan felt that the Su Wang from 5 years ago, the one who was invincible in battle and struck fear into people's hearts, had returned. All the boulders and logs were ready. A large number of scholars held bows and arrows in their hands. Archery was one of the 6 arts of a gentleman, and many scholars knew how to shoot arrows. Subai took the bow and arrow Lu Shiwan handed him, weighed it in his hand, and found it was a 6-stone bow. Although it was not as powerful as Gui Ying's bow, it was enough to kill a Filong general from a kilometer away, and the advantage of shooting from a high position would be fully displayed. Su Wang. Lu Shiwan stood next to Subai, his eyes showing some confusion. Why hasn't the Filong army launched an attack yet? Subai smiled lightly, Cheng Filong has some ability. This time, they are attacking the mountain with their lives, so what they fear the most is low morale. The Filong army below is currently listening to Cheng Feilong's heavy promises. But to drive the army with profit is not enough for the higher ranks. Once the casualties become too large, the morale will still drop. Lu Shiwan understood. The difference between the Filong army and the Yanling army was particularly evident in terms of morale. In the Yanling army, as long as Subai gave the order, they would fight to the death without retreating, without needing to make heavy promises. Even if there was only one soldier left, they would fight until the very end. This was the personal charisma of Subai, or perhaps it was the power of faith. They're here. Subai hissed softly, and the 300,000 flying dragon army began to fiercely attack the lonely mountain. Order the 3 armies to prepare for battle. First, exhaust all arrows, rolling stones, and falling wood. Do not engage in close combat unless absolutely necessary. Liu Shiwan immediately went to issue the orders. The 30,000 scholars were very nervous at this moment. After all, this was a battle with a 10-to-1 difference in strength, and their hands were sweaty around their bows. If they won this battle, it would go down in history. Subai stood in a position with a wide view, currently drawing his bow and aiming. The 6-stone bow wasn't quite enough to kill a Grand Master or Master, so Subai specifically aimed at the small leader-level commanders. Coincidentally, the small leaders were the very souls of the hundreds and thousands of soldiers. When the Flying Dragon army reached halfway up the mountain, they had completely entered the attack range of Subai's troops. In an instant, thousands of arrows were shot at once, a rain of arrows pouring down on the Flying Dragon army. Raise the shields! Charge with me, each small leader shouted loudly, one hand holding a large shield and the other holding a long spear. At that moment, whoosh! An arrow, different from the others, shot at an extremely fast speed. The small leader only heard the sound of the arrow breaking through the air, and then felt something sticking into his neck. When he looked down, his shield dropped weakly, and on the shield was a gaping hole. Such incredible archery! Before he could finish speaking, his breath was completely gone. In an instant, the surrounding flying dragon army became flustered, no longer as high-spirited as they were earlier. The small leader's death not only meant that the army was without a leader, but also signaled one thing: there was someone on the mountain who could ignore the defensive shields and kill anyone with a single shot. This was akin to the King of Hell marking his name. If one was shot to death due to poor defense, that was one thing, but to be shot despite proper defense, no one would accept that. This group of nearly 1,000 soldiers did not retreat, still charging forward, though not as quickly as before. Subai drew his bow again. In just a quarter of an hour, 6 small leaders had fallen in pools of blood. The morale of the several thousand soldiers at the front was low, and the rolling stones and falling wood constantly coming towards them completely shattered their resolve. Each time someone was about to reach the archer's position, they were met with giant rolling stones. And while dodging the stones, many were shot down by arrows. At the foot of Lonely Mountain, Wei Yanchua's eyes had not left the telescope. Her face had never looked worse. They hadn't even captured a single mountain peak yet. Not only that, the morale was starting to dip. Some soldiers were hiding in dead corners, afraid to attack. Others were hesitant, taking a step and then pausing for a long time. Only a few dared to fight, and they would often be pushed down by rolling stones or beaten to death when they charged. At this moment, Wei Yanchue could no longer hold back. She angrily stood up and walked to Cheng Feilong's side, yelling at him. "Is this the flying dragon army you brought to me? Every year, I spend nearly 2/10 of the taxes from the Great Way, much more than the Yanling army. You promised me an invincible army, yet you can't even conquer a single lonely mountain. Why are those soldiers so cowardly? They're practically covering themselves entirely with their shields, with no courage to fight. I demand a reasonable explanation." Wei Yanchue glared at Cheng Feilong with an imposing air, her disappointment and anger evident on her face. The strong army cultivated by the Great Way had turned out like this. How could Wei Yanchue not be furious? Cheng Feilong had also been observing the situation on Lonely Mountain. "Your Majesty, the morale of the flying dragon army is low, look over there." After speaking, Cheng Feilong pointed with his hand. Following the direction of his finger, Wei Yanchue had picked up the telescope and looked. Suddenly, she found Subai, who was drawing his bow at that moment. This made her even more furious. It's Subai again. What abilities does he have? Can he really intimidate 300,000 troops all by himself? Wei Yanchue glared at Cheng Feilong angrily. Cheng Feilong explained, "Subai is shooting our small leaders in the Flying Dragon Army, leaving nearly 1,000 soldiers leaderless. Moreover, all of Subai's arrows pierce through shields, which is a powerful deterrent." Hearing this, Wei Yanchue snorted coldly. "Since Subai can kill our leader, doesn't our army have skilled archers to shoot back at him? Do I need to teach you how to return the favor?" Cheng Feilong was speechless. Shooting from the mountain down and shooting from below up are completely different concepts. Besides, who in the Flying Dragon Army can shoot as well as Subai? Shooting against Subai? That's just courting death. Your Majesty, I have a plan. Subai targets our main folks because leaders and soldiers have different outfits. If we let all leaders and soldiers wear the same armor, Subai will be helpless. I believe you this one time. If we lose again, I'll hold you responsible. Sound the retreat." Wei Yanchue said coldly, never expecting to be tricked by Subai again. But this time, although there were injuries from the mountain attack, with a base of 300,000 troops, it was nothing significant. "This battle must be a victory for me, Wei Yanchue. I want to prove to the world that without Subai, Great Wei can still look down on all nations. As for Subai, he is just a defeated general of mine." "Yes." After holding his fists, Cheng Feilong immediately left to issue the order to retreat. Dong dong dong. The drumbeats shook the heavens, and the Flying Dragon Army on the Lonely Mountain breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the retreat signal. Especially those minor leaders with positions. They were the most frightened. After all, they had seen many of their peers shot down by a single arrow. To say they were not scared would surely be a lie. "Retreat! Hold the shields and slowly fall back." With the sound of drums, the entire Flying Dragon Army retreated. The dense crowd moved step by step down the mountain, carefully guarding against various attacks from above. On Lonely Mountain, 30,000 scholars were filled with joy in their eyes. They had actually repelled the renowned Flying Dragon Army, which was hard to imagine. If it weren't for the personal experience, they wouldn't dare to believe it. The retreat signal has really sounded. The Flying Dragon Army has actually retreated. I really didn't expect that we would indeed hold our ground. But the casualties of the Flying Dragon Army are not great. If they regroup, it may be another fierce battle. Indeed, we don't have many boulders and logs left, and there aren't many arrows left in the quivers. So what? Aren't you forgetting who our commander is? That's Su Wang. How could we possibly lose? I don't believe it. As everyone chatted while the Flying Dragon army descended, they noticed that most of the nearby big trees had been cut down, and there were hardly any large trees left on this lonely mountain. If the Flying Dragon army attacks again and fights to the death, then it will come down to close combat. What if it's close combat? We grew up learning Luan Yu, how could we fear them? Fear Sun once said. A gentleman without weight is not respected. A gentleman must be heavy-handed, otherwise, there will be no authority established. Since we've come, we should settle. Since we are here, let's be buried here. To hear the way in the morning is fine, to die in the evening is acceptable. If I hear I've come this morning, then tonight you must die. Brother, who taught you all this? Why didn't my old teacher teach it like this? Exactly, but it makes my blood boil. Everyone laughed heartily listening to a scholar's Luan Yu. Its source seemed to be from the playful banter of the children in Liang and Su provinces. He found it interesting and recorded it. On the other side, Su Bai was holding a telescope observing the movements of the Flying Dragon army. He saw that their generals and commanders had all removed their armor and put on the gear of ordinary soldiers. He couldn't help but frown. I didn't expect they would come up with a solution so quickly. Cheng Feilong really has some skills. Hearing this, Lu Shiwan nodded with emotion. Cheng Feilong is not an ordinary person. The Flying Dragon army will definitely charge again. Should we hold our ground or proceed to the next step, seize food and water? Su Bai clenched his fists. We must hold on. If we don't hurt the Flying Dragon army, they won't waste time with us. Besides, we've just ascended the mountain. Going down to seize water and food now would seem too deliberate. At the very least, we need to hold until late at night, then we'll have a reason to go down and seize water. Lu Shiwan nodded, feeling immense pressure. The sky had already darkened, but the Flying Dragon army below would not give them a moment's rest. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. At the foot of the lonely mountain. General, it's getting dark, do we still need to attack? A deputy general asked Cheng Feilong with cupped fists. Liang Zhou is in danger. Cheng Feilong said just 3 words, and the deputy general understood. He immediately shouted loudly. Light the fires, all 3 armies. Night battle on this mountain. Flying Dragon army, we will win. Immediately, there was a loud cheer, and a large number of Flying Dragon army soldiers followed, shouting we will win. Morale was stirred up again, and the small commanders who had died in the previous battle were replaced by deputies. Thousands of torches were lit, illuminating the area at the foot of the lonely mountain. General, the torches not only reveal our position, but holding a torch in one hand will affect the combat power of our army. The cavalry general looked at the mighty scene and couldn't help but advise. Cheng Feilong nodded. I understand, but His Majesty cannot wait. With our day and night efforts, our army can resolve the battle the fastest. If we push forward 500 meters, the subsequent assault can slow down. We must show some results. For everyone who dies in today's battle, the compensation will be doubled. Hearing this, the cavalry general understood Cheng Feilong's determination and immediately passed the orders. The Flying Dragon army gathered. Cheng Feilong gave the order, attack the mountain. Immediately, tens of thousands of Flying Dragon army soldiers charged towards the lonely mountain again. The sound of shouting and killing shook the sky. Each soldier held a torch, and wherever they passed, it was as bright as day. The small commanders wore ordinary soldier armor, no longer fearing arrows falling from the sky. As long as they weren't targeted by that man, the shield would be enough to protect their safety. At the top of Lonely Mountain, Su Bai looked at the dense torches below and thought to himself, as expected. Wei Yenyue was indeed determined to settle the battle quickly. Prince Su, do we need some torches? Lu Shiwan walked over and asked. The torches provide light, but they also reveal the position. No need, as long as we can see where the enemy is. They need torches to see the road as they ascend the mountain, but we are already on the mountain, we just need to aim at the torches and shoot arrows. Fortunately, the vegetation on this lonely mountain isn't too dense, otherwise setting the mountain on fire would make things very difficult for us. Lu Shiwan replied with a good and went to give orders to the 3 armies. Tonight's battle is crucial. We must make the Flying Dragon army feel immense pressure, or the subsequent plan will be difficult to execute. Su Bai, carrying his bow and arrow and the purple gold long sword, stood with 3,000 men at the north slope of Lonely Mountain. He had the smallest group, but with him here, the north slope would definitely be the hardest to attack. Su Bai looked around, feeling the tense atmosphere among everyone. The scholars who usually hold pens were now facing off against the battle-hardened Flying Dragon army, and it truly was a tough challenge for them. Su Bai shouted loudly. to escort me out of Dalian. Now our lives are in danger. Gentlemen, do you regret it? Hearing Su Bai's words, someone immediately responded. It's because of Prince Su that I can read books, otherwise, I'd be enlisted as a soldier. There's nothing to regret. For King Su, I will not hesitate to give my life. When the Flying Dragon army charges up, I, Jiangwen, must make them understand the courage of a scholar. Nonsense. I, Lu Huazhang, am the fiercest warrior among scholars. When the time comes, everyone must watch closely. King Su, when the real fight begins, don't mind us. Life and death are determined by fate. Besides, the King of Hell may not even bother with the wretched lives of scholars. Hearing the scholar's resolute words, Su Bai's eyes turned slightly red. He looked at the approaching flames beneath Lone Mountain. With a light chuckle, he shook his head and firmly said, "Your lives are not wretched. They are the most precious lives among all the nations. Once we enter Liangzhou, you all will be the founding ministers. Slaughter God. Who can stand against Su Bai's might?" Flames filled the sky as countless flying dragon soldiers stormed up the mountainside. In an instant, arrows rained down, rolling stones and falling logs tumbled down the slope once more. With their vision obstructed, the Flying Dragon army couldn't see where the arrows, stones, and logs were coming from, making it impossible to dodge and advance. Ah! Immediately, agonized screams filled the air. Screams from arrows piercing flesh, cries from those crushed and rolling down the mountain, panicked shouts from soldiers whose torches ignited their own bodies. The many disadvantages of a night assault on the mountain became evident. Several small captains, seeing morale wavering, immediately roared, "Charge up! The arrow rain is thinning. The enemy won't last much longer. Whoever reaches the top first and kills an enemy, I will personally request a reward for him." Under great rewards, there will always be brave men. And indeed, the attacks from above were growing weaker. The Flying Dragon army surged up the mountain like a raging tide, the firelight creeping closer and closer to the peak. At this moment, the northern slope of Lone Mountain. Su Bai watched the approaching Flying Dragon soldiers, drawing his bow and loosing 3 arrows at once. Whoever shouted the loudest, he would shoot them down. Morale is something that dwindles with silence. But no matter how well Su Bai shot, the number of Flying Dragon soldiers was simply too overwhelming to stop. The rolling stones and falling logs were all used up. Without hesitation, Su Bai tossed his bow aside, gripping his purple gold long blade and standing alone at the very front. In the darkness, the Flying Dragon army couldn't see Su Bai's face clearly. They only saw a lone figure standing there. As if he intended to block thousands of men and horses by himself. At once, a Flying Dragon soldier couldn't help but sneer. "Brothers, there's an idiot up ahead, standing alone to guard the way. Don't fight over it, the military merit is mine, I'll behead him myself. My God, is there really such a reckless fool? He must not know the might of our Flying Dragon army. Charge and kill him. He's been shooting arrows from the mountain all night, does he really think he's invincible? Hand-to-hand combat is a different story." Immediately, dozens of soldiers rushed forward, eager for glory. The small captain didn't take Su Bai seriously, assuming his men would cut him down in seconds, and continued commanding troops from other directions. As expected, screams erupted instantly. The small captain smirked in disdain and muttered, overestimating themselves. But soon, he sensed something was wrong. Why were there so many screams from that spot? And why were they from multiple voices, not just one? Something's wrong. The small captain whipped his head around. And what he saw was a sight he would never forget, that lone figure, wielding a long blade, slaughtering dozens like chickens and ducks. Each time the blade fell, multiple Flying Dragon soldiers met a bloody end. Under the firelight, the blood was shockingly vivid. That blade-wielding man looked like a god of slaughter, drenched in blood, like a demon straight out of hell. In less than 2 minutes, all dozens of soldiers lay motionless on the ground, dead. In an instant, cold sweat soaked the small captain's back. His hands gripping the spear trembled uncontrollably as he gulped hard. But as the leader of the first wave of the Flying Dragon army, it was his duty to eliminate all enemies in their path. Thus, his shaking spear slowly pointed at the long-bladed warrior. With a twisted expression, he roared loudly. "All soldiers, attack together. Take this man down. Kill." With the deafening cries of kill, 700 or 800 Flying Dragon army soldiers rushed towards Su Bai alone. Around Su Bai, torches were scattered everywhere. The Flying Dragon army held their spears with both hands, stabbing, swinging, blocking, and sweeping. They fought fiercely with Su Bai. Under the light of the flames, Su Bai's body was covered in blood, even his face was stained with blood. The purple gold long knife was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. It wildly reaped the lives of the Flying Dragon army. Anyone who came close could not survive for 3 seconds. This scene left the 3,000 scholars who had come to support stunned. They all stood frozen in place, staring at Su Bai in disbelief. Su Wang is too strong. Su Wang is not only skilled in politics, but also deeply understands the 4 books and 5 classics. His business skills are unmatched. The world says Su Wang has no equal in combat strength. I didn't believe it before, but now, I truly bow down. If anyone had even 1/10 of Su Wang's abilities, they would become an important minister in any country. Such a talent, and our Wei country's ruler doesn't want him? I really don't know if she's got shit in her brain. At this moment, the flying dragon army, rushing up the mountain, was also stunned. How could anyone, surrounded by thousands, remain unafraid? With every swing of the knife, multiple flying dragon army soldiers fell dead. Covered in blood, with a savage look on his face. He stood proudly like a god of death, one man blocking the pass, and none could break through. The flying dragon army felt a deep shock in their hearts, and they couldn't help but exclaim. How could such a fierce person exist in this world? Brother, my legs feel weak. Why don't we take another route? There are other paths to the mountain. We're so many people, being scared off by one person, isn't that too embarrassing? Is face more important, or life? Do you want to fight this god of death? Then let's take the other route. I can't take even one strike. As the words fell, the 1,000-strong flying dragon army decisively took a different route, as Su Bai's position was on the north slope, and they could attack from the east or west slopes. Watching the flying dragon army take the detour, the 3,000 scholars on the mountain were once again stunned. No way. The visual shock brought by Su Wang was too strong, so much so that it made thousands of people feel cold in their hearts. A scholar murmured softly. Should we help Su Wang or support the other 2 routes? Of course, we help Su Wang. Brothers, let's go kill. Just as the 3,000 scholars were about to charge down, they saw another group of flying dragon army who had just arrived also take the detour. Another group came, and they too took the detour. Su Bai chopped off the last head, and the originally 800 or 900 flying dragon army soldiers were now lying dead on the ground. The dead are dead, and the ones who fled are gone. No one was left around Su Bai, his long knife dragging on the ground, looking down at the dense torches below the mountain. Wei country spends 20% of its tax revenue every year to train these soldiers? Aside from their good equipment, I don't see any other strengths. A mere 1,000 soldiers, not worth mentioning. You 3,000, stand guard for me here, don't let the flying dragon army reach the north slope. Let me kill to my heart's content. As the words fell, Su Bai did not wait for the 3,000 scholars to respond. He raised his knife and charged towards the flying dragon army below the slope. Su Bai is here, anyone who wants to take my head. Come and fight. The flying dragon army looked at Su Bai charging down and immediately rejoiced. He actually walked into his own trap. It seemed the legendary Su Wang, both wise and brave, was just a rumor after all. After all, human strength is limited. How can individual bravery defeat an army of thousands? However, not even a quarter of an hour later. Take the detour. Hurry. No joke, there's a god of death on the north slope. If you attack from there, you're definitely dead. Damn, he's really a monster. If someone like him were to rebel, I can't even imagine what the emperor would have used to defend the throne. At the foot of the lonely mountain, 300,000 flying dragon army was gradually advancing. Wherever the flying dragon army went, they would surround it, gradually shrinking the survival space of Su Bai's team. A messenger from the flying dragon army walked to the gold and silver carriage, kneeling halfway on the ground. He cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty. Although they encountered very strong resistance, the lonely mountain in the southwest had already pushed up by 300 meters on 3 sides. Wei Yanxue nodded gently. Not bad, you have finally not disappointed me. How is the battle on the northern slope? Immediately, the messenger stuttered. Wei Yanxue furrowed her brows and coldly snorted. Unhappily, she said. You can just speak it out. Was there resistance that prevented you from advancing 300 meters? It's fine, add more soldiers to the northern slope, and have them charge up for me. I am not a harsh ruler. Hearing this, the messenger felt somewhat reassured. So he carefully said. The northern slope was pushed back by 100 meters. It is rumored that there is a killing god there. All the flying dragon army sent there were killed by him. Upon hearing this, the people near the golden and silver carriage all changed their expressions and secretly cursed. Sure enough. As soon as the words were spoken, a furious voice from Empress Wei Yanxue came from the golden and silver carriage. What did you say? The northern slope not only failed to advance, but was pushed back by 100 meters. Killing god? On the land of Dewei, I am the only god. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. In her rage, Wei Yanxue threw the teapot and cups off the table, smashing them to pieces. The generals immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, please calm down. Calm down? How can I not be angry? Ah. 1,000 troops are blocked by a single person. could it be that person has 3 heads and 6 arms? The northern slope, huh? Very well. Let the flying dragon army from the other 3 sides go around to the northern slope and attack the killing god from both sides. I don't believe it, even if slaughtering 1,000 pigs would exhaust one's strength, that killing god on the northern slope can't kill all my flying dragon army. With these words, the messenger responded with a quick yes. He hurriedly got up and left in a panic, covered in cold sweat. When Empress Wei Yanxue gets angry, it's as if walking on the edge of the gates of hell. Being a messenger is truly a dangerous position. On the golden and silver carriage, Wei Yanxue was seething, looking at the lonely mountain not far away. She muttered to herself. Killing god? I think it's Su Bai. His personal bravery is truly top-notch. If it weren't for his high achievements, I wouldn't want to fall out with you. But since I've made a decision, I will make it absolute. This lonely mountain will be your burial ground. Wei Yanxue turned her head and looked at General Chang Feilong and the other generals, feeling quite disappointed. Why does Wei only have one person like Su Bai? If there were more of such people, I wouldn't feel any regret at all. If one's achievements are too great, then they should be killed. Then we can support another, and Wei will prosper for another 10 years. It's a pity there is only one person like Su Bai. Not to mention Wei, even in all the 100 nations, there is only one. Chang Feilong, has there been any news from Lianzhou? Wei Yanxue asked coldly. If Lianzhou is unstable, Wei will lose a huge territory, which Wei Yanxue absolutely cannot bear. Upon hearing Wei Yanxue's words, Chang Feilong hurriedly said. Your Majesty, we just received the latest news from Lianzhou. General Chao has held off the Yanling army's offensive. The Yanling army, which was originally planning to attack day and night, suddenly sounded the retreat. It seems that the losses in the night attack were too great. As soon as these words were spoken, Wei Yanxue couldn't help but sneer. She said sarcastically. It seems that the famous King Su's position in Xiahou Yuanming's heart is not that high after all. I thought they had such a good relationship. But it makes sense, if Su Bai returned to the Yanling army, wouldn't Xiahou Yuanming's position as the commander of the 3 armies be in jeopardy? Indeed, power always surpasses friendship. I'm starting to appreciate Xiahou Yuanming. Chang Feilong remained silent, quietly listening to Wei Yanxue's mocking words. However, in his heart, he had a different view. The retreat of the Yanling army might not necessarily be due to fear of losses, but rather because there was some bigger plot behind it. When Su Bai was imprisoned, the Yanling army sent nearly 10,000 troops to the capital to pressure the emperor. It couldn't have been a heartless army. But it seemed like Wei Yanxue was living in her own world. What kind of person she was, she thought others were the same. Chang Feilong did not dare to speak, merely kneeling silently on the ground, listening to Wei Yanxue's ever-changing words. His heart felt somewhat uneasy. Can the Great Wei ever return to its former prosperity? On Lonely Mountain. The dragon army from the east, west, and south no longer advanced up the mountain, but chose to bypass it and move toward the northern slope. When the scholars from these 3 sides saw this, they all secretly sighed, realizing it was bad. Lu Shiwan immediately made a decisive decision. Stop them. We absolutely cannot let King Su be attacked from both sides. As soon as the words were spoken, the many wounded scholars no longer retreated up the mountain but followed Lu Shiwan down the slope. The sounds of shouting and killing shook the heavens. Kill! 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 The scholar's spirit was fully displayed in this moment. One scholar was stabbed by a dragon army soldier, but, despite the pain, he threw himself at the dragon army and leaped down the mountain, shouting, Kong Jingxian, this life was worth it. He then rolled down the mountain, knocking down 3 or 4 dragon army soldiers along the way. The other scholars, seeing this, were all filled with extreme anger. Damn it, Kong Jingxian stole the spotlight. I'm Sun Changwen, here I come. Well done, I, Su Xiu, will accompany you with my life. I, Kai Zhongyang, as well. Immediately, the scholars launched a suicidal attack, catching the dragon army off guard. They panicked, fearing they might be dragged down the mountain, becoming companions on the road to the afterlife. Lu Shiwan was deeply moved upon seeing this. This was the spirit of poor scholars. If Great Wei could use this group of scholars, surely it would once again rise to prosperity. What a pity, after attacking King Su, no scholar with integrity would remain loyal to the country. Wei Kingdom would eventually, step by step, fall into the abyss. I, Lu Shiwan, am here. Though I am old, I can still kill enemies. If you want to go elsewhere, step over my dead body first. As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Shiwan raised his long blade and charged forward. In an instant, all the scholars, despite being wounded, followed Lu Shiwan without fear of death. So what if they were covered in injuries? So what if they did not know martial arts? So what if they had to die? They came here to escort King Su back to Shuzhou, and everyone came with the resolve to die. But as long as King Su was alive, everything would be worth it. Watching the scholars, who were originally retreating up the mountain, charge down without fear of death. The dragon army soldiers were filled with confusion. When a large number of scholars launched their suicidal charge, the dragon army was completely thrown into chaos. They had never seen such madness before. No one wanted to be the one dragged down as a shield. If they rolled down the mountain, they would either die or be maimed. At once, a large number of dragon army soldiers began running down the mountain. At this moment, even though many commanders shouted until they were hoarse, they could not reverse the situation. Let alone encircle King Su, they had already lost the 300 meters they had gained. Belief. The endless spirit of the scholars. On the northern slope of Lonely Mountain, where Su Bai was, the ground was filled with corpses. Blood covered his white prison uniform, as if it could drip with every twist. His long knife was planted in the ground. Su Bai laughed recklessly. Come on. Is this all the dragon army is capable of? Why retreat? With so many of you, are you afraid of me? So weak and pathetic. The dragon army on the northern slope dared not advance because they had not received the promised reinforcements. The promised encirclement never arrived. The man holding the knife in front of them was too terrifying, striking fear into all the dragon army on the northern slope. They could not even summon the courage to look him in the eye, let alone fight. Some experienced soldiers recognized this man as the legendary King Su. They simply couldn't understand, why would such a fierce warrior want to rebel while the emperor still sat safely on the throne? With King Su's courage, combined with the 300,000 Yenling soldiers, it would be enough to shake the very heavens of Wei Kingdom. As the dragon army slowly retreated, Su Bai suddenly picked up his long knife and charged forward. Suddenly, a sharp scream came from the flying dragon army. Then, chaos broke out immediately. Even the long spears in their hands were abandoned as they ran down the mountain. Don't run! Don't run! The commander of the flying dragon army was so anxious he jumped up and down. But he realized no one was willing to listen to him. Even facing the punishment of becoming deserters, they refused to stay and fight King Su. Because they couldn't see any hope of winning. Soon, almost all the soldiers of the flying dragon army had run down the mountain, leaving only their commander, whose throat was hoarse from shouting, standing at the spot. Su Bai raised his long knife. The commander only exchanged a glance with Su Bai. Instantly, the commander of the flying dragon army scrambled down the mountain, even surpassing the speed of all the regular soldiers of the flying dragon army. He reached the front. This scene caused the soldiers to curse loudly. You coward, go fight the god of death yourself. Exactly, you're telling us to die while you stand behind directing the battle. Now you're running faster than anyone else. I really don't know how you became the commander. Did you raise your backside to get there? Not him, his mother. Oh my, looks like our general has some meaning to him. On the north slope of the mountain, 3,000 scholars witnessed this legendary scene with their own eyes. One man could hold the pass, no one could break through. This was realized today. King Su is really too strong, so strong that even thousands of troops fear him. What we saw today, we are truly fortunate to witness. I'm not hiding it from you, I still feel it's unreal. Hold on, let me pinch myself. Oh, it really doesn't hurt. Please. You're pinching my arm. Everyone was discussing among themselves, their faces showing joy from victory. Su Bai walked back. But there was no joy on his face. Although the north slope had been held, the other three sides might not be as safe. And Su Bai vaguely heard the soldiers of the flying dragon army talking, asking why the encirclement hadn't arrived yet. This clearly indicated that the other three sides had fallen and were retreating up the mountain. But if that were the case, then a large number of flying dragon army should have appeared above Su Bai. But the reality was not like that. Su Bai suddenly realized. This is not a good thing. 3,000 men, divide into 3 routes, head towards the other 3 sides. We've fought long enough, it's time to gradually retreat up the mountain. As long as the flying dragon army has tasted the pain and knows we are not easy to deal with, plus at this moment the Yenling army in Liangzhou should have slowed down their attack, Wei Yanqing won't be in such a rush to attack the mountain at any cost. After saying that, Su Bai raised his knife. Send 500 people with me to the east slope, the remaining soldiers split into 2 routes, head to the west and south. As soon as the words fell, 500 scholars immediately followed Su Bai. They headed towards the east slope. The east slope was guarded by Taiwei Lu Shiwan, and from the scholars' reports, the small number of flying dragon soldiers who circled around came from the west slope. And not a single person had come from the east slope. This made Su Bai's heart tighten, feeling uneasy. Speed up. Su Bai, holding the knife, ran on the rugged mountain road. Even though he had just fought a bloody battle and was exhausted, and there were many more flying dragon soldiers to face. But he couldn't care less about that. Lu Shiwan, that old man, must have fought desperately. If they were any slower, with Lu Shiwan's old body, he would likely be torn apart. On the east slope of Gushan, Lu Shiwan, with the remaining few thousand scholars, charged down the mountain desperately. Clashing of swords and spears, blood splattering. Although they were scholars, when they fought for their lives, they were even fiercer than the Flying Dragon Army. They forced the Flying Dragon Army to retreat continuously, and no one was able to bypass the north slope. The small commanders were furious. If they failed to complete the Emperor's task, they would have to bear the Emperor's wrath. This was something none of them dared to face. After all, the current Emperor had fully exposed his nature, and there was no more sentiment in his eyes. The small commanders looked at the retreating soldiers. They shouted loudly. Kill! That group of people doesn't even know how to use a sword, don't let them scare you. We are the Flying Dragon Army. The most elite army of the Wei Kingdom. If we can't even defeat them, won't that make others laugh until their teeth fall out? But the tactic of provoking them clearly didn't work. In the face of life and death, others' ridicule seemed like a trivial matter. The young commander saw this. He raised his spear, his face darkened, and he angrily shouted. One more step back, and you'll be killed without mercy. Upon hearing this, the Flying Dragon Army soldiers who were retreating immediately turned pale. If they stepped back, it meant death. The only option left was to attack. If they disobeyed the young commander or directly turned against him, the former would face the young commander's silver spear, and the latter would suffer the harshest punishment from the Wei Kingdom, the extermination of 9 generations. The soldiers of the Flying Dragon Army gritted their teeth and charged again. They fought hand to hand with many scholars. And when facing the scholars who were charging without fear of death, intending to die together, the Flying Dragon soldiers desperately dodged. And they cursed loudly. Damn it, these people are just madmen. Do they think their lives are so worthless? Can't they run up the mountain and live a few more days? Why do they have to use their lives to stop us from going to the north slope? Is King Su their father? Even if he was their real father, how many sons would be able to do this? This is unbelievable. The casualty rate is over half, and they still have morale. This is completely different from what the military books say. Hearing the words of the Flying Dragon Army soldiers, Lu Shiwan slashed and sent several soldiers of the Flying Dragon Army flying, laughing boldly. What do you people know? The casualty rate is nonsense for soldiers with faith. For King Su, we have endless morale. Today, we will definitely not let you have a chance to bypass the north slope. Kill! Looking at Lu Shiwan charging at them, the commanders of the Flying Dragon Army's eyes grew cold. Old dog, if you want to die, don't blame me. Blood battle. The Grand Commandant is old but can block 1,000 soldiers. Hurry! Faster! Subai shouted angrily in his heart, a bad premonition rising in his chest. The 500 men behind him were already unable to keep up with Subai's pace and could only chase after him from behind. Lu Shiwan, how old are you, and you're still playing with your life like this? You better hold on. In the sky, what was once as dark as ink now revealed a round moon, but it was missing a section. Subai glanced at the moon. His heart shook violently. He muttered, a crescent moon, what does it mean? Not good. On the east slope of Gushan, Lu Shiwan gripped the hilt of his sword, panting heavily. In front of him stood a great commander holding a long spear and 6 smaller commanders. At this moment, they all looked at Lu Shiwan in shock. They sighed and said, I never expected this. Lu Taisher is already so old, yet he still has the courage of 10,000 men. It's just a pity. Your stamina seems to be running out. In the end, a person must yield to age. Surrender, and we can take you to see the Emperor, let you survive for a little longer. After saying this, the great commander looked at Lu Shiwan with disdain. Waiting for Lu Shiwan's reply. If they could bring the current Grand Commandant to see the Emperor, it would certainly be a great achievement. He really couldn't understand. Why, when Lu Shiwan had already reached the position of Grand Commandant with great power, did he still follow King Su in rebellion? He could have enjoyed wealth and comfort in his later years, but instead, he chose to take up a sword and gamble with his life. Could it be that his life is really that tough? Hearing the words of the Flying Dragon Army's great commander, Lu Shiwan immediately threw his head back and laughed. He laughed so hard that he bent forward and backward, shaking his head repeatedly. That foolish emperor, that jealous ruler, I have no interest in seeing her ugly face. Only you dogs don't mind, after all, you still remember the little scrap she threw you. Humph. This is just ridiculous. One day, Wei Yensno will kneel before the great Yenling army and cry, begging King Su to save her once more. Do you believe it? Lu Shiwan's expression was playful, as he knew that with the way the Wei Kingdom was developing, within a year, it would be swallowed up by the 5 surrounding kingdoms. At that time, the once crying Wei Yensno would have no one to rely on. Her greatest support is now being personally led by her. Absurd! The Grand Commander immediately pointed at Lu Shiwan's nose and cursed, "Old dog, don't speak nonsense. My Great Wei has elite soldiers and generals, with an army of 1,000,000. A mere Yenling army only has the fate of waiting to be slaughtered. Since you don't know how to appreciate it, go to the underworld and boast about your King Su to King Yin." As soon as the words fell, the Grand Commander, along with 6 small commanders, charged forward with their spears. Under the siege of 7 people, Lu Shiwan's disadvantage became apparent. The Dragonfly Army's Grand Commander had not spoken falsely when he said that he was truly old. Had he been younger, not to mention being on par with King Su, he would have never taken these people seriously. But now, a mere 7 people, and they were gradually pushing him into a deadly trap. With a sweeping long knife, Lu Shiwan forcibly pushed the 7 back, then chopped toward one of the small commanders. Once surrounded, it was most correct to force the enemy to lose their personnel one by one. Even if he couldn't survive, it would be good to take a few with him as shields. "Old dog, you're thinking too much." Behind Lu Shiwan, the Grand Commander suddenly thrust his spear out, fast as lightning. Lu Shiwan's eyes flashed coldly, he merely sidestepped to avoid the fatal blow, and his long knife went straight for one of the small commanders, decapitating him. Ah! Lu Shiwan felt the tearing pain from his waist and couldn't help but let out a painful cry. Gripping the long knife with one hand, he immediately slashed backward. The Grand Commander decisively pulled out his spear and stepped back, avoiding the blade. Blood continued to pour from his waist. Cough, cough. Lu Shiwan coughed weakly twice, a mouthful of blood flowing from his mouth. "It's been a long time since I felt this way, the feeling of battling on the battlefield. I truly missed the time when I fought alongside King Su. The new saddle on the chestnut steed gleams white, after the battle, the moonlight is cold. The sound of iron drums still shakes the city walls, and the golden sword in the scabbard is still stained with blood. Lu Shiwan's life, meeting King Su, is worth it. Kill." Lu Shiwan, ignoring the wound on his waist, raised his knife and slashed again. The great wind rises, the clouds fly. My power spreads across the land, and I return home. When King Su returns to Shuzhou, no one can stop the Yenling army's iron cavalry. The long knife danced wildly, exchanging injury for injury. Lu Shiwan's life flickered like a candle in the misty moonlight. Flickering and fading. Tai Wei. Protect the Tai Wei. Charge. Come roll down with me, damn Grand Commander. I will take you, Dragonfly Army, to meet King Yin. Suddenly, a large number of scholars rushed toward Lu Shiwan without regard for their lives, not fearing the sharp spear tips. Some people would manage to reach him. As long as they could protect the Tai Wei, the lives they sacrificed would be worth it. The Grand Commander of the Dragonfly Army watched as 3 bloodied people lunged toward him, intending to take him down the hill. His heart suddenly jolted. He quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, his spear lunged toward the 3, stabbing them multiple times. Lu Shiwan watched this, his eyes about to burst, and shouted loudly. "All of you, retreat up the mountain. You are still of great use, don't die here. Military order. This is a military order." Lu Shiwan looked at the scholars charging toward him, shouting loudly. The lives of these scholars are precious, there's no need to send them to their deaths just to save him. He was old, dying wouldn't be too much of a loss. And these scholars, they were at the most brilliant time in their lives. Hearing Lu Shiwan's words, the scholars showed hesitation. One side was righteousness, the other was a military order. I, Lu Liang, have always been slow-witted, and don't know which side is the correct choice, so I'll go first. After saying this, the scholar named Lu Liang charged toward one of the small commanders. Facing the small commander's spear tip, he didn't care about the tearing pain in his stomach. He forcefully grabbed the small commander and rolled down the hill. Seeing this, the scholars no longer hesitated. Tai Wei, I am truly sorry. Liang Bu Kai is just a scholar, I can't follow military orders. But if there's a next life, I hope to truly be one of your soldiers, fighting on the battlefield with you. As soon as the words fell, in Lu Shiwan's stunned gaze, Liang Bucai charged in front of Lu Shiwan, smiled at Lu Shiwan, and then made a big leap towards the Grand Commander. In the air, he yelled, "Quick, save the Taisher." The Grand Commander knocked Liang Bucai away with a single strike from his spear, not giving him any chance for a mutual destruction. Seeing hundreds of people charging towards him without fear of death, he became a bit panicked. He was not a martial arts master, and a single person couldn't handle so many people. Madmen, truly a group of madmen. Bullshit scholars, if scholars were this fierce, what would we need the Flying Dragon Army for? While speaking, the Grand Commander was commanding the Flying Dragon Army to attack, while he himself ran down the mountain. But as he ran, he saw a blood-soaked person running towards him. Before he could clearly see the person's face, he heard a cold voice, "Whoever blocks me dies." As the voice fell, the Grand Commander felt as if he was flying through the air, but why was his body still in place? No. This was a beheading. 26. Kneel and pay respects. Please, King Su, unify the world. King Su. King Su has come. The sharp-eyed scholar shouted excitedly, tears shining in his eyes. With this shout, everyone turned to look at the blood-soaked person charging up from below. Though his body was covered in blood, they would never fail to recognize the appearance of King Su. Commander, what should we do? The soldiers of the Flying Dragon Army trembled and asked, seeing the bloodied appearance of Su Bai. Ordinary soldiers didn't dare to face him. The commander gritted his teeth and looked towards Lu Shiwan, not far away. With a grimace, he said, I have heard that King Su values loyalty deeply. Capture the Taisher, and threaten King Su to submit. As the words fell, thousands of Flying Dragon Army soldiers charged towards Lu Shiwan's direction. The scholars escorting Lu Shiwan felt their hearts tighten as they saw the Flying Dragon Army behind them. Lu Gong was seriously injured, and now he was being carried on someone's back, with intense jolting, blood flowing everywhere. If they were attacked by the Flying Dragon Army, he would surely be in danger. First, treat the Taisher's wounds, or he will be in danger of dying from blood loss. Leave 2,000 men to protect the Taisher, and the rest of us will intercept the Flying Dragon Army to delay them. A scholar stepped forward and spoke, his words seemed to carry a lot of weight among the scholars. Immediately, many responded to his call. The majority of the scholars were willing to step forward and intercept the Flying Dragon Army. Ouyang Linchang, you are the top scholar of the Wei Kingdom, your life still has great use. Stay here and protect the Taisher while we go fight. Another scholar stepped forward and said. As the words fell, countless voices of agreement followed. Indeed, Brother Ouyang, leave this battle to us. You should preserve your strength and serve King Su in the future. Exactly, if the Wei Kingdom falls, remember to burn some paper money for me, so I can be happy in the underworld. Brother Ouyang, we all know your governance ability. You should help King Su in the future. There's no need for you to fight. Hearing the words of the scholars, Ouyang Linching's eyes turned red. Most of the scholars with ambition in the Wei Kingdom were here. Now, they had to face the ruthless and savage Flying Dragon Army head-on. I called everyone. I shouldn't hide behind. Ouyang Linching said, his eyes red with emotion. But he saw that most of the scholars in front of him only waved at him and headed off with long knives, not looking back. I, Su Wenkai, am leaving. If I never return? Then I will never return. Kill. Thousands of scholars charged towards the Flying Dragon Army, vowing to not let them approach Lu Shiwan by even a step. The scholars were full of ambition and heroic spirit. With a brush, they could stabilize the country, with a knife, they could block the flying dragon. Blood splattered everywhere, severed arms and limbs scattered, the battlefield was like a giant meat grinder, filled with cruelty and slaughter. You overestimate yourselves. Flying Dragon Army, listen to my orders, kill them. Several small commanders shouted angrily. If they hadn't known their background earlier, it would have been fine. But in the end, they turned out to be a group of scholars. A group that usually couldn't even lift a chicken, yet now they dared to draw knives against the Flying Dragon Army. Unaware of death. The little commander sneered and rushed straight toward Lu Shiwan. But soon, he was stunned to find a tearing pain in his chest. He slowly looked down, and to his shock, there was a knife wound in his chest. The knife was quickly pulled out, and the little commander, unwilling to accept it, turned around, only to see a blood-covered person standing behind him. Su Wang. Su Bai cleanly and decisively struck another blow and shouted loudly. I am Su Bai. Didn't you chase me all the way? Why now, when I'm right in front of you, do you choose to chase an old man instead? Come, face me. With a sweep of his long knife, several flying dragon troops were sent flying. Then he loudly commanded. All scholars, retreat. After saying that, he single-handedly charged into the flying dragon troops. Flying dragon troops, listen up. Su Wang is covered in blood, he's been rushing all the way. His strength must be running low by now. We have tens of thousands here. Before he could finish speaking, a silver spear pierced his throat. Su Bai sneered. The silver spear was something he had grabbed and tossed casually. Now they were trying to boost morale? What a dream. He had been wondering who the commanders were. Now, anyone who shouted loudly would become a soul under his knife. The Flying Dragon Army on the northern slope has already been wiped out by me. It seems you guys on the eastern slope want to avenge your comrades? Come on. I'm getting bored of killing. Su Bai roared, his voice shaking the heavens and earth, causing all the flying dragon troops to be filled with fear. With one man and one knife, it seemed like there was no one to stop him. There really was someone who could turn the tide of battle with just one person's bravery. Watching Subai rush forward, cutting down enemies like slicing vegetables, the faith of the flying dragon troops completely collapsed. Although thousands of reinforcements were still coming, they no longer dared to fight. I'm not fighting anymore. You want to run? Cowards will be punished by military law. There are so many of us here. I don't believe you can kill us all. Running might not be deadly, but facing Su Wan? That's a dead end. Countless flying dragon soldiers hurriedly ran down the mountain, leaving the others, who were about to go up, stunned. So many of them were deserting. Was there a god on the mountain? Killer god. There's a killer god on the mountain. We can't win at all. I suggest you come down with us. If you continue to charge up the mountain, you won't even know how you'll die. The flying dragon troops climbing up the mountain were dumbfounded. After some hesitation, they too began to retreat, for after all, a few thousand soldiers heading down together could not be punished by military law. At worst, they would only receive some curses or be beaten. Clearly, this was much better than facing the killer god that the deserters spoke of on the mountain. On the eastern slope, Subai's purple gold long knife fell to the ground with a loud crash. After swinging the 40-kilogram heavy blade over 10,000 times, Subai was already exhausted. If it weren't for the last bit of determination, the long knife would have been dropped long ago. Su Wang! Su Wang! The scholars quickly shouted, "Come, look at Lu Gong's condition. His face is pale, and he's already fainted." What? Subai immediately ran over and saw Lu Shiwan slumped on the ground, his eyes closed. He reached out and felt his breath, extremely weak. So he anxiously shouted, "Is there anyone who knows medicine?" Su Wan, my family has been imperial physicians for 3 generations, and I've learned some skills since childhood. I can help. A figure quickly emerged from the crowd. Covered in blood, but what shocked Subai the most was this scholar only had one arm left, the other side was still bleeding, clearly just bandaged. Noticing Subai's gaze, the scholar nonchalantly smiled, "It's fine, I just lost an arm." Although his words were light, the pain on his face was far from pretending. The scholar quickly squatted beside Lu Shiwan, lifting his arm to feel his pulse. After a while, he murmured, "Weak, thin, faint. Su Wan, Lu Gong's pulse is weak, but it's just anemia, not life-threatening. However, the injury has affected his lungs. He will likely be weak in the future. The symptoms of tuberculosis are obvious, it is crucial not to engage in combat with others." Subai let out a sigh of relief and nodded seriously. "Thank you for your hard work. Thank you all for your hard work. Subai is useless, bringing everyone into danger. If we can successfully enter Liangzhou this time, I will ensure that all of you live a life of glory." The scholar who was treating the illness shook his head, "Suwan, we scholars did not come for glory. We came for the people of the world. I still remember what you once said, establish the heart for heaven and earth, establish the destiny for the people, inherit the teachings of the ancient sages, and open peace for the world. The reason we are willing to follow you without fear of life or death is because we desire peace for the world, health for the people, and freedom from the suffering of war and the pain of losing our families. We pray to Su Wang to unify the world." As the words fell, thousands of scholars kneeled on one knee and shouted in unison. "We pray to Su Wang to unify the world. We pray to Su Wang to unify the world. We pray to Su Wang to unify the world." The thunderous shout even woke up Lu Shiwan. Lu Shiwan's lips moved. Subai saw this and quickly bent down to listen, only hearing 8 words, "We pray to Su Wang to unify the world." In an instant, Subai fell silent. 8 years ago, I came to this world torn by war, where the rulers of various countries had been waging endless battles, leading to a land full of the dead and suffering people. At that time, Wei country was especially devastated. Back then, as a young man, I vowed to change this world. So I entered the court to become an official. As a military officer, I would end the wars, defend the borders, and keep the people from being caught in the depths of suffering. As a civil official, I would reform the laws, suppress the nobles, and prevent the common people from being exploited and oppressed. As a businessman, I would give back to the people, not compete with them for profits, so that the people would have some spare money. As a teacher, I would establish great academies and create a system of imperial examinations, so that children from humble families and ordinary households would have books to read, opening up a path for advancement in life. At the time, I thought that was enough, and seeing the flourishing Wei country, I was deeply satisfied. I believed that long-lasting prosperity was inevitable. From the smiles of the people, I gained countless joys. But all of that was destroyed later. It all started because of the emperor's suspicion, leading to an absurd imprisonment. What was once a prosperous Wei country was once again plunged into the flames of war. It repeated the same mistakes from 8 years ago. All the efforts of these 8 years seemed to have turned into bubbles. Praying to Su Wang to unify the world? Ha ha! Yes, only by becoming an emperor can one protect the people under one's rule. Otherwise, no matter how noble the position, with just a command from the emperor, everything will disappear. An emperor of 100 countries? Governing one-way country already took so much effort. Can I really succeed? I can. Even if I don't have the ability, there is one person who surely has it. The seventh illustration. He was the founder of the Tang Dynasty, the emperor who pushed the Tang Dynasty to its peak. A king who received tribute from all nations. Surely he has this strength. Su Bai looked at the scholars kneeling on the ground, clenched his fist, and swung it towards the sky. In his eyes was hope, and even more, determination. He spoke very seriously and loudly. I, Su Bai, promise you all that I will definitely unify the world. I will ensure that the people of all nations will live in peace and health forever, and that this world will never see war again, so everyone can live freely and happily. Everyone, rise up, we are going to the west slope. The Filong army has not yet fully withdrawn, and Lu Gong, Zhao Gong, and many brothers are still in great danger. As his voice fell, thousands of scholars stood up with difficulty, tears in their eyes. With Su Wang's affirmative answer, their hearts burned with fighting spirit. Su Wang has never failed to fulfill a promise. A promise is as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The group grasped their long knives tightly and followed Su Bai. Leave 500 here to guard Lu Gong and the wounded. Those who can still fight, follow me to the south slope. Yes. The scholars shouted in unison. Su Bai led the remaining scholars from the east slope and 500 from the north slope towards the south slope. South slope of Gushan. Dong, dong, dong. The Filong army, who had been charging forward, froze. They had just won a great victory, so why was there a sound of drums from the base of the mountain? The commander of the Flying Dragon army was confused, but military orders must not be disobeyed. He thrust his spear into the chest of the scholar charging at him and turned around, shouting loudly, "Retreat! Don't linger on the battlefield, retreat!" The young commander asked in confusion, "What about the brothers who went around the north slope?" "Tell them all to come down the mountain, military orders must not be disobeyed," the commander of the Flying Dragon army said decisively. Understood. The entire Flying Dragon army retreated down the mountain. Upon seeing this, all the scholars on the southern slope breathed a sigh of relief. When they truly faced the army in close combat, they realized how fragile life is. In this battle, too many people would forever lie asleep here. Lord Lu, I don't understand why the Flying Dragon army retreated. Could it be that King Su was captured? Have they achieved their goal? A scholar, covered in dust and dirt, asked Lu Lang. Clearly, the Flying Dragon army had the absolute advantage in strength, and if they fought for a few more hours, they could kill all the scholars. Why retreat? Lu Lang inserted his long knife into the ground and leaned on it, gazing at the sky. He spoke softly. Earlier, the full moon was missing a part, covered by dark clouds, but now the clouds have dispersed. It shouldn't be that King Su lost. It must be that something went wrong with the other Flying Dragon army, and all of them were urgently recalled. Gather all the brothers who can still fight and let's go to the north slope to have a look. As soon as he finished speaking, the scholar responded with a quick understood. In the distance, the voice of Su Bai came through, "Lord Lu, are you well?" Lu Lang suddenly looked into the distance, his eyes filled with joy. King Su has arrived. Just as I expected, King Su could never have lost. A warrior like him could never fall to the Flying Dragon army. Lu Lang walked over excitedly and gave Su Bai a big hug. The scholars on the southern slope cheered. This battle might not be considered a great victory, but they had managed to hold their ground. King Su, from which direction did you come? Lu Lang asked, thinking that to come to the south side, he must have passed through another side. The east slope, Su Bai replied. Then why didn't old Lu come with you? Lu Lang's smile froze, suddenly realizing something, cold sweat broke out on his back. That old fool didn't act recklessly, did he? Seeing that Su Bai did not answer immediately, Lu Lang became anxious, but luckily, Su Bai soon waved his hand. He was injured and is resting on the east slope. He won't die for now. Lu Lang breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Lu Shiwan's personality. The old man must have gone into battle himself. Before the battle, the old man didn't pay attention to a single word of advice, only knowing the military principle that a general must be the soldier's courage and lead the charge. Lu Lang had also killed and spared lives. He was much younger than Lu Shiwan, and although he had received some superficial injuries this time, they were nothing serious. King Su, now that the Flying Dragon army has retreated, should we proceed with the second step of the plan? Lu Lang asked. Su Bai nodded. Let the three armies rest first. The morale of the Flying Dragon army is still not low enough. Give Wei Yanqiu some time to stir up more chaos with them. Also, send a message to General Jiao and have him bring his troops here. Understood, Lu Lang replied. He immediately gave orders for arrangements to be made. Su Bai took out a telescope and walked toward the mountaintop, looking for the best opportunity to take the initiative. This retreat was a feint, casualties must be minimized. With Wei Yanxue's personality, once tens of thousands of soldiers fled at the sound of wind, there would surely be severe punishment. And when the Flying Dragon army is punished, that will be Su Bai's chance to descend the mountain. Su Bai watched as the Flying Dragon army continued to arrive at the makeshift camp at the foot of the mountain, a wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Confidently, he whispered. Wei Yanxue's foolish move is about to begin. 28, foolish move. 20 strikes with a staff, hair shaved as a replacement for the head. At the foot of Lonely Mountain. Bastards. A bunch of useless fools, I spent such a great price maintaining these 300,000 soldiers, and yet their combat power is so weak. Dalian has sent a response, General Chang, do you know where the 30,000 soldiers on the mountain came from? Ah. Cheng Feilong immediately kneeled on the ground, I did not know. He. Those 30,000 troops, they are all scholars, students from various academies of Dalian. Even the top scholar, the one I personally appointed, is among them. Cheng Feilong's heart shook violently, an ominous premonition instantly engulfing his entire body. All scholars? Such a reckless suicidal attack was actually initiated by a group of scholars. This belief is truly terrifying. But at this moment, what scared Cheng Feilong the most was the near insanity of Wei Yanxue in front of him. What kind of sorcery did Su Bai use? He gave up the identity of a top scholar to come here and fight as a soldier against the Feilong army. I truly can't understand. But that's not all, why did the Feilong army collapse and flee? Can't 30,000 scholars be dealt with? Only one Su Bai could fight on the northern slope, I accepted that, but why couldn't we break through the other 3 slopes? Could one scholar really defeat 10 of my Feilong soldiers? Ah. Answer me. Wei Yanxue's eyes were bloodshot, filled with an overwhelming fury. She simply could not accept it. She had originally believed that the Feilong army could rival the Yanling army, or even be slightly superior. After all, the annual funding for the Yanling army didn't even reach half of that for the Feilong army. But she never imagined. The Feilong army used this devastating defeat to tell her one thing, the Feilong army is a joke. A joke that can't even defeat a group of scholars. Clang. Wei Yanxue drew out the emperor's sword, its blade shining with a golden hue, engraved with phoenix and dragon patterns. Upon hearing the sound of the sword being drawn, everyone around immediately knelt down, their heads deeply buried in the ground. When the emperor is enraged, millions of corpses will fall. This was not a joke. Wei Yanxue ran her slender finger along the blade, feeling the dragon and phoenix patterns, then suddenly thrust the tip of the sword, stopping just 3 inches from Cheng Feilong's head. She coldly commanded. General Chang, I need an explanation? A reasonable explanation. Cheng Feilong felt the cold gleam from the tip of the sword, his heart filled with even more unease. Although he had followed Wei Yanxue for 5 years, he had seen her ruthlessness before. Moreover, if even King Su could fall to such a fate, what about him, Cheng Feilong? After thinking for a long time, Cheng Feilong hesitated and said, Your Majesty, although the Feilong army fled in defeat this time, the root cause still lies in Su Bai's terrifying strength, which made all the soldiers of the Feilong army lose hope of victory. But other than the defeat on the northern slope, the other 3 sides weren't defeated by the bravery of the scholars, but by the advantage of the terrain. Our Feilong army didn't die under the blades of the scholars, but were instead pushed down the mountain by these scholars, either falling to their deaths or being severely injured, and at the same time, this also harmed the soldiers who were about to ascend. I believe this defeat of the Feilong army is not the fault of the soldiers. It is caused by the terrain. If it had been a battle on the plains, my Feilong army would only need 3,000 soldiers to slaughter all 30,000 scholars. Having said that, Cheng Feilong calmly waited for the outcome. Wei Yanxue was trembling with rage. However, at this moment, she knew in her heart that Cheng Feilong could not be killed. If she killed the commander of the Feilong army now, the morale of the Feilong soldiers would drop to freezing point. She placed the emperor's sword on Cheng Feilong's head. 1. To let Cheng Feilong know that the performance of the Feilong army right now was truly disappointing. If things continued like this, the position of commander would not be unshakable. 2. To intimidate the entire army. If even the commander Cheng Feilong was almost killed, then the ordinary soldiers would have no choice but to accept their punishment, not daring to rebel in their hearts. Wei Yanxue slowly raised the emperor's sword, returning it to its scabbard. Then, she turned her back to Cheng Feilong and coldly said, General Chang, according to military rules, how should deserters be dealt with? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Feilong army camp fell into complete silence, not a single person dared to speak loudly. In this battle, too many people had deserted their posts. Especially the northern slope and eastern slope, all the men and horses had fled in the face of battle. Cheng Feilong was startled, not understanding the meaning in Wei Yanxue's mind. Since Wei Yanxue had publicly asked, he could only answer truthfully. Your Majesty, according to the laws of our great way, those who flee in the face of battle shall be executed. As the words fell, the kneeling soldiers of the Flying Dragon army buried their heads even lower. They feared that Wei Yanxue, truly enraged, would have them all executed. Wei Yanxue scanned the surroundings. A smug expression appeared on her face, as she aimed to instill this kind of deterrent effect. But if she truly executed everyone, where would all the executioners come from? It was naturally impossible. According to the law, they should be executed? General Chang, but I see that half of the soldiers here have fled. Do you think they don't take the laws of Great Wei seriously because they believe the law doesn't punish the many? Wei Yanxue added more fuel to the fire, causing the majority of the soldiers in the Flying Dragon army to tremble with fear. Cheng Feilong quickly said, "Please forgive us, Your Majesty. This humble general believes that they indeed have sins, but their crimes do not deserve death." The word stopped, and Cheng Feilong's mind quickly fell into deep thought. He then hesitated and said, Moreover, the law was established by Su Bai. Now that the guilty ministers have fled, the law should be revised. Please, Your Majesty, show mercy." As the words fell, the entire army echoed in unison. "Please, Your Majesty, show mercy. Please, Your Majesty, show mercy. Please, Your Majesty, show mercy." Wei Yanxue gave a light laugh, looking down and inspecting Cheng Feilong. At a critical moment, he actually had some quick-wittedness. Since Cheng Feilong had provided an opening, Wei Yanxue didn't mind taking it. But if she truly gave no punishment, wouldn't the Flying Dragon army be able to escape without consequence in the future? After some thought, Wei Yanxue said sternly, "All right. Since that's the case, today I shall amend the laws of Great Wei. Those who flee in the face of battle." Immediately, everyone held their breath, their faces filled with nervous expressions. The next words would decide their life or death. 20 lashes, and their hair shaved in place of their head. As the words fell, the soldiers of the Flying Dragon army let out a sigh of relief. They would not die after all. But were 20 lashes too harsh? This would make them unable to get out of bed for 3 days. Cheng Feilong immediately led the way and said, "Thank you for your mercy, Your Majesty." "Your Majesty, but..." Before Cheng Feilong could finish, Wei Yanxue raised her hand to stop him, laughing lightly. "I know what you mean, Cheng Aiching. You must think that after 20 lashes, the soldiers will be too weak to fight. I am not a stubborn ruler. Today, I will give them only 10 lashes. The remaining 10 will be accounted for later. If they make military achievements this time, the remaining 10 lashes will be completely forgiven. As for shaving their hair in place of their head, that must be enforced today. To substitute hair for a head, I have already shown great mercy. If anyone refuses to carry this out, they will be executed on the spot." 29. Feigned attack. Going down the mountain in the dark to pretend to gather water. On the peak of the lonely mountain, Su Bai leaned back against a large stone, sitting casually. The telescope in his hand had not been put down. It was already late into the night, and everyone was exhausted. Whether it was the scholars on the mountain or the Flying Dragon army below. But the scholars had already rested where they were, sleeping as long as they could. As for the Flying Dragon army, it seemed like they had no chance to rest now. "Too bad I can't lip read." Su Bai shook his head and sighed. "I really look forward to Wei Yanxue's way of establishing authority over these Flying Dragon soldiers. If only she could kill them all. But unfortunately, Wei Yanxue hasn't made such a foolish mistake yet. It should be lashes, after all, it's the simplest method." "Ha! No, this doesn't look like it's about to be lashes. Could it be there's another method?" Su Bai immediately became alert. As long as Wei Yanxue could lower the morale of the Flying Dragon army, then the casualties of the feigned attack going down the mountain would be further reduced. Or perhaps there was a chance to directly charge into the camp and kill Wei Yanxue? But Su Bai's strength was recovering slowly. If a grandmaster stood in his way, it would still be quite difficult. Su Bai voiced his confusion. There was a big movement at the foot of the mountain. A large number of the Flying Dragon army held short knives in their hands, raising them above their heads while grabbing a handful of hair with the other hand. Shoo! The hair of the Flying Dragon soldiers fell to the ground. Su Bai was shocked to see this scene. It was actually this method. Shaving the head to replace the leader. This was a story Su Bai once told Wei Yanxue about how Chao Mengde, after violating military orders and trampling the wheat fields, created a punishment for himself. The skin of the body is received from the parents. This method not only shows sincerity to the army but also demonstrates the leader's commitment to keeping his word. If it's just shaving the head to replace the leader, then it will be troublesome. Su Bai murmured to himself. Although cutting off years of hair can make people feel depressed, it doesn't have much effect on the fighting strength of the Flying Dragon soldiers. But soon, Su Bai smiled as he realized something was wrong. As expected, there are other punishments. So many people are going to cut trees for wood, boards, and canes. Yes, this is what I expect. This is really something Wei Yenshua's mind would come up with. After receiving the caning, once they wake up, their whole body will be swollen and sore, and their fighting strength will definitely drop significantly. Of course, the biggest decline will definitely be in morale. In this case, we just need to wait a little longer, and by the late night, it should be about time. At the foot of the mountain. On the gold and silver carriage, Wei Yanshue could no longer hold on and decided to rest first. The matter of the caning was left to the palace expert, Lord Qing. General Chang, please go ahead. Lord Qing wore a feminine smile on his face. He had waited for this day for so long, and after Lu Gonggang died, he finally took over the position of head eunuch. Cheng Feilong walked in front without saying a word, his face dark like water. The great battle was approaching. How could they cane the soldiers? Wasn't that like stabbing oneself, inviting trouble? Now that the emperor was asleep, if he were in charge, perhaps he could order a light punishment, but the one in charge was actually a eunuch. This was a problem. Lord Qing, you must be exhausted today. If you're tired, you can rest first, I'll take care of this. Cheng Feilong said as he walked, showing a kind attitude. For the sake of the soldiers, he didn't mind being a bit polite to the eunuch. General Chang, I have received the emperor's orders. Naturally, I must take care of it personally. I cannot be the slightest bit negligent. Lord Qing waved his hand with a smile on his face. As for resting, there's no need to mention it again. Cheng Feilong looked at the currently pleased Lord Qing, silently cursing in his heart, only good at fighting for power in the palace, this eunuch. His view of the battlefield was as naive as the dog following its master, too optimistic. Su Wang had never lost a battle, and no matter how large the disparity in forces was, they should give their all and be on high alert. Suddenly, a sense of unease surged in Cheng Feilong's heart. Cheng Feilong raised his head to look at the tall peaks of the solitary mountain and then at the flying dragon soldiers, who were now howling in pain. This was a great opportunity for a counterattack. Fortunately, the mountain only had scholars and not well-trained soldiers, otherwise, Cheng Feilong felt Su Wang would definitely counterattack. The art of war is all about deception. This was Su Wang's strategy, and it was the military tactic that was studied by Wei country and many other countries. Put more strength into it. A soft voice interrupted Cheng Feilong's thoughts. Lord Qing pointed at the soldier who was carrying out the punishment and said, only using this little force, what kind of caning is this? General Chang, it seems your soldiers are shielding their comrades. Are they trying to defy the emperor's orders? After saying this, Lord Qing looked at Cheng Feilong with dissatisfaction, waiting for an explanation. The soldier carrying out the punishment immediately broke into a cold sweat on his forehead. Because he had used less force, was he now facing the charge of shielding someone? Cheng Feilong clenched his fists and looked coldly at Lord Qing, his eyes filled with visible anger. Unexpectedly, Lord Qing was not at all intimidated and instead looked at Cheng Feilong with a smug smile. He had the emperor's orders, so he was not afraid of Cheng Feilong. Thinking about how the usually mighty general of the Flying Dragon Army would have to bow his head in front of him, the chief eunuch felt an indescribable pleasure in his heart. Usually called a eunuch, but now, at this moment, he was a person above all others. Strike again, don't hold back. Cheng Feilong shouted in anger. He had finally compromised. Since the emperor wanted to play with fire, let him play. After all, this time the emperor himself was leading the charge. Even if they lost face, it would be the emperor's own face lost. Hearing Cheng Feilong's angry shout, the chief eunuch smiled with satisfaction. General Cheng truly deserves to be one of the top generals of the Wei Kingdom. Your iron-blooded methods really impress me, the chief eunuch said with a grin. Cheng Feilong remained silent. 10 lashes was not a lot, but the number of people being punished was too many, so it took until late at night to finish the execution. The camp was filled with the sound of miserable wails, and no one could sleep well. Except for the female emperor in the gold and silver carriage. Because Wei Yanshue had already anticipated this situation, she had tightly closed all the windows of the carriage, so the screams from outside barely reached her. Cheng Feilong stayed until the execution was over and said in a gloomy voice, hurry up and rest, once the sun rises, there won't be another chance to sleep. Yes, the soldiers of the Flying Dragon Army replied weakly. The chief eunuch was satisfied and walked toward the gold and silver carriage. The eunuch's resting place must surely be near the female emperor. Cheng Feilong walked toward his tent. On the way, he glanced at the mountain several times, muttering to himself. This lonely mountain, according to the map, has no water source. Even if they can't break through, a siege would be a dead end. Does King Su still have a chance to turn things around? Even though the morale of the Flying Dragon Army is low and their combat power has dropped, it's still too much of an exaggeration for a group of scholars to launch a night raid on the camp. Once they get to the flat ground, the scholars won't have any fighting strength. I must be overthinking this. Just as Cheng Feilong stepped into the tent, On the lonely mountain, torches were lit. Subai, leading 1,000 scholars who knew some martial arts, rushed down the mountain. On the slope, 3,000 more scholars were waiting to support, each holding several long spears of the flying dragon army in front of them. When Subai returned, these long spears would rain down like arrows. This is a feint. When I shout retreat, do not get attached to the fight. We don't need to rush to the creek, just pretend, and then run away when it's time. Weapons can be discarded, life is more important. Swish! A burning arrow shot into the sky. The flying dragon army sentry soldiers immediately ran into the camp to report the situation to Cheng Feilong. Cheng Feilong rubbed his blurry eyes, seeing that it was still dark outside, and was suddenly shocked. King Su actually dares to come? Quick, assemble the army. King Su coming down the mountain is our opportunity to trap him, we must not miss it. Cheng Feilong hurriedly said, quickly rising and running out of the tent, looking up at the position of the fire arrows. Not the main camp? Wait. It's the creek, that's the water source. The mountain really doesn't have water, heaven is helping me. Quick, tell the army to rush there. We cannot let the enemy take even a drop of water. Yes, the soldiers immediately shouted in every camp. Instantly. The soldiers of the Flying Dragon Army woke up from their sleep, or rather, some hadn't even slept yet. Ouch, my back, my waist, my butt. It hurts so much. Stop talking, it's hard to even stand. What's going on? Did the Yenling army attack? Don't talk nonsense, even if the Yenling army flies, they wouldn't be this fast. Oh no, is the god of death coming down the mountain? Oh my god, I'd rather be dead. Cheng Feilong looked at the listless soldiers of the Flying Dragon Army and immediately shouted loudly. The whole army marched toward the creek, anyone who disobeys will be dealt with according to military law. Hurry! Run! General Xianqi, send your cavalry to me, make sure to intercept all the enemy forces. General Xianqi accepted the order. This lonely mountain was initially surrounded by cavalry, and there were only about 2,000 cavalry left in the camp. The 2,000 cavalry immediately rushed toward the creek. The remaining cavalry around the mountain moved as well, leaving behind some infantry to continue surrounding the mountain, while they hurried towards the direction of the stream. Inside the gold and silver carriage, Wei Yanxue slowly stood up. She got off the carriage weakly, as if still half asleep, looking at the rocket shooting into the sky, then turned her head and asked. Which location? Which people? Grandpa Ching quickly replied, the location of the stream. Subai led his army down the mountain to steal water. What? Wei Yanxue immediately showed a delighted expression, there really is no water on the mountain. Heaven is about to destroy Subai. Quickly send the army to intercept and hunt him down. If Subai goes deeper to fetch water, he will fall into my hands. Grandpa Chang bowed and said, General Chang has already gone, and all the cavalry have been dispatched. They should be able to surround Subai quickly. Wei Yanxue nodded in satisfaction, we will also go, but we will just watch from a distance. Yes. Grandpa Chang replied. At the foot of the lonely mountain, next to the stream, Subai led 1,000 men into the fray, catching the Flying Dragon Army by surprise. Looking at the increasing number of lights in the sky, Subai stopped and shouted, retreat. Immediately. The 1,000 men immediately turned from rear troops into front troops, charging up the lonely mountain. At this moment, the Flying Dragon Army had just surrounded them. Looking at the scholars who had not taken any water and had already retreated, they were dumbfounded. Wait, weren't they crazy and capable of fighting on the mountain? Why are they running so fast on flat ground? No way, I thought this battle could earn merit to avoid the remaining 10 lashes, but just when we arrived, they broke through and left. Are they going to make us attack the mountain again? I'm really going to die. The Flying Dragon Army that had just arrived started discussing. Now, not even the main cavalry had arrived, only the nearest Flying Dragon Army came, and yet they just retreated when they said so. It was frustrating, to say the least. Soon, the brave cavalry general arrived with more than 2,000 cavalry. Looking at Subai and his men who had already reached the mountain, they were stunned. Where is the water? Did they get the water? Report, General, not only did they not get any water, they didn't even reach the stream, they just looked from a distance and then retreated. Damn it, get the troops and chase them. The brave cavalry general said angrily. It was simply unbearable. What is this? Is it a joke? They just went down the mountain for a stroll and then ran off, causing the entire Flying Dragon Army camp to become tense. As the thousands of men prepared to organize an attack on the mountain, a loud shout came from behind. No need to attack the mountain. Hish. Cheng Feilong reined in his horse and said to the brave cavalry general, there must be an ambush on the mountain, a few thousand men cannot break through, and the night battle has narrow visibility. We've already suffered once. Send more Flying Dragon Army to guard the water source, we must give them a chance to fetch water. I will go find His Majesty to discuss the next plan. Yes. The brave cavalry general cupped his hands. The 2,000 cavalry and the 5,000 infantry who arrived later stayed there. Cheng Feilong turned and rode towards the gold-and-silver carriage. At the gold-and-silver carriage, Wei Yanxue looked at Cheng Feilong galloping towards her, her eyes filled with deep suspicion. Why come here at this time instead of encircling and exterminating Su Bai? Hish. Your Majesty, Su Bai only took a distant look at the stream, and when he saw our army approaching, he immediately ran up the mountain. Cheng Feilong immediately dismounted and knelt on the ground. Rise. Wei Yanxue waved her dragon robe, her face filled with regret. He reacted so quickly, before my flying dragon army could completely surround him, he already ran away? Cheng Feilong stood up. That's indeed the case. If the brave cavalry general had arrived earlier, Su Bai would definitely not have made it up the mountain. They just ran too fast, and didn't hesitate at all. Su Bai's sense of war is stronger than we imagined. Humph. Wei Yanxue showed an unhappy expression. There's no water on the mountain. Even if Su Bai's sense of smell is sharp, what good will it do? He's still just flesh and blood. Without water, he only has one way to die. Has General Chao from Liangzhou sent any news? Cheng Feilong nodded. The latest news is that Liangzhou still hasn't been attacked by the Yanling army. Although Liangzhou is quite far from us, the news will be delayed by 4 or 5 hours. It doesn't matter. Wei Yanxue's brows relaxed, and a proud expression appeared on her face. As long as Liangzhou does not fall, we will catch them like a turtle in a jar. Since there is no water on the mountain, there is no need for a direct assault. I truly look forward to it. When Su Bai can no longer hold on without water, I wonder if he will come down the mountain to beg me. Like a dog, kneeling at my feet, begging me to spare his life. General Chang, guess what I will do when that time comes? After speaking, Wei Yanxue looked at Cheng Feilong with a smile, full of anticipation on her face. Cheng Feilong felt a surge of anger in his heart. If kneeling at her feet makes him her dog, then what is he, Cheng Feilong? A loyal dog who has followed her for 5 years? Thinking of this, Cheng Feilong showed no expression on his face, but his heart was filled with anger. For Wei Yanxue's kindness, he believed he had done his utmost to assist her. Why not guess? Wei Yanxue looked at Cheng Feilong, who remained silent, and asked coldly, "Did you not hear what I said?" Cheng Feilong immediately cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty will show no mercy and will certainly cut the weeds and eliminate the roots." Upon hearing this, Wei Yanxue smiled, slowly shaking her head. "I want to cut off his limbs, then let him clearly see. Without his great Wei, the national fortune will only grow more prosperous." Flood storage. Mosey's abilities are displayed again. Su Bai led 1,000 scholars up the mountain. Upon reaching the ambush location on the east slope, Su Bai shouted loudly, "There are no pursuers behind, everyone, come up the mountain." Yes, the 3,000 scholars responded. The group made their way back very smoothly, and Su Bai took out his telescope to look down the mountain. Muttering to himself, as expected, the key protection is on the stream, and then they are surrounding the mountain again. The Flying Dragon army will not attack the mountain in a short time. Lord Lu, I need you to take people to do something important. Lu Lang showed a puzzled expression but did not hesitate, cupping his hands and saying, "King Su, please give the order." The others around them also showed curious expressions. At a time like this, trapped on a solitary mountain, what important task could there be? Good. Su Bai made a random gesture with his fingers and mysteriously said, "Take people to dig a concave shape on the top of the solitary mountain." Concave shape? Lu Lang was initially puzzled, then suddenly asked, "But if we are going to store water, this is easy to do. A heavy rain will definitely be enough to provide water for the entire army." However, as soon as the words were spoken, Su Bai gave a negative reply. "No." Su Bai rubbed his palms, looked up at the sky, and then looked down at the Flying Dragon army's camp. A ruthless expression appeared on his face. "We are not storing water, we are storing a flood. The pool needs to be big enough. 2 days later, a storm will come, and it will last for a very long time. No matter how deep the pool is, it will fill up. When that time comes, we will use the power of the flood to rush into the Flying Dragon army's camp, then retreat to the first cliff. Holding the solitary mountain is not a long-term solution." After the words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. This plan was extremely bold. If successful, it would catch the Flying Dragon army off guard. But would the rain really be that powerful? If the rainwater is insufficient, all of this planning will come to nothing. Moreover, digging a concave shape to store a flood clearly wasn't easy, and the most important thing was that there were no suitable tools. Suddenly, everyone's faces showed difficulty. Su Bai understood, so he switched the picture of Guan Yu for the picture of Mosey. Instantly, many ideas appeared in his mind. The methods for making various tools became clear in his mind. Making a shovel is not difficult, I will solve it for everyone. Subai seemed very confident. Also, I will build some xiegao to facilitate the large storage of water after the heavy rain. Xiegao? Lu Lang and the many scholars looked at each other, all with confused expressions. Although they had not read extensively over the years, they certainly knew about many things. But they had never heard of the xiegao Subai mentioned. Su Wang, what is this xiegao you speak of? Can it really help us store floodwater? A scholar eagerly asked. The many scholars' eyes were filled with a thirst for knowledge. The new thing Su Wang mentioned must surely be extraordinary. Subai slightly nodded, gesturing with his hands as he spoke. It is a slender lever placed on a vertical frame, with a pivot point in the middle. At the end, there is a heavy object hanging, and at the front, a bucket of water is suspended. When it moves up and down, it can make drawing water easier. When a person fills the bucket with water, the weight at the end of the lever helps lift the water to the desired location easily. This device can be used in places that are hard to dig, helping to gather and transport water. Upon hearing this, the crowd paused for a moment. Then, they all froze in place. Countless dazed eyes seemed to say, is this really possible? Su Wang, I have a question. A scholar stood up, bowing and cupping his hands, his attitude extremely sincere. Oh? Subai smiled warmly. Of course, there is no problem, ask whatever you wish. The scholar straightened up and asked seriously, Su Wang, I want to know, what is it that you cannot do? Martial arts, military law, politics, business, education, you are the best in the world in all these fields, and now you even know the art of machines. I truly cannot understand. They say human strength has limits, so how can you master so many things? With these words, the scholars nodded repeatedly. This was the question they had wanted to ask for a long time. Even Lu Lang's eyes brightened, eagerly waiting for Subai's answer. Subai was slightly taken aback, not expecting this question. Why could he master so many skills? Was it because he had cheats? Of course not, everything came from hard work and effort. It was only by diligently unlocking the conditions of the Chinese Hero Codex that he could have so many skills. So, Subai smiled faintly and explained. If you squeeze your time, it's always enough. I just spent the time others used for leisure on studying. Immediately, the crowd seemed struck by lightning. In this world, there are always people who are smarter and work harder than you. Clearly, Su Wan was one of those people. I am ashamed. If I can safely return to Liangzhou, I will certainly study hard day and night, and bid farewell to leisure forever. I don't think so. Actually, from now on, we can start learning and practicing diligently. Aren't we about to dig pits to store water? This is the perfect way to train strength and willpower. What you said makes sense. If I can't become the top scholar in the palace exam, then I'll become the top scholar in digging pits today. The scholars debated endlessly, all fired up by Subai's words, each vowing to study hard in the future. Among the scholars, there was one with an especially determined expression. It was the top scholar, Ouyang Linchang. He said firmly, I won't let you steal the title of top pit digger. I'm going to be number one in everything. With that, he immediately started walking towards the mountaintop. Subai quickly stopped him. Wait until I make the shovel. Otherwise, are you going to dig with a sword? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lincheng froze, and an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. Ha. All right. I'll listen to Su Wang. Subai looked at the group of idealistic scholars with a sense of wonder. Perhaps this was what youth was like. They had the ambition, but also the typical youthful flaws. Thinking about the important points for digging the pits, Subai once again gave instructions. When digging the pits, leave 2 drainage outlets on the north and east slopes, one higher, one lower. I'll use mechanical techniques to block them. One will be for us to make our move during the chaos, and the other will delay time so we can retreat to the first cliff. So the pits must be large. I'll leave this to you all. After saying this, Subai bowed to the crowd. The scholars quickly moved aside, repeatedly waving their hands. Don't worry, Su Wang. Leave it to us. If this battle really ends in a great victory, it will go down in history. We will feel incredibly honored to have participated. Exactly. Subai nodded in approval. Suddenly, he truly understood the meaning of education. It teaches people many valuable lessons. At the very least, it prevents one from being like a frog in a well, forever living in a narrow space defined by oneself. Knowing shame, understanding etiquette, practicing humility, and distinguishing between grace and grudge. Bring in dozens of people, I will teach you how to make shovels. Once the shovels are ready, I will teach you how to make xiegao. We, the 20,000 soldiers, will be divided into 2 teams, one with 3,000 people to follow me and learn skills, and produce tools. The other team, which is more than 10,000, will dig the pits. Dig a big pit for the Flying Dragon Army. Liangzhou. The Yanling army launches a fierce attack. 1 day later. Your Majesty, the situation in Liangzhou has come. Gong Gong Cheng said softly. Read it. Wei Yanchua sat in the gold and silver car without even raising her eyelids. The Yanling army has launched an attack again? Your Majesty truly is a genius in planning. Gong Gong Cheng bowed, his face full of flattery. The Yanling army has incited the people of Liangzhou to work together with the army. Fortunately, the people in the city have been strongly suppressed by General Chao, and Liangzhou has not lost its cities. But several cities are urgently asking for help. General Chao's army in Liangzhou has already thrown all its forces into the battle. We beg your Majesty to send reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Wei Yanchua rubbed her brow, her eyebrows furrowing into a knot. Can't 20,000 soldiers defend the city? Is the Yanling army really that terrifying? What a bunch of useless fools. After Su Bai left, these generals have all exposed their true nature. Generals who once achieved military success in the borderlands are now being defeated by other countries. Especially in Yuzhou, where the 300,000 soldiers of Mabagua and the 300,000 Tiger Leopard army have yet to send any good news. Instead, they have lost 2 more cities. The Crow's assassins are already heading towards the capital of the Qin Dynasty, Xianyang. Did forcing Su Bai out mean that I was truly wrong? No. Even if the borderlands keep falling, I still have 1,000,000 troops. If worst comes to worst, I can cede land and seek peace. At that time, I will still be the ruler of the country. And I won't have to worry about Su Bai plotting rebellion every day. I don't need to regret. My decision is the most correct one. Wei Yanchua clenched her fist, a flash of struggle in her eyes, quickly replaced by absolute conviction. She turned to speak to the heir. Yin Ho, do you think it is necessary to send troops to support Liangzhou? Yin Ho appeared, his voice cold and sinister. 20,000 can hold against 30,000. At worst, they can hold for 5 days. At most in 3 days, Su Bai's army will be completely exhausted. We can easily capture Su Bai and use him to command the Yanling army. Even. At this point, Yin Ho looked up at Wei Yanchua, his eyes full of a sinister smile. Wei Yanchua quickly realized and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Very good. When the time comes, as long as we have Su Bai in our hands. I've thought of an interesting way. Wei Yanchua's eyes gleamed with a cold light, the corners of her mouth curling up uncontrollably. I want to use Su Bai to force all 30,000 Yanling army soldiers to commit suicide. Aren't they deeply loyal? At that time, I want to see, what will the Yanling army do? And how will Xiahou Yuanming react? If not a single soldier from the Yanling army is willing to commit suicide, how wonderful will Su Bai's expression be? I'm looking forward to it, truly looking forward to it. When Wei Yanchua thought about the scene at that time, her body couldn't help but tremble. She felt incredibly pleased. To make Su Bai suffer, to put the Yanling army in a difficult position, this feeling made Wei Yanchua long for it. The messenger kneeling beneath the gold and silver car heard Wei Yanchua's words, his head lowered so low he dared not move. The current empress was truly too cruel and too ruthless. Such a malicious scheme made him feel completely uncomfortable. Wei Yanchua waved her hand, signaling the messenger to withdraw, and sent a message to General Chao, hold Liangzhou firmly. If Liangzhou falls within 5 days, then take his head and use it as a flag. The messenger left, trembling with fear. Liangzhou. Outside Wuwei City. A middle-aged man dressed as a military strategist was observing the siege battle with a telescope. A table was placed beside the strategist, on which lay a dish containing 3 pounds of beef, being devoured by a muscular man in large bites. While eating, he shouted at the strategist. Zhuge Luyun, how is the battle ahead? Zhuge Luyun turned around, sitting face to face with Xiahou Yuanming, and glanced at the nearly empty plate of beef, his eyes almost bursting with fury. With a grumpy tone, he said, it's the same as always, Wuwei City is too high, we can't attack it. He. Xiahou Yuanming only chuckled dryly, seemingly not caring about Zhuge Luyun's words, his gaze occasionally glancing at the sky. Suddenly, Xiahou Yuanming's eyes brightened. He excitedly waved at the sky, and Zhuge Luyun looked up, seeing a carrier pigeon descending and landing in Xiahou Yuanming's hand. Xiahou Yuanming calmly took the letter, closed his eyes, and slowly opened it, muttering to himself. Bless. Zhuge Luyun watched the scene, feeling speechless. Why bother? King Su is safe now. Who? Xiahou Yuanming deeply exhaled, then opened his eyes wide, staring at the content of the letter. In just 3 seconds, a loud laugh followed. The time has come. King Su has finally given me the order to attack with full force. At these words, Zhuge Luyun's pupils also brightened, and he quickly asked, is this true? Of course. Xiahou Yuanming looked toward the distant Wuwei City, showing a confident smile. The Yanling army has attacked countless cities, no matter how high the walls, they cannot stop the Yanling army's march. Let alone a mere Wuwei City. If it weren't for King Su's strict order not to breach the city, waiting for his command to launch the final assault, Xiahou Yuanming would have already broken through the city. Strategist, my deputy general is not here. You haven't fought in a while, what about practicing on Wuwei City? Xiahou Yuanming casually said, as if the towering city walls were insignificant. Zhuge Luyun did not hesitate, although he was just a strategist, there was a reason why he became one. It was because Zhuge Luyun had been so ruthless in killing enemies that even King Su had frowned. In the 100 Kingdoms, there were rumors. There is a white-clad general in the Yanling army, with a handsome face, holding a white long knife, riding a snow-white warhorse, and can take the head of a general from the midst of thousands of soldiers. Unstoppable in courage. There was even a children's rhyme spread across the 100 Kingdoms, great generals should not imprison themselves, 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses avoid the white robe. It referred to Zhuge Luyun. Later, King Su wanted to temper Zhuge Luyun's temper, so he made him a strategist. Actually, not just the strategists, even the cooks in the Yanling army could beat 3 big men with one hand. Zhuge Luyun picked up a knife and walked out. Xiahou Yuanming smiled reassuringly and shouted loudly, "Bring me a jug of warm wine, I want to drink with the strategist later. Also, order the Yanling army from other cities to start attacking the city with full force. Whoever breaks the city second, I'll reward them." Yes. The messenger brought Xiahou Yuanming a jug of warm wine, still steaming, and placed it on the table, looking confused. "General, why isn't it the first one to break the city to earn merit? Look." Xiahou Yuanming pointed at the city gate of Wuwei City, then at the warm wine on the table, "I bet. When Wuwei City falls, this wine will still be steaming. If I lose, I'll teach you 3 martial arts moves, if you lose, give me 5 coins, deal?" The messenger looked surprised. Warm wine to break Wuwei? What a joke. Even if the Yanling army is powerful, it can't be that quick. So the messenger decisively spoke, "I bet. Then I'll come to learn the 3 moves from the general." Wuwei City's gates. Zhuge Luyun dragged his white gold long knife and charged forward, the back of the blade scraping sparks against the ground. Sizzle, sizzle. The Yanling army saw Zhuge Luyun charging forward and immediately cheered, "Strategist, shall we attack the city with all our might? The time has come, break the city." Zhuge Luyun shouted loudly, then leaped onto the cloud ladder with a single step. The soldiers on the cloud ladder looked up at the flying Zhuge Luyun. Quickly, both hands clasped together and placed in front of the body. Zhuge Luyun stepped on the soldier's hands with one foot, and the soldier used all his strength to throw his arms upwards. Zhuge Luyun flew directly upwards. On the city wall of Wuwei, the defending soldiers were nervously guarding against the attacking Yanling army. Fortunately, the city wall was very high, and even the brave Yanling army could not climb it. The rumors in the people say the Yanling army is invincible, but it seems they are not so strong. They can't even break through our Wuwei city. Were all those past military achievements lies? Exactly. I noticed something as well. Moreover, the morale of the Yanling army is very low. We don't feel any pressure at all. I think King Su really is just a name-seeker, and the Yanling army is just a group of useless fools. No wonder King Su was imprisoned. It seems His Majesty truly has a sharp eye for treacherous ministers. The soldiers of Liangzhou were shooting arrows at the city below while speaking. They had been defending for 6 or 7 hours, and so far, no Yanling army soldier had been able to scale the city wall. As for the city gates, there was no need to mention them. The Yanling army couldn't even break them down. Now, the Liangzhou army even regretted calling for reinforcements. With the Yanling army attacking like this, they felt they could hold out. They even felt they had the strength to counterattack. Wait a minute. A soldier rubbed his eyes, his expression flustered. Did I just see a white figure flying up? The soldier next to him mocked, "Are you still half asleep? You should stop going to the brothel so much. Our Wuwei city is so high, who could fly up? Even a grandmaster can't do it." The soldier had just finished speaking when he suddenly realized that someone was indeed standing next to him. A long sword had also appeared around his neck. "Sorry, flying up is really not that hard. You don't know anything about grandmasters." Zhuge Luyun chuckled lightly and without hesitation swung his sword, and a round head rolled off. Blood splattered, but not a drop touched Zhuge Luyun. The Liangzhou soldiers on the city wall immediately panicked. When did this person arrive? How did he get up here? They had no idea. The deputy general of Liangzhou had sharp eyes, yet even he couldn't see how this person got up. Such amazing lightness kung fu. However, this person clearly appeared to be dressed like a strategist, and good lightness kung fu doesn't necessarily mean good martial arts skills. He immediately frowned and shouted coldly, "Don't be afraid. He's just one person. We are many, and we will just kill him. Charge." As soon as his words fell, the Liangzhou soldiers on the city wall immediately put down their bows and arrows and drew their large swords. One person flying up? Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Brothers, this achievement belongs to me, Lu Matzi. Chop him to pieces and let him know that our Liangzhou army is not something the Yanling army can mess with. Immediately, dozens of large swords appeared in front and behind Zhuge Luyun. They all swung toward him. Below the city wall, Xiahou Yuanming was drinking wine and chewing beef. The soldiers next to him quickly pointed toward the city wall and anxiously said, "General, the strategist is surrounded by dozens of people." "Ha?" Xiahou Yuanming yelled in confusion, "What did you say? The strategist is surrounded by dozens of people?" The soldier quickly shook his head. "No, it's the strategist who is surrounded by dozens of people." "Oh, isn't that the same? Dozens of people are surrounded by the strategist. TSK, those poor guys, I don't even dare to look up and see their miserable state." After saying that, Xiahou Yuanming really didn't look up. He picked up another piece of beef and put it into his mouth, testing the temperature of his wine jug with his hand. As if he didn't care at all about what was happening on the city wall. The soldier's eyes were anxious. He was a new recruit in the Yanling army this year, and the strategist, Zhuge Luyun, was humble and treated people very well. He really couldn't bear to see it. The soldier hated it. He hated that he didn't have the ability to fight alongside the strategist. But soon, the soldier cast aside his previous thoughts. His pupils suddenly widened, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. His mouth was left open for a long time. The veteran soldier next to him patted his shoulder, looking puzzled. "I thought you knew. Our strategist is the second strongest general of the Yanling army?" Once, he even toppled General Xiahou, but in the end, it was just a slight loss. Dozens of soldiers aren't even enough to handle the strategist's fiery hands. On the city wall, Zhuge Luyun swung his long knife, sweeping all directions. Limbs and broken arms flew everywhere, blood staining the city walls, while the Liangzhou army's large knives lay scattered on the ground. The platinum long knife glowed with a chilling gleam. Under the fearful gaze of the Liangzhou soldiers, Zhuge Luyun spat and coldly said, "Since when did the Liangzhou army think they could compare with my Yanling army?" As the words fell, Zhuge Luyun directly charged toward the city gate. Along the way, no matter how many Liangzhou soldiers blocked his path, they were all thrown aside, easily defeated. The deputy general of the Liangzhou army gritted his teeth. In a desperate attempt to survive, he chose to draw his bow and nock an arrow. At this moment, Zhuge Luyun was charging toward the city wall, leaving his back fully exposed. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow breaking through the air rang out. In the deputy general's anxious gaze, Zhuge Luyun casually used the hilt of his sword to knock the arrow away. Without even turning his head. Immediately, the deputy general of the Liangzhou army threw away his bow, decisively left the city, mounted his warhorse, and fled. The Yanling army's combat strength was not exaggerated, the warriors were truly fierce. The gates of Wuwei city were surely going to be broken. By the time the Yanling army entered the city, attempting to defend it would be a foolish fantasy. Rather than dying here for nothing, it was better to flee first. With this experience in city defense, they would make sure no fierce warriors like this ever climbed up again. It could be seen as compensating for past mistakes. Seeing the deputy general of the Liangzhou army run away, the morale of the troops immediately shattered. Most of them also fled. So the Yanling army was just playing tricks with us before? They broke the city so easily. Who's to say otherwise? It's simply too devious. They kept pretending they couldn't break through, and the axe and swordmen on the wall withdrew. The deputy general has already run, should we still defend? Defend what? Are we guarding the corpses of our brothers? We'll end up as souls under their blades. As the Liangzhou soldiers chatted, more and more began to flee. Outside the city walls, Xiahou Yuanming's fingers tapped on the table, as if judging the passage of time. Half a stick of incense has passed. It seems a blade that hasn't cut for a long time truly loses its edge. By past standards, by now the city gate should be. Before he could finish his sentence, the city gate of Wuwei opened. Dressed as a strategist, Zhuge Luyun calmly charged back, his long knife bloodied, yet his body showed no sign of injury. Truly, both his swordplay and body movement were at the peak. Xiahou Yuanming stood up and laughed loudly. The treasured blade is not old. The treasured blade is not old. Enter the city. Don't steal a single needle or thread from the common people. Anyone who harms the people's wealth will be dealt with by military law. Also, bring the strategist out. The wine is still warm. Quickly, let's drink together. 2 days later. On Lonely Mountain. If one were to look down from the sky, they would see that the top of Lonely Mountain had completely sunken down like a bowl. In the pit, many scholars were diligently digging inside, chatting while they worked. Do you think there will really be a downpour today? The sky is clear with no sign of rain. Blue skies, white clouds, it really doesn't seem like there will be rain, but Prince Su definitely said it would be today. If there's no rain today, not only will our hard work these days be wasted, but the strategy to defeat the enemy will also be ruined. Will this war, which will be recorded in history, end like this? How will I boast to my descendants? A young man, covered in earth-colored dust, was already exhausted and gasping for air. Hearing the other scholars' discussions, his face was filled with sadness. If all their hard work over the past days turned out to be meaningless, then his achievement of digging the pit would be equally meaningless. Ouyang Linchang, what do you think? You're the top scholar, don't you understand the signs of the sky? The young man heard someone ask him, helplessly looked up at the sky, then shook his head. He slowly said two words, I don't understand. Instantly, everyone felt a little disheartened. However, their hands didn't stop moving. No matter how down I am, there is always a bit of hope in my heart. Maybe a miracle could happen? After all, it was King Su who said there would be rain today, the King Su who is known for his brilliant calculations, the one who never misses a strategy. Even if King Su said there would be hail today, they would not completely disbelieve him. With King Su around, anything is possible. Outside the pit, Su Bai and Lu Shiwan, along with the others, sat around. In the middle, there was a map of Lonely Mountain. When the flood flows down the northern slope, I will lead 15,000 men to strike the Flying Dragon army with a fatal blow. Su Bai pointed at the Flying Dragon army's camp at the base of the northern slope. In this way, the 50,000 soldiers of the Flying Dragon army stationed at the eastern slope will definitely rush to support. Therefore, the northern slope camp cannot be engaged for too long. At most, we can fight for 20 minutes before retreating, or else the cavalry might trap us and we'll have no way to escape. I'll lead my men to retreat up the mountain. Lu Gong, you take 5,000 men to support us, and we'll dismantle these Xiegao formations to roll down like stones. Then we'll move down the southern slope and head straight for the first cliff. At that time, the 50,000 Flying Dragon soldiers and several thousand cavalry that arrived at the northern slope will definitely chase after us. According to our pace, the trap I set will trigger in 30 minutes, and the remaining flood from the eastern slope will block the cavalry chasing us. Once we reach the first cliff, we'll hold our ground for a few days, and the Yenling army will soon arrive. This way, everything will be accomplished. Su Bai explained the next steps methodically, and everyone nodded in agreement. But Lu Shiwan furrowed his brows. King Su, it seems we've missed something. Everyone immediately became tense. How could there be a flaw in such a detailed plan? Where? Su Bai asked. Here. Lu Shiwan pointed to the position of the first cliff on the map. If there's an army lying in wait at the first cliff, wouldn't we be trapped again? The Empress is indeed foolish, but she would probably think of this. Although Yangzhou no longer has many troops, if they gather 10 to 20,000 men to guard the first cliff, we will be stuck. At these words, everyone's pupils shrank slightly. Indeed, they had only considered the first cliff to be a natural barrier, and logically, no one would guard it. After all, this place is in the heart of Wei, with no strategic importance. But now, in these special times, if Su Bai wants to capture Liangzhou, this place is a necessary route. If someone occupies the first cliff, it would be like grabbing their throat. Lu Lang sighed, so, we can only continue to hold Lonely Mountain. But with urgent reports coming from Liangzhou and the floods drowning our forces, the Flying Dragon army will certainly stop at nothing to destroy us. Zhao Zuiyan nodded as well. It seems that there's no other way, unless no one is at the first cliff. But the risk is enormous. If we lose this bet, we will be attacked from both sides. Everyone's expressions turned grim. Lu Shiwan looked up at Su Bai, only to find that Su Bai's face showed no signs of anxiety, and his heart trembled. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. He cautiously asked, King Su, do you have a plan? Everyone's gaze turned to Su Bai. In this situation, they could only hope that Su Bai had a solution. Su Bai smiled slightly, pointing at the first cliff on the map. Here. It's very safe, there will be no ambushes. In fact, there's an old acquaintance of ours here, and I'm sure you all know him. Oh? Lu Shiwan's face showed a knowing expression. He knew that with King Su's capabilities, he must have foreseen this. King Su means that one of our own will occupy the first cliff. Suddenly, everyone realized, and a chill ran down their spines. Lu Lang even broke out in sweat on his forehead, lowering his voice and excitedly saying, to pull this off, King Su, you must have started planning this step as soon as you were released from prison, right? Su Bai nodded slightly. The road south wasn't easy, so he had made preparations in advance. Hiss. Everyone inhaled sharply in awe. Is this what it means to be a top strategist, preparing for the future? It was truly terrifying. Who is guarding there? Lu Shiwan asked curiously, wondering who could be strong enough to hold such a place, as they surely couldn't have too many people. Su Bai decisively answered, Xiaohou Yuanming's deputy general, Zhang Quanglong. That wild and untamed young master from the Zheng family. He's so young, and yet he is already a half-step grandmaster. He has several hundred skilled men guarding the front-line cliff. It's very stable. Upon hearing this name, the others exchanged smiles. So it's this interesting guy. He could have stayed a rich young master but chose to join the military, and who would have thought he'd really make such a big name for himself? He's now the left-hand man of General Xiahou. Lu Xiyuan showed a reassuring smile. Although Zhang Guanglong was arrogant, he was extremely steady in action. With him here, the front-line cliff is certainly secure. Now everything is in place, just waiting for the torrential rain. Lu Xiyuan looked up. At this moment, the sky was still clear, with no clouds in sight, and it didn't seem like it would rain at all. But Su Bai was confident. Lu Bowen's fortune-telling skills could be trusted, especially when it came to celestial phenomena that could not be influenced by human power. After just a single incense stick's time, the originally clear sky gradually became overcast. The sunlight was covered by dark clouds, and its rays were blocked out. The bright day was now as dark as night. A raindrop fell on his head. As the crowd looked up, thousands upon thousands of raindrops fell immediately. Su Bai quickly stood up and shouted, "All the brothers in the pits, come out! The storm is coming!" As Su Bai's voice fell, all the scholars who had been digging the pits scrambled out. They looked up at the darkened sky, utterly astonished. King Su is truly a god, it really rained. I'm so excited, it feels like witnessing a legend. The rain is soaking my body, but I don't feel cold at all, instead, I feel warm all over, and I can't wait to charge down the mountain. Let this storm come even fiercer. 35. Flood. Scholars break the flying dragon army. The rain poured heavily. On Lonely Mountain. The scholars excitedly used their xiaogao to gather more water. The water in the deep pits grew more and more, filling everyone with warmth inside. Flying dragon army, just wait to die. Below Lonely Mountain. Wei Yanxue quickly dove into the gold-and-silver car. Her expression was as cold as ice. Just moments ago, she had been discussing with General Cheng Filong and other commanders how long Su Bai could hold out on the mountain. Counting the days, the mountain had been out of water for nearly 3 days. Victory was in sight. But unexpectedly, it seemed the heavens had played a huge joke on Wei Yanxue. The sky, which had been clear, suddenly began to pour with a violent storm. Wei Yanxue wiped the raindrops from her head, and her voice screamed hoarsely. Why? Why is even the heavens helping him? We were about to starve them out, but now it's pouring rain. Does this mean my strategy to cut off the water and block the road has become a joke? Well, fine, this is truly fine. Since the heavens won't cooperate, I'll go against the heavens. Cheng Filong, give the order to the 3 armies. Wait for the rain to lessen, and then attack the mountain at any cost. Even if it costs 10,000 flying dragon soldiers, we must take Su Bai down. Yes. Cheng Filong answered from outside the gold-and-silver car. His face was also unsettled. The raindrops hit his face, and his shock at Su Bai only grew stronger. Everything, if connected. Truly, it's chilling to think about. The water-gathering mission 3 days ago seemed like a mockery, a performance. It not only told him that the mountain lacked water but also that it wouldn't rain. If Su Bai had known it would rain, he wouldn't have gone down to fetch water. Cheng Filong had thought it was a given that there wouldn't be rain. In the end, they were defeated. Now the border is in danger, Liangzhou is in peril, and the once powerful Wei Kingdom is surrounded on all sides with constant internal strife. Cheng Filong looked up at Lonely Mountain, murmuring, "No one's rebellion in Wei Kingdom matters. It creates no ripples. Only King Su. He can stir up terrifying waves." The heavy rain, which had already dampened the morale of the dragon army, now cast an even darker shadow over them. Cheng Filong shook his head helplessly and walked toward the camp. He had to stabilize the soldiers' spirits, and once the rain lightened, he would lead the entire army to attack the mountain. This time, no matter the cost. 50 miles south of Lonely Mountain. Here stood a towering cliff, with peaks upon peaks, and a narrow line cut through the middle. This line was the only path from Daliang to Liangzhou, the cliff of one line. At the middle of the cliff, a young man clad in armor was looking through a telescope towards the distance, unable to look away for a long time. His pupils were filled with anxiousness. "Dragon brother, the signal hasn't arrived yet." "No matter how long you wait, you won't see King Su," the fat man beside him said, then plopped down onto the ground. Zhang Guanglong snorted coldly, "Damn the Empress, with my temper, I really want to grab my sword and chop her at the Golden Luan Hall. If it weren't for King Su back then, she would have died in Liangzhou. If it weren't for King Su, who would have sent half the civil and military officials to help her ascend to the throne. But now, she turns her back on everyone. She's really a wolf that can't be raised properly. Even the dog I raise knows how to be grateful more than she does. And now, she dares to surround King Su. When my Yenling army arrives, see if I don't flatten Daliang City." Sita-ho, why don't you stay here and keep watch while I go to Lonely Mountain? Zhang Quanglong turned and looked at the fat man sitting on the ground, then touched the long knife stuck at his back. The blade was blood red, emitting a murderous cold gleam. It sent a chill down one's spine. No. Sita-ho quickly waved his hand, and seeing that Zhang Quanglong seemed determined to go, he gritted his teeth, directly hugging Zhang Quanglong's leg and cried out. Dragon brother, if you leave and we're attacked by an army of 10,000, I won't be able to defend it. Useless. Zhang Quanglong kicked Sita-ho aside, his face full of disgust. If you'd practiced your martial arts as hard as you've been chasing old widows, maybe you wouldn't be so useless. You're already so old and only have first-tier strength, aren't you ashamed? Sita-ho was stunned. He pointed at himself and said, Dragon brother, I'm only 18. First tier. First tier, you know. Do you know how many people outside call me a genius? People who praise me could line up all the way from here to our Shuzhou. Just because you're a freak, you can't make me be a freak too. Zhang Quanglong looked at him speechlessly and kicked Sita-ho again. You're the freak. Get lost. Go to the mountaintop and keep watch. Just looking at you pisses me off. Sita-ho quickly shook his head. Dragon brother, General Xiaoho's order, I can't leave you more than 10 steps, or I'll be punished by military law. I hashtag UN%, you hashtag at asterisk UN%. Zhang Quanglong cursed fiercely. Dragon brother, if there are any troops from Liangzhou sending messages to Lonely Mountain, should we stop them? Sita-ho asked. Stop them? I hope more bad news gets through, so the dragon army can all come to support Liangzhou. Zhang Quanglong said impatiently. He lifted the telescope again and looked into the distance. Still no sign of King Su. His expression grew darker, and the blood-red long knife clang sounded as he drew it, muttering to himself. If I harm even a single hair of King Su, I'll fight to the death with Wei Yanxue. I want to see if her face can block my sword. The heavy rain continued for a whole day. Finally, it began to lighten a little. At the foot of Lonely Mountain, Elder Gong was holding an umbrella, under which stood Wei Yanxue, dressed in imperial robes, her expression as cold as frost. The three armies had gathered, and the dragon army was now fully prepared for battle. They knew that what lay ahead would be a blood-soaked battle they could not return from unless they won. On the mountain was the killing god, Subai, along with the group of mad scholar soldiers. But down here was the ruthless emperor. When the emperor was enraged, millions would fall. They had no choice but to climb the mountain and fight. Your Majesty, the rain has lightened, what do you think? Elder Gong bent down and said, his face full of flattery. Wei Yanxue coldly nodded. Where is General Chang? Cheng Feilong immediately knelt down and cupped his hands, saying, this humble general is here. Order. Wei Yanxue raised her head high, her eyes filled with anger and the flames of war. The dragon army will attack the mountain. If this mountain is not taken, don't return. Anyone who retreats will be killed. Whoever kills Subai will be made a marquis. The dragon army's eyes burned with fervor. The position of the marquis was enough to drive them crazy. The most tempting thing is profit, even when facing an invincible opponent. Kill for me. Wei Yanxue shouted loudly, with Cheng Feilong standing at the front, holding a spear, and 5 deputy generals following behind. Pointing his long spear, Cheng Feilong yelled, kill with me. In an instant, over 100,000 flying dragon army rushed up the north slope, while the other 3 sides of the flying dragon army were on full alert, preventing Subai from breaking through. Wei Yanxue looked at the flying dragon army charging forward, finally revealing a smile of excitement. If it weren't for the rain, there would still be a chance to capture Subai alive, but now, with Subai at his peak, only a deadly battle remained. We must kill Subai at all costs. On the mountain. Subai looked at the rapidly advancing flying dragon army, showing a hint of a sneer. He casually waved his hand. Immediately, someone pressed a button. In an instant, floods, like waves hungry for flesh, rushed down mercilessly, engulfing countless flying dragon soldiers. Cheng Feilong, who had just reached the mountain, was dumbfounded, immediately frantically looking around for a large tree to embrace. But all he saw were small stumps with exposed roots. The upper parts had already been chopped down by scholars on the mountain. How could this be? Cheng Feilong's heart turned to ashes, his face pale. I am not willing, gurgle, gurgle. Then, he was swept away by the flood. 36. The deal. The heavy promise of the Shadow Marquis. At the foot of the lonely mountain. Only 1 gold and silver carriage and a few thousand feathered guard remained, along with tens of thousands who had not yet managed to rush up. Elder Cheng furrowed his brows and saluted Wei Yanxue. Your Majesty, have you heard any strange sounds? Wei Yanxue decisively shook her head. I only hear the battle cries of my flying dragon soldiers. Even so. Elder Cheng's unease grew stronger. He suddenly felt his heart beating incredibly fast, a sign of impending danger. Suddenly, a talisman flashed before Wei Yanxue, and then the Shadow Marquis appeared. You blocked me, Shadow Marquis. Wei Yanxue said coldly, her voice sharp. There is the sound of water on the mountain, Your Majesty. The Shadow Marquis grabbed Wei Yanxue's waist, directly sat on the gold and silver carriage, and whipped the warhorse furiously. Don't go up the mountain, run to the sides quickly. The warhorse screamed in pain, galloping at full speed, and the gold and silver carriage quickly sped toward one side. Only the flying dragon soldiers were left behind, stunned. Elder Cheng reacted and immediately shouted loudly, run to the sides. Immediately, the remaining flying dragon soldiers ran to both sides. After running a few steps, they indeed saw the raging flood rushing down, and everyone immediately dropped their spears and ran madly. If they were caught by the flood, they would not only die but also be severely injured. Nonsense! Wei Yanxue, sitting in the gold and silver carriage, angrily shouted, Are you crazy? Shadow Marquis! There is no river on this mountain, how could there be a flood? You are deceiving the Emperor. I can sentence you to death. Go back. I want to personally oversee the battle of the Flying Dragon Army, and make them fight to the death. Capture Su Bai for me. Ignoring Wei Yanxue's anger, the Shadow Marquis remained silent. He just kept cracking the horsewhip, and the gold and silver carriage raced quickly toward the eastern foot of the mountain. Wei Yanxue, unable to contain her fury, walked to the front of the carriage to stop the Shadow Marquis. But when she casually looked back, she froze in place. Floods truly poured down from the lonely mountain, now like a wild beast, devouring the bodies of the flying dragon soldiers. Tens of thousands of soldiers who had been beside her earlier. Because they failed to escape in time, many of them were also swept into the flood. How is this possible? Wei Yanxue muttered to herself, her face full of panic and unease. How could a lonely mountain gather so much water? She couldn't understand it no matter how hard she tried. Shadow Marquis, since you knew there was water, why didn't you decisively order me to withdraw? Do you know how many flying dragon soldiers I have lost? My heart is bleeding. The Shadow Marquis remained silent. Passing the blame, a habit for Wei Yanxue, something he had long been used to. As long as he stayed silent, in a few days, everything would be fine. But this time, Wei Yanxue seemed to have truly gone mad. Pointing at the Yin Marquis, she cursed loudly. You deceiver of the Emperor, why didn't you report earlier? Even the Grand Eunuch Qing could sense it beforehand, your martial arts are even stronger than his. You deliberately didn't report. Bastard. You are a bastard. Do you know how much money the Wei Dynasty spent to train the 100,000 flying dragon army? I hate this. I hate this. There are only useless people around me, not a single one capable of great use. Trash, a bunch of trash. Wei Yanxue was shaking with anger, and Yin Marquis' face was as dark as water at this moment. Both of them were on the verge of collapsing. Wei Yanxue's hand gripped the sword on the gold and silver car, and the remaining bit of reason told her, don't draw it. Yin Marquis tightly gripped the whip, fiercely striking the warhorse. The cart, which had already reached its limit, suddenly accelerated. After a long while. Yin Marquis, I feel there's something strange. After Wei Yanxue calmed down, she sat down and carefully recalled the flood. Even if there is a big pit on the lonely mountain, it's still not a river, it can't gather much water. I feel that this water might not have drowned anyone. At most, people were washed down and unfortunately collided to death, or were thrown out and fell to death, but with such a large flying dragon army, the casualties would definitely be limited. We were too hasty. At this moment, many soldiers should be injured. As long as Su Bai doesn't bring people down. It's over. Thinking of this, Wei Yanxue's face turned ashen. How could Su Bai not come down? This was the best chance to reduce the numbers of the flying dragon army. Your Majesty, the signal has already been sent. The cavalry and infantry from Dongpa are heading toward the north slope. Yin Marquis said coldly, turning his head indifferently and asking, do you want to go? Wei Yanxue hesitated. If she went back now, she would face Su Bai at his peak. Now, with Yin Marquis' arm broken and generals like Cheng Feilong all injured, without top-tier combat power for protection, if Su Bai took their heads. I won't go. Stay with me quietly. Too many bad things have happened to the Wei Kingdom recently. Not a single good news from the border, only through harsh orders was it barely defended. I feel suffocated now. Originally, I thought with 30,000 flying dragon army here, victory was assured. But who knew it would turn into a great defeat? All of this started from Su Bai's imprisonment. Do you think I was wrong? Yin Marquis looked at the pitiful Wei Yanxue, his gaze softened, gently pulling her shoulder, and speaking in a soothing tone. You are not wrong, they are the ones at fault. Don't be afraid, you still have me, and behind me, there's the entire Fushan. Su Bai is indeed hard to kill, but if my master takes action, there's at least a 70% chance. But your master is in seclusion, isn't he? Wei Yanxue was crying like a blooming pear flower, sobbing, and you gave up your position as the head of Fushan for me, weren't you at odds with Fushan? Ha! Yin Marquis bitterly smiled and shook his head, what a joke. In fact, my master has been hiding something from me. It was only then that I finally understood why he treated me so well since I was young. What is it? Wei Yanxue asked softly, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. How could Yin Marquis have something she didn't know? The feeling of defeat, realizing even the most trusted person had secrets from her, was unbearable. Turns out I'm his illegitimate son. What? Wei Yanxue gasped, you mean, this master who has been with you since childhood is your real father? Yes. Yin Marquis nodded. Wei Yanxue's eyes shone, so now you can actually command Fushan. Yes. Yin Marquis pulled out a token from his chest. On it, 2 large characters were clearly engraved, Headmaster. Wei Yanxue glanced at it and immediately saw that Yin Marquis had already taken the position of the headmaster of Fushan. This matter, as the emperor, she had no knowledge of. Wei Yanxue's emotions surged up again, but she hid it well. Not bad, your father really treats you well. Unlike my father, who only favored my few brothers, in the end, it was I who fought for and claimed the throne. In that case, let your father handle Su Bai's life. If this succeeds, the position of national master will be his. After speaking, Wei Yanxue looked at the Yin Ho, waiting for a confirming reply. But the Yin Ho refused, he's about to be buried, the position of national master is meaningless. Then what does he want? Wei Yanxue frowned. The Yin Ho stared sharply at Wei Yanxue, speaking with great seriousness. He wants a grandson. 37, the fall. Cheng Feilong's last words. Yanxue, I've followed you for 10 years, and you should know my feelings for you very well. All these years, I've followed you unconditionally, but this time, let's make a deal. I'll help you deal with Su Bai, and you marry me. My father doesn't have long to live, forcing a move against Su Bai will likely lead to his death soon. This deal, my bargaining chip is my own father's life. If Su Bai survives and returns to Shuzhou, you don't need to hide from yourself the consequences. I know you care about face, I don't need a grand wedding, we can marry within Fushan, and no one will know. As his words fell, Wei Yanxue's gaze suddenly changed. How could she not know the Yin Ho's feelings for her? She just never expected it to be spoken so openly this time. And he offered a bargaining chip that Wei Yanxue could hardly refuse. After quickly weighing the pros and cons in her heart. This deal was actually worth it, after all, there were very few people in the world who could deal with Su Bai. As long as Su Bai was dead, her heart would truly be at peace. As for the 5 nations attacking Wei, at worst they could cede land and pay reparations, just as the 5 nations had done when Wei attacked them in the past. The only thing that made Wei Yanxue hesitate was the Yin Ho's face and his severed arm. He was too effeminate, it felt like she was going to marry a eunuch. If they were to consummate their marriage later, would she have to cover his head? But after 10 years of getting along, whether his head was covered or not was the same. Forget it, she would not trouble herself. She would delay for now, and once the Fushan leader died, she would send troops to crush Fushan. As for the Yin Ho, a little poison would be enough to kill him. Thinking of this, Wei Yanxue lightly parted her red lips and softly said, Okay, I agree to you. The Yin Ho laughed, laughing loudly. This day, he had finally been waiting for, he had followed Wei Yanxue for a full 10 years, and now he could finally get what he desired. Good. Good. The Yin Ho extended his hand and gently held Wei Yanxue's, his eyes shimmering with tears. Looking at Wei Yanxue, who now seemed a bit fragile, the Yin Ho embraced her tightly. Smiling widely, he said, Don't worry, I'll have my father take action. After speaking, his gaze suddenly hardened, a sinister look appearing on his face, and through gritted teeth, he continued. Su Bai. He definitely won't survive. North slope of the solitary mountain. A group of scholars, holding long knives, followed the last wave of floodwater, charging forward desperately. Along the way, whenever they encountered seriously injured dragonfly troops, a scholar would immediately step forward and finish them off with several strikes. Blood splattered everywhere. If it were 3 days ago, the scholar might have felt some fear, but now the scholar only felt the boiling blood in their veins. This was the pleasure of avenging their enemies. 3 days ago, the dragonfly army had been arrogant, choosing to attack the mountain, but now the roles had reversed, and the scholars were immensely satisfied. After digging pits for 2 days and nights, they had waited for this day. Over 100,000 dragonfly troops, either injured or dead, the once weak scholars in the dragonfly army's eyes. At this moment, the scholars were the living kings of hell. Wasn't the dragonfly army fierce before? Didn't they like attacking mountains? Now let's see them be fierce again. A scholar severed the head of a small leader of the dragonfly army, his body trembling with excitement. Then he continued to strike several more blows. It was this dragonfly army that had killed his former classmate friend in front of him. Ah! Thousands of scholars swung their knives. More and more dragonfly troops died unwillingly. They were supposed to be the victors, but never expected that floodwaters would roll down on this lonely mountain. Originally, casualties could have been reduced, but the general overseeing the troops refused to listen to the reports from the front line, which were like a flood of warnings. Stubbornly, he persisted. This led to massive casualties for the Flying Dragon Army. Only those whose martial arts reached the top level could barely stand, with some strength still lingering in their arms. But facing over 10,000 scholars, they were like ants in this moment. Anyone who can run, run to the back. A deputy general struggled to rise. Donpa may not have been flooded. As long as the Donpa cavalry arrives, we still have a chance. Immediately, several members of the Flying Dragon Army stood up and began retreating. This scene was immediately noticed by the scholars. Ouyang Lincheng shouted loudly. Brothers, some of the Flying Dragon Army can still stand up. Let's go together and finish them off. Immediately, many scholars responded. Those who can still stand must have high martial skills. Let's go together, don't let our guard down. These are walking achievements in battle. A few brothers come with me, let's go. At once, the scholars grouped together. They wanted to land a few blows on the still standing Flying Dragon Army members. But after running a few steps, they were completely blocked by one person, and the scholars looked at him in shock. This person wore golden armor. His long blade had been swept away by the flood. In his hand was a sword drawn from his waist. The sword's body was like jade, with dragon patterns etched upon it. This person stood tall in front of the Flying Dragon Army, slowly raised his arm holding the sword, and pointed its tip at the 10,000 scholars. Flying Dragon Army Marshal, Chang Feilong? A sharp-eyed scholar recognized him and whispered. The scholar's eyes immediately grew hot with excitement. This person was none other than the general of the Flying Dragon Army, the Great Marshal, the head of the 300,000 Flying Dragon Army, Chang Feilong. Goodness, what an achievement, a scholar licked his lips, saying in shock. Logically, the higher the rank, the faster they should run, but I see that the other leaders of the Flying Dragon Army all act this way. Indeed, why is the Flying Dragon Army's marshal blocking in the front alone? Don't tell me, this is what a general should be like. More and more are retreating. Even if he's the strongest in the Flying Dragon Army, he surely has little strength left now. Let's kill him. How many can one person stop? Do they think he's King Su? As soon as the words fell, many scholars rushed towards Chang Feilong, but they were stopped by Su Bai. King Su? The scholars were confused. He's a grandmaster, I'll kill him. Su Bai gripped his purple golden long blade, stepping towards Chang Feilong. Don't just stand there, those who need to finish him off, do it, those who need to chase, chase. We don't have much time. The scholars suddenly understood and immediately chased forward. This time, Chang Feilong didn't try to stop them, he couldn't stop them. In front of him stood Wei's strongest warrior, the world-renowned King Su. King Su. I never imagined my life would end like this. Since I formed the Flying Dragon Army, I've never expanded the territory, but I'm about to die in an internal conflict. But when I think that the one who will kill me is the world-renowned King Su, my life isn't completely useless. Come on. Kill. Chang Feilong shouted, charging at Su Bai, his eyes filled with unwillingness. The Jade Dragon Sword was bestowed by His Majesty. I promise to clear all obstacles for him. I don't expect to kill you, but as long as I can hurt you, then I have value. I'll have no regrets. The shadow of the sword struck, a cold gleam flashing. The sword's body reflected the furious Chang Feilong, and also the silent Su Bai. Su Bai forcefully swung the long blade, its edge meeting the sword's edge. Clang! Chang Feilong was sent flying, spitting blood continuously, but he still tightly gripped the sword in his hand. His eyes were bloodshot, glaring viciously at Su Bai. Su Bai raised the long blade, pressing it against Chang Feilong's neck, and calmly said, "Will you surrender?" Chang Feilong slowly shook his head, showing a bitter smile. Have I earned your recognition now? King Su. Su Bai frowned, applying more force, blood dripping from the spot where the blade met Chang Feilong's neck. Chang Feilong laughed wildly. He didn't care about the bloodstains on his neck at all. King Su, if I truly surrender, your army will be unstable. Moreover, wearing this golden armor, holding this jade dragon sword. It was exactly as King Su had said back then. To repay you, I will risk my life for you, like a jade dragon, to die for you. Ha ha. What a pity, the king owes you too much. This Wei kingdom truly doesn't deserve your support. I won't add to your trouble. Go ahead and save the common people trapped in the flames of war. King Su. The moment the words fell, Su Bai's pupils slightly narrowed as he looked at the blood continuously sliding down the blade. He sighed softly. This marshal of the Flying Dragon Army had killed himself. I acknowledge you now, Chang Feilong. 38, Madness. The unbelievable Empress. 20 minutes later. Subai gave the dying leader of the Flying Dragon Army another stab, then shouted loudly. Retreat! Tens of thousands of scholars passed the message to each other, gradually withdrawing from the battlefield and running towards the mountain. Soon, a large number of Flying Dragon Army cavalry would arrive. There was no need to clash head-on with cavalry. Moreover, these were all scholars. We must hurry to the first-line cliff. The mechanisms on the east slope will activate in half an hour, but the flood only covers 1/5 of the north slope. It's impossible to completely delay the Flying Dragon Army, we need to move faster. Subai spoke as he quickened his pace. Lord Lu, there's no pursuit behind us, let's head down the south slope towards the first-line cliff. Lu Shiwan rose, leading 5,000 scholars. They had originally been lying low in the mountain's blind spot, each with several long spears by their side. They had even prepared dismantled xiagao, a type of weapon. Lord Su, what's the situation down the mountain? Lu Shiwan, following Subai's side, asked curiously. The flood's power is quite strong. Over 100,000 of the Flying Dragon Army are either dead or wounded. With our finishing blows, at least 50,000 of the Flying Dragon Army should be dead. By the way, Cheng Feilong is also dead. Subai said. At this moment, they were leading 2,000 scholars, bypassing the mountain's waist and heading for the east slope to descend faster. Such a great victory! Lu Shiwan exclaimed, a look of intense shock on his face. Just 2 days of digging a water pit, and this kind of result came from it, truly a blood prophet. King Su truly is a genius. Brothers, look, the cavalry is right beneath us. If we wait a few more minutes to retreat, we'll be surrounded. A sharp-eyed scholar pointed and shouted loudly. Everyone looked down the mountain, where the densely packed cavalry was charging towards the north slope's foot. The scholars and cavalry were heading in opposite directions. One was up the mountain, the other was down. One side was filled with victorious smiles, the other side was galloping impatiently with whips in hand. Down the mountain. The valiant cavalry general looked anxious. He frantically whipped his horse to speed it up. Over 100,000 of the Flying Dragon Army had sent a distress signal. Something extremely dangerous must have happened to them. The closer he got, the more tense he became, for he could hear the sound of flowing water. All troops, speed up. The cavalry general shouted loudly, leading the charge. Soon. The tragic scene at the foot of the north slope came into view. The ground was littered with the bodies of the Flying Dragon Army, and the water had not yet receded. As far as the eye could see, perhaps over 10,000 of the Flying Dragon Army were lying in eternal sleep here. How is this possible? How could there be a flood? The water drowned the three armies. The tactic used against the Zhao Kingdom's army is now being used against the Flying Dragon Army. King Su, you truly are so wise it borders on supernatural. The cavalry general muttered to himself, his words filled with fury, while behind him, 3,000 cavalry arrived. All the cavalry were terrified at the sight before them. General! General! This! The soldier wanted to speak but stopped. The cavalry general waved his hand and dismounted. The surviving members of the Flying Dragon Army in the distance were now counting casualties, their faces as gloomy as water. General, there are a dozen people gathered over there. The soldier also dismounted, pointing to a place. It was closest to the north slope of the lonely mountain. The cavalry general squinted and saw several of the Flying Dragon Army's deputy generals and some commanders gathered together. At this moment, surrounded like that, there was only one possibility. Suddenly, an ominous premonition surged in the cavalry general's heart. Could it be that General Cheng Feilong? Thinking this, the cavalry general hurried forward. Soon. The face of Cheng Feilong appeared in front of him. The wound on his neck was particularly glaring. Really, he died in battle. The deputy general of the Flying Dragon Army saw the valiant general arrive and roared with rage. Yixian Cliff. They can't dare to stay on the mountain any longer, rush to Yixian Cliff. Catch up with them, kill them. Hurry up. The valiant general clenched his fists and silently nodded. Indeed, there was no time to delay, and they would definitely be able to catch up now. Cavalry are the nightmares of infantry, especially a group of scholars. They must pay back blood for blood. Everybody get on your horses. Chase to Yixian Cliff. The blood debts of my Flying Dragon Army will not be repaid with the tears of our brothers, but with the blood of our enemies. The valiant general leaped onto his horse and led the charge back. Revenge! 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 3,000 cavalry shouted loudly, closely following behind the valiant general. Before long, they came face to face with the 50,000 troops of the Flying Dragon Army rushing over from Dongpa. The leader, Zhao Hu, was full of confusion. Before he could speak, the valiant general's roar came through. Zhao Wu, several thousand brothers died over there, someone needs to collect their bodies, you bring these 50,000 men and rush to Yixian Cliff with me. Make sure to help our brothers take revenge. After saying this, the valiant general galloped past. Zhao Wu turned back, only feeling a gust of wind brush across his face, and the 3,000 cavalry charged out. Damn, several thousand brothers died? What the hell happened? Is that Su Wang, a god descended from the heavens? Zhao Hu roared angrily. General, what should we do? A soldier asked. What else can we do? Change direction, we go to Yixian Cliff. Zhao Hu's expression hardened. With the speed of cavalry, they won't be able to escape. Let's fight Su Wang. I don't believe that he alone can destroy my grand army. The 50,000 flying dragon army immediately began marching back. On the other side, Wei Yanxue finally gathered her courage. She believed that by now the cavalry should have engaged Su Bai's army. In Ho, we will return to Beipo. I want to see the losses of the flying dragon army. Don't get too close first. In Ho stepped out of the golden and silver carriage and cracked the whip, and the carriage headed toward Beipo. A moment later, the golden and silver carriage was about to reach the foot of Beipo. Wei Yanxue peeked out and did not see the fierce battle she had expected. Instead, it was a field of corpses from the flying dragon army. It was silent here, except for the occasional cries and wails from the flying dragon army. Your Majesty, shall we move closer? In Ho turned to ask. Let's go. Wei Yanxue bit her silver teeth tightly, her nails cutting into her flesh. Go to the surrounded area. In Ho nodded, urging the golden and silver carriage toward Cheng Feilong's position. Hiss. The deputy general of the flying dragon army had already heard the sound of hooves but didn't think much of it, thinking it was just another batch of war horses gone wild. After all, the Beipo camp had previously also stationed cavalry there. Until hearing Wei Yanxue's voice, everyone was shocked and hurriedly turned to bow. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Wei Yanxue disregarded them and walked forward. In disbelief, she covered her mouth. My flying dragon army's marshal, just like this, died? Cheng Feilong. Cheng Feilong. The deputy general said helplessly, Your Majesty, the marshal has already gone to eternal rest. Before he died, the marshal alone stood against tens of thousands of scholars, buying time for our flying dragon army to flee. He is a hero of the flying dragon army. Wei Yanxue, with red eyes, stared at the deputy general, speechless for a long time. Cheng Feilong had followed her for 5 years. He could die under her command, but he should not have died here. Looking at the lifeless Cheng Feilong, Wei Yanxue remembered the honest man she met years ago during the grand recruitment at Huangjin Terrace. That day, she gifted him the Jade Dragon Sword, and the honest man vowed his loyalty to her, saying he would expand the territory for Dewei and become a martial general like Su Wang. But Wei Yanxue had selfish motives, believing such a strong man should stay by her side, thus establishing the flying dragon army and appointing him as marshal, keeping Cheng Feilong firmly by her side. For Wei Yanxue, Cheng Feilong was a card to deal with Su Bai. For Cheng Feilong, she was the benevolent ruler who recognized his talent. Until Su Bai was imprisoned, there had been a rift between her and Cheng Feilong. But Cheng Feilong still remained loyal to her, being her most capable general. Rest in peace. Wei Yanxue clenched her fists. Transport him back to the capital and bury him with the ceremony of a different surname king. The deputy generals were shocked, looking up with disbelief, and all simultaneously knelt with a thud. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wei Yanxue slowly nodded. With Cheng Feilong gone, she must find someone who could bear the responsibility. And with this great defeat of the Feilong army, the morale of the troops would surely be scattered. Burying Cheng Feilong with the ceremony of a different surname king was her way of winning the hearts of the generals. It was also a clear message to the Feilong army. She, Wei Yanxue, was not someone who would neglect emotions. She was absolutely still worthy of their loyalty. Was Su Bai really that strong? Was he truly undefeatable? Was imprisoning Su Bai really a mistake? Wei Yanxue looked up at the sky, gazing at the sun. There is only one sun, and there can only be one ruler. It was Su Bai who forced her hand. She was not wrong. Where is General Xiaoqi? Wei Yanxue coldly said. By rights, he should have arrived long ago. The deputy general cupped his hands in response. Su Bai is undoubtedly on his way to Yixian Cliff. General Xiaoqi has caught up. With the speed of the cavalry, he will definitely intercept before Yixian Cliff. As long as 50,000 Feilong soldiers arrive, Su Bai will be doomed. Very good. Wei Yanxue's eyes glinted coldly. Zhao Hu led 50,000 infantry in pursuit. But when they were close to Donpa, he heard many cries of agony. What's going on? Zhao Hu furrowed his brow and urged the army to speed up. At the foot of Donpa. Seeing the chaos, with fallen horses and soldiers wailing in pain, Zhao Hu was stunned. The ground was covered with water. And fallen warhorses, soldiers in agony. How could there be water at the top of Gushan? Zhao Hu said in disbelief, then shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Rescue them!" Instantly, 50,000 Filong soldiers moved forward, helping injured cavalrymen up. General Shaoqi spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at the warhorses that could no longer run, and let out a furious roar. They actually planned even this. Su Wang, are you a god or an immortal? Zhao Wu came over and asked, the horses can't run anymore. Should we still chase? Chase. General Shaoqi said decisively, if we don't chase, do you want to face the Empress's wrath? Since there's now a flood here, it proves that there must still be people on the mountain. Split 5,000 men to go up the mountain and capture all of them. We'll use them to threaten Su Wang. Isn't he known for his kindness and righteousness? Let's see if he will save them or not. Good. Zhao Hu nodded. A Filong army commander led 5,000 men up the mountain, while the rest continued towards Yixian Cliff. General Shaoqi watched as Zhao Hu went off in the distance and struggled to get up. With a grimace, he muttered to himself. Damn. I've only read about a flooded army in military books before. I never thought it would happen to me. Luckily, they didn't have time to harvest, otherwise, I'd have to face General Cheng Feilong's fate. Looking around, General Shaoqi shouted, anyone who can stand, go check on your brothers nearby. Help the ones who still have breath to sit up. Don't let them drown. Yes. Are there any war horses left that can run? General, there are about 10 left. Bring one to me. I'll go to His Majesty and beg for forgiveness. General Shaoqi made up his mind. After all, he held an official position, and if he personally went to beg for forgiveness, he probably wouldn't be executed. The soldiers widened their eyes, about to speak in protest. I've made up my mind. General Shaoqi mounted the horse and decisively cracked his whip, heading towards the foot of the north slope. The same mistake, and yet the Filong army made it twice. But who would have thought that the water stored on the mountain wouldn't be released all at once? Su Wang, truly a master of schemes. At the foot of the north slope, Wei Yanxue trembled as she listened to the casualty reports. The Filong army, since its founding, had never suffered such great losses, not even a fraction of today's. A total of over 46,300 soldiers had died, and over 128,600 had been injured. The damage was so severe that even saying it was gravely wounded felt too mild. Your Majesty, a messenger from Liangzhou has arrived. The injured Grand Eunuch Cheng spoke softly. Wei Yanxue frowned deeply and coldly said, Xuan. Grand Eunuch Cheng bowed, yes. Order the messenger to meet me. The messenger walked to Wei Yanxue's side, kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty, I greet you. Urgent report from Liangzhou, the Yanling army's offensive is extremely fierce. More than 10 cities have already been lost. At this moment, they must have already entered the heart of Liangzhou. We ask your Majesty to send reinforcements. Wei Yanxue coldly looked at the messenger, remaining silent for a long time. Ha! Another bad news. With the constant stream of bad news these days, Wei Yanxue had become numb to it. Where is General Chao? Didn't I say to hold the line at all costs? Reporting to your Majesty, General Chao fled in fear of punishment. His whereabouts are now unknown. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Wei Yanxue laughed loudly while clapping, her expression chilling beyond words. Has Yixian Cliff been taken? Why is there still no report to me? Reporting to your Majesty, General Chao had sent 10,000 troops to occupy Yixian Cliff, but when I passed by Yixian Cliff today, I saw no soldiers of our army. The messenger hesitated, it was as if those 10,000 soldiers had vanished into thin air. What? Wei Yanxue completely lost her composure. She had originally thought that Yixian Cliff had already been taken, and the lack of a report was simply a forgetful mistake, as General Chao might have been too distracted by the Yanling army's attack on Liangzhou. But now, to hear that Yixian Cliff was not taken, and that the 10,000 soldiers had mysteriously disappeared. Absurd. This is truly the biggest joke. Chao Zhengxian, you better not fall into my hands, I will peel your skin off. Wei Yanxue was thunderously enraged. If Yixian Cliff was not taken, then once Subai defended that place, even if the Filong army was wiped out, it would be hard to capture it. Luckily cavalry was sent to pursue them. As long as they intercept along the way. Before Wei Yanxue could finish speaking, her pupils suddenly widened. She saw a familiar figure in the distance, riding a horse and rushing toward her. The brave cavalry general? Isn't he? Wei Yanxue muttered to herself, watching the drenched brave cavalry general, an ominous feeling surged in her heart. In that instant, Wei Yanxue felt a chill run through her body, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Return to the capital. Wei Kingdom raises heavy gold to recruit soldiers. Your Majesty. The brave cavalry general dismounted and kneeled in front of Wei Yanxue. I have failed. When we reached the foot of Dongpa, a sudden flood occurred on the mountain, and all 3,000 cavalrymen were attacked by the flood. Hundreds of them died. Now, General Zhao Hu has led the infantry to chase them. On the mountain, Su Bai's remnants have also sent 5,000 soldiers to conduct a search. After speaking, the brave cavalry general lowered his head. He waited for Wei Yanxue's wrath. Wei Yanxue covered her chest and staggered back a few steps. Grand Eunuch Qing rushed forward, but was pushed aside by the suddenly appearing Duke Yin. Duke Yin supported Wei Yanxue's back with one hand. Grand Eunuch Qing hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look. Your Majesty, please take care of your health. Duke Yin said in a low voice, his eyes full of concern. Wei Yanxue stood upright, feeling her heart race, and coldly glanced at the brave cavalry general before sitting in the gold and silver chariot. Grand Eunuch Qing, how many soldiers do we still have that are fit for battle? Grand Eunuch Qing looked complex and replied, Your Majesty, there are less than 30,000. The rest are severely wounded and cannot fight again in a short time. 30,000? Wei Yanxue muttered in disbelief, then suddenly burst into a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. 300,000 troops came out, to encircle and wipe out a mere 30,000 scholars. Now, only less than 100,000 are still fit for battle. If I told others this, they would think I'm crazy. But this is happening to me right now. Wei Yanxue slapped the table forcefully, making a loud bang sound. I originally thought Su Bai was once my most skilled general, so some losses were inevitable. But as long as I endure the pain, I could certainly capture Su Bai in one blow. But this is no longer about enduring pain, this is about cutting my own flesh. Is Su Bai truly undefeatable? Is there no one in the entire court who can match him? Wei Yanxue spoke, her voice choking with emotion. Wei country had a million-strong army, how powerful it was. She, as the emperor, had only imprisoned one person. Yet now the country's foundation was in turmoil. Can the power of one person truly be so terrifying? Your Majesty, do not harm your health with anger. Wei country still has many soldiers, and our economy is prosperous. Even now, we can still recruit soldiers in time. Elder Gongqing comforted her outside the golden and silver carriage. Wei Yanxue clenched her fists tightly, that's right, I still have a full treasury. My Great Wei's business is thriving, wealth beyond measure. I can recruit another 1,000,000 soldiers, to fight for the world. Even if Su Bai goes back, so what? Even if he takes the Liang and Su states, so what? I have not lost yet. Wei Yanxue calmly thought for a moment, then ordered, withdraw and return to the capital. The remaining 50,000 flying dragon troops will leave their fate to the heavens. If they catch up, they will be richly rewarded, if they don't, they must die fighting at the first line of cliffs. As long as Su Bai is not dead, they are not allowed to return. Yes. Elder Gongqing answered loudly. More than 100,000 wounded soldiers marched back toward Daliang City. A decree that shook Wei country was issued, recruitment order. Anyone with grown men in their household must send at least one person to join the army. Those who join will receive generous rewards, enough to support an ordinary family for 3 years. Instantly, it caused a nationwide stir. Countless people responded to the call to join the army. Less than 3 miles from the first cliff, the 20,000 scholars led by Su Bai could not run any longer. They had descended and ascended mountains, exhausting a lot of energy. Moreover, their physical condition and training were no match for the flying dragon troops. Lu Xiuan saw the flying dragon troops getting closer and shouted loudly. The flying dragon troops are right behind us. Even if we can't run, we have to keep going. Take another breath, we're less than 3 miles away. The scholars looked back at the flying dragon troops, only about 300 meters behind them. They all desperately tried to run faster. But some were still falling behind the group. One scholar, panting, pushed away the person trying to help him and anxiously said, Don't worry about me, just run. I can't leave you behind, brother. Run. Damn. It's just a few thousand flying dragon troops, I'll fight with you. Stop saying nonsense, the two of you must go to the first cliff. Su Bai patted the shoulders of the two men, holding his sword to protect them behind him. More and more people fell behind, if no one stopped the flying dragon troops, they would surely be caught. Su Wang, you can't stay. We're useless, our lives don't matter. The scholar who fell behind grabbed Su Bai's arm, trying to pull him back. Your life and mine are equally precious. You are a scholar, I am a general. When danger comes, is the general supposed to let the scholar stand in front? Don't ruin my reputation. Go. This is an order. The scholar, tearfully grateful, made up his mind and walked toward the first cliff. Staying here would only be futile, they would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Su Wang, truly worthy of being a hero. No wonder the Yanling army is undefeated, with such a commander, no one would think of retreating. Lu Gong, don't come. With your skills, you can't be of much use. Besides, you are injured, don't drag me down. Su Bai's voice reached Lu Shiwan ahead. Lu Shiwan, who had just taken a few steps back, froze in place. Although Su Bai's words were harsh, they made sense. Fine. Lu Shiwan turned and ran back toward the first cliff. With Su Wang's courage, this is not a certain death. Don't cause trouble. Everyone, run faster. Those who still have strength, carry the brothers behind you. Su Wang is buying us time, don't let his efforts go to waste. With that, Lu Shiwan carried a scholar who could no longer run and kept moving forward. Lu Gong. Stop being so sentimental, though old, I still have strength. Instantly, many scholars ran back, carrying or helping those who could no longer move. This time, no one fell behind. Zhao Hu led 45,000 flying dragon troops in pursuit of Su Bai. After receiving the death order from the Empress, Zhao Hu could only make a desperate move, charging forward to relentlessly hunt. Quick, they are just 300 meters ahead. Don't let them reach the first cliff, or we'll have to use our lives to fill the gap. Zhao Hu roared, charging to the front alone. This time, Su Bai must be captured, or these 45,000 flying dragon army soldiers will become the Empress's abandoned pawns. How unlucky. To have such a monarch. General, some of them can't move anymore, the chief commander said joyfully, pointing at Su Bai who was standing still. Zhao Hu looked ahead, seeing a man with his back to the flying dragon army, tall and strong. It felt strange. But he still shouted loudly, kill him quickly, don't waste the army's time. Yes, the chief commander muttered, quickening his pace, and charging toward Su Bai with his spear. Soon, the chief commander reached Su Bai. He shouted, die. Then he thrust the spear sharply. Clang. Su Bai turned around and slashed with his sword, not only knocking the silver spear away but also cutting off the chief commander's head. Looking at the tens of thousands of flying dragon soldiers rushing toward him, with Zhao Hu at the forefront, Su Bai's lips curled into a smile. General Zhao, long time no see. Su Wang. Zhao Hu was both fearful and delighted. He feared Su Bai's strength, worried that Su Bai might take his head right in the middle of the army. But his joy was because Su Bai was alone, while he had tens of thousands of flying dragon soldiers. Even if Su Bai was strong, Zhao Hu felt that Su Bai could not escape. As long as Su Bai was captured or killed, the flying dragon army would not need to directly assault the first cliff. Su Wang, I admire your courage. If I were in your place, I truly couldn't do the same thing. Zhao Hu, holding his spear, pointed at Su Bai. When? And vice-general of the flying dragon army is worthy of swapping positions with me? Su Bai sneered, dragging out every second. If I were you, I would immediately turn around, kill the Empress, and then kneel before Su Wang to commit suicide in apology. Zhao Hu's eyes flashed coldly, his fists cracking. With a wave of his hand, he shouted. Surround him. Whoever lets Su Bai escape will be the traitor of the entire flying dragon army. Su Bai looked at the flying dragon soldiers coming from both sides but did not stop them. As long as the flying dragon army doesn't chase those scholars, he believed his sword would cut through the encirclement. When the flying dragon army formed an encirclement around Su Bai, Zhao Hu's eyes narrowed with cold light, staring at Su Bai. Su Wang, I know your martial prowess is unmatched, but with nearly 50,000 well-trained soldiers, do you really think you can escape? Well-trained? Su Bai shook his head, as if hearing the greatest joke. If you were truly well-trained, why couldn't 300,000 flying dragon soldiers capture a lone mountain? You are nothing but a disorganized mob. But it's not your fault. After all, Wei Yanxue can only throw money at things, she has no skill in training soldiers. Su Bai raised his purple gold long knife. Let me see what strength the second strongest vice-general under Cheng Feilong has. With a step forward, Su Bai moved quickly. If he could directly kill Zhao Hu in the midst of the army, the morale of the flying dragon army would undoubtedly plummet. Zhao Hu's pupils shrank. After all, the one coming was once the strongest general of Wei, a legendary figure recognized by all the 100 kingdoms. Flying dragon army, follow me and kill. As long as Su Bai is not dead, we will never return. Zhao Hu roared, leading the charge with his spear aimed at Su Bai. This was his first time facing Su Bai. In the past, he had only heard of Su Bai's power but never had the chance to engage in battle. Today's battle would show how strong the so-called invincible man truly was. Both of them had trained in martial arts since childhood. Could there really be such a huge gap? The spear shot out like a dragon, its speed so fast that it left afterimages. The spear tip aimed at Su Bai's neck with lightning speed. Just as the spear tip was only 3 inches away from Su Bai tilted his head to the right, holding the knife in both hands and blocking the spear. With his right hand, he pressed forcefully ahead, the long knife pressing the silver spear as it swung straight toward Zhao Hu. At this moment, Zhao Hu's heart shook, and he even felt his strength was so small. Grinding his teeth, he shouted in his heart, hold on. Quickly save the general. Kill. Seeing that Zhao Hu was struggling to resist, the flying dragon army around Su Bai desperately launched an attack. In an instant, countless spears appeared around Su Bai. Helpless, Su Bai gave up on killing Zhao Hu, grasped his long spear, and swept it across the army, sending more than 10 flying dragon soldiers flying. Zhao Hu staggered back, gasping, his heart pounding wildly. This was the feeling of surviving a calamity. How could King Su be this strong? There was no room for counterattack. If it had been 2 seconds later, my head would have been separated from my body. Damn it! The Empress really courted death. A person this fierce, and she doesn't want him? If you didn't want him, you should have just killed him in prison. She feared killing Su Bai would ruin her reputation, yet also feared the backlash from many court officials. She's playing both sides. Your Majesty, you've truly ruined me. Su Bai watched as Zhao Hu retreated toward the flying dragon army's rear, not wanting to pursue further to decapitate Zhao Hu. The scholars had already run far away. It's time to try breaking out. Su Bai coldly surveyed his surroundings. All sides were surrounded by the flying dragon army. To break out, he would need to kill through at least 10,000 flying dragon soldiers. This really is difficult. Anyone who wants to die, keep blocking the way. I'll see if you die. Can Wei Yanxue really treat your families well? To kill is one thing, to attack the heart is another. Su Bai shouted while swinging his long knife toward the direction of the cliff of the first line. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere, and Su Bai seemed to enter an uninhabited world. Zhao Hu's eyes were fierce as he shouted, "Change the formation." The whole army blocked the path to the first line cliff. Su Bai wants to go back? He'll have to kill through nearly 50,000 soldiers. His Majesty once said, "Kill Su Bai, and you'll be made a marquis." Don't be afraid to fight. Su Bai is just flesh and blood, 2 stabs and he'll still return to the underworld. If you pick up a marquis title, you'll have glory forever, and your family will be honored. Under Zhao Hu's instigation, the flying dragon army became even fiercer. The formation drastically changed, with all forces now blocking the path to the first line cliff. To go to the first line cliff, Su Bai would have to kill through them. At this moment, Su Bai was covered in blood. Swinging his long knife, countless flying dragon soldiers fell. But the flying dragon army was vast, and Su Bai couldn't see the end. From time to time, cold spears flew at him, but with sharp awareness, he frequently dodged them, though this was not a long-term solution. If only there was a warhorse, it would be much easier to break through. But clearly, there were none here. Su Bai only had a long knife, its edge cold, like a beast that devours. Lu Shiyuan led 2,000 scholars toward the first line cliff. Suddenly, Lu Shiyuan squinted. In front of them, at some point, a group of several hundred cavalry appeared, all dressed in silver armor, carrying long knives on their backs. The leader was extremely young, with an anxious expression, his long knife blood-red, as if soaked in blood for a long time. The scholars were extremely nervous, worried that the newcomers were not friendly. One scholar asked in confusion, "Lu Gong, can you tell what army they belong to? This seems different from the flying dragon army." Before Lu Shiyuan could speak, Oudang Linchang spoke first, "Silver armor, long knife, extraordinary bearing, this must be the Yanling army." Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking toward Lu Shiyuan, wanting to get a confirmation. Lu Shiyuan nodded seriously, "Indeed, it's the Yanling army. The leader is the Deputy General of Xiahou Yuanming, Zhang Quanglong. They are here to assist King Su, spread out to the sides, and make way for the Yanling army." The scholars all replied, yes, and without realizing it, their eyes lingered on the several hundred cavalry as they moved aside, creating a clear path for them. Zhang Quanglong and his men urged their horses, their speed reaching its peak. "Lu Gong, wait for me to save King Su, then we'll drink together. Dare to besiege King Su, I'll chop them to death." Zhang Quanglong led his troops through the scholars, leaving 2 loud shouts behind. In the scholars' eyes, it was as if several strong gusts of wind had passed by, incredibly fast. "Stinky brat," Lu Shiyuan laughed and cursed, "march toward the cliff of one line and occupy this natural defense. This will be the foundation for our future days." The scholar headed toward the cliff of one line. Zhang Quanglong led his troops, brandishing his sword, charging into the formation. The Yanling army here were all elite soldiers, and once the 2 armies clashed, the unprepared flying dragon army was torn open. "Sima Ho, lead your troops and charge towards King Su. I'll go kill their flying dragon army's commander. Let me see if the flying dragon army will fall into chaos without their leader." 42. Reinforcements. The young general beheads the deputy commander. Sima Ho was about to stop him when Zhang Quanglong, already on his horse, charged ahead. "It's over, it's over. General Xiahou specifically warned me to follow Dragon Brother closely." Sima Ho wore a bitter expression, watching Zhang Quanglong ride off into the distance. He gritted his teeth, "Damn. Forget it, orders from outside the camp are no longer binding. Brothers, follow me to save King Su. Kill." Only a few hundred Yanling soldiers, but the flying dragon army could not hold them back. The formation in the rear was ripped apart. Seeing the unusual movements in the flying dragon army, Zhao Hu was deeply puzzled. Didn't the scholars head toward the cliff of one line? Could it be that they came back to fight? Damn, with 2,000 soldiers in the rear and front, someone deal with the people behind us. Destroy your ancestors. Xiao Hu, panicked, looked around. He saw a young general in silver armor, holding a blood-red long sword, charging like a war god descending to the mortal world. Wherever he passed, the flying dragon army quickly retreated, no one could block his fierce power. Such a fierce young man. Silver armor and a long sword, don't you dare tell me this is someone from the Yanling army. Zhao Hu's eyes widened, not believing that the Yanling army had arrived so quickly. Seeing Zhang Quanglong charging towards him, he decisively raised his spear. You're so young, do you really think you can fight me? Do you think everyone is like King Su? Today, your tiger grandpa will teach you a lesson. You're a kid who doesn't know how high the sky is. Zhang Quanglong raised his sword and struck fiercely at Zhao Hu. With the momentum of the warhorse, the strike was heavy and fast like lightning. Good. Zhao Hu's eyes widened in anger, holding his spear like a fierce tiger escaping its cage, his imposing aura overwhelming. Clang! Brilliant sparks flew, shaking the surrounding air. The dragon and tiger clashed, fighting for life and death. Zhang Quanglong became more and more courageous in battle, even exchanging injuries for injuries. With his center wide open, he still aimed to strike Zhao Hu with his sword. Zhao Hu shouted angrily, "Are you crazy? Do you want to fight to the death with me? You're not worthy." Zhang Quanglong sneered, full of disdain. He was best at fighting opponents who didn't dare to exchange lives. As long as he gained the slightest advantage, he could crush his opponent to death. This was the life-or-death combat technique King Su had taught him. Using it today to save King Su, truly, it must be destiny. The two of them exchanged blows, neither yielding. Suddenly, Zhang Quanglong seized a gap in Zhao Hu's defense and struck his chest with a powerful blow. Zhao Hu was shocked and quickly dodged, but still got a cut on his arm. He pressed on the wound, his eyes showing a hint of fear. Such strength at such a young age. I heard that the Yanling army has a vice-general from the Su family of Shuzhou, a young man about your age. Could it be you? I'm young and don't change my name, and my surname is not altered. Your father is me. Before Zhao Hu could angrily shout, Zhang Quanglong took the chance to launch a fierce attack. His swordsmanship grew more and more sharp, forcing Zhao Hu to retreat step by step. Seeing that he was about to lose the battle, Zhao Hu gritted his teeth. You forced me. He roared, gathering all his strength into his spear, aiming it at Zhang Quanglong. The strongest deputy commander of the Flying Dragon army really thought that he had no true skills in his hands? The spear shot out like a dragon, carrying a strong wind. However, Zhang Quanglong just grinned and, using all his strength, swung his sword. I don't want to waste time with you. Let's settle this with a life-or-death battle. On the other side, Sima Hou led hundreds of cavalry charging towards Su Bai's direction. With a sweeping slash of his long sword, the Flying Dragon army was forcefully torn open. Don't be fooled by Sima Hou's plump figure. When he swung his blade, a gust of wind followed, showing his commanding presence. At this moment, Su Bai was rushing toward the cliff, but he noticed something odd with the Flying Dragon army. The formation ahead was in complete chaos. It seemed as if a unit had pierced through the Flying Dragon army. Immediately, Su Bai's face showed anxiety. But then he thought, if the scholar turned back, it should not be the result of piercing through. There was only one answer. Zhang Quanglong couldn't hold his temper after all, but with his strength, he should have no worries about his life, as long as he doesn't rashly take the enemy general's head. Su Bai's eyes narrowed as he charged toward the chaotic part of the Flying Dragon army. Moments later, Su Bai recognized the person and furrowed his brow, murmuring, Sima Hou? Isn't he Zhang Quanglong's lackey? Why is it him? Not far away. Sima Hou also saw Su Bai charging towards him, immediately overjoyed. He raised his sword and shouted, Brothers, Su Wang is ahead, follow me to kill. Immediately, 100 responses echoed. The Yanling army was led by Su Bai, and the soldiers all held deep admiration for him, willing to sacrifice their lives for him. In an instant, the battle cries erupted. Sima Hou led the charge, swinging his long sword, reaping the lives of the Flying Dragon army. Su Wan, this humble soldier is late. Sima Hou arrived in front of Su Bai, kneeling on one knee. Although his body was covered in blood, there was a look of excitement on his face. He had not been in the Yanling army for long, and after joining, Su Bai had already entered politics, so they never had the chance to fight side by side. Today, to fight alongside Su Wan, how great an honor it was. It made him so excited that his entire belly of fat trembled. Rise! Where is Quanglong? Before Sima Hou could speak, a thunderous roar came from another direction. Zhao Hu is dead, those who wish to die, come on. Immediately, everyone turned their gaze to the source of the voice. They saw a young man in silver armor, holding a sword high, with Zhao Hu's severed head on the tip of the blade. Zhang Quanglong was covered in blood, his body riddled with wounds. What madness! Su Bai frowned and coldly shouted, his body radiating a chilling aura. Sima Ho, standing beside him, even shivered. Suddenly, a large number of flying dragon army soldiers charged towards Zhang Quanglong, shouting, "Avenge the general! He's covered in wounds, kill him! Kill!" Sima Ho looked at the countless flying dragon army soldiers surging towards Zhang Quanglong and his heart suddenly panicked. He made a move to mount his horse and charge forward. But he was stopped by Su Bai. "Su Wang! Brother Lon's injuries?" Before Sima Ho could finish his words, Su Bai decisively mounted his horse. "You ride with others, I'll go save him." "Go!" The warhorse neighed and rushed forward. With the horse's help, Su Bai seemed like a deity descending, and the flying dragon army that blocked his path was no match for him. Blood and foam flew everywhere, and the ground was littered with the corpses of the dead flying dragon army soldiers. Zhang Quanglong was now surrounded. He couldn't understand why, after the general's death, the flying dragon army still wanted to seek revenge instead of scattering into chaos. "I underestimated the flying dragon army. Zhao Hu was barely killed by me at the cost of injury. Now, heavily wounded, is my life to end here? Oh well. At least I should have bought Su Wang some time. With Sima Ho's hundreds of elite cavalry, it should be enough to get Su Wang out. It's worth it. It's just that I'll never share another drink with Su Wang. That's truly one of my life's great regrets." Looking at the flying dragon army charging towards him, Zhang Quanglong, full of spirit, shouted loudly, "Come, you flying dragon scum! Come, try if my blade is not sharp enough." The blood-colored long sword was dyed with more blood, and the furious young man's hair stood on end. "Bring it on, 1,000,000 people, I'm not afraid." Zhang Quanglong swung his bloody sword. A sweeping strike directly sent several people flying. Just then, a silver spear appeared out of nowhere. It was another great commander of the flying dragon army. Zhang Quanglong tried to lift his arm, but suddenly felt a sharp pain. The spear was already at his face, and he could only feel death approaching. Step, step, step. The sound of horse hooves echoed on Zhang Quanglong's right side, and a purple-gold long knife flew over with a sharp sound of the air being cut. Regret. Have I truly made a mistake? What? The great commander of the flying dragon army exclaimed in surprise. The sudden long knife knocked his spear to the ground, showing its overwhelming power. He turned his head quickly, and when he saw who it was, he was drenched in cold sweat. His voice trembled as he said, "Su. King Su." Zhang Quanglong recognized the person and was overjoyed. It seemed his life was not meant to end today. "This subordinate Zhang Quanglong greets King Su." Zhang Quanglong shouted excitedly, his face filled with wild joy. After waiting for so many days, King Su had finally arrived. Once King Su regained control of the Yanling army, the once mighty army that fought south and north would return. The battle for supremacy over the world would start from the fall of the Empress. Su Bai rode his horse closer and shouted loudly, "No more talking, let's kill our way out first." With that, he hooked his foot on the horse's back, bent down, and picked up the purple gold long knife. The great commander of the flying dragon army wanted to stop him, but with just a cold glance from Su Bai, he didn't dare to make any other move. Now that Zhao Hu was dead, there was no one in the army who could stop Su Bai. To stop him, they would have to pay with their lives. The great commander did not want to become one of those whose lives would be used as a sacrifice. Zhang Quanglong was shocked as he looked at Su Bai. Is this the intimidation of a top general? The legendary body-shaking power that commands respect from all? Su Bai looked at Zhang Quanglong, who was standing still with a silly look on his face, and shouted loudly, "Kid, stick with me. Although you were cool killing Zhao Hu, if you die here, you won't be cool anymore." Su Bai led the way, killing his way through the battlefield. Zhang Quanglong whipped his horse and followed closely behind Su Bai. Is this what it feels like to have a big shot protecting you? He used to be the one protecting others, but today's feeling was truly unique. King Su's charisma is truly powerful. No wonder he's a legendary figure. The great commanders and the others ordered immediately, "Surround and kill King Su, we must not let them escape." But the morale of the flying dragon army was not high. The main general Zhao, who had been killed from among thousands of soldiers, and the great commander only knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong, causing the morale of the entire army to plummet. And the most critical part was, the cavalry unit of several hundred people was charging through the army, and no one could stop them, like a stirrer in the mud. At most, they could only reduce their numbers by 1 or 2 at a time. But doing so came at a huge cost. At this moment, Zhang Quanglong also noticed the problems with the flying dragon army. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he chuckled softly, "A rabble. They still think they can compare with my Yanling army. Wei Yanxue, you really are dreaming. Su Bai and Zhang Quanglong rode side by side, directly cutting through the flying dragon army, making them avoid the path and not daring to stop them. Sima Hou also led hundreds of Yanling soldiers, following closely behind the two. The remaining great commanders of the flying dragon army shouted until their throats were hoarse but couldn't stop Su Bai. The army's morale was already shattered. This flying dragon army set out from north of Daliang City and headed south to siege Su Bai. At first, it was only Su Bai alone, but later, 30,000 scholars joined. But what did this matter in front of 300,000 flying dragon army soldiers? Yet, time and again, they slapped the faces of all the flying dragon soldiers, with defeat after defeat. The commander-in-chief of the flying dragon army died, and several deputy generals also died. One deputy general was even killed by their own empress. They were truly exhausted. For the sake of a vague promise of a title, was it really worth risking their lives like this? If it weren't for their families still in Daliang City. Perhaps the flying dragon army had already dispersed, and it was impossible for them to hold on until this moment. Tens of thousands of flying dragon soldiers watched helplessly as Su Bai and the others moved towards the first cliff, unable to summon any courage or confidence to stop them. Su Bai, it seemed that wherever he was always the victor. Countless flying dragon soldiers had one question in their hearts: Your Majesty, are you truly not regretting driving King Su away? The city of Daliang. Wei Yanshui listened to the battle reports coming from the first cliff. In the Golden Luan Hall, she was furious like thunder. If they hadn't caught up, that would be one thing, but clearly, 50,000 soldiers had caught up, so why did they let Su Bai escape? Don't talk about 50,000 well-trained soldiers, even if there were 50,000 pigs, it would be impossible for them to break through, right? Bastards! Wei Yanshui scolded, her face full of fury. The messenger, kneeling on the ground, trembled and said, Your Majesty, our siege of Su Bai was going smoothly, but then, unexpectedly, a cavalry of several hundred came from the direction of the first cliff. They were all wearing silver armor, carrying long swords. They directly tore through our flying dragon army's formation, and the young general at the forefront even cut down our main general, General Zhao Hu, in the midst of the battle. Wei Yanshui stood up with a swish, her eyes full of cold rage. Yanling army! Again, it's the Yanling army. Is it really just because they captured your former commander? Is it really necessary to be so crazy? Especially Xiahou Yuanming, does he have no brain? If Su Bai returns to the Yanling army, does he think there will still be a place for him as the supreme commander? Is he used to being treated like a dog by others? Truly a fool with water in his brain. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Wei Yanshui clutched her chest, which was starting to hurt, and weakly coughed a few times. Prime Minister, how is the recruitment progress? Reporting to Your Majesty, the recruitment is progressing very smoothly. A large number of men from the common people are eager to join the army. Standing at the head of the civil officials, Ma Angua cupped his hands and said, The recruitment conditions we have set are perhaps too generous. I believe even if we cut them by half, it would still be sufficient. No. Wei Yanshui shook her head. Now, Wei Kingdom is surrounded by enemies on all sides, and there is internal chaos. We must recruit 1 million soldiers as quickly as possible. Wei Yanshui actually had a hidden worry at this moment. She was afraid to speak it out loud, lest it cause panic in the court. That is, the Yanling army breaking through Liangzhou was already a done deal. Once Su Bai secured Liang and Su, two provinces, if one day the army advanced to Daliang. Without 1 million strong soldiers, Wei Yanshui felt uncertain. She had personally led the army this time, and had truly witnessed Su Bai's strength and the pressure he exerted, successfully annihilating most of the 300,000 flying dragon army. If she couldn't recruit enough soldiers in a short time, she even feared she would not dare to stay in Daliang City any longer. Su Bai, he's just ahead, isn't he? But why is it that he knows astronomy and geography? His strategies and martial skills are both perfect. How did this new goddess even shape him? Why is the gap between people so huge? Did I make a mistake by driving Su Bai away? Wei Yanshui murmured softly, and there was even a trace of regret in her voice. Standing at the head of the civil officials, Ma Angua heard clearly and was greatly shaken. If they couldn't steady Wei Yanshui's heart, Wei Kingdom might experience turmoil again. At that time, the position of the powerful families would inevitably be affected. He had to give Wei Yanshui a reassuring pill. So Ma Angua cupped his hands once more and said, Your Majesty, are you worried that Su Bai's martial arts are so strong, and there is no one who can defeat him? I have a plan. What plan? Wei Yanshui asked. Rebuild the golden platform, gather the heroes of the world. Since we have already invested heavily in recruiting soldiers, we can't save on this. I suggest we offer 10,000 gold and high military positions as rewards. Heroes come from the people, and soon the world's heroes will gather here. Ma Angua said seriously. Wei Yanshui frowned. This plan has been used before, but there is no one powerful enough to defeat Su Bai. Ma Angua's lips curled into a sinister smile. he said in a sinister tone. What if all the 3 teachings and 9 schools can come? This time, only strength matters, regardless of right or wrong. 44. The Grand Scheme. The birth of the Monument of Merit. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire court gasped in shock. Immediately, a civil official stood up to refute, saying, Chancellor, our Wei Kingdom is a righteous nation, how can we associate with heretical paths? Another military officer stood up, the sinister methods of the 3 teachings and 9 schools are many, and they are extremely crazy, likely to cause extreme actions. This is inviting a wolf into the house. Ma Angua stroked his beard, smiled, and remained silent. Even if all the officials oppose, so what? The current empress has a Taoist from Fushan by her side. The 3 teachings and 9 schools? Fushan is part of them, and its power is quite large. Indeed, Wei Yanxue's brows furrowed even tighter. She knew well the reputation Fushan had in the martial world. To say it was notorious would not be an exaggeration. But the people of Fushan were indeed quite strong. If they were used to deal with Su Bai, it would be a sharp blade. If calculated correctly, the most powerful experts of Fushan were almost at the cliff of the first line. If they could successfully kill Su Bai, then this Golden would no longer need to recruit the 3 teachings and 9 schools, to avoid bringing disaster upon themselves. But if the people from Fushan fail in the assassination, even if they lose some reputation, they would still have to recruit enough experts to resist Su Bai, or Wei Yanxue would not feel at ease. The matter of the Golden Platform will be discussed tomorrow, let me consider it for another day. Ma Aiqing, the kingdom is under attack both inside and outside. Do you know the result of what I asked you to inquire about the major families? Did they donate money and grain, or offer talented people to serve? Ma Angua froze for a moment. He had originally wanted to avoid the topic, but unexpectedly, Wei Yanxue brought it up first. But the noble families were as stingy as iron roosters, making it extremely difficult to get them to contribute. He could only stammer, this. Wei Yanxue coldly said, could it be that the noble families have no intention of helping? This Wei Kingdom is also the kingdom of the noble families. If Su Bai breaks in, you should know their fate. Su Bai is not like me, he will suppress with iron-blooded methods. Hearing this, Ma Angua quickly began thinking. Wei Yanxue sat on the dragon throne, slowly waiting. She understood that making the noble families yield would take time, but what she lacked the most right now was time. She must gain the strength of the noble families, or else they would be at ease while she would be filled with jealousy. We are all in the same boat. When disaster strikes, no one will have it easy. Such power must be used for her own benefit. After a moment, Ma Angua cupped his hands. Your Majesty, the noble families will certainly not remain indifferent. The leaders of the families are all in the Golden Luan Hall, and my Ma family will take the lead. We are willing to donate 100,000 taels of gold. Only 100,000? Wei Yanxue's tone was indifferent. 100,000 was not even enough for the Ma family's basic expenses, she didn't care for such an amount at all. Ma Angua retracted his hands, cautiously saying, Your Majesty, my Ma family previously invested a great deal in the eastern expedition of Ma Bagua. We really cannot produce much money right now. The top 10 families who donate money will have a monument of merit built, their names will be remembered for eternity. Wei Yanxue said coldly. This was a method Su Bai had once taught her. If you want the noble families to contribute, being overly aggressive is useless. Unless you directly seize their assets. But building a monument is very effective because the noble families cherish their reputation among the people, so they will have no choice but to donate large amounts of money. This is the grand scheme. Sure enough, as soon as Wei Yanxue said this, everyone in the Golden Luan Hall had changed their expressions. Especially the people from the noble families, their faces darkened, dripping with anger. She was pushing them all into the limelight. What an impressive strategy! Was this really thought of by Her Majesty herself? Wei Yanxue's gaze turned to a strategist in the audience, and she gave him a slight nod. Immediately, a civil official stood up. This person had a round face, phoenix eyes, a tall nose, and thick lips. At this moment, he smiled slightly. To Wei Yanxue, they cupped their hands and said, Your Majesty, the Li family of Daliang is willing to donate 5 million liang of gold. Topher the top spot on the merit board. Instantly, the entire court was in an uproar. The world only knows that the great families are rich, but did not expect them to be this rich. The Li family of Daliang, who was not even ranked among the great families, could donate 5 million liang of gold without even blinking. Then, what kind of wealth do the Ma family, Sun family, and Guo family, who are truly wealthy, have? The crowd suddenly felt a surge of resentment. The ability of the great families to gather wealth was truly terrifying. They could only lament that they weren't born into one of these families. Ma Angua was already cursing the Li family people in his heart. He had raised the bottom line of the great families to 5 million liang of gold. If the Ma family donated less than 5 million liang, wouldn't that mean that a small Li family would surpass them on the merit board? This was definitely something the Ma family could not accept. So, Ma Anguo gritted his teeth and was about to call out 6 million liang, when suddenly, the leader of the Sun family from Hunan stepped forward. He looked at the Li family people disdainfully and said, "You Li family, want to offer the first spot on the merit board? It's a dream. The Sun family of Hunan is willing to donate 8 million liang of gold." Ma Anguo was stunned. This was exactly falling into the Empress's trap, wasn't it? The foolish leader of the Sun family was simply brainless. With two great families making their move, immediately, the atmosphere in the court was thick with tension. The great families scrambled to call out even higher prices. Wei Yanxue sat on the dragon throne, watching the chaos below, and her heart was filled with shock. She never expected that the strategy Su Bai had suggested would work so well. Just a few simple words had forced the usually composed great families into this frantic state. Chasing Su Bai away, she regretted it more and more. It was all Su Bai's fault for not being more content. Why couldn't he be modest and avoid shaking the ruler's authority? Then, she wouldn't have been forced to act against him. Although Su Bai had been driven away, fortunately, the foundation of Wei state was solid. With a large population and immense wealth, all of this played a significant role in her future comeback. A genius like Su Bai, who could not be used by her, must be destroyed as soon as possible, but now the 5 states were exerting pressure. It was really frustrating. 12 million liang, the first spot on the merit board belongs to Maigua family. Please give us face, and we will reward you greatly in the future. Thank your ancestors. My Zhao family offers 13 million liang. This concerns the reputation of the great families. Do you think your face is worth that much? Wow, the Zhao family is really impressive, a member of the Li family exclaimed from the side. The reason for such fierce competition in the court was undoubtedly due to the efforts of the Li family. In the end, the first spot on the merit board went to the Ma family, with Ma Anguo securing the top position with 20 million liang of gold. Wei Yanxue looked at Ma Anguo meaningfully, and Ma Anguo lowered his head, too embarrassed to meet her gaze. Not bad. Wei Yanxue praised, the heads of the great families are all loyal to the country. I am deeply gratified. I believe that with all of you here in Wei State, we will certainly reclaim everything that we have lost. Once we gather 1 million strong soldiers, I'll see which country is the most active, and we will destroy one country first, to set an example. All the court officials cupped their hands in unison. Your Majesty is wise. After the court session ended, the great families, their emotions finally stabilized, were all secretly bleeding inside. They had only been talking earlier, but now they truly had to donate over 10 million liang of gold, and to say they weren't hurt would be a lie. When did His Majesty become so clever? Someone from the Zhao family murmured. Head Ma Anguo patted the Zhao family member on the shoulder. If your words get to the Golden Luan Hall, your head will be gone. This kind of blatant strategy is rare in the world. Do you think anyone in Wei State could come up with it? The Zhao family member suddenly realized, his face showing shock. Su Wang. Recruiting. Golden Platform, 3 teachings, and 9 streams. Ishian Cliff. Su Bai and his group had already been waiting here for 2 days. The Flying Dragon Army had launched 3 attacks, all of which were successfully defended. Instead, it would result in a massive loss for themselves. 1 mile outside of the first cliff. Inside the Flying Dragon Army's camp, several great generals were gathered at this moment to discuss. Damn it, this first cliff is simply impossible to conquer. When King Su and that young general stand there, the morale drops instantly. But His Majesty has given a strict order. We cannot return unless we kill King Su. If we couldn't even defeat them on the Great Plain, then I see no need to seek death. At this, the great generals exchanged glances. After a pause, a resolute look appeared on their faces. We're rebelling. The Empress doesn't treat us as humans, we have no choice. We have over 30,000 men now. It's better to take a mountain and become bandits than this. But we have one big problem, our families are still in Dalian City. If we don't carry out the order, I'm afraid. The sentence wasn't finished, but the other generals understood the implication. Given the current Empress's vicious nature, their families were easy to imagine. But if we are defeated, or all killed in battle, will our families fare any better? The brothers in Dalian City sent word, the fallen Flying Dragon Army soldiers didn't even receive compensation, and all the money is now being used to recruit soldiers. Damn! Whether we're treated well or not, we might as well attack the south gate and have the rest of us rescue our families. But according to the Empress, she has recruited several 100,000 soldiers. I don't believe a word the Empress says now. She's incompetent and foolish. I've had enough. If it weren't for the blood debt of the scholars, I might even consider defecting to King Su. Let's secretly plan a rescue mission. That day, the Flying Dragon Army under First Cliff did not organize an attack. The sky was dark and filled with heavy clouds, with distant thunder rumbling. Atop first cliff. Subai calculated with his fingers and softly said. It seems something big is about to happen soon, in the north. Daliang? Liangzhou. Run, run quickly. The devils are coming again, run, or we'll all die. The Liangzhou army abandoned their armor and fled in panic. The city gates were wide open. Xiahou Yuan, leading the 26,000 Yanling army, entered the city. This was the city closest to Daliang, signifying the complete occupation of Liangzhou by the Yanling army. Strategist, you lead 6,000 troops to stay and guard Liangzhou. I'll go bring King Su back home. Xiahou Yuan turned his head to look at Zhuge Luyun and excitedly said. Liang and Su states will once again welcome their master. All right. Zhuge Luyun nodded. If you need to raise an army to attack Daliang, just send me word. Understood. Xiahou Yuan laughed loudly. He waved his hand, and the 20,000 Yanling army headed towards First Cliff. They would pass through a city on the way, but this was nothing significant for the Yanling army. It'll be done in a second. Daliang. Golden Platform. At this moment, it was filled with people, various factions, and all kinds of individuals gathered here. Wei Yinsno couldn't wait any longer for the master of Fushan to make his move. According to the Yin Ho, my father is still waiting for the right opportunity. It's hard to make a move on First Cliff, and it's impossible to ensure a kill. Wei Yinsno accepted this reason, but she couldn't wait any longer. If the Yanling army truly brought King Su back, and then indeed aimed to trample Daliang, they would need to recruit peerless experts. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to flee westward to Yuzhou. This was something Wei Yinsno desperately did not want to happen. Daliang, as the capital of Wei for hundreds of years, would be lost under her rule. She didn't know how history would judge her as an emperor. An incompetent monarch? A useless emperor? She feared the insults would be even worse than that. And most crucially, if they fled to Yuzhou, then Wei's territory would only consist of Yuzhou, Jingzhou, Yuzhou, and Yizhou. The map would turn into a half-circle, an extremely unfavorable position. Therefore, Yangzhou must be held, and Daliang must not be allowed to fall to Subai. Even if they had to deplete all their gold and silver, they must reassemble an army of 1,000,000. This was the moment when Wei Yanxue gained the confidence to challenge Subai again. Otherwise, once the capital city of Daliang fell, Wei Yanxue would be left with nothing but endless regret. Your Majesty, I am Dan Kingzi, the leader of Five Poisons Mountain, and I bring disgrace upon myself. With these words, an elderly man in a green robe leaped onto the golden platform and showcased the unique skills of Five Poisons Mountain to Wei Yanxue. From Dan Kingzi's sleeve emerged a venomous snake, its body black as ink, with a triangular head. Dan Kingzi smiled confidently and said, Your Majesty, this snake is raised by the secret techniques of Five Poisons Mountain. Its poison is incredibly potent. Once bitten, even a Grand Master would be unable to survive, and there is no antidote available. Not even Five Poisons Mountain has the means to cure this poison. Oh? Wei Yanxue became intrigued. This venomous snake was so powerful, would it have any effect on Subai? With a wave of her hand, she commanded, Bring up the death row prisoner. Dan Kingzi, show me the power of your venomous snake. The death row prisoner was a top-tier martial artist, imprisoned for slaughtering his enemy's family. At this moment, his eyes were dull. Looking at the elderly man and the venomous snake on the golden platform, he wore a relieved smile. This miserable life is finally coming to an end. The prisoner was brought to the platform, and Dan Kingzi showed a confident smile. In front of the crowd, he gently stroked the snake's head. He whispered, Whether I can join the court, whether Five Poisons sect can be cleared of suspicion, it all depends on you. As soon as the words fell, black smoke emanated from Dan Kingzi's fingers, and with a simple forward motion, the venomous snake vanished in a blink. As everyone searched for the snake, it reappeared in Dan Kingzi's hand. It didn't move, someone asked, puzzled. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the golden platform. The death row prisoner's body twitched violently, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. In just 3 breaths, his eyelids drooped, and his entire body collapsed to the ground. Dead. Dead? Everyone was in disbelief. The poison was truly vicious. This was still a top-tier martial artist, after all, who must have some internal protection. Surely, he wouldn't die this quickly. Wei Yanxue's eyes lit up. She wasn't focused on the poison, but on the speed of this venomous snake. It could move back and forth in the blink of an eye. This was the key to victory. Very good. Wei Yanxue declared loudly, I appoint you as a Grand Minister, and your Five Poison sect will no longer be persecuted by the court. Dan Kingzi was overjoyed. To be appointed as a Grand Minister was an official position of the 2nd rank, a leap to the top. More importantly, Five Poison sect would now be able to operate openly, making wealth gathering much easier. With Dan Kingsley's example, voices from all corners of society stirred with excitement, their expressions full of enthusiasm. The Three Hua Sword sect is willing to serve your majesty. The 100 Change Puppet sect asks your majesty to take a look at our string puppets. 46. Scheming. Shorting the imperial treasury's wealth. On the cliff of one line. Zheng Quanglong stood beside Su Bai, holding a telescope, confused and said, Su Wan, why can't I see the flying dragon army below the cliff? Sima Ho, standing next to him, nodded repeatedly. He couldn't see either and frowned as he said, could they be plotting something devious? But as long as we stay firmly on this cliff, they won't have any way to harm us. Pack up. Su Bai smiled, it seemed that something big was about to happen in Daliang. These discarded pawns of Wei Yanxue were clearly unwilling to die attacking the mountain. Let's head towards Lianzhou. The flying dragon army won't be coming back. Now, the real headache is Wei Yanxue. As the words fell, Zheng Quanglong suddenly understood, while Sima Ho was still confused. Brother Long, what's going on? If only you read more books, you wouldn't be running around in widows' houses. Don't ask so many questions. Gather the brothers, we're meeting up with General Xiaoho. Sima Ho sighed and left. His mind had never been quick, so he couldn't be blamed for knocking on those kind-hearted sisters' doors. They were gentle and knew so much. On the top of the cliff, Zheng Quanglong and Su Bai stood, the howling wind blowing towards them. Su Wan, Wei Yanxue dares to treat you this way. As long as you give the order, the Yanling army will follow you to death. Zheng Quanglong spoke with certainty. No matter how many soldiers or experts Wei Yanxue gathers in Daliang, they can't stop the iron cavalry of the Yanling army. Zheng Quanglong looked at Su Bai, his eyes sharp and determined. Once, the Su Wang was so full of pride and glory. Everything he did could take others a lifetime to accomplish, yet even then, they could never do it so perfectly. The Wei kingdom was lucky to have Su Wang, but Wei Yanxue not only failed to cherish him, she even threw Su Wang into prison. Not only did she ruin the Wei kingdom, but she also stripped Su Wang of his former pride, leaving him more composed and thoughtful. Su Bai gazed in the direction of Daliang. He had stayed in this place for 3 years, and if he had left voluntarily, it would have been fine, but he was chased out by the person he once trusted the most. The world changes, and people's hearts are fickle. I will return to Daliang, but the Yanling army has no more than 300,000 soldiers, while Daliang. There, they have gathered 70% of the wealth of the entire Wei kingdom. Quanlong, do you know what an astronomical figure that is? In a short time, if Wei Yanxue is willing to invest, she can really recruit 1 million soldiers, or even 2 million. This is the wealth I created for her in 1 year. Zheng Quanlong widened his eyes in shock. He knew the royal family had mountains of gold and silver, but the exact wealth was never disclosed. But Su Wang certainly knew this number very clearly. This, so much? Zheng Quanglong murmured, but soon his surprise turned into fierce determination. Su Wang, even with so many people, they will still be nothing but a rabble. I believe the Yanling army can break through. Su Bai nodded. The Yanling army has fought battles all over the south and north, their experience far surpasses that of new recruits, but this will inevitably lead to huge casualties. With less than 300,000 soldiers attacking a city of 1 million, do you know how many of my brothers I will lose? But my brothers are not afraid of death. Zheng Quanglong said anxiously. He feared that Su Wan would give up on avenging Wei Yanxue, this foolish emperor, just because he couldn't bear the thought of his soldiers dying. Su Wan, the brothers of the Yanling army are all ready. We can definitely take Wei Yanxue's head. For you, Su Wan, for the 10,000 Yanling soldiers killed in Daliang, and for the people and officials across the world who support you, we will take revenge. Su Bai waved his hand. I understand. I will kill my way back. But I don't need to pay such a heavy price. Since I was able to create so much wealth in a year, I naturally have the ability to make it all vanish in an instant. By then, when they can't recruit soldiers due to lack of funds, I want to see how Wei Yanxue will deal with the furious public. At that time, she will also face the backlash. Zheng Quanlong was stunned. Su Wang, didn't you say the wealth of the Wei kingdom is enormous? How can so much money disappear in such a short time? It must take a lot of time, even if it's stolen, right? Heh. Su Bai laughed. Stealing is the last resort. Do you know what business warfare is? No, Zheng Quanlong replied decisively. He only understood military tactics and martial arts. How could you still be the young master of the Zheng family? Su Bai teased him and then said, as the name suggests, this is a battle of merchants. It's not about blades, but about endless gold and silver. As long as the game is big enough, even the greatest wealth will vanish easily. I've already started setting things up. Just wait and watch the show. Su Bai was filled with confidence. This was the strategy of the business genius Lu Buwei, the top business strategy in the world. Wei Yanxue could never stop it. Let's go. Keep heading south. It's been a while since I drank with Xiahou Yuanming. I need to go get a bowl of wine from him. Hundreds of the Yanling army opened the way, followed closely by 20,000 scholars, heading south to Liangzhou. The Golden Throne Hall. Wei Yanxue sat on the dragon throne, her expression showing great excitement. The recruitment of soldiers was going very smoothly, and on the Golden Terrace, many skilled fighters appeared, which solved her biggest problem in her heart, the Yanling army's northern expedition. Although the new soldiers had poor combat ability, they were the defenders of the city, and the Golden Terrace had recruited many experts. Holding the city wall would certainly not be a difficult task. Speak if there is something to say, retreat if there is not, the gentle voice of Father Qing came. The eunuch who once saw Wei Yanxue crawling on the ground was dead except for Father Qing, who was now also covered in injuries. This was not because Wei Yanxue suddenly spoke of loyalty and righteousness, it was because Father Qing's desire to survive was simply too strong. The imperial doctor had merely given him a casual treatment, yet he surprisingly survived. At this moment, Wei Yanxue gradually believed in destiny. She did not want to forcibly go against the heavens. Moreover, Father Chang was the top expert in the inner court, and living had some value. In the imperial court, no one stood up. Now the Wei kingdom was at a critical point. If one said the wrong thing, it would inevitably lead to the consequences of being exterminated. But just as Father Qing was about to shout retreat, an urgent messenger rushed in, immediately kneeling and cupping his hands, saying, "Your Majesty, something is wrong. The Feilong army has returned." "How dare you?" Ma Anguo scolded loudly as soon as he heard. "Why did you shout when the Feilong army returned to the capital?" "The Feilong army was given Your Majesty's death order. They were not allowed to return until they killed Su Bai. Since the army has now returned, it is a great piece of good news." "Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations." Ma Anguo bowed his hands towards Wei Yanxue and smiled, as if seeking credit. Wei Yanxue looked at the anxious messenger, her brows furrowing. If this were indeed good news, how could he possibly look like this? There must be a problem somewhere. This Ma Anguo was truly a foolish person. A cold glare flashed in Wei Yanxue's eyes, and she said coldly, "What has happened to my Feilong army?" Rebelled. The messenger stammered, burying his head in the ground, completely afraid to move at all. At this statement, the entire court was in an uproar. What? Wei Yanxue had already prepared for the worst, but she didn't expect it to be worse than she thought. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I can believe any army would rebel, but the Feilong army cannot rebel. Wei Yanxue could not believe her ears. How could the Feilong army dare to rebel? It should be known. The families of the Feilong army were all in Dalian. Anyone who dared to have any second thoughts would be directly punished by extermination of their entire clan. Could it be that tens of thousands of Feilong soldiers no longer cared about their relatives? Were they truly a group of heartless people? Wei Yanxue fell into rapid thought. The messenger saw that the empress was silent and stammered. "The Feilong army has occupied the south gate. Many Feilong soldiers have surged into Longhua Street and taken away many people." Wei Yanxue's eyes widened suddenly. So that's how it is. What great audacity! To bully me like this, do they truly think I have no other soldiers available? This comes at the right time. Let this serve as a sharpening stone for the newly recruited 100,000 soldiers. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Wei Yanxue's eyes. "Since you showed no mercy, do not blame me for being unkind. Bring out the soldiers recruited recently, and attack the south gate for me. In addition, those from all walks of life, let them each show their skills. Whoever achieves great merit this time will be granted special promotion. General Song, I leave the overall command to you this time. Do not let me down." In the court, a general in golden armor, with a fierce expression, stepped forward, respectfully cupping his hands and saying yes before exiting the Golden Throne Hall. He was General Song Rentu, whom Wei Yanxue referred to. This was a rare opportunity for him. Once successful, he will rise to the top of the military generals and replace the position once held by Chang Feilong. Junan City. 200,000 Yanling army halted. This is the last checkpoint preventing the Yanling army from bringing King Su home. Military strategist, should I go, or will you? Xiahou Yuanming rode his warhorse, smiling, with pride in his eyes, clearly not taking this city seriously. Recently, I've been doing too much fighting. King Su wanted me to focus on cultivating as a strategist, not always be ordered around like a general. Zhuge Luyan shook his feather fan and made a gesture as if playing the role of a military strategist. You should go, old man. Xiahou Yuanming took the 3-meter-long sword off his back. The sword was raised high, its gleaming cold light making the defending soldiers tremble in fear. Is this still a human? Carrying such a long sword. Don't say that. I feel like it's longer than my coffin. Brothers, there are 200,000 Yanling soldiers. Is there even any point in defending the city? The cliff line is occupied, His Majesty can't possibly send reinforcements, is it worth fighting a hopeless defense? The soldiers atop Junan City whispered among themselves. The city's general had a cold expression on his face, looking at the high-spirited 200,000 Yenling soldiers, then at his own demoralized soldiers. Even if he wanted to defend, it was impossible to hold. The Yenling army was unmatched in sieging cities, unbeatable in battle, and fearless in death. This was a truly iron-blooded army proven by past victories. Defend my ass. The city's general spat, someone, bring me the white flag and hang it in the most prominent place. We must let the Yenling army below see it clearly. Open the city gates and welcome the Yenling army into the city. Under the city. Xiahou Yuanming, holding the 3-meter-long sword, had yet to charge when he saw a white flag fluttering in the wind. Well, it seems we don't need to fight anymore. Xiahou Yuanming put away his sword and turned to Zhuge Luyun beside him, clicking his tongue. Military strategist, now do you understand the gap between us? I just need to raise my sword, and all the soldiers in the city surrender. Capturing a city with my own intimidation is enough, unlike you, who still has to fight and kill. Invincible, it truly is lonely as snow. Zhuge Luyun looked at Xiahou Yuanming's annoying expression, wanting to fight him right then and there. This kind of surrender was normal, but he had to make it sound like it was something to be proud of. The city gates were wide open. Xiahou Yuanming waved his hand. The 200,000 Yenling soldiers raised their swords and entered the city. Seeing the soldiers kneeling on the ground, Xiahou Yuanming asked, military strategist, what should we do with these people? Zhuge Luyun was shaking his feather fan, and upon hearing Xiahou Yuanming's question, he decisively tossed the fan aside and said seriously, I am a warrior, I don't understand these matters. General, you should handle it yourself. Xiahou Yuanming was stunned. The speed at which his expression changed was truly fast. Surrendered soldiers won't be killed, let them stay for now. Xiahou Yuanming thought for a moment and said, leave 20,000 soldiers to defend the city, the rest will continue with me northward. Understood. The moment the 180,000 Yenling soldiers stepped out of Junan City, Xiahou Yuanming halted his warhorse, quickly dismounted, his eyes filled with joy. Zhuge Luyun was the same, every soldier of the Yenling army had a look of excitement on their faces. No other reason. They saw their invincible general who had led them through countless battles, King Su. At this moment, Su Bai was leading hundreds of Yenling soldiers and 2,000 scholars towards them. Seeing the large number of soldiers gathered outside Junan City, he smiled knowingly. Gentlemen, ahead is the Yenling army. Once we enter the city, there will be no more pursuers. Su Bai turned to the 2,000 scholars and said loudly, his tone sincere, after so many days of life or death struggles, you all have worked hard. Su Bai will remember it for a lifetime. The many scholars quickly replied, Your Highness Su, you flatter us. This is what we should do. So many Yenling troops. Even from this far away, I can feel their overwhelming fighting spirit. Truly, they are the strongest army in Wei. Not just Wei, even among the 100 nations, this army is one of the few top forces. With such a strong army, the burden the Empress placed on them before, one day, will surely be repaid 100-fold. The scholars looked at the imposing Yenling army and couldn't help but express their admiration. Compared to the previous Flying Dragon army, it felt like the difference between the heavens and the earth, there was no comparison at all. Enter the city. Su Bai waved his hand and led the scholars towards the southern rejection city. The scholars held their heads high and chests out, not wanting to leave a bad impression in front of the Yenling army. Greetings, King Su. Greetings, King Su. Greetings, King Su. As Su Bai approached the Yenling army, they all kneeled on one knee, their eyes filled with fiery passion. Their leader, finally, has returned. You have worked hard on the northern expedition. Su Bai said seriously, looking at the Yenling army trying to maintain their spirits. It was obvious they hadn't had much sleep during these past days of forced marches. But after his words, Xiahou Yuanming immediately became unhappy. Brothers, it seems King Su is treating us like outsiders. What should we do now? Xiahou Yuanming shouted loudly, and the Yenling army also started to join in. How about this, we bring 500 people first, each person go up and give King Su a big hug. Let's see if he's still being polite with us. As soon as the words were spoken, the Yenling soldiers in the front row immediately became excited, their faces showing eagerness as they looked at Su Bai. To hug King Su, how great an honor that would be. However, no one dared to step forward for a long time. Everyone's expressions showed a bit of hesitation. Su Bai didn't blame Xiahou Yuanming for giving him such a big task. He looked at the embarrassed Yenling soldiers and directly opened his arms. Come on. Don't act distant. The one in front, you go first. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, the soldier at the front immediately rushed forward and gave Su Bai a big hug. Su Bai patted the soldier's back and laughed, good lad, really strong. This immediately sparked loud laughter and cheers. With this example, one after another of the Yanling army came flying over. Xiahou Yuanming and Zhuge Luyun stood by, grinning, their faces full of motherly smiles. In this kind of atmosphere, it was hard for the Yanling army not to value brotherhood. The scholars standing behind Su Bai were stunned by this scene. King Su was once a high-ranking, foreign prince, one of the top figures in all of Wei. Yet, he could enjoy such moments with the soldiers, without any airs of a high-ranking person. Oh my god, King Su's favorability in my heart has exploded. Don't even talk about it, after meeting King Su, I can no longer see any other heroes in the world. No wonder the Yanling army is so loyal, I finally understand, following King Su is the best decision I've ever made in my life. The top scholar, Ouyang Lincheng, was trembling with excitement, such a leader is worthy of my following. After Su Bai hugged the last Yanling soldier, everyone slowly entered the city. Xiahou Yuanming and Zhuge Luyun followed closely behind Su Bai. Xiahou Yuanming looked at the surrendered soldiers and asked, King Su, how should we deal with these surrendered soldiers? Hearing this, Su Bai looked over. There weren't many surrendered soldiers, maybe just 2,000 or 3,000. They posed no real threat to the Yanling army. Did they attack? Su Bai asked casually. If they attacked the Yanling army, then they needed to be dealt with carefully. After all, leaving an enemy behind could result in trouble someday. No. Xiahou Yuanming grinned and said, once I showed them my 3-meter-long big cleaver, they raised the white flag. To be honest, they were quite sensible. Lock them up for a few days and carry out some ideological reform. Don't let them run off to join Wei Yanqing after they're released. Su Bai said with a smile, but his words carried a hint of murderous intent. That was a killing intent unique to dealing with Wei Yanxue. The Yanzhou army is not made up of die-hard loyalists, and moreover, Wei Yanxue doesn't have a loyal army, so there is no need to commit mass slaughter. Understood. Xiahou Yuanming nodded slightly. The Yanling army has people specialized in ideological transformation, and these people are the most skilled with their words and the strongest in logical thinking. Simply put, these people can make black seem white and still make others believe it. Not long after, the city of Junan held a grand banquet to celebrate King Su's return. The generals of the Yanling army sat together, with Su Bai naturally sitting in the main seat. King Su, what are our plans going forward? Xiahou Yuanming asked. Shall we directly march north to attack Daliang, or is there another plan? Of course, we will attack. Before Su Bai could speak, the deputy generals were already filled with anger. Wei Yanxue dared to treat King Su this way, if we don't take revenge, we can't swallow this anger. Exactly, if we go directly back to Liangzhou, wouldn't that tell the world that our Yanling army has no temper and is easy to bully? Seeing the excitement of the many deputy generals, the strategist Zhuge Luyun gently cleared his throat twice. Quiet, even the usually most restless Quang Long hasn't spoken, why are you all so eager? Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Quan Long. That's right. Usually, this guy is the most impatient, but now he hasn't said a word. Something's not right. On this journey, King Su must have said something to Quan Long. It seems that King Su had a plan all along, and after calming down, everyone decisively closed their mouths, but their eyes kept glancing at Su Bai, awaiting his further plan. Su Bai placed a piece of braised meat into his mouth and smiled. In 7 days, we will counterattack Daliang. Everyone fell into deep thought. 7 days later? Why that timing? The attack should be as quick as possible. Wei Yanxue is currently recruiting troops, and if she gathers enough soldiers, even the Yanling army would have to pay a huge price. They would rather take a greater risk, there must be some plot behind it. But how should they proceed? The generals found that they couldn't figure it out, so they all turned their gaze to Zhuge Luyun. Strategist, what do you think King Su is planning? I'm a military officer, I don't understand, Zhuge Luyun said bluntly. If he could guess King Su's plan, even a sow could climb a tree. The generals were all silent. Su Bai also glared at Zhuge Luyun. I told you to focus on your cultivation as a strategist, yet you didn't listen to a word. If we attack now, it will surely result in both sides suffering. I'm planning how to drain all the gold and silver from Daliang City. Then, a million-strong army will naturally break without a fight. It's not about stealing. Su Bai looked at the crowd as they were about to say the word steal, and directly preemptively denied it. I'm guessing the good show is about to begin. We'll just wait for the news from Daliang City. Daliang. The rebellious Flying Dragon army was completely suppressed. All the rebels and their families, those who died died, those who were imprisoned. On Longhua Street, the blood flowed like a river. Many innocent family members of the Flying Dragon army were also wiped out in this battle, and Wei Yanxue knew this but did not stop it. It's better that they die, there's no need to pay the compensation anymore, and the money can be used to recruit more soldiers. Experts from all walks of life showcased their skills in this battle, among them were fierce people who could fight 1,000 alone. This was something that greatly pleased Wei Yanxue. After the calm, the capital city once again regained its past prosperity, but the once lively Longhua Street was now mostly empty. This is cruel. My husband clearly died on the battlefield, yet my family not only didn't receive the compensation but was also violently robbed. A woman with torn clothes knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. Passers-by sighed in their hearts. Sigh, the emperor has gone mad. With such actions, even with a million-strong army, what's the use? In the market. A young man dressed in expensive silk, leading hundreds of carriages, arrived and stopped at the gate. The crowd curiously stepped forward to watch. The front carriage was empty, with no valuable items, only some covered cloth and hemp ropes. The rear carriage was filled with large boxes, surrounded by 1,000 guards, each carrying a curved sword. This young man looks unfamiliar. Is he a guest from out of town? A merchant stepped forward to ask. The young master nodded. We come from Ngwa, thousands of miles away. There, we have suffered from a drought for 3 consecutive years, causing a total crop failure. Now, the people are struggling to survive and urgently need a large amount of grain. We are here on the order of Empress Wu Zetian to purchase rice. We have heard that Wei State's economy is flourishing, so we hope we can return with full carts of rice. The merchant nodded. He understood the situation. He hadn't expected Ngwa, so far away, to have been suffering such a long drought. Perhaps this rice could be sold at a higher price. Just as the merchant was thinking of quoting a high price, the young master directly called out the purchase price. 13 won per pound, we will buy as much as you have. Immediately, the entire market went wild. This price was a full 30% higher than usual. As long as the quantity was enough, the profits were clear to see. 49, bet. The charm of King Su. Young master, are you serious? You really want to buy rice at the high price of 13 won per pound? Someone asked again to confirm. Absolutely. The young master said earnestly, with a gentle and approachable smile on his face, we brought so many people and so many carts to show that we are serious about this business. After receiving a confirmed answer, countless people rushed to various places to buy large amounts of rice. Grain merchants who already had large stocks of rice began to sell them in bulk. In no time, rice was flooding into the market. The young master bought all of it, rejecting no one, taking all the rice, whether new or old. This news spread quickly to all corners of the land, even reaching the imperial family and the empress. There was nothing to be done. This young master was simply wealthy and bold, immediately paying the required sum. A middle-aged man dressed as a servant, puzzled, asked the young master, do you really think we can snatch the wealth of Diliang with this? We are betting everything we have. The young master opened his folding fan and waved it lightly. He spoke slowly, I don't know. The middle-aged man was stunned. He thought the young master was confident in his success, but it turned out he wasn't sure at all. Immediately, the middle-aged man became anxious. Young master, we haven't lost much yet. If we pull out now, we won't be seriously hurt. No. The young master firmly refused. Wang Butler, do you think I'm after Diliang's wealth in this investment? The middle-aged man was taken aback and murmured, isn't that the reason? Of course not. The young master clenched his fist, his eyes filled with a touch of determination. Actually, whether we win or lose, as long as we are in this, we have already won. Throwing away the Mi family's savings of hundreds of years, how can that be considered a win, young master? Wang Butler simply couldn't understand how this could be a win. Could there be something more important than gold and silver to gain? The young master laughed, covering his mouth with the folding fan and lowering his voice. The bigger the bet we place, the more we'll gain King Su's attention once it's over. As long as we gain King Su's attention, the Mi family's hundreds of years of savings are nothing. Not worth mentioning. Wang Butler was stunned, then slowly said, young master, who is the great figure behind this? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have had any doubts. King Su is the most business-savvy person among the 100 states. In just 1 year, he earned wealth beyond what 10 Mi families could amass. But if we lie about Ngwa's drought, could that? The young master patted Wang Butler on the shoulder. Don't worry, in 7 days, we will have closed the net. They won't have time to verify. Whatever we say, we will. So, what happened in Ngwa? The immense profit naturally turns those who usually pride themselves on being clever into fools, ignorant and paranoid, arrogant. The 4 generations of the 3 dukes, the Ma family. In the meeting hall. Old Master Ma sat in the main seat, Ma Ngwa sat in the secondary seat, and the rest of the Ma family's core members had already taken their seats. They were urgently holding a meeting, discussing the sudden appearance of a wealthy individual in the market. Father, the Ma family has countless rice. If we can sell it for 30% higher than the usual price, we'd make a fortune. What's there to hesitate about? Ma Nanchuang urged. She was Ma Ngwa's 3rd sister, and usually in charge of the family's business. Don't rush, since Ngwa's food supply is so tight, it wouldn't hurt if we delay for a bit. The key is not to step into a trap or get scammed, old Master Ma said slowly, but he had been thinking about this for a long time and saw no loopholes. A handover of money for rice, we can't be scammed in this deal. Besides, Daliang is the Ma family's turf, black market deals are impossible here. Big brother, our merit tablet has bled out a lot of money, this is the perfect chance to sell off a large amount of rice and stock up on gold and silver, it's truly a great opportunity. Father, second uncle is right. Business is all about timing. If the buyers in the market suddenly change their mind, we just have to watch others make a fortune while we lose out. Ma Nanchuan's expression was anxious. She had been managing the business for years and knew very well that timing was crucial. Ma Anghua also spoke up, this is Daliang, the Ma family commands authority here. They can't make a move, nor dare to. If the buyers in the market see so many rice sellers, it's normal for them to lower the price later, we really can't hesitate. Besides, it's just some rice. What's there to be unwilling to part with, food to fill the belly? Everyone looked at Old Master Ma in unison. All right. Old Master Ma truly couldn't think of any loopholes, so he agreed immediately, keep a few months' worth of rice, sell the rest, the Ma family indeed doesn't have enough gold and silver right now. Everyone rejoiced, and Ma Nanchuan immediately stood up and headed outside. Organize the people to transport the rice to the warehouse and send it to the market. Move quickly. Other aristocratic families were also doing the same thing. Such a huge opportunity for profit was right in front of them, it would be foolish not to take it. Qianqing Palace. This was the place where Wei Yanxue met with ministers in private. The market side was spending too extravagantly, even Wei Yanxue was thinking about getting in on the action. Masterly, I do not wish to compete with the common people for profit, so I entrust you to sell the rice on my behalf. In these years, the country has been peaceful and the palace's rice reserves are abundant. After selling, I can recruit tens of thousands of soldiers. Wei Yanxue said to a middle-aged man. The Li family was a newly powerful aristocratic family that Wei Yanxue had helped rise to prominence. The middle-aged man cupped his hands and said, Li Wanli will certainly not disappoint His Majesty's trust. But Your Majesty, how much rice should we sell? Wei Yanxue decisively replied, since there will be another harvest in the fall, just keep 3 months' worth of rations, and sell the rest. Understood. Li Wanli bowed, then left. After Li Wanli had completely left Qianqing Palace, a piece of talisman paper flew out, and a man in black robes, the Yin Marquis, appeared. Wei Yanxue waved to dismiss the guards and servants. The Yin Marquis sat down, frowning and saying, Yanxue, are we leaving too little rice? Wei country has been dry recently, the harvest might not be good. Wei Yanxue snorted coldly and confidently said, my Wei country has plenty of grain reserves, and both Yizhou and Yuzhou have massive grain warehouses. If there is a shortage, we can transfer some. There's nothing to worry about. But what about the assassination of Su Bai you mentioned earlier? When are you going to act? Is it really so difficult to find a good opportunity? The Yin Marquis nodded, indeed, it's hard. Assassinating Su Bai within the Yanling army is like seeking death. You know how many experts are in the Yanling army, and my father is still looking for another chance. Wait a moment. He will definitely give Su Bai a huge surprise. Wu Zhao. The trembling empress of Anghua. The market. At this moment, it was bustling. It was packed with grain merchants from all over, scrambling to sell rice. The young master of the Mi family looked at the increasing amount of rice being delivered, showing a joyful smile. I have always heard that the people of Wei are honest and simple, and today I can see for myself that it is indeed true. The young master of the Mi family said loudly, our Anghua monarch really has great insight, sending us so far to Wei to buy grain is truly the wisest decision. And this is also because of the young master's generosity, purchasing grain at such a high price. The grain merchants also wore beaming smiles. This trip had earned them a fortune, the profit from just today was equivalent to months of hard work. Rest assured, young master, although Wei has suffered some drought this year, the stockpiled grain from previous years is abundant, and it will definitely help Anghua through this difficult time. A large amount of rice was loaded onto the Mi family's carts, and one by one, the carts left Dalian City. The young master of the Mi family pinched his fingers, calculating the remaining money. In his mind, he repeatedly thought of King Su's plan, and each time he remembered it, it was enough to shock him. That was a complete mastery over the human heart. The grain transport carts from the powerful families were brought over, and the arrogant families directly cut in line, moving to the front. The merchants and common traders were too angry to speak. The young master of the Mi family smiled, so they want to cut in line? Good, this will only make the reputation of these powerful families sink even lower. So, the young master of the Mi family stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, I am Mi Ren, the eldest son of the Mi family of Anghua. I greet all of you. I truly haven't seen so much rice in a long time. This is an eye-opener. Ma Nanchuang said disdainfully, this is not even half of what my Ma family has, there's more behind, I'll sell it all to you. Niren laughed loudly. Good, good, good. But I'll have to adjust the price of the rice. Earlier, it was just merchants and common traders, so I thought there wasn't much rice and set a high price. I didn't expect that a single family in Wei would have so much rice, so I'll have to lower the price. It'll drop to 12 coins per pound. At that moment, all the grain merchants and common traders were stunned, their faces clearly showing dissatisfaction with the powerful families. Clearly, they could have made a huge profit, but these families had stirred up trouble. You dare? Ma Nanchuan couldn't hold back her temper and scolded. Normally, only the Ma family would trip others up, but she had never been wronged like this. If the price dropped because of the Ma family, what about the public's anger? This is Daliang. If you dare to not buy my Ma family's rice at the original price, I guarantee you won't get a single pound of rice. Ma Nanchuan said arrogantly, pointing her finger at Niren. The grain merchants heard this and froze. What did she mean by not allowing them to sell? Can the powerful families be so overbearing? As a result, the Ma family's status in everyone's heart plummeted. Niren smiled gently. Oh, really? The Ma family is truly impressive. If I didn't know that the Emperor of Wei has the surname Wei, I'd think you were some royal relative. Niren dropped a heavy hint, and Ma Nanchuan immediately panicked. There were too many people here, and the crowd was mixed. If someone with bad intentions reported this to the Empress, the Ma family would be in trouble, and she wouldn't be protected. She had been so arrogant in the past that she forgot what kind of occasion this was. There were many other powerful families present, and even the Yulin guards were lurking in the shadows. Ma Nanchuan looked at Miran, whose smile remained on his lips, her teeth clenched tightly. Now, selling or not selling, neither option was good. Everyone watched the Ma family suffer, and in their hearts, they softened a little. Actually, 12 coins per pound wasn't that unacceptable, and they still stood to make a decent profit. As long as the price of rice didn't drop further, they could still make a lot of money. But the powerful families had all cut in line, and when it was their turn, who knew how low the price would go? Niren watched Ma Nanchuan, who was caught in a dilemma. To give her a way out is necessary, otherwise, if the Ma family's grain is not sold, then when the next step comes, the Ma family will be able to follow the Su King and make a huge profit. This is definitely something Miran cannot accept. Just now, I was a little rude. We, as traders, value harmony and prosperity. I apologize to the Ma family. However, the grain price really needs to be 12 won per jin. I just went to check the grain price in Dalian, and it's only about 10 won per jin on average. My price is indeed very high. If the Ma family is willing, I am ready to buy all of the Ma family's rice. Whatever amount there is, I will buy it. Ma Nanchuan's expression softened a little, and in business terms, she would no longer act proud. She then spoke. Do you think the Ma family's rice can be compared with what's on the market? It's only because our Ma family is kind-hearted that we are willing to save you, Ngua, from the fire and water. Alright, this price is fine. Our Ma family will sell it. One by one, the Ma family's grain transport carts were brought over and loaded onto the Mi family's carts. Niren scratched open a small hole, and dozens of grains of rice quickly fell out of the rice bag. Niren looked at the rice in his hand and cursed in his heart, how many years old is this rice? How dare they sell it? The Ma family, huh? You sold it to me like this? In a couple of days, I'll make sure you buy it back at a higher price. Time passed quickly. The price Miran paid for the grain slowly dropped and eventually stopped at 11 won per jin. His goal from the start had been to buy grain at a high price, attracting all the large grain merchants from Daliang, and then slowly push the price down. But of course, he had to ensure these people could make a profit, so he set the price at 11 won per jin. Although the profit wasn't huge, when the quantity increased, it became quite considerable. Especially for the noble families. Moreover, this way of continuously lowering the grain price also made more and more people eager to sell their grain early. This led to fractures in the relationships between many noble families, or even their gradual deterioration. And the influence of the noble families in the common folk also rapidly decreased. Competing with the people for profit. These people's reputations were completely ruined. Refusing the South City. Su Bai and the generals were gathered together. They had received intelligence from Daliang, learning that a wealthy family from Ngua had come to buy grain. Su Wang, even Ngua has your people. Zhang Quanlong said in shock. Ngua is located to the south of Han Kingdom, thousands of miles away from Wei Kingdom. Su Bai laughed and said, when I broke through Han Kingdom, I heard that Ngua had beautiful scenery, so I took the 300,000 Yenling army on a sightseeing trip. The people of Ngua were very enthusiastic, even the Empress Wu Jiao personally welcomed me. The local customs are very good. Along the way, I got to know some people, and the Mi family is one of them. The scenery really is as good as the rumors say, quite beautiful. Zhang Quanlong's mouth fell open. Are you sure this was sightseeing? Not a show of force? Who goes sightseeing right after killing their way through a country, bringing their army along? Wouldn't the empress be terrified and trembling? Xiahou Yuanming laughed at this point and said, indeed, that happened. I didn't expect it was someone from the Mi family. The Mi family is a giant wealth holder in Ngua. They probably have the ability to swallow up all the rice in Dalian. But Su Wang, there's one thing you're mistaken about. Ngui is not only about beautiful scenery, but compared to the Empress Wu Zhao, it seems nothing special. Without the permission of Empress Wu Zhao, it would be very difficult for the Mi family to leave Ngua on such a large scale. All the generals looked at Su Bai with meaningful expressions. Let's not talk about that. Su Bai kicked Xiahou Yuanming, the Yanling army has a mission ahead. This time, we must cooperate with the Mi family to empty out all the wealth of Dalian. All generals, listen to orders. 51. Drought. The melon has fallen on our own heads. In the market. Mi Ren had almost monopolized all the rice in Dalian. Thanks to everyone's support, Mi Ren thanks you all. Mi Ren bowed to the many grain merchants. Young Master Mi, take care. The crowd also returned the gesture. This person is the god of wealth. If there's another chance like this, it will be wonderful. This time, everyone earned a lot. Although the price of rice dropped by 2 coins per gene compared to the beginning, the quantity was enough to still make a significant amount. They nearly sold out all the rice in the warehouse, leaving only enough to last until the harvest in the fall of this year. Mi Ren left with thousands of horse-drawn carts. Because there was so much rice, they hired an additional 1,000 carts at the last minute. The owner of the cart business couldn't stop smiling. Everyone in Dalian was immersed in joy. On Mi's family carriage. Butler Wang asked in confusion, Young Master, are we really leaving? Isn't this a huge loss? Mi Ren shook his head, you're the steward of the Mi family, and an old hand in business, guess what Su Wang's plan is? Butler Wang thought for a moment, and suddenly realized. He clapped his hands and praised, brilliant, brilliant. Oh? What did you figure out? Mi Ren became interested, could it be that his steward was a genius who could guess Su Wang's plans? Butler Wang said with a mysterious air, Young Master, is Su Wang planning to secretly destroy the crops in Dalian, then let the people of Dalian have no food? Get lost. Mi Ren kicked Butler Wang angrily, I thought you came up with something useful? Our goal is to extract the wealth of the entire Dalian, not to starve them. Understand? However, starving them does have a slight connection, but it's just to scare them. What do you mean by that? Butler Wang asked curiously. I can't explain it to you. Mi Ren didn't want to say more, don't go too fast, in half an hour, we turn back. We still have to go to Dalian to sell rice. What? Butler Wang was shocked, we just bought it and now we're selling it, but every household has stored a small amount of rice, enough to last until the harvest. We shouldn't be able to sell at a high price. Mi Ren heard Butler Wang's question and directly laid down in the carriage, opening his folding fan, which clearly had 2 big characters written on it, speechless. Young Master. Young Master, tell me, I'm so curious. Mi Ren said while lying down, we met a messenger from Angua on the way, and they told us that not long ago, Angua had a big rain. There won't be a drought this year, so we have to sell this rice, but we're not actually selling it. So we're just selling it at Dalian's market to get a price. If you were from Dalian, would you buy it? Only a fool would buy it. Butler Wang muttered. Exactly, and then another messenger came and told us that the old celestial master had calculated that the rain was the last one this year, and Angua still has a drought. Mi Ren said leisurely. This confused Butler Wang, one moment there's a drought, the next moment there isn't, what was going on? Young Master, then should we keep going? No. Mi Ren crossed his legs and said with a smile, then another messenger came and said that the celestial master was a fake, and there would actually be many more rains. There's no drought at all. Butler Wang was stunned, astonished, why is that? Young Master. Mi Ren laughed heartily, this is how Su Wang controls people's hearts, it's all a game of falsehoods, truths, and illusions. This way, the people of Dalian will no longer be suspicious of us. And the whole of Dalian is watching the joke of Angua, so they won't put too much thought into figuring out our next moves. After all this is done, it'll almost be tomorrow. We're about to reveal our true intentions. Tomorrow. Dalian Market. The Mi family had placed over 300 million gene of rice for sale, yet not a single grain was sold. Many grain merchants were watching the spectacle. They would never have the kindness to buy the rice back at the original price. Only a fool would do that. They were not fools, but self-proclaimed smart merchants. Young Master Mi, your business this time is truly a huge loss. It can be said to be the worst deal made by all merchants across 100 nations. An old grain merchant with graying hair mocked, clearly enjoying Mi family's misfortune yesterday. One moment there's a drought, the next there's none, and in the end, there really is no drought. Now, this huge pile of rice is going to crash down on your hands. Old Master Su, when you were selling me rice, you weren't like this. Back then, you were kind and gentle. How come you've turned into someone who can only mock and ridicule me now? Mirin pretended to be angry and said, "You're a deceitful merchant with two faces. But you'll get what's coming to you." Nonsense. The grain merchant surnamed Su spat, "I made a huge profit from you yesterday. What's this getting what's coming talk? Where's the retribution?" Other grain merchants also joined in, mocking, "Exactly. I think you're just seeing red from the loss and now speaking nonsense. You should hurry back to your own country and wait for your ruler to scold you." At this moment, Miren pretended to be furious. These ignorant grain merchants had no idea that the money for buying the rice this time was all from me family's own pocket. Of course, they had also borrowed some from their friends and in country. Since the sum was enormous, me family's entire fortune was at stake. While the crowd was mocking and ridiculing him, a fast horse suddenly galloped over. The crowd looked up and smiled. "It's your own country's messenger again. Don't tell me the drought is really true this time? Good thing you didn't sell your rice, huh? See, here it comes again." The grain merchants mocked, each of them ready to watch the spectacle, with some even pulling out sunflower seeds from their pockets. Miran secretly thought, "Finally, it's here. Let these people wait, and soon they'll be begging me." The messenger dismounted swiftly and walked over to Miran, whispering a few words in his ear. After listening, Miran burst into loud laughter. The heavens have a way of turning things around. No one escapes their fate. Ha! This is truly wonderful. The grain merchants watching were stunned, wondering what kind of news could make him so happy. "So happy, young Master Me, why don't you share it with us, so we can laugh too?" Old Master Su teased from the side, equally curious. "Fine. I'll tell you." Miran lifted his head proudly, pointing his fan at the grain merchants. "The drought in our own country is over, but your Wei country's drought has arrived. This year, you are destined to harvest nothing." With these words, the grain merchants laughed wildly. "I think you've completely lost your mind." Miran laughed along. "Whether it's true or not, doesn't your Wei country have skilled diviners? Just ask them and they'll tell you. Someone, change the rice price for me. How can 1 pound of rice only be sold for 11 won? Raise it to 20 yuan. Sky-high prices. How dare he sell it so expensive?" The grain merchant stared at the price of 20 yuan per pound and exchanged glances in confusion. No way. Did he really change the price? But this messenger came from an country. How could he predict the weather in Wei country? Right. It must be a scam. But me family's young master actually raised the price. Has he gone mad? Looking at their unsold rice, could he be using this as an excuse to scare them, making them panic and buy it up quickly? What an idiot. But somehow, there was a sense of unease. It shouldn't be this way. Why did it feel like this me family young master wouldn't lie? Ever since he entered Daliang, everything me family did had been open and transparent, and things had taken many twists and turns, making it seem less like the actions of a deceitful merchant. The best diviners in Wei country were at Longhu Mountain, which was far away from Daliang. But other people's divination predictions couldn't be trusted either. Suddenly, many of the grain merchants were caught in a dilemma, discussing whether or not they should buy some rice to hold on to during the famine. Forget it. What's there to fear? If there really is a drought, I'll just eat disaster relief food with my whole family. Old Master Su shouted loudly. He walked home by himself, not believing that Wei country would have a harvest failure this year. At most, they would just harvest a little less. If necessary, they could raise the price. No matter how expensive, it definitely wouldn't be more than 21 per gene. With one person leading the way, the other grain merchants also scattered, not believing Miren's nonsense at all. Watching the grain merchants leave, Steward Wang immediately said anxiously, "Young master, what should we do? They don't believe us at all." "Don't rush, would you have believed it if it were you?" Miren said with a light laugh, not caring about everyone's departure. The best part is still to come. Besides, who says there are no powerful diviners in Daliang? Isn't King Jingqing skilled in this art? Steward Wang was stunned. "Young master, do you mean the second uncle of the Empress of Wei?" "That's the one. Could it be that Wei country really has a drought?" Steward Wang asked in shock, thinking it was a lie. "No," Miren said firmly. Steward Wang was dumbfounded. "Wait, young master, are you kidding me? Isn't this something that can be known immediately? Then tell me, how can we make King Jingqing's divination wrong?" Miren asked with a smile, his meaning crystal clear. Steward Wang widened his eyes. Could it be the art of hiding heavenly secrets? Pig brain. Miren kicked Steward Wang directly. "Hide your mother's heavenly secrets. Do you think there are immortals in this world? You send someone to spread the news about Wei country's drought. Without a strong leader, no one will come to buy the rice. I'll just go back to the carriage and take a nap. Ma family. Council hall. This time, just like last time, the discussion was about the drought rumors spread by Mirin. Big brother, what do you think? Ma Nanchuan looked at Ma Angua. Ma Angua snorted coldly. Why did the Gushan Phylon army suffer a great defeat not long ago? Heavy rain. Floods. Drought. Drought my ass. Are we gathering here just for this? Isn't that just a waste of time? Ma Nanchuan frowned. Big brother, but what Mirin said sounds pretty convincing. After observing for these days, he seems to be a straightforward person who doesn't lie. He's a merchant. Little sister, after doing business for so many years, have you ever seen an honest merchant? Ma Angua sneered and said dismissively. If merchants were sincere, even pigs could climb trees. Old Master Ma spoke up. This matter is indeed not trustworthy, and even if it were true, Wei country has large grain warehouses in Izhou and Yuzhou, enough to support for a year. Ma Angua nodded in agreement. Besides, isn't King Jingqing skilled in divination? This time, His Majesty also secretly sold grain, using the Li family's hand. If there really is a drought, we will see what action the Li family takes next. Qianqing Palace. You say there are rumors that Wei country has a drought this year? Will they have no harvest? Wei Yanxue asked in surprise. It's indeed dry this year, but saying there will be no harvest is an exaggeration. And the heavy rain a few days ago, I still remember it clearly. If it weren't for that heavy rain, Subai would have been trapped to death. The Phylon army wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Li Wanli cupped his hands. I also think it's absurd, but Mirin is so serious that we must be cautious. But even if there's a drought this year, so what? Wei Yanxue said disdainfully, at most, some common people without stored grain will die, but my army will definitely be fine. Mirin just bought rice from Daliang, but Wei country doesn't only have Daliang. I still have emergency grain warehouses. I was overthinking. Li Wanli cupped his hands and said, slowly withdrawing. King Jingqing's residence. Outside the gate of the residence. A fat and a thin man, both wearing straw hats, pushed a cart of vegetables and fruits into the gate. The person who delivered the goods yesterday went home to visit relatives, so we too are helping to deliver today. Don't worry, the goods are all in excellent condition, we picked them with care. Thank you, officer. I'll unload the goods and leave immediately. Zhang Ping, you go with them. The captain of the guard waved his hand, signaling for someone to follow. Take them to the warehouse, don't go the wrong way and disturb the prince. Zhang Ping immediately stood up. He impatiently urged, hurry up and get inside. All right, Grandpa. The two of them pushed the cart inside, and Zhang Ping leisurely followed behind, the location of the warehouse already told to them. Upon reaching the warehouse, after pushing the cart in, Zhang Ping was quickly slashed across the neck by the two men, and they also called in the warehouse guards, killing them all in the process. The movement was extremely fast, the technique skillful. Zhang Quanglong signaled Situho to stay behind and guard the warehouse. Kill anyone who comes, but don't let the noise get out of the gates. Don't worry, Dragon Brother. Situho patted his belly and assured, it's guaranteed. Zhang Quanglong rolled his eyes at Situho and then turned to leave the warehouse. He had been to the Jingcheng Wangfu before, and not just once. A couple of years ago, when King Jingqing took several concubines, Zhang Quanglong came here a few times to drink, so he was somewhat familiar with the place. At least he knew where King Jingcheng lived. In the study. King Weinan of Jingcheng was sitting, picking up his brush to practice writing. The ink on the desk swirled like a dragon and phoenix, quickly forming an unreadable cursive on the rice paper. Under the desk, a stunning dancer knelt, swaying her head, probably savoring the poetry. There are rumors in the town that the Wei Kingdom is suffering from a drought, but I've already divined 3 times today, and all signs show that there will be frequent rain next month. King Weinan sneered. As expected, rumors from the streets can't be trusted. Your Majesty is truly talented. If it weren't for your Majesty's divination skills, I'm afraid we would have been misled by the rumors. The dancer gently said, lavishly praising him. Heh, not only am I talented, your skills are impressive too. King Weinan closed his eyes and lovingly stroked the dancer's smooth hair. At that moment, the door of the room was suddenly opened. Zhang Quanglong dragged 2 corpses and tossed them inside, then threw a small knife, hitting the word in the cursive on the desk. King Weinan suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of fear. But he saw the killer make a shu gesture, then a cut-the-throat gesture. King Weinan immediately dared not make a sound, only slightly tightening his lower body. Zhang Quanglong walked closer and, with one swift move, sent the dancer to the afterlife. Only the dead can keep secrets. Zhang Quanglong. Are you trying to rebel? King Weinan hissed. That was his most beloved dancer. Zhang Quanglong nodded slightly. Haven't I already rebelled? I have something to discuss with you, King Weinan. The next day. In the Golden Luan Hall. If you have something to report, speak now, if not, leave the court. Chief Eunuch Qing shouted sharply. Ma Angua stood up, cupped his hands, and respectfully said, Your Majesty, someone from Ngwo in the market is selling rice, wildly spreading rumors that our great way is suffering from a drought this year, driving up rice prices. I beg Your Majesty to issue an order to expel these alarmist people. I second this motion. Immediately, other members of the noble families stood up. Miren had caused quite a stir in the market, disturbing the normal operations of other households, especially affecting other family trades. Anyway, all the rice had been sold, and the Mi family had no value left to speak of. Wei Yanxue was about to speak when a voice came from outside the hall. Your Majesty, the messenger requests an audience. Let him in. Wei Yanxue said coldly. Let the messenger enter the hall. The messenger quickly entered, kneeling down. Your Majesty, the grain storage in Ezhou was attacked by the Qi army, and a huge fire destroyed more than 80% of the grain. What? Wei Yanxue was furious, his eyes filled with disbelief. The entire court was also wide-eyed. How could the Qi army have known about the grain storage, and how could they have bypassed all defenses to destroy it? Is the Ezhou army a bunch of idiots? How could they let the grain storage in the rear be destroyed? They are as foolish as pigs. The messenger lowered his head, not daring to move an inch. Your Majesty, General Liu of Ezhou requests military support. The remaining grain can last until this autumn. Useless. Wei Yanxue angrily shouted, 30,000 soldiers in Ezhou, and they can't even defend against a single Qi army? Lu Sandao, is he just eating dry rice? Tell him, he must hold it for me with his life. The Qi kingdom once had weak military forces. If we lose another city, tell him to bring his head to see me. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, it's not just Qi kingdom. The Chu kingdom is also sending troops to attack Ezhou. General Liu was once the one who held Qi, but the Chu kingdom's army is strong. The messenger dared not finish the sentence, but the meaning was clear enough. A pin could be heard dropping in the hall, and it fell into dead silence. The Chu kingdom is not attacking Shuzhou, but bypassing it to attack my Ezhou. Good. Very good indeed. Wei Yanxing gritted her teeth. I will send troops to support. Let General Liu hold it for me with his life. The messenger withdrew. Inside the Golden Luan Hall, everyone's expressions were unpleasant. At this crucial time, a giant grain warehouse had been burned down. If a real drought comes, relying on the Yuzhou grain warehouse might not be enough to hold on. Your Majesty, the Yuzhou messenger seeks an audience. The voice from outside the hall made everyone, including Wei Yanxing, feel their hearts leap. What's going on? It can't be this coincidental, right? Just now, the Ezhou messenger left, and now the Yuzhou messenger is here. And the second giant grain warehouse was built in Yuzhou. Announce him. Wei Yanxing's voice was ice-cold to the extreme, her face like a frosty winter, unwilling to hear worse news. Your Majesty, please do not worry. Ma Angua said with great confidence, the army of the Han kingdom is the weakest, Yuzhou will definitely be fine. Another official stood up to support. In the past, the Han kingdom was crushed by our Wei kingdom, severely weakened. In just 5 years, they couldn't recover. At most, they will only pressure our Wei kingdom at the border, posturing to ask for benefits. Wei Yanxing slowly nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Announced the Yuzhou messenger's audience. The messenger entered the hall and kneeled with a thud. Report to Your Majesty. The Yuzhou grain warehouse was burned down by the Han army. Bang! Wei Yanxing's heart trembled violently, her mouth wide open in disbelief. Ma Angua was also stunned, quietly stepping back to the civil official group, lowering his head, not daring to speak. It was really burned again. Ma Angua felt everything was too coincidental, like everything was strung together on a single thread. And the one behind this seemed to be the Mi family from Angua. But could a grain merchant have such power? They are just a rich merchant family after all. So, could the hand behind this be the Empress of Angua? Ma Angua shook his head, feeling he was overthinking, too confused. It would be clearer after they discussed it properly. Inside the Golden Luan Hall, no one spoke for 10 minutes. The messenger knelt on the ground, his legs numb. The Mi family in the market didn't leave, did they? Finally, Wei Yanxing broke the deadly silence and coldly asked weakly. Report to Your Majesty, they have not left. Eunuch Qing replied, they are still selling rice at sky-high prices in the market. Wei Yanxing slowly nodded and waved her hand, dismissed the court. She had no interest in dealing with trivial matters anymore. The key issue now was whether there would be a drought this year. If not, the loss of the grain warehouse would not matter much. It wouldn't greatly impact Wei Kingdom, as every household has stored grain, and the royal family has enough to last until the autumn. But if there is a drought, Wei Kingdom would fall into great turmoil, especially in Yuzhou, Yangzhou, and Ezhou. At that time, people would starve, and families would resort to cannibalism. The scene of Wei Kingdom 8 years ago would return. This was absolutely unacceptable to Wei Yancheng. Prepare the carriage, let's go to the king of Jingqing's residence. Yes. Junan City. Su Bai was leisurely sipping tea, with Taiwei Lu Shiwan sitting beside him. Su King, General Xiahou, and the military strategist have succeeded. Both large grain warehouses have been burned down by half. A soldier came to report. Got it. I'm not worried about them acting. Su Bai said with a smile, once again savoring the tea in his cup. Lu Gong, now the only key thing is whether the crazy dragon can succeed. If all goes well, today there will be a rich customer secretly going to the market to buy a huge amount of rice. What do you think we can do to raise the price of rice even higher? Higher still? Lu Shiwan was shocked. The rice is already at 21 per jin, that's sky high. Would the empress really buy it at a higher price? King Su. We also need to be careful of blackmail. After all, this is selling rice in Daliang. Even if the Ma family is blackmailed, there is nothing they can do about it. Su Bai shook his head. Nguo has developed quite well in recent years. Whatever we in Wei do, the empress of Nguo will follow suit. Now look at how chaotic the borders of Wei are. Do you think Wei Yanxue dares to let Nguo join the invasion forces? Lu Shiwan suddenly understood and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he slowly said, but the rice price is too high. Wei has to support 1 million soldiers and also buy grain. They simply can't afford it. I think if we push too hard, the empress might act out of desperation. Su Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed, after all, Wei Yanxue isn't new to being desperate. So this time, we must slowly boil the frog, take it step by step. But I thought of something interesting. If the rice is bought up by the millions of citizens in Daliang, do you think Wei Yanxue will panic? Panic, because she would lose the people's trust. If she doesn't panic, she would lose the army's trust. 54. Divination. Forced drought. Jing Changwang's mansion. Outside the mansion gate. Your Majesty has arrived. Gong Gong Chang shouted loudly. Jing Changwang cast a difficult glance at Zhang Quanglong, who sneered, do as I say, and if Wei falls, I'll ensure your lifetime of wealth. If you dare to go against me, I once executed Zhao Hu in battle. I will kill you with my life. With that, Zhang Quanglong walked to the back, then leaped lightly a few times and reached the beam above. He thought to himself. Ensure his life? Bullshit. Who would trust an enemy? Isn't that stupid? Jing Changwang, while muttering the national essence, dared not pause and walked quickly toward the mansion gate. The trash guards were directly killed in an instant. This is unbelievable. Another fake divination. It's really frustrating. I remember the last fake divination I did was for King Su, predicting that in Wei, the throne would change hands. But the real divination wasn't like that. It was all vague. However, Wei Yanxue insisted on pressing for the divination. Jing Changwang had no choice but to lie. Anyway, he and King Su weren't very close. The other's power was so great that he was envious, so he wanted to use the Empress's hands to eliminate him. But he never expected to make such a big mess. Now Wei is in constant war, and corrupt officials are surfacing everywhere. He regretted it deeply. Soon, Jing Changwang reached the mansion gate. Your humble servant greets your majesty. Uncle, there is no need for formalities. I have something important to discuss with you. Wei Yanxue helped Jing Changwang up. The two walked into the mansion, with Gong Gongqing following behind them. Once inside the study, they sat facing each other. Uncle, I need you to do a divination. What should I divine? The heavens. All right. Jing Changwang shook his sleeve, and from the sleeve, he threw out a compass and several copper coins. He dipped his hand into the tea, then sprinkled a few drops of tea water onto the compass. The time has come to divine the balance of the world's yin and yang. His fingers came together, pointing to the flame of the oil lamp. The flame moved to his fingertip, then he quickly poked it. Suddenly, the fire grew fierce and quickly dried up all the tea water on the compass, even darkening the color of the compass. Sigh. The time has come, the fate is set. Wei is about to face this calamity. Jing Changwang sighed, then said seriously, Your Majesty, please make arrangements early. Wei is likely to face a rare drought in 100 years. What? Wei Yanxue was shocked, her body uncontrollably leaning back. Gong Gongqing was quick to react, about to support her, but then saw a talisman suddenly appear and stopped in his tracks. The Yin Marquis appeared, supporting Wei Yanxue's back. Seeing this, Jing Changwang frowned repeatedly, not out of worry for their relationship. After all, the personal matters of the emperor were always chaotic in any dynasty. He was worried that the Yin Marquis might notice Zhang Quanglong on the beam, and once Zhang Quanglong was discovered, it was highly likely that he would risk his life for life's sake. Thinking of this, King Jingcheng broke out in a cold sweat. I'm fine, you can step back. Wei Yanxue regained her composure and turned to the Shadow Marquis. The Shadow Marquis nodded, but suddenly furrowed his brow. Something feels off. In an instant, everyone in the study tensed up. Zhang Quanglong, lying on the beam, widened his eyes, gripping the knife even tighter, ready to fight if he was truly discovered. Kill King Jingcheng? Only a fool would kill him. The first target would definitely be the Empress. As long as the Empress died, wouldn't everything be solved? Zhang Quanglong held his breath, listening for the Shadow Marquis's next words. What feels off? Wei Yanxue frowned deeply, as her recent bad luck seemed endless, and she really didn't want any more bad things to happen. There's a smell of blood, the Shadow Marquis said seriously. He was from Fushan, and had founded the Crow organization, having killed too many people, making him extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. King Jingcheng was shocked. The blood had supposedly been cleaned up thoroughly. How could there still be a smell? Are you a dog or what? But at that moment, he had to step up to explain, so he waved his hand nonchalantly to the Empress. I executed a dancer. It was an embarrassment. Wei Yanxue nodded, taking him at his word. Right now, all she thought about was how to get through the drought. Just a little smell of blood hardly stirred her interest. Besides, executing a dancer was quite a common matter. Uncle, take care of your health. I'm leaving. Wei Yanxue walked away without looking back, with Palace Eunuch Qing closely following. Your Majesty, try not to worry too much, everything has its rules, survival of the fittest. Some commoners starving to death is no big deal. King Jingcheng said loudly, watching the Empress leave. If the Empress used up all of Wei country's wealth, then what would he, as a prince, live on? Moreover, the drought was completely fake. If the Empress heard this, it could minimize his losses. Suddenly, King Jingcheng felt a chill on his neck. A small knife was suddenly pressed against his throat. Zhang Quanglong sneered, you don't think that I, the young master of the Zhang family, haven't read any books, do you? Mistake, mistake. King Jingcheng quickly acknowledged his inferiority. Zhang Quanglong didn't really want to kill King Jingcheng. After all, he had to stay here for a few more days. He had come to the capital for 2 tasks. The first one had already been settled, the second was to escort Mi Renshun safely south. If Mi Ren didn't leave Daliang, he would have to wait here. Have a seat, Your Highness, Zhang Quanglong said jokingly, do you believe it? Even if you said that last sentence, all the wealth of Daliang would still be completely drained by the Empress. There's no helping it, after all, Your Majesty doesn't think very well. And too impatient, wanting quick results. Do you know what that rice means? Wait a few more days, and they will become the objects of mad competition. By the way, it's not because of the drought, you know. On the other side, Wei Yanxue exited the King Jingcheng's residence, her face dark as if it could drip water. Her heart was beating wildly, thump, thump. She murmured softly, there really is a drought, what should I do? Once she got into the gold and silver carriage, Wei Yanxue said to Palace Eunuch Cheng. Hurry and let Li Wanli come to see me at Qianqing Palace. Yes. Palace Eunuch Cheng replied respectfully. The gold and silver carriage drove straight to Qianqing Palace, only to find Li Wanli had been waiting there for a long time. Upon seeing the gold and silver carriage arrive, Li Wanli hurried forward, cupping his hands and saying, Your Majesty, is the drought genuine or not? Oh. So anxious, what happened? Wei Yanxue asked in confusion. Li Wanli stepped closer and whispered, the market price of Mi family's grain has risen again, now it is 31 per pound. What? Wei Yanxue's eyes filled with anger. Your Majesty, don't panic, I've discovered a huge business opportunity. If we can grasp it, the treasury's wealth won't only not decrease but will actually increase. 55, purchase limit. 41 per pound, are you crazy? Inside Qianqing Palace. What method do you have to ensure the treasury's wealth won't decrease? Wei Yanxue sat at the main seat, sending all the guards and servants away. There was not even a cup of tea on the table. Li Wanli cleared his throat and said seriously, whether the drought is real or not, we just need to spread the word that it is true. But we must do this after we buy the rice from the Mi family. What do you mean by that? Wei Yanxue asked in confusion. She couldn't understand how spending such a large sum on rice could bring any profit. Li Wanli smirked, cupping his hands and said, when the news of the drought spreads, what do you think the common people and noble families, who have no grain left, will do? Wei Yanxue frowned. They will buy rice. Exactly. Li Wanli said excitedly, at that time, rice will be a matter of life and death. Even if the price is high. They will endure the pain and pay an extremely high price to buy rice from us. The Mi family sells it for 30 coins per gene, but we can sell it for 40 coins per gene. Or even higher. Brilliant. Wei Yanxue's eyes brightened. But now the price of rice has already risen to 30 coins per gene. The national treasury might not be able to afford it. Li Wanli, however, defended, Your Majesty, the subsidy for the new million soldiers hasn't been distributed yet. We can use this money. Wei Yanxue's pupils shrank sharply. This. She hesitated. Withholding the soldiers' subsidy would provoke a rebellion. This was a situation that any emperor would fear the most. But if there wasn't enough food, many people in Wei would die this year. It was a dilemma. Actually, there was another way that didn't involve worrying about these two problems: to forcefully seize the rice. Directly take all the rice from the Mi family. After all, this was in Daliang, and the Mi family had no room to resist. But once the Empress of Anghua found out, she would certainly act in anger. Anghua had developed rapidly in recent years and had the strength to rival Qin. They couldn't afford to provoke them. At this point, the only option was to choose the least among the short. It must remain a secret. Don't let the news leak out. Wei Yanxue's face was full of caution and worry. If the news leaks, no matter what, I'll kill you first. This is my gold medal. You can use it to withdraw money from the national treasury. I will not fail the mission. Li Wanli stood up after taking the gold medal and bowed deeply to Wei Yanxue. Li Wanli knew exactly how much power and profit this represented. Once successful, it would allow the Li family to rise to the top among the noble families. What nonsense about the Ma family being 4 generations of third-ranking officials. A small scheme would bring them down, and they would bow their heads and become subservient. Li Wanli was filled with pride inside. Wei Yanxue waved her hand, and Li Wanli retreated. Yin Ho. Wei Yanxue spoke softly, and Yin Ho appeared. Yanxue, what's wrong? Yin Ho asked. Wei Yanxue frowned. She wasn't very happy with how Yin Ho addressed her, but she endured it for the time being. Li Wanli's plan might not be reliable. I'm not skilled in merchant tactics, but Subai is. If Subai intervenes in secret, we might end up with nothing. So I need to make a backup plan. Yin Ho asked, what should we do? Wei Yanxue coldly said, go and have the craftsmen make a batch of armor for the Yanling army. If things really go wrong, we'll send people wearing these armors to ambush the Mi family's convoy. We will rob them of all the gold and silver they have earned. The robbed Mi family is taking back to their country is not far from Junin City. We can shift the blame to Subai. That way, we can achieve 2 goals with 1 strike. Remember, leave a few alive. Yin Ho's pupils suddenly widened, and then a chilling smile appeared on his lips. What a perfect plan. Yanxue, how could Subai compare to you? In the market. People came and went, bustling with noise. But the Mi family's location was deserted, only their own people standing there. Butler Wang's face was filled with worry, and he couldn't help but chase after Mi Ren, saying, young master, we're really going to lose everything. Why the rush? Mi Ren fanned himself with his folding fan. His face was calm, go tell the brothers to bring the rice forward. But the butler was stunned, there are no people. Do as I say, am I your young master or are you the young master? Mi Ren glared at Wang the butler, speaking impatiently. What do you understand? A distinguished guest is coming soon. We need to sell the rice first, or it disgusts me to look at it. Wang the butler widened his eyes upon hearing this. A distinguished guest? Coming to buy rice? Is it true or not? Without thinking much, Wang the butler quickly brought people to drag the rice to the front. He watched as the Mi family's carriage moved. The restless grain merchants gathered around. They had sold all their rice to the Mi family, and now, they had nothing to do but waste time. So, they occasionally came to Mi's place to pass the time, mocking them casually. Oh, the Mi family's carriage is moving. Mi Ren, the young master, are you planning to take the rice back to the country instead of selling it? I told you all that you've gone mad. If you sell it for 10 coins a pound, maybe someone will buy it. But you're selling it for 30 coins a pound. Do you think we are fools? Wasn't there a drought? I think you should wait here for a few months. If there's a drought, we will definitely buy it. Then you'll make a huge profit. The grain merchants mocked Mi Ren one after another. Although Mi Ren was the son of the richest merchant in Anghua, he had never been arrogant. He didn't like to put on airs, even with these grain merchants. It didn't matter if he sold the rice for 10 coins a pound. Even if he sold it for 1 coin a pound, the Mi family would still be immensely rich. Mi Ren looked at these grain merchants with mocking expressions and shook his head slightly. It's true that good horses are often ridden, and good people are often bullied. It was time to teach these grain merchants a lesson. Wang the butler, bring me another sign. Mi Ren shouted loudly. Wang the butler immediately brought a new sign and handed it to Mi Ren. The grain merchants saw Mi Ren was about to write a new sign and all began to laugh. No way? Mi young master is going to raise the price to 40 coins a pound? This is the funniest thing ever, only a fool would buy. Mirin smiled faintly and indeed wrote on the sign, 40 coins a pound. But there was an additional sentence, one person limited to 100 pounds. The grain merchants looked at the sign and laughed so hard they almost fell over. One person limited to 100 pounds, who was going to buy? Me young master must have hurt his brain recently. I've never seen such a foolish business tactic. With me Rin as the me family's young master, it's really the me family's good luck. Hey, folks, come and see. 40 coins a pound of rice, and you can only buy 100 pounds. Immediately, more and more people gathered to watch the joke. The patrolling soldiers also pointed and laughed, praising me Rin as the #1 genius in the world. Wang the butler, unable to hold his anger, pointed at the grain merchants and cursed them, but was stopped by Mi Ren. Li Wanli, in the crowd, saw the newly revised rules and was stunned. He had already arranged for a large number of people to buy, but he never expected this restriction. Mi Ren was really a fool. Reluctantly, Li Wanli rearranged his plans. Limited purchase? You can't even recognize who is who. Just arrange for 1,000 people to keep buying in a loop. Li Wanli waved his hand, and immediately many different people started walking toward the Mi family's carriage. The grain merchants, seeing so many people coming suddenly, thought they were just here for the fun and laughed, saying, "Come and look, the Mi family's rice has gone up again, and there are new rules." Soon, the grain merchants realized something was wrong. These people didn't care about them at all, and there were no mocking smiles on their faces. Suddenly, the grain merchants' pupils widened. They even began to doubt their ears. "Boss me, give me 100 pounds of rice. Boss me, give me 100 pounds of rice. Boss me, give me 100 pounds of rice." Around Mi Ren, many voices rang out, all coming to buy rice. Not only the grain merchants and the common folk present, even Mi's own family members were stunned. So many people? Are they all here to buy rice? Did they all suddenly go crazy at the same time? Especially the many grain merchants who had mocked before, they felt like the world was collapsing. Is this a joke? This rice costs 40 per jean. It's 4 times the normal price. Do they have so much money that they are just wasting it? Why are you all standing there? Hurry up and pack rice for the customers. Mi Ren looked at the stunned Mi family members and shouted loudly, "Remember, start from the front." But Steward Wang snapped out of it quickly and hurriedly called for people to begin measuring the rice. However, the shock in his heart lingered for a long time. It was really just as the young master said, so many people came to buy the expensive rice. What did Lord Su tell the young master? Lord Su is truly a god. Looking at how the Mi family made thousands of guan in no time, many grain merchants were so envious their eyes turned red. Why? What's the reason? Could it be that someone really believes in this so-called drought? But that is something made up. After all, how could the fortune tellers from Anhua predict the weather in Wei? Moreover, there is still a country, Han, between the two. I don't care, a bunch of fools with brains full of water, they'll see the consequences when they realize they've been tricked. Some grain merchants directly left in anger, the profits were too big, they were really jealous. But a few merchants gritted their teeth, hurried back to their shops, and brought out the remaining rice that would last until autumn. And they shouted loudly, "I'm selling rice too, just 39 per jean." Immediately, many people in the rice-buying queue turned around. Li Wanli quietly nodded in the crowd, as long as it's rice, it doesn't matter where it's bought from. And the cheaper, the better. Soon, a portion of the crowd went to the grain merchant's stall to buy rice, and since there was no limit on how much one could buy, in no time, it was sold out. The grain merchants were all grinning from ear to ear, they had discovered a huge business opportunity. Taking advantage of the information gap, they immediately went to every street and alley of Dalian to buy rice at 31 per jean. Some people, seeing the huge profits, gritted their teeth and sold more rice. Back and forth like this, the grain merchants were overjoyed. But as they were selling, they suddenly realized Mi family's rice had risen in price again, to an astonishing 51 per jean. And yet, the number of people buying rice didn't decrease at all, they were still in a long line. This scene made all the grain merchants go crazy again. Under such huge profits, they went back to buy more rice at a high price, but the whole city of Dalian had already heard about it. The grain merchants could not buy rice anymore. What should we do? Those people are not selling rice to us anymore, and they're throwing rotten eggs at us. Damn, I even went to the most remote places, but they still won't sell. They say if they want to sell, they'll do it at their own stall. How are we going to make money now? In just this short time, I've made more than I did in 10 years of running my store, I still want to make more. The grain merchants huddled together, swearing and muttering. They cursed the fact that this spread too quickly, and there were too many imitators, or else they could have made at least 30% more money. What do you think, if we go to Mi family to buy rice, and then sell it after Mi family raises the price, what about that? A shrewd-looking grain merchant raised a bold suggestion, and the other merchants immediately widened their eyes in surprise. This bold idea. It seemed like it carried a big risk, but in reality, there was no risk at all. Even if me family didn't raise the price, they could still sell at the original price. It's impossible for it to go any lower. They exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Let's go, let's buy rice from me family. Ma family. In the conference hall. Ma Nanshuang was almost going crazy, her eyes were red with envy. Rice sold at 50 yuan per jin is still in such high demand, the Mi family is about to make a fortune, and once the rice is sold out, saying they are as rich as a nation is no exaggeration. After all, not every country is as wealthy as Wei Kingdom. Big brother, what do you think? Ma Nanshuang looked anxiously at Ma Ngwa. We need to make a decision quickly, or we might not even get a drop of soup. Ma Ngwa thought for a moment, then said slowly, little sister, you only see the huge profits, but you have ignored one issue. What issue? Why are so many people suddenly willing to buy rice at such high prices? I suspect these people have been instructed by His Majesty. Ma Ngwa said seriously, his voice filled with dread. In other words, Wei Kingdom truly has a drought. The people in the council hall suddenly widened their eyes, their faces filled with fear. Old Master Ma nodded heavily, and Ngui is right. By reasoning from the result, this is a basic skill for any strategist. Nan Shuang, you need to look at the big picture so you won't miss important information. Our Ma family must buy rice, and buy as much as we can. When the famine comes, nothing is more valuable than food. I'll go arrange it now. Ma Nanshuang hurriedly said. Stop. Old Master Ma softly ordered, the rice at that high price can be bought, but also send out 4 merchant caravans to Yizhou, Qingzhou, Yuzhou, and Yuzhou to gather rice. As long as the news doesn't spread too fast, the rice in other areas will be much cheaper. Ma Nanshuang understood and immediately walked out of the council hall. Father, how much do you think the rice price will rise to in the end? Ma Ngwa asked. Old Master Ma narrowed his eyes slightly. Human greed never stops. If the Mi family keeps raising prices, they will drain all of Diliang's wealth. This is the way to death. It doesn't matter how high it goes. Isn't your second brother in Yuzhou? Have him send someone to Heishan stronghold and bring back 3,000 to 5,000 good fighters. This fat sheep, our Ma family must take a bite. Ma Ngwa frowned, but how do we explain it to Ngwa? If Wu Zhao gets angry, she might send troops. The army will fight Wei Kingdom. What does that have to do with our Ma family? Old Master Ma snorted coldly, 100-year-old royal family, 1,000-year-old clan. Even if Wei Kingdom falls, any new ruler will still rely on our Ma family's reputation and power. Junan City. King Su, the latest news is that the Mi family's rice has already risen to 50 yuan per jin, but it is still selling very well. The messenger dismounted and knelt on the ground, saying. King Su reached out to help the messenger up, nodded, and smiled warmly, thank you for your hard work. I am willing to die for King Su, the messenger shouted loudly. Get lost, stop with this emotional stuff. Su Bai laughed cheerfully, turning and sitting down on a chair beside him, surrounded by a group of scholars. Ouyang Lin Chang led the way and asked. King Su, I don't understand. Why are the people of Diliang buying rice so crazily? If it's just to survive the drought, there's no need to act like this. Because of greed. Su Bai's tone became more serious. As long as the Mi family's rice price keeps increasing, no matter how ridiculously high it goes, people will think there's profit to be made. Right now in Diliang, rice is more precious than gold. Early delivery? Just to buy 100 jin of rice. Diliang. In the market. At this moment, the market was packed, with people of all kinds coming. Commoners, soldiers, officials, merchants. Almost everyone with some spare money in their homes came to buy rice. Rice had become something as valuable as gold. And the price of rice kept rising every day. The rice in their hands had no trouble selling. How much is the rice today? A young man who couldn't squeeze in asked loudly. 60. Someone answered loudly. The young man was immediately excited, his face turning red. Yesterday, he had brought his whole family to buy rice, each person buying several times. Based on today's rice price, he had earned over 30 guan in pure profit yesterday. It was absolutely crazy. This was far more than what he would earn working as a private tutor. He was a scholar from last year, earning only 5 guan in a year of private school, which meant that in just one day yesterday, he lost 7 years of work. Damn it, what's the point of teaching a damn book? Today, keep squeezing, we must buy more rice. No need to worry about selling it now, the price of rice will definitely rise. As long as we have enough rice in hand, we could even buy an official position. Since Su Wang left, buying and selling official positions had become common. He really wanted to taste what it felt like to be an official. Some people were running errands for others, some were fawning and flattering, just thinking about it was exciting. Father, mother, little sister, little brother, third uncle, fourth aunt, second granduncle, hurry inside, we must buy more rice. In front of Mirin. A woman was holding a 6-month-old baby and dragging 200 gen of rice, squeezing her way out. The people around stared in amazement. Is this what they mean by women are weak, but mothers are strong? Incredible. Even most men couldn't drag this much. What a strange idea, buying 100 gen of rice with such a small baby. Why didn't I think of that? I also have a 2-year-old at home. I have 3 kids, no way, I have to bring them all here. My wife is 9 months pregnant, maybe I should make her give birth early? Your wife marrying you is truly her good fortune. Everyone couldn't help but express their feelings. This woman had directly opened their minds. Niren listened to these fierce words, and was stunned for a while. Especially the one who wanted to force his wife into early labor. Truly ruthless. Su Wang wasn't wrong, when huge profits are in front of people, they lose their reason. Even these old rice, everyone in Dalian now treats it as a treasure. Very few people still think about its true value. The price keeps rising, but it can only serve to fill the stomach. Speaking of filling the stomach, can't sweet potatoes do the same? Why haven't their prices gone up? Because no one is willing to pay a high price for sweet potatoes. This is what Su Wang meant by the herd mentality. As long as the majority of people are doing something, it becomes right in their minds. Just like buying rice now. Everyone is rushing to buy rice, and having rice naturally becomes something worth showing off. Some people even fought to jump the queue. Or secretly followed those who bought rice and then robbed them. Dalian hasn't been peaceful lately, but no one is paying attention, because even the soldiers are buying rice. Does being a soldier make more money than buying rice? Don't joke, soldiers don't earn that much. What's more, the military subsidies haven't been paid yet, and the morale of the new soldiers is almost shattered. Butler Wang looked at the crowd, which resembled locusts, and couldn't help but shudder. He had never seen so many people at once in his life. Refusing the South City. Su Wang, the price of rice has already risen to 61, but the enthusiasm of Dalian's people to buy it has not decreased. Everyone is scrambling to buy rice. Now, the comparison of wealth is no longer about gold, silver, and treasures, it's about who has more rice in their house. The people of Dalian seem to have gone mad. Ouyang Lincheng said in shock, his face full of disbelief. If he hadn't experienced it personally. If someone had told him such a thing was happening in Dalian, he would have definitely scoffed at it. No one would believe it. The people of Dalian were the wealthiest in Wei, it was unimaginable how much money the Mi family had made by now. Being rich enough to rival a country was not an exaggeration. Su Bai nodded calmly, Lu Bui's commercial strategy had indeed grasped human nature to the extreme. In 2 more days, we will close the net. Su Bai took a sip of tea and said calmly. Ouyang Lincheng was calculating the time in his mind and asked, but if we drag it out too long, the messenger from Angua will bring the false news about the drought, then the Mi family will be in a passive position. If the Empress finds out that there was no drought in Angua, she will definitely see through this as a conspiracy. The other scholars nodded in agreement. They all thought it was because of this. Su Bai, however, smiled and said, it's not because of this. Even if the drought in Angua is fake, even if Wei Yenshua's delayed response to the drought in Wei is fake, the price of rice cannot drop anymore. No one wants to make a loss, and Wei Yenshua is no exception. Do you believe this? If Wei Yenshua really knew the drought was fake, she wouldn't come out to debunk the rumor, but would instead actively spread the rumor more. After all, she wouldn't want to sell the rice at a cheap price. The scholars showed signs of shock, and after careful thought, they all suddenly understood. Anyway, when the drought is revealed to be a fake, the Empress only needs to order the execution of a few scapegoats, and she can stay out of it. She could also seize the homes of these people to fill the national treasury. Prince Su, since that's the case, why do we need to capture them in 2 days? Ouyang Lincheng led the question. If you're not afraid of the Empress knowing the drought is fake, why so soon? Won't selling rice for a few more days raise the price higher and earn more? The wealth of Dalian is limited. In 2 days, when the rice price rises again, everyone in Dalian will turn red with greed, pulling out all their savings. Because they will think the rice price can keep rising, and the rice in their hands can be sold for more. When the Mi family leaves, Dalian will discover something very amusing. The rice in everyone's hands won't sell at all. It's not that no one wants to buy, but they simply can't afford it. And when they try to take the rice out of Dalian to sell it at sky-high prices elsewhere, they might be treated as fools. Su Bai said with a smile. Even if a few clever people in Dalian see through this conspiracy, he knew he couldn't persuade those who were determined to make money by buying rice. The profits involved were enough to drive people mad. Have someone call General Xiaohou and the military strategist over, I have important matters to discuss with them. Su Bai's eyes flashed with a faint murderous light. In 2 days. When the Mi family leaves Dalian, rumors will spread inside Dalian about the treasury being empty and the inability to pay the army. By then, the million-strong army will be like burned paper, turned to ashes. The horses will trample Daliang. We will capture the empress alive. At that time, I'll be sure to ask her, Wei Yanxue, did you ever think, with all your past deeds, that one day you would fall into the endless hell? Daliang. Recently, many armies of unknown origin have arrived outside the city and have all hidden themselves. They are like wolves in the dark, their eyes shining with greedy murderous light. In the Qianqing Palace. Wei Yanxue frowned as she listened to the remaining amount in the treasury. The treasury was already completely empty, even the subsidies for recruiting 1,000,000 soldiers were spent. The gold and silver remaining in the treasury were even less than 8 years ago. Thinking of this, Wei Yanxue suddenly broke out in cold sweat. If this time they lost everything, the national fortune of Wei would decline to the extreme, and it could even return to the chaotic and war-torn state it was 8 years ago, with people suffering in poverty. Wei Yanxue felt a trace of regret in her heart. She shouldn't have gambled so recklessly. If they lost, she didn't know how to gather the hearts of the 1,000,000 new soldiers, or how to face the pressure from the 300,000 Yanling army. Wei Yanxue looked at Li Wanli. It was this person who had given her confidence. It was he who promised that they could earn a huge and unprecedented fortune. So she slowly asked. Li Aiqing, the treasury is empty, I am uneasy. Li Wanli immediately smiled and said, Your Majesty, don't worry, the price of rice has already risen to 91 per jin. If we sell it now, the treasury will be filled to twice its former amount. This is excellent. Wei Yanxue nodded in satisfaction, but without the sense of security that comes with money in hand, she urged, Don't delay, things will change if we wait too long. Li Wanli raised his eyes, and a hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty, we can still earn more. Even now, many of the common people in Daliang are still buying rice. Although not as much as before, it is still profitable. The rice price has not yet reached its peak. Wei Yanxue's face revealed a trace of hesitation. Wait a bit longer. She dared not wait any longer. No greed, no matter how great, could overcome her fear of the Yanling army. Once the money from this rice deal is in her hands, the Wei kingdom could recruit another 1,000,000 soldiers, and then she would not even look at the Yanling army. So Wei Yanxue steeled herself. Follow my orders. Wei Yanxue's eyes grew cold, her tone frigid. Sell all the rice, leave none behind. Seeing Wei Yanxue on the edge of fury, Li Wanli did not dare argue and hurriedly replied, Yes. Wei Yanxue waved her hand, and Li Wanli respectfully withdrew. Yin Ho, are the Yanling army's armors ready? Wei Yanxue asked coldly. Yin Ho appeared on his own, a wicked smile on his face. Your Majesty, do not worry. I had them make them overnight, more than 5,000 have been finished. Taking down a merchant convoy is as easy as flipping a hand. 5,000? Wei Yanxue asked coldly, Not enough. Make them work through the night. By tomorrow, I want to see at least 8,000 suits of armor. Yin Ho was puzzled. Your Majesty, are you underestimating the power of a regular army? Humph. Wei Yanxue's eyes gleamed coldly. Do you know how much wealth the Mi family holds? People die for wealth. Who knows how many evil eyes are lurking in the dark? Your Majesty means the aristocratic families? Yin Ho softly and slowly said. Yes, and not just them. Wei Yanxue snorted coldly. After I imprisoned Subai, too many people in Daliang have started to act out, especially after the Flying Dragon Army's crushing defeat. Many of the high-ranking officials in the court are secretly expanding their power. This time, we are to be the last bird, not the mantis catching the cicada. Do you understand? Yin Ho nodded, a smile creeping up the corners of his mouth. Still, Yanxue is thorough in her thinking. Subai is not dead, do not call me that. Wei Yanxue's face was as cold as frost. How could the head of Fushan endure this? Was he a turtle in his past life? Yin Ho's face darkened, and he lowered his head. I will urge him to act. Mark it. Mi Ren and Steward Wang were sitting in a carriage drinking tea. Young master, recently, fewer and fewer people have come to buy rice. Is it because we raised the price too high? Steward Wang could not help but ask. Once, the Mi family's convoy was surrounded by people, but now, although there are still many, it is far less than before. Most of the people now are just checking if the price of rice has gone up again. Mi Ren took a sip of tea and calmly said, It is not because of the rice price. Logically speaking, the higher the price, the more people will come to buy rice. The situation now can only mean one thing. Young master, what do you mean? Steward Wang asked curiously. They have no money left. Mi Ren said with a smile, their pockets are empty. Even if they wanted to buy, they can't afford it. The trap we set is almost finished. Steward Wang suddenly understood, then excitement flashed in his eyes. The Mi family had earned so much this time, calling it a fortune would be an understatement. It was so much that even the Empress of An Kingdom would be wide-eyed if she knew. The last part of the journey is always the hardest. Mi Ren shook his head, but there was no trace of fear in his eyes. A merchant must walk the narrow, tricky paths. Without some courage, how could one be a merchant? And this time, with King Su backing him up, Niren felt incredibly secure. There was no anxiety at all. Young master. Suddenly, someone from the Mi family ran over. What's the hurry? Niren frowned. Speak, if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Someone is snatching our business. Snatching our business? Niren tilted his head, fanning his folding fan. The two large words on the fan, speechless, were very prominent. Steward Wang and Niren exchanged a smile. It seemed that someone could no longer resist selling off their rice. The sense of crisis was rising. They had originally thought they could sell for a few more hours. Indeed, the world is ever-changing. I am going to the palace to meet the emperor. Prince Su's final move is truly brilliant. Niren smacked Wang Butler's shoulder with his folding fan. I'll leave it to you here. Remember, no matter how low their price is, we will not buy any rice from them. Young master, let me accompany you. Wang Butler hurriedly said, more people means more protection. Forget it, with your skills, you'd be useless. Niren said dismissively, don't worry, I won't get into trouble in Dalian, I represent the dignity of Anhua. If I die in Dalian, under the eyes of the Empress of Wei, it would be as if I have played the final move of Prince Su. After these words, Niren walked alone towards the Wei Imperial Palace. Wang Butler sighed, hands pressed together, may the Empress of Anhua protect him. May the ancestors of the Mi family protect him. This is the most outstanding young man of the Mi family, he cannot be harmed. Watching Niren leave, Wang Butler still felt a deep sense of unease in his heart. The Mi family's move was just too big this time. Mi-kun, you take care of things here. Remember, no matter what, we cannot buy any rice from anyone. I'll go and bring the young master back. Mi-kun turned back, confused. Wang Butler, it's useless for you to go, isn't it? Ha! Why do you think I, who know nothing about business, can sit firmly in the position of butler? Do you think the family head of the Mi family is blind? When I, Wang Jingtian, joined the Mi family, I knew nothing about business. What the family head valued was my strength. With that, Wang Butler smashed a stone with his bare hands and resolutely waved his sleeve as he left. 59. Awakening. The panic of the grain merchants. Mi-kun watched as Wang Butler left, the shock in his heart lingering for a long time. Wang Butler had been with the Mi family for years, and no one had realized he was such a master. Smashing a stone with bare hands? This strength was at least at the master level. You have to know, the vice commander of the Flying Dragon Army is at this level too. The Mi family, a merchant family, had managed to attract such a master. The family head's methods were truly impressive. But what use was a master-level expert in the Wei Imperial Palace? There, experts were everywhere. Plus, with the 3 teachings and 9 schools that were recruited at the Golden Platform a few days ago, the palace must be filled with dangers. If the Empress of Wei had other plans, perhaps. Mi-kun shook his head, forcing himself not to think about it. The most urgent task was to protect the purse, not letting anyone take a single coin from the Mi family. Not far away, in the market. The newly risen Li family of Wei was now displaying a large amount of rice they had bought. Mi-kun heard the loud cries of the Li family members. Selling rice. Selling rice. Not 90 won per pound, but 85. Here's your chance to make big money, don't miss it. The people who used to buy rice from the Mi family heard that there was even cheaper rice, and they all rushed over to see. Hey! This is strange. The price of rice has been rising, how could someone be stupid enough to sell rice at this time? The people discussed, many of them had rice at home, but the Mi family's price had been rising, making them envious. They all wanted to wait a little longer. Maybe tomorrow they could sell at a higher price. But today, someone didn't want to wait, and it was the new wealthy Li family of Wei. This was truly a surprising matter. Let's go, let's see how Li family's rice is selling. They're only selling for 85 won a pound, have they gone crazy? Exactly, I think the price of rice will keep rising. The rice at my house should be sold for at least 100 won per pound. I even sold my concubine to buy rice, I definitely can't sell like Li family, so cheap. The grain merchants in the market were also gathered together discussing. These days, there were those who had lost control and wanted to sell rice, but those people didn't have much rice left anyway. It often sells very well, and it's gone in no time. This time, the Li family is selling rice, and it's the first time they are selling on a large scale, apart from the Mi family. Everyone is very curious about how well the Li family will sell. After all, the Li family was among the first to purchase rice from the Mi family, buying a large quantity when it was priced at 40 or 51. If they can really sell it for 85 won per jean, the profit is truly enviable. Mi-kun squinted his eyes, also very curious inside. He then called to the Mi family's people and said, "Come a few brothers to help me stack the rice sacks higher. I will stand on top to see how the rice being sold by those competing with us is doing." "No problem, Brother Kun. We're curious too." When the time comes, you have to tell us how well the Li family is selling. In just 2 or 3 breaths, several strong men came over carrying rice. Soon, a mountain of rice was stacked on the ground. Mi-kun and the others jumped up and stood on top, just in time to see the Li family's rice selling situation in the market. Seeing it, they were stunned. Is this real? Mi-kun murmured, his expression strange. This piqued the curiosity of the strong men below, and they all shouted loudly, "Brother Kun, what's going on over there? Could it be that people are fighting for it?" There is indeed a possibility, after all, it's cheaper than our Mi family's rice. Mi-kun shook his head. Fighting for it? Fighting for what? He only saw that the Li family's shop hardly had anyone entering, most were just watching from the outside. So he said loudly, "The business at the Li family's side is normal. Many people are just watching and not buying." Once this was said, the few strong men were instantly confused. This was completely unexpected for them. "Brother Kun, why is that?" Mi-kun shrugged and said, "How would I know? I'm just a collateral member of the Mi family. If we want to figure it out, we have to ask the young master. We don't need to care about that. Just protect our own wealth." But the sky of the Great Liang, it feels like it's going to change soon. In the market. At the Li family's shop. Li Wanli was drenched in cold sweat from the scene in front of him. Why is it like this? Clearly, the Li family's rice is cheaper than Mi family's, yet not many people are willing to buy. Where did the major problem occur? Dear villagers, my Li family doesn't want to compete with the people for profit. We have been deeply regretful these days and decided to give the benefits to the people. This rice, which had already been raised to 90 won per jean, now the Li family is selling it for only 85 won per jean. What are you still hesitating for? A Li family member stood at the door, looking anxious, and invited the onlookers inside. But still, only a very few were willing to buy. Li Wanli's brows furrowed deeper, and he was frantically calculating the cause in his heart. Why is the Li family selling rice? Because the national treasury is empty, and the Li family's warehouse is also empty. Simply put, they have no money to stock up on rice anymore. No money? Li Wanli suddenly woke up. No money. Of course, even the Li family has no extra money left. How could these common people have extra money? Without money, they naturally cannot come to buy the Li family's rice. Even if the Li family's rice is cheaper than the Mi family's. Since the common people have no money, the aristocratic families have no money, the palace has no money, then who has money? Li Wanli thought to himself, the answer was clear, it was the Mi family. The Mi family from Angua had managed to grasp most of the wealth of the Wei capital in just a few days. Thinking about it sends chills down his spine. Li Wanli's body even couldn't help but tremble. No, if I don't sell these rice, the emperor will definitely have my whole family's heads chopped off. They have no money, so I'll go find the rich people to sell. Isn't the Mi family still selling rice? 90 won per jean. If I sell it to them at 85 per jean, wouldn't they make a 5 won profit per jean? Thinking of this, Li Wanli immediately took large strides toward the location of the Mi family in the market. As long as the Mi family is willing to take over this batch of rice, the Li family still has a chance to push forward to the top ranks of the Wei family's position. This is Li Wanli's last lifeline. The crowd watched as Li Wanli walked toward the Mi family's location, and they all began to guess his thoughts. After all, many people would eventually have to sell the rice in their hands. Since the Li family's rice was difficult to sell, the rice in their hands would likely meet the same fate. More and more sharp-eyed people followed behind Li Wanli. They all prayed that the Mi family would buy their rice at a high price. Furious. The empress regrets again. Mi-kun stood on the rice mountain. Seeing a large crowd approaching, his heart tightened. This momentum seemed to be one of an army marching to ask for punishment. Jumping off the rice mountain, Mi-kun gathered the Mi family members and walked forward. Anyway, if something happened to them on Wei country's territory, the border of Wei would add tens of thousands of elite troops. This was Mi-kun's confidence. Oh, isn't this Li family's master? Are you here to buy rice? Mi-kun asked loudly. Where is young master Mi? I have important matters to discuss with him. Li Wanli didn't see Mi-ren, casting a disdainful glance at Mi-kun. A small fry like him deserves to talk business with the head of a new noble family? Mi-kun had been in business with Mi-ren for many years, so he was skilled in reading people's expressions. He quickly noticed the contempt in Li Wanli's eyes. Humph. If you look down on me, Mi-kun, you'd better not fall into my hands. A merchant's heart has no tolerance for such things. If you have something to say, Master Li, I can handle all the matters related to the Mi family's caravan. Mi-kun said with a faint smile, as for where my young master is gone, it seems there's no need for me to inform you, Master Li. Li Wanli's expression immediately darkened. When did it start that a young member of a merchant family could speak to him like this? If it weren't for needing the Mi family's help now, Li Wanli would have stormed off and plotted against them from behind. Fine. Li Wanli snorted coldly, since you can make decisions, then buy the rice from me. You're selling it for 90 coins per pound, right? I, the Li family, am kind-hearted and will sell it to you for only 85 coins per pound. After saying this, Li Wanli put on a generous expression. Mi Kun smiled. He cupped his hands to Li Wanli and said, "We won't buy." Upon hearing this, not only Li Wanli, but the grain merchants and the people nearby were shocked. Such a decisive attitude, it seemed like they had planned this in advance. A disturbance started to rise in the crowd, with someone shouting loudly, "Mi family sells for 90 coins a pound, why won't you take the 85 coins per pound from Master Li? If you sell it again, wouldn't you still make 5 coins per pound?" Mi Kun laughed at this ignorant question. He didn't even want to reply to them, and was also worried that saying too much would cause trouble, so he simply turned around and entered the carriage to rest. Seeing this, Li Wanli felt his whole body weaken. The Mi family's attitude clearly indicated that they would never buy this rice. But if the Mi family wouldn't buy, who else would? 70 coins per pound, would the Mi family be willing to buy the rice? Li Wanli shouted loudly. Mi Kun rolled over in the carriage, not saying a word. At this moment, everyone finally realized something. The rice in their hands suddenly seemed worthless. But Wei country was experiencing a drought, right? Rice is food. Wait, Wei country is suffering from a drought, what does that have to do with Mi family? They are from an country. If an country isn't facing a drought, then indeed there wouldn't be much demand for rice. Moreover, the price of rice is simply sky-high compared to regular prices. So, if we want to find buyers, we have to sell to people from Wei country. The voices of discussion rang out from the crowd, and Li Wanli understood. But the problem is, there is no one in Dalian who can afford to buy the rice in their hands at a high price. The only way is to sell it to places like Yuzhou and Qingzhou. Just as Li Wanli was thinking, a soldier on horseback rushed over. Shi Lu Lu. The soldier dismounted hurriedly and bowed to Li Wanli. "Li family head, His Majesty urgently summons you." Li Wanli suddenly lost his composure. The rice from the Li family hadn't been sold much. How could he explain this to His Majesty? But if the Empress summons him, not going would be worse. Got it. Li Wanli sighed and mounted his horse, heading towards the Qianqing Palace. Qianqing Palace. Li Wanli knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Li Wanli. I want a reasonable explanation. Wei Yanxue said coldly, stepping on Li Wanli's head with one foot. Immediately, blood began to flow on the ground. Li Wanli dared not move, and with great difficulty said, "Your Majesty, it was my miscalculation. The Mi family has taken almost all of Daliang's wealth. The Li family's rice has no buyers in Daliang. But, as long as we transport the rice to Yuzhou, Qingzhou, and other places, we can definitely sell it." Oh? Wei Yanxue said coldly, "Then do you think I can wait that long? Can I wait? Can the 100,000 new soldiers wait that long? Li Wanli, you have betrayed my trust in you." Wei Yanxue pressed her foot down hard. Li Wanli screamed in pain on the ground, "Please, Your Majesty, give me a chance to redeem myself." A chance? If I give you a chance, will the Yanling army give me one? Wei Yanxue's eyes were filled with cruel emotions, and she shouted angrily, "Will Subai give me a chance?" Ah! Answer me. Am I supposed to think of a way to win over the soldiers' hearts when the Yanling army is at our gates? Wei Yanxue had gone mad. The national treasury was empty, and this would bring her enormous trouble. How could she stabilize the hearts of 100,000 new soldiers? This would be a huge problem. Now, she had to act against the Mi family. The Mi family absolutely could not take such immense wealth back to Anghua. Otherwise, the Wei kingdom would be in danger. Anghua? Wei Yanxue no longer cared. If she had to send troops, so be it. After all, there were already 5 wolves and tigers at the border, and one more wouldn't make a difference. This is the sword of the Son of Heaven. Wei Yanxue drew out the sharp treasure sword and placed the blade at Li Wanli's neck. Li Wanli trembled violently. He had finally managed to develop the Li family into a powerful family, to finally hold his head high in Daliang. He didn't want to die. "Your Majesty, spare me, Your Majesty, spare me. Though my life is humble, it's not worth much, but my loyalty to Your Majesty is as bright as the sun and the moon. Your Majesty, please spare me. The dynasty is weak, Your Majesty needs capable people." The dynasty is weak? Wei Yanxue murmured coldly, her face like ice and full of cold light. "Isn't it because you people are too incompetent? If you were as capable as even a hair of Subai's, I wouldn't have fallen to this point. Since I forced Subai away, look at what has become of the Wei kingdom. As a minister, your incompetence is a crime punishable by death." The blade mercilessly cut through Li Wanli's neck, blood spraying everywhere. The blood stained the blade of the sword of the Son of Heaven, stained Wei Yenshua's imperial robe, and also stained Wei Yenshua's cold face. Feeling the heat of the blood. Clang. The sword of the Son of Heaven fell to the ground, and Wei Yenshua's body uncontrollably fell backward. The scene of her face stained with blood was so similar to when she first met Su Bai 8 years ago. At that time, Su Bai, like a god of war, stormed into her sight and saved her. As their eyes met, Wei Yanshua had a mind to use him. If she hadn't thought of using him at that time, but of true feelings, how wonderful would that have been? If the wealth of the Mi family cannot be kept, she would only have one path left to stabilize the soldiers' hearts. That would be to do what every emperor in history least wants to do: issue a decree of self-blame. Threat. I do not mind declaring war. Just as Wei Yanshua was lost in thought. Outside the Qianqing palace, Steward Qing softly called out, "Your Majesty, the young master of the Mi family requests an audience." Wei Yanshua suddenly turned her head. The Mi family? Why would they want to see her? A wave of doubt immediately surged in her heart. There was no reason for the Mi family to come see her. Could it be to say goodbye to her, the Empress of Wei? To thank her for the massive wealth Wei had given them? If that's the case, Wei Yanshua would truly be driven mad. Looking at the body of Li Wanli on the floor and the blood scattered all over the ground, Wei Yanshua came up with an idea. She did not call anyone to clean up Li Wanli's body but instead loudly shouted, "Summon!" Steward Qing immediately responded, "Summon Mi Rin to the Qianqing palace to face the emperor." As the words fell, Mi Rin strode in. Upon entering the palace, a strong stench of blood hit him. Mi Rin furrowed his brows. He knew that coming to see the emperor was dangerous, but he didn't expect it to be this dangerous. As soon as he entered, a body lay in a pool of blood. Luckily, Mi Ren had seen a lot and wasn't frightened into immobility by the sight of a corpse. Commoner pays respects to Her Majesty, the Empress of Wei. Mi Ren bowed deeply, but as he lowered his head, he clearly saw the face of the body. It was none other than Li Wanli, the head of the Li family of Daliang. Mi Ren was greatly shocked. This Empress of Wei was truly ruthless. Fortunately, the Empress of Angua was not like this, otherwise Mi Ren couldn't even imagine the depths of suffering Angua would fall into. Wei Yanshua looked at Mi Ren, who was bowing, with a frosty expression. If this were during the prosperous times of Wei, any merchant who did not kneel before her would be executed on the spot. But now, Wei was in tatters, and this man controlled nearly all of the kingdom's wealth. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she couldn't kill him in the Qianqing palace. Rise. Wei Yanshua said coldly, her voice full of ice. This was for Mi Ren to see, to remind him to be obedient. This was not his Angua. Mi Ren understood this perfectly, but he showed no fear. His life or death depended not on his own attitude, but on Wei Yanshua's weighing of pros and cons. If Wei Yanshua feared that Angua would send troops, Mi Ren could be forgiven for his lack of manners. If Wei Yanshua was not afraid of Angua's army, Mi Ren would not survive, even if he were to show utmost respect. Mi Ren directly raised his head and gazed at the dragon countenance of Wei. He was curious to see what kind of face could make a legendary figure like Prince Su fall in love with her for 8 years. But when he truly saw it, he was greatly disappointed. He had thought it would be something that would shock him, but in the end, it was just a striking bone structure, a beautiful face. The only thing that might excite a man was the imperial robe she wore. Such looks, such inner qualities, Prince Su was a match for her? It was like flowers being inserted into cow dung. Wei Yanshue also noticed Mi Ren's gaze. How many years had it been, except for Su Bai and the Marquis, no one had dared to look at her like this. This humiliation of being stared at by an ant surged in her, and her anger immediately rose. Preposterous. Wei Yanshua shouted sharply, "Do you treat Empress Wu Zhou of Angua like this too?" Mi Ren immediately curled the corner of his mouth and bowed his head in apology. This commoner knows his mistake. But in his heart, there wasn't the slightest trace of remorse. Wei Yanshua forcibly suppressed the anger in her heart. She had more important matters to discuss with Mi Ren. You came to the palace to face the emperor, just to say you know your mistake? Wei Yanshua took the initiative and revealed the emperor's intimidation. Do you know who is lying dead on the floor? Mi Ren shook his head in confusion. Wei Yanshua swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue and barely managed to calm down. He is the head of the newly risen powerful family of Wei. Li Wanli, the head of the Li family. Oh. Mi Ren replied indifferently, not even blinking an eye. Wei Yanshua almost died from anger. She continued, do you know why I had him killed? Mi Ren took 2 steps back and shook his head repeatedly. Wei Yanshua revealed a proud expression, knowing that he was scared now. But to her surprise, Mi Ren blurted out, this is the internal affair of the Wei kingdom. I am just a foreign merchant, and I really have no need to know. Immediately, Wei Yanshua clenched her silver teeth and her palm turned into a fist. This Mi Ren truly doesn't know what's good for him. If it weren't for the concern that the subsequent plan might fail and cause a massive outflow of wealth from Daliang, Wei Yanxue would have already kicked Mi Ren out. She pointed to Li Wanli, lying in a pool of blood, and coldly said, "It is this person who privately embezzled the money from the Daliang treasury, which is why I executed him." Mi Ren, do you think that if I want to recover the treasury's money, would it not be justified? The truth is revealed. Mi Ren's gaze turned cold. He knew there was a trap waiting for him. Where could the money from the Daliang treasury go? Isn't it all in Mi Ren's pockets now? Justified? What nonsense! It seems the old Wei Emperor never taught you any sense. Mi Ren cupped his hands and said, "Neither humble nor arrogant, I believe, as the head of a family, one cannot embezzle a nation's treasury. There must be hidden circumstances. I suggest your majesty think carefully, whether there are any traitors in Wei Kingdom, working in concert to move the treasury's funds." Wei Yanxue raised her gaze to Mi Ren. She never expected that a mere merchant could be so calm and composed in front of a monarch. Such a talent, why doesn't Wei Kingdom have one like this? Heaven, how unfair you are to me. The people under my command, there are hardly any who can be of great use, or perhaps, there are none at all. After driving away Subai, why is there only a bunch of corrupt officials and useless people in the court? It's truly a nightmare. Wei Yanxue looked at Mi Ren with cold eyes and said in a cold voice, "What I mean is, the money from the Daliang treasury has gone into your Mi family's pockets without my knowledge. Do you think I will let this go? I am not unreasonable. Whatever money you bought rice with, you buy it back, and I and Nguo will still keep our boundaries." Mi Ren laughed. "What if I don't agree?" Wei Yanxue suddenly drew out the emperor's sword, blood still dripping from its blade. "I don't mind declaring war on Nguo." Ha 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 ha. Immediately. Mi Ren laughed loudly to the sky, as if hearing the biggest joke. He looked at Wei Yanxue, now furious and ashamed, slowly shaking his head. "I truly don't know, if it wasn't for you, how would you have lived till now? Perhaps you are just a victim of a political marriage, a plaything for the sons of noble families. Do you know why I entered the palace? To seek the protection of the Wei Kingdom's army, to escort me to Nguo, and once there, Nguo will surely repay us, at least by making Hangua stop fighting. But you are so foolish, so stupid, to add another strong enemy to an already unstable Wei Kingdom." Mi Ren's words were like sharp blades, striking Wei Yanxue's heart several times. This was the last step of King Su's plan. If Wei Yanxue sends troops, then all the risks on the way will naturally be borne by the Wei Kingdom's army, and on their southern journey, the Yanling army will set up an ambush to encircle and swallow them. If Wei Yanxue does not send troops, then Mi Ren's convoy will be ambushed, and the Empress of Nguo will have a legitimate reason to mobilize her army. The Nguo army will be seen as the righteous force, unlike the other 5 nations, who will bear the shame of invasion. But Wei Yanxue chose neither option. She chose to threaten Mi Ren to hand over the money. Mi Ren smiled recklessly. If he were to die under Wei Yanxue's emperor's sword today, then Nguo would have an even more legitimate reason. "Mi Ren, you are not worth mourning." Mi Ren glared at Wei Yanxue and said calmly. 62. Regret. The Empress is filled with fear. Wei Yanxue had already been unable to suppress her anger, but upon seeing Mi Ren's fearless demeanor, her murderous intent subsided again. After she calmed down, Wei Yanxue completely dared not to kill Mi Ren anymore. If she killed Mi Ren, with the Nguo army marching north, even land concessions and war indemnities might not satisfy Wu Zhao's ambition. Over the years, the Wei Kingdom had been too prosperous. There was no ruler who didn't want to completely conquer the Wei Kingdom. Instead of openly sending troops to protect, it would be better to secretly disguise as the Yanling army and launch a surprise attack. As long as Mi Ren was kept alive, the wealth of the Mi family could naturally be blamed on the Yanling army. So Wei Yanxue suppressed the anger in her heart and said, "I was just making a joke. Nguo is willing to form a good relationship with our Wei Kingdom and help us drive back Hangua's army. Some wealth, what does it matter? I will send troops to escort the Mi family for 1,000 miles. Mi Ren widened his eyes in disbelief. He never expected that the Empress of Wei Kingdom would change her mind at the last minute. What a thick face she had. But since he no longer had to die, Mi Ren didn't mind anymore. He still wanted to witness the Mi family's step-by-step rise in power. Mi Ren cupped his hands and said, "In that case, thank you, Your Majesty. What I said earlier was just a commoner's joke. Please, Your Majesty, do not take it to heart." Wei Yanxue silently nodded. She never expected that one day she would have to endure insults from a mere merchant. She weakly waved her hand. "Leave. The army will soon reach the Mi family's convoy." But recently, Wei Kingdom is unstable, with internal and external turmoil, and the southern route is quite close to the Yanling army's base. You must be mentally prepared. Subai is devious and ruthless. He excels at surprise attacks. If some carts and goods are lost along the way, it will be normal. This must not affect our agreement. Upon hearing this, Mi Ren's eyes filled with disdain. As the ruler of a powerful country, how could she speak ill of King Su behind his back? How shameless. Without King Su, how could Wei Yanxua have what she had today? A villain who repays kindness with hatred will eventually fall from grace. He will become a target of everyone's scorn. Niren raised his eyes and calmly said, I understand. With that, Niren turned and walked out of the Qianqing palace. As soon as he exited the palace gates, he saw a very familiar face, someone now engaged in battle with the palace's top experts. Butler Wang? How could it be? Niren was shocked. The usually quiet Butler Wang, who spent his days studying accounting, was now fighting fiercely against the palace's top experts. What a powerful punch! But why was Butler Wang here? And why was he fighting with the palace's experts? After a brief thought, Niren quickly understood everything in his heart. This feeling of someone caring so much for you, willing to fight to the death, is truly moving. Chief Steward Qing, there is a strong smell of blood in the Qianqing palace. My young master must be in trouble. If you don't let me in, don't blame me for being ruthless. Butler Wang shouted angrily, his fists glowing with a fiery yellow light. He struck toward Chief Steward Qing. Is this a place where you can act recklessly? Don't you know death? Chief Steward Qing's eyes were cold and full of disdain as he spoke. He turned to the other palace experts and shouted, Why are you all standing still? Capture this person. Immediately, everyone surrounded Butler Wang. Stop. Niren shouted loudly, quickly walking down. All eyes turned toward Niren. Seeing that Niren was fine, Butler Wang was instantly overjoyed. He wanted to rush forward to check Niren's injuries, but was stopped by Chief Steward Qing. I told you your young master was fine, yet you were shouting and disturbing the emperor's rest. You even dared to attack us. Chief Steward Qing spoke coldly, Today, your young master can leave, but not you. Butler Wang froze for a moment, then grinned widely. As long as the young master is fine, his own life didn't matter. But Niren certainly wasn't having any of it. He decisively walked behind Chief Steward Qing and kicked him, You castrated dog, do you think you have some dignity? Just as Chief Steward Qing was about to explode in anger, he heard Niren continue speaking. Go in and ask your master, if you dare to look at me like this again, I'll gouge out your eyes. Seeing Niren, who was fearless, Gong Chang was instantly intimidated. Since Niren could come out unscathed, it must have been because he had reached some kind of agreement with His Majesty. In that case, it indeed wouldn't be easy to take action. Wang, the steward, let's go, we don't fight with dogs. Understood, young master. The two of them walked out of the palace with large strides, one in front and one behind. Behind them, Gong Qing's teeth were about to crack. He had originally thought that after being promoted to the head of the imperial court, he would enjoy unlimited glory, but unexpectedly, he had been trampled by a merchant. He had remembered this grudge. On the way, Niren patted the steward Wang's shoulder and asked in confusion, This isn't hard enough, how come your martial arts are so good? Steward Wang chuckled, Young master, try feeling it again. Niren frowned and slapped again. Bang! Damn, bronze skin and iron bones. Niren exclaimed, his palm faintly aching. He looked at Steward Wang in disbelief, as if he were looking at a monster. I practice soft bone technique, so no one knows the skills I've developed. Of course, the master must know. Steward Wang grinned widely, Do you want to learn, young master? How long would it take to practice? Niren asked. Not long, with me teaching you, 10 years is enough. Steward Wang said confidently. Niren stared seriously at Steward Wang, then slowly spat out a word, Get lost. The two of them quickly arrived at the market. But what shocked them happened. Suddenly, there were many more rice shops in the market, and the prices were continuously dropping. Now, it was generally 50 to 60 won per jean. But there were very few buyers. All the grain merchants wore bitter expressions, unable to understand why the price of rice was falling so quickly. Just a few days ago, Mi family's rice prices were steadily rising. Young master, why did our rice price rise and still have buyers? Steward Wang couldn't help but ask when he saw this scene. Because what we sell isn't rice, it's the dream of making a fortune. Niren sneered and slowly shook his head, This is called hype. Suddenly, someone saw Niren and the others. They shouted loudly, Mi family's young master is back, block him, give us back our hard-earned money. Instantly, many merchants and common people gathered around. Many of them had spent all their savings to buy rice, now at home, aside from pots, pans, and bowls, there were only a few hundred jean of rice left. Compared to before, they were as poor as could be. Now that the rice couldn't be sold, their anger was rising. Perhaps if they scared Mi family's young master, they might get their money back. Dishonest merchants. Give us back our family's wealth. You scoundrels, the bastards from Angua came to our Daliang to cheat money, if you don't return the money today, you won't be able to leave Daliang. Miran, you heartless, filthy thing, you are rich but lack humanity, deceiving money. Give the money back. Give the money back. We will return the rice to you, give us back our money. Miran's eyes flashed coldly. These people really must have eaten shit, their mouths were dirtier than ever. The rice was clearly priced, why should they return the money? It was truly wishful thinking. Miran looked at the army that had gathered nearby and shouted loudly. Are the Wei Kingdom's soldiers all vegetarians? Master Mi, we are following the Emperor's orders to escort you to Angua. Prepare to set off. After saying that, the commander made a gesture, inviting him to proceed. Under the astonished eyes of the common people and grain merchants, Miran smoothly made his way to the Mi family's location. Once Miran had walked far away. Reluctant, the common people and grain merchants angrily cursed. Those scoundrels, they cheated us of our money and still left without a care. I can't stay in Wei any longer. Exactly, the officials and merchants are in cahoots. Maybe Mi family swallowed all our money, and the officials will pay back double. Isn't that right? Wasn't it Li family's various distant relatives and servants who bought the first batch of rice? Without them setting the precedent, Mi family wouldn't have sold a single grain. I'm going home to pack. Damn Wei, I'm done with it. The drought isn't even going to affect me. The crowd was filled with anger, and some even got so worked up they nearly fainted. On the other side, Miran, with the Mi family's convoy, under the protection of Wei's army, was heading towards the south gate of Daliang. Inside the carriage, Miran ground some ink and began writing on a piece of paper. There were 2 pieces of paper in total, one written to the Empress of Angua, the other to King Su. The letter to the Empress of Angua spoke of Wei's friendship and the gains from the journey. As for the letter to King Su, it was about the route back to the country, the number of Wei's army, and other important matters. After finishing, Miran let out a sigh. He asked Steward Wang for a carrier pigeon, tied the letter to the pigeon's leg, and released it into the air. Then, secretly, he handed the letter for King Su to Steward Wang. The steward nodded in understanding, gave a reason to fall behind, and hid the letter under a large stone covered with weeds. In the distance, 2 masked men rode fast horses, trailing behind Mi family's convoy. Brother Long, we are almost at the agreed spot. Si Tuho said in a low voice. I know. Zhang Quanglong replied, you go deliver the letter, and I'll check which teams have been following us in the shadows. Along the way, Zhang Quanglong had already spotted many hidden eyes. Truly, money attracts wolves and leopards, while greed swallows elephants. If it weren't for the protection of Wei's army, he reckoned these people would have made their move soon. Although there was an army escort, it didn't guarantee a smooth journey. Once these hidden wolves and leopards found the army useless, they would unite for warmth. Wei's army was large, with a total of 100,000 men. But they weren't invincible. These 100,000 were all new soldiers, with low morale and poor skills. Moreover, these 100,000 soldiers had to protect the people who had made money off them, which felt uncomfortable even thinking about. To protect them with all their might? Clearly impossible. Zhang Quanlong even felt that. These Wei soldiers probably hoped someone would come to rob them, so they could take advantage of the chaos and steal a few carts of money. After all, the Empress's large subsidies hadn't been received yet. It was hard not to let the escorting soldiers develop crooked thoughts. After Si Tuho and Zhang Quanglong parted ways, one rode fast to deliver the letter while the other turned his cart and rushed towards the merchant convoy with a long knife. The last thing they wanted was a chaotic battle near Daliang. Otherwise, Mi family's wealth would be divided up. The best solution, of course, was to scare the bandits ambushing in the shadows into fear. Outside the south gate, Subai led 200,000 Yenling soldiers north. Judging by the time, Daliang's wealth should be running out soon. I didn't expect that. In just a few days, Mi family really emptied the wealth of the entire Daliang. Xiahou Yuanming showed a shocked expression. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. This is King Su. Zhuge Luyun said admiringly, with this, a million-strong army will fall without even attacking. Subai rode between the two, hearing their endless praise without turning a hair. These two really knew how to flatter. No wonder they became generals and strategists of the Yenling army. Of course, it all depends on strength and achievements. All right. Subai spoke, stopping the two from talking. In order to completely scatter the morale of a million-strong army, we just need one more spark. Zhuge Luyun laughed and said, but should we send someone to Daliang to loudly announce that the national treasury is empty? No military pay can be issued. Xiahou Yuanming also nodded in agreement. It should be just like that. But Subai shook his head. That's not it. If we do that, Wei Yanxue can directly say that it's slander and forcefully suppress it for a while. But if we deliver a treasure that symbolizes the national fortune to Daliang and sell it in front of everyone's eyes, yet Wei Yanxue can't afford it, that would instantly make everyone realize the national treasury is empty. The two of them widened their eyes in shock. What a devious plan. King Su truly has a genius mind, lucky for us he's on our side. Otherwise, who knows when we'd be tricked and end up counting money for him. King Su, this treasure. A relic from the previous dynasty, an item that suppresses the national fortune, the Homu Wu Ding. Su Bai said. What? The two exclaimed in shock. Didn't it get lost already? Su Bai nodded. That's right, until now, it hasn't been found. Now, the two were even more confused. Since it was already lost, how could they take it to Daliang and sell it? The two looked at Su Bai with curiosity, their eyes filled with intense thirst for knowledge. I made it. Su Bai blurted out. Isn't there a design record? The cauldron is rectangular, with a length of 110 centimeters, width of 79 centimeters, a wall thickness of 6 centimeters, an air height of 133 centimeters, and weighs 832.84 kilograms. The cauldron body has thunder patterns on the bottom, and around it, there are relief carvings of coiled dragons and Taotai patterns. I've been busy in Junan City for the past few days, and I've already made it. Is it difficult? Su Bai made a bewildered expression. The two saw this teasing expression and couldn't help but clench their fists. If they weren't so outmatched, they would have really wanted to give Su Bai a good beating. But they were still extremely shocked. The Homu Wu Ding had actually been remade. This works? The two admired Su Bai to the core in their hearts. Wei Yanxue, as Su Wang's enemy, was really in trouble. King Su, what if Wei Yanxue sends someone to forcibly seize it? At that time, we can just assign the seller a different country's identity, and Wei Yanxue will calm down. Once these words were said, all three burst into laughter. With Wei Yanxue's courage, she would now only hide her head and tail, too scared to provoke any new enemies. Military advisor, do you think Wei Yanxue will send troops to protect the Mi family? Xiahou Yuanming asked. Zhuge Luyun shook his feather fan. Of course she will. After all, Mi Ren's words made Hanguo retreat their troops, which allows the Yuzhou troops to free up. This is a condition Wei Yanxue can't refuse. Xiahou Yuanming frowned. So, you're saying that the Wei army will truly escort them all the way to Anghua, without causing any trouble on the way? Zhuge Luyun furrowed his brows. He felt that the Mi family's journey wouldn't go this smoothly. So, he turned his gaze to Su Bai once again. Su Bai smiled and said. Make a show of repairing the road, while secretly taking the shortcut. Such a golden opportunity, Wei Yanxue won't be able to resist. She'll definitely put on a good show for the Mi family. But Wei Yanxue won't bear the reputation of robbery. She still wants to be on good terms with Anghua. Looking at the whole of Wei, who do you think would bear the anger of Anghua most in line with Wei Yanxue's wishes? Hearing these words, the two immediately knew the answer without needing to think. Who else could it be? Of course, it's the Yanling army. Once the Yanling army turns hostile with Anghua, Wei Yanxue would naturally be overjoyed. This is a plan that kills two birds with one stone. But how do we make sure the blame falls on our Yanling army? Xiahou Yuanming frowned, but he quickly figured it out. So, Wei Yanxue must have urgently created armor for our Yanling army and then sent troops to impersonate the Yanling army. Su Bai nodded. Exactly. Humph. Xiahou Yuanming snorted coldly. What a bunch of scum, to do such filthy things. If that's the case, then once our army clashes with these fake troops, how can we distinguish between friend and foe? Zhuge Luyun asked, raising a crucial question. The true and false Yanling army encounters each other. If they cannot distinguish between them, it may lead to mistakenly killing their own people. Once this was said. Xiahou Yuanming frowned, this is indeed difficult. We cannot take off our armor to fight them, that would be treating the soldiers' lives as a joke. And we do not have time to forge other armor for distinction. So the two men's gazes unconsciously returned to Su Bai. When in doubt, ask King Su. This had already become their habit. Su Bai pondered for a moment and said, we must ensure they can be distinguished at a glance. We can't make soldiers focus on whether they are facing the enemy in life and death battles. Therefore, we need to make the distinction in the most obvious place. Aren't we passing through some small towns? Let's buy some red paint and apply it on the soldiers' foreheads. At that time, whoever has a red forehead will naturally be our own. King Su's brain is really sharp. Xiahou Yuanming laughed, immediately sending someone to buy the paint. Unfortunately, when the soldiers went to buy it, they found that the red paint was simply not enough for 200,000 troops. So they bought all colors of paint instead. In Daliang. Inside the Qianqing Palace. Old pays respects to your majesty. The Minister of War, Gongsun Lai, bowed respectfully. Rise, my loyal subject. Wei Yanxue waved her royal robe and smiled. What brings you to me, Minister Gongsun? Gongsun Lai straightened up and took a deep breath. Wei Yanxue frowned, thinking it was bad news. Just as she expected. Gongsun sighed and said quietly, "The new soldiers are almost reaching their limit. The large subsidies we promised them have not been sent out. Your Majesty, in my view, we should give these new soldiers their payments." Wei Yanxue's expression immediately turned cold. If the treasury still had funds, she wouldn't mind sending them out immediately to stabilize the army's morale. But the problem is, the treasury's money has all gone into the Mi family's wagons, the treasury is empty, and she feels powerless. However, if this plan does not go awry, all of Mi family's wealth will return, and then this problem will naturally be resolved. Thinking of this, Wei Yanxue no longer worried. She spoke coldly to Gongsun Lai, "Why are they in such a hurry? Do you think what I promised them would be a lie? Let them wait a few more days, they will receive every cent owed." Gongsun Lai's face looked incredibly grim. This matter has dragged on too long, and the pressure on the Ministry of War was immense. Especially for those from all walks of life, if the money hasn't arrived in hand, a large portion cannot be commanded, each acting like a master. He really couldn't understand. Why hasn't this money that should be distributed been sent out? Is it because there's no money in the treasury? That can't be. It's clear how much the King Su earned for the Wei Kingdom. The treasury should logically be overflowing with wealth. Even the subsidies for 1 million soldiers would only cause a brief strain on the treasury. Wait a minute. The Mi family? Rice? Your Majesty wouldn't be using the treasury's money to buy rice, would she? If that's true, it explains why the treasury's money has been delayed in being released, and also explains how a merely family could come up with so much money. Oh my gosh. The Minister of War can't continue like this. If it drags on for a few more days, the million soldiers will revolt. While Gongsun Lai was still calculating in his heart, the icy voice of Empress Wei Yanxue came through. "Are you not leaving? Am I supposed to invite you to dinner?" Immediately, Gongsun Lai shivered. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "I dare not, I take my leave." Once Gongsun Lai walked out, a soldier rushed into the palace with an anxious expression, kneeling down and loudly saying, "Your Majesty, it's bad news. Prince Jingcheng has hanged himself." Hearing this, Wei Yanxue's pupils widened in shock. Her second uncle hanged himself? How could that be possible? Her second uncle was notorious for his lust, how could he bear to die? If he died from an affair with a concubine, Wei Yanxue could still believe it. But to hang himself is absolutely impossible. Murder. It must be a murder. Damn it. Are the guards of the Jingcheng Wangfu just sitting idle? Wei Yanxue shouted angrily, "Minister Qing, follow me to the Jingcheng Wangfu." Yes. Minister Chang replied with cupped hands, "Your Majesty orders, let us go to the Jingcheng Wangfu." Soon, a mighty crowd proceeded toward the Jingcheng Wangfu. Inside the gate, Wei Yanxue looked at the corpse covered with white cloth and slowly walked over. With a corner of the white cloth pinched, she gradually unveiled it. A familiar face appeared before Wei Yanxue, showing extreme fear and surprise before death, with wide-open pupils and a distorted face. Second uncle. Wei Yanxue cried out in sorrow, reaching out to close Jingcheng Wang's eyes. Investigate. Dig 3 feet into the ground for me, and uncover the true perpetrator behind this. Your Majesty, there are more corpses nearby. Minister Qing gestured. Wei Yanxue followed his gaze, seeing several stinking corpses not far away. Whose bodies are these? The guard of Jingcheng Wangfu knelt trembling and said, "They are the guards of the warehouse." What? Wei Yanxue shouted angrily, "Someone died days ago, why didn't you discover this?" The guard was so scared that he couldn't speak. Tell me. Why didn't you discover it? Wei Yanxue was like an angry lion, her aura extremely terrifying. The guard trembled and said, "At that time, we noticed several people were missing, but the prince said those people were executed by his order. The prince also told us not to approach the warehouse for the past few days." Wei Yanxue's eyes widened in shock, and she drew her sword, cutting off the guard's head with one stroke. Blood dripped down the blade. Others gasped and hurriedly prostrated, begging for mercy. Kill. Everyone in Jingcheng Wangfu, all must accompany him to the grave. The evildoers managed to control second uncle days ago, yet not a word reached me. What use are you to me? What use are you, to me? As her voice fell, Wei Yanxue beheaded another person, her face resembling madness. If second uncle was controlled days ago, then during the divination that day, could there be hidden tricks? The divination might very well be fake. Before leaving that day, it seems second uncle said, "Your Majesty should not overwork yourself, everything has its laws, the survival of the fittest. Some common folk, if they starve to death, then let them die." This was clearly to stop me from buying rice. The heavens have cursed me. I fell into someone's trap. Every step I take has been calculated, so what about the subsequent plans? Wei Yanxue dared not think further, growing more frightened with each thought. 65, risk it all. Another imperial expedition. Who is plotting against me? Such sophisticated schemes emptied all of Diliang's wealth in just a few days. The Mi family? Mi Rand is certainly just a pawn. If the Mi family had such ability, how could the financial power of Anghua fall behind Wei? Indeed. Wei is good at trade. Could it be Su Bai? Boom! Wei Yenshua's heart exploded. If all this is Su Bai's trap, then it all makes sense. After all, Wei's economic prosperity was crafted by Su Bai in just 1 year. Is he trying to take back the wealth he once created? Su Bai, why push me so hard? I never truly wanted to kill you. Do you not remember any of the past kindness? Wei Yanxue only felt a bit dazed, leaning against the wall and forcing herself to calm down. Su Bai has already severed ties with her, wanting to kill her is only natural. Sigh. The world is unpredictable. If I had thought of today when I ordered Su Bai to prison, I would certainly have treated him well. But alas, it is all too late. Mi run. I thought it strange from the very beginning, how could a mere merchant have such courage? It all makes sense now if he is Su Bai's person. Everyone Su Bai draws in is of this nature. Su Bai controls nearly 300,000 Yenling troops. Since this trap was laid by him, my 100,000 soldiers will surely fall into ambush. Facing the Yenling army, we will undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. No. If there is another major defeat, the morale of the troops will completely collapse. Repeated defeats will render even 1,000,000 troops useless. Su Bai, since you are forcing me, I will fight you to the death. I want to see if your 300,000 Yenling troops are truly as fearless of death as they claim. Master Cheng. Master Cheng. Wei Yenshua's voice was a bit hoarse as she urgently shouted. Master Cheng quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, Your Majesty, I am here. Wei Yenshua's eyes radiated endless coldness as she shouted at Master Cheng. Order. Gather all the soldiers of Daliang. I am going south to face Su Bai in battle. Upon hearing this, Master Cheng was stunned, frozen in place. Why does His Majesty suddenly want to attack Su Bai again? Could it be that Su Bai is behind this? But right now, Dalian's army of 1,000,000 has no morale left. The promised money hasn't arrived. Who will risk their life to fight? Moreover, the opponent is the elite of the elite, the undefeated army, Yenling army. Your Majesty, still. Master Cheng couldn't finish his words before feeling a bone-chilling cold. A sword was now pressed against his neck. Wei Yenshua's hoarse voice, filled with murderous intent, came through. Do you wish to disobey me? Or do you also want to be a rebellious traitor like Su Bai? In an instant, Master Cheng was terrified, his face drastically changing. He hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Your Majesty, please spare me. I will do it immediately. I am absolutely loyal. I am just a dog raised by Your Majesty, woof woof woof. Wei Yanxue slowly withdrew the sword and waved her hand, granting a token. The token was engraved with a dragon and tiger, symbolizing the highest military authority of Dalian, the Dragon Tiger Order. This order can command the entire army. Seeing this order is like seeing me. Anyone who defies it will be killed on the spot. Master Cheng responded, yes, and hurriedly crawled out of the King of Jingqing's residence, heading toward the military camp. Wei Yanxue coldly watched this, then gave orders to another expert from the inner palace, you must catch up to the Mi family, and have 100,000 soldiers head back to capture all the members of the Mi family. Yes. The inner palace expert immediately accepted the order and left without saying another word. Wei Yanxue turned and left the King of Jingqing's residence, boarding the golden and silver carriage. She needed to go back and write a document. If the soldiers' morale collapsed and they were unwilling to fight, she would have to use the face of the emperor to beg for their forgiveness. If it really came to that, the Wei royal family's face would be completely ruined. On the other side, Su Bai received a letter from Sito Ho. 100,000 troops are heading south to Yuzhou, traveling from Liang City toward Xiaocheng. Su Bai waved his hand. Bring the map here. Their route is not far from what we had guessed, but instead of taking the shortcut, they are heading for the more distant Finghua mountain range. Xiahou Yuanming immediately took out the map, handing one side to Su Bai while holding the other in his hand. The map slowly unfolded. The location of the Finghua mountain range came into view. This intention is too obvious. Xiahou Yuanming said disdainfully, why avoid the direct road and choose the steep mountain path? Even a fool can see the problem. Zhuge Luyun also smiled, saying, looks like the fake Yenling army is right here. After they spoke, they looked at Su Bai, waiting for his response. Xiahou Yuanming, confused, asked, is there still a problem? Su Bai pondered for a moment, I am calculating the time. The Mi family's army is moving slowly due to the large amount of money they carry. To reach the Finghua mountain range, they will need at least 12 hours, even if they march day and night. But the Yanling army, if they march quickly, will reach the Finghua mountain range in about 8 hours. The 4-hour difference is enough for us to eliminate the fake Yanling army hiding in the Finghua mountain range. By the time the 100,000 troops in Mi family's caravan arrive, we can just attack. The 100,000 troops must know that there are ambushers here, so they will definitely let their guard down. With their carelessness, the 100,000 troops will be easy to destroy. Both of them nodded repeatedly, truly a brilliant plan. With this, the great plan will succeed. Issue the orders, quick march. The goal is Finghua mountain range. Xiahou Yuanming shouted loudly. Immediately, a deputy general spurred his horse to relay orders to the rear. Mi family's convoy. Inside the carriage. On the table in front of Mi Ren, there was also a map laid out. The Beacon Fire mountain range? Mi Ren voiced his confusion, frowning tightly. These people really treat us like fools. We may be merchants, but we are not brainless. Housekeeper Wang nodded repeatedly from the side, agreeing, exactly. Mi Ren was speechless, pointed outside at the army, and asked Housekeeper Wang, then what do you say they are planning to do? Housekeeper Wang decisively shook his head. He only echoed a couple of responses, but it didn't mean he truly understood. Wang Jingtian. Only know how to fight. Mi Ren knew this was the case and helplessly shook his head. I will teach you more in the future. The Beacon Fire mountain range must be lurking with the hidden army from the Empress of Wei. Housekeeper Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. Then has the Empress of Wei gone mad? Why not just attack us directly in Dalian? Why all this trouble? Mi Ren laughed. You really hit the nail on the head. All of this proves that the Empress of Wei wants the help of Anhua, but also desires army family's wealth. But where in the world do you find such good things? The hidden army waiting to ambush us must be disguised as the Wei army. Perhaps they should be. The Yanling army's disguise. 66. Forced. The Empress cannot hide it any longer. What? Housekeeper Wang showed shock. What a wicked scheme. If we were really just ordinary merchants, we would have truly fallen for it. Mi Ren shook his head. Ordinary merchants wouldn't reach this point at all. Housekeeper Wang froze. That's true. After all, looking at ancient and modern times, no one else but the Mi family could leverage the wealth of a capital city as mere merchants. Of course, if not for the intervention of King Su, the Mi family wouldn't have achieved anything at all. As for ordinary merchants, they probably would have long since lost everything. If they were lucky enough to gain immense wealth, then it's highly probable they wouldn't even escape Dalian. Not to mention being able to make Wei dispatch 100,000 troops for protection. Housekeeper Wang, don't you feel this journey has been too calm? Mi Ren frowned and asked. Even with 100,000 troops escorting, this is the wealth of all of Dalian. Even capturing a few horse-drawn carriages would be a great gain. And who doesn't know that these 100,000 soldiers' morale is low? They probably won't even dare to fight to the end, if they were to take daring action. They might even gain the qualifications to carve out their own kingdom. And if those hiding in the shadows gathered together, they might not be fewer than these 100,000 troops. Strange. It is truly strange. Mi Ren was puzzled. Housekeeper Wang smiled and said, isn't this a good thing? If a fight broke out halfway, who knows how chaotic it would be. In my opinion, it must be that the hidden thieves sensed the presence of masters in the carriage. So they dare not show themselves. Masters? Mi Ren asked in confusion. But he saw Housekeeper Wang pointing at himself, and Mi Ren's face stiffened. He never realized how shameless Housekeeper Wang could be. Just behind the 100,000 troops, about 5 or 6 li away, a bloody battle was occurring. A young man wielding a blood-red long knife was killing through the army, getting in and out 7 times, blood flowing like a river, corpses everywhere. I, Haishanzai, have done nothing to offend you, why must you attack so fiercely? The leader of Haishanzai roared, veins bulging on his face. This young man didn't know what he had eaten to grow up, his knife skills were fierce and he was incredibly strong, completely not someone a normal person could defeat. Haishanzai had brought 5,000 skilled fighters, originally planning to contact other teams in the dark to rob the Mi family. But before they could make contact, a young man on horseback broke in with a blade. Thinking it was just a clown, instead, he was a living demon king. There was no one who could match him. Zhang Quanglong severed the heads of several individuals with his knife again, turned his horse's head to look at the leader, showing a puzzled expression. Haishanzai? Bandits of Yuzhou? Didn't they get suppressed by the army 3 years ago? Why do you still have so many troops? Who forged these for you? Zhang Quanglong's voice was cold, filled with a murderous intent. The Black Mountain Bandit Group was suppressed by the court's army years ago for robbing civilians and resisting the government. The final result was that the Black Mountain Bandits were wiped out. But the truth was not like that. Now, the Black Mountain Bandits had mobilized 5,000 soldiers, all of them strong and healthy, which surely meant they had connections with high-ranking officials. The bandit leader was stunned. This young man actually knew about the bandit suppression from 3 years ago. Could he be from the Ministry of War? Anyway, as long as he was from the court, the Black Mountain Bandits wouldn't be afraid. After all, they were supported by Ma Angua, the current Prime Minister of Wei, who was second only to the Emperor. Little brother, now that the Kingdom of Wei is in this state, I won't hide anything from you. The support behind the Black Mountain Bandits is the Ma family, a family with 4 generations of ministers. I advise you not to block the Ma family's way to wealth. Otherwise, one day, you might be framed with a false charge and your entire family could be executed. The bandit leader laughed out loud. He believed that once he mentioned the Ma family, any court official would retreat. In the entire Kingdom of Wei, there were no more than a handful of people who dared offend the Ma family. Zhang Quanlong laughed. The Ma family with 4 generations of ministers? To him, they weren't even worth a fart. No wonder the Kingdom of Wei has fallen so fast. It's not just the Empress who is foolish, but also this treacherous Prime Minister hindering things. Zhang Quanlong shouted, raising his blood-colored long knife towards the bandit leader. Today, I will kill you first, and tomorrow, I will take Yuzhou and eliminate your Black Mountain Bandits. As his voice fell, he and his horse charged straight at the bandit leader. The bandit leader's eyes widened. He never expected this young man to not be afraid of the Ma family's power. As the blade came closer and closer, the bandit leader shouted, "Stop him! Stop him! Anyone who blocks me dies!" Zhang Quanlong shouted fiercely, with a murderous look in his eyes. All the mountain bandits who tried to block him were beheaded with a single strike. No one dared to stop him anymore. In just 3 moves, Zhang Quanlong had the bandit leader's head in his hands. He spat, looking at the bandits of Black Mountain fleeing everywhere and sneered, "A mob. The Ma family raises such a mob. They've truly ruined the reputation of the 4 generations of ministers, how foolish." He sheathed his long knife. Zhang Quanlong mounted his warhorse and chased after the Mi family convoy again. The continuous battles had worn him out. Along the way, he had killed 5 leaders and scattered nearly 20,000 ambush soldiers. I never expected so many aristocratic families are raising so many thugs. The once glorious Kingdom of Wei is now a mess because of these families. Wei Yanxue even stopped King Su from dealing with the aristocratic families. Truly foolish. After killing 2 or 3 more leaders, they'll stop attacking the Mi family convoy, and my mission will be complete. The Great Liang. In the Golden Luang Hall. Wei Yanxue's face was so dark it could drip water. Things had developed in the worst way possible, just as she had feared. Minister Qing, holding the military token, was unable to summon a single soldier, which made him so angry he executed dozens of people on the spot. This directly caused a riot in the army. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers gathered and surrounded Minister Qing. Minister Qing was so frightened he wet himself. It wasn't until the Minister of War, Gong Sunlai, appeared that he finally managed to pull back the tens of thousands of soldiers after a lot of effort. The news reached the Empress's ears. Wei Yanxue was enraged and summoned all the officials to the Golden Luang Hall for a meeting. "Gong Sunlai, what kind of Minister of War are you? 100,000 soldiers don't listen to my orders and treat my military token as nothing. Do they still see me as their ruler?" Wei Yanxue directly pointed at Gong Sunlai and scolded him. The severity of the matter was unimaginable. If this issue couldn't be handled properly, every time soldiers were summoned in the future, it would be the same, and the entire Kingdom of Wei would be finished. Gong Sunlai waited until the Empress finished scolding. She tremblingly opened her mouth and said, "Your Majesty, the reason the Ministry of War cannot suppress them is because they have repeatedly promised them money, but it has not been delivered as agreed. A person without trust cannot stand. The officials of the Ministry of War have lost their credibility in their eyes. Moreover, they are new soldiers, and the military command has little deterrence over them." Wei Yanxue's face was as cold as frost. "So, are you saying this is my fault?" Gong Sunlai immediately kneeled down. "I dare not, Your Majesty. I will go to the military camp again and make sure to persuade them to obey the imperial order." Wei Yanxue only felt an overwhelming sense of grievance in her heart. When did it begin that the imperial decree still required these commoners to listen to it? This was truly humiliating the late emperor. At that moment, a messenger entered the Golden Hall, kneeling on one knee and reporting, "Your Majesty, in the market, there is an item from the previous dynasty that suppresses the nation's fortune. The later Mother Wu Ding. The people of Qian Kingdom are selling it at a fixed price of 300,000 taels of silver." Instantly, everyone in the court held their breath. Such a treasure, only costing 300,000 taels of silver, how is this different from being given away for free? Everyone's gaze turned toward the female emperor. Wei Yanxue, however, was dumbfounded. The item that suppressed the nation's fortune appeared at this moment. Clearly priced, yet the price was so cheap. But it just so happened that Wei Yanxue couldn't afford it. Another trap. A trap forcing me to reveal the emptiness of the national treasury. Damn it. Subai, it must be you. No one else could have created such a tightly linked, step-by-step trap. 67. What? The female emperor came to the military camp. In the Golden Hall. With Wei Yanxue's silence, the entire atmosphere in the hall became very heavy. The smart ones figured out Wei Yanxue's difficulty, while those who didn't understand were anxious and confused. That was the Simu Wu Ding. A treasure symbolizing the nation's fortune. Such an opportunity was right before them. Why is the emperor still hesitating? But those who could stand in the Golden Hall were all experts at reading people's expressions. No one would claim to be the smartest in the world. Since others were silent, it meant there was something amiss. The officials remained silent, but the messenger did not understand these subtleties. She looked at the female emperor's lack of response and thought Wei Yanxue hadn't heard her words, so she bowed again and said, "Your Majesty, in the market, someone is selling the Simu." Before she could finish, Wei Yanxue angrily interrupted with a furious tone, "Shut up! Get out of here! Go down and receive 30 lashes, or I will execute your entire family." Immediately, the messenger's eyes widened, trembling all over, not knowing what to do. What kind of disaster was this? Sure enough, the saying among soldiers was true: in Wei Kingdom, never become a messenger. You'll either be beaten with a stick, or worse, your entire family will be executed. The messenger crawled out of the Golden Hall, filled with regret and despair. Damned female emperor! You will not have a good end. Inside the hall, all the ministers dared not even breathe, lowering their heads and counting the ants on the ground. The female emperor's temper was unpredictable, and in these past days, they had truly figured it out. When she was furious, staying silent was the wisest way to protect oneself. But why was the Simu Wu Ding appearing not a source of joy? Everyone's heart was as clear as a mirror: the national treasury was empty. That's why. The trees want to be still, but the wind will not stop. The ministers remained silent, not daring to mention the empty treasury, but Wei Yanxue had to make a decision. Suppressing the well-known emptiness of the treasury, she gritted her teeth and sent out the troops. Although it could be mobilized, it would definitely collapse at the first contact. Morale is the soul of an army. Without morale, no matter how many soldiers there are, they are just numbers, and the enemy's general will add another mark of achievement to their history. The morale must be revitalized. Only then could there be a chance of defeating the Yanling army. Only then could the Wei Kingdom continue to flourish, instead of being forced to flee in all directions. It was nothing but face. Compared to the emperor's identity, compared to the endless glory and wealth. A decree of self-blame. What could it amount to? It was just another lie. Wei Yanxue scanned the ministers, noticing that everyone had lowered their heads and were not daring to speak or inquire. It seems that the might of the emperor still remains, as the power of the Wei family has lasted for hundreds of years as the rulers. Wei Yanxuan made a decision, abruptly standing up with a cold tone, saying, "March to the barracks, I will give 1 million soldiers an explanation." The officials all raised their heads, their expressions varied. Some were flustered, nervous, while others were puzzled and excited. Gongsun Lai stepped forward, cupping his hands and saying, "Your Majesty, the barracks are filthy and chaotic, the bloodshed is too much, your dragon body is not suited to enter, should I gather them outside instead?" Filthy? Chaotic? Wei Yanxuan glared in disbelief. "Gongsun Minister, do you know what you are saying? The barracks lack order, fighting and brawling is a death penalty." Gongsun Lai suddenly knelt down. "I beg your Majesty to spare my life." Wei Yanxuan's eyes emitted endless coldness, but she understood that the chaos in the barracks was not solely the fault of Gongsun Lai, the Minister of War. It was due to the empty national treasury. Eunuch Qing supported Wei Yanxuan, and the officials closely followed behind, marching grandly toward the barracks. This made the onlooking common people tremble in fear. They had never seen so many high-ranking officials. Any one of them was a significant figure. After the officials left, the common people hurriedly ran home. Discussing among themselves was not allowed on the streets, as it could lead to execution, but speaking with family at home was acceptable. "My husband, something big is about to happen in Daliang again. I have an ominous feeling. Let's go live in our old home in Qingzhou for a few months. This empress is really acting foolishly." Inside the barracks, the gold and silver carriage slowly drove in, followed by over 100 high-ranking officials. The patrolling new soldiers were initially gathered, humming little tunes and chatting. Nearby, others were shouting, "Bet placed, hands off." Seeing such a grand procession approach, they instantly panicked. A few new soldiers rolled and crawled inside, while the rest knelt on both sides, clearing a path for the gold and silver carriage. Wei Yanxuan coldly watched all of this from within the gold and silver carriage, not getting angry. At this stage, anger would not solve the problem. Even killing the chicken to scare the monkey would not work, instead, it would backfire. The vast procession walked toward the martial arts training ground, the broadest area where new soldiers trained regularly. The general of the barracks, upon hearing the Empress's arrival, turned furious, his face contorted with rage as he flailed his arms. He said to the nearby dozen or so deputy generals, "They must be forcing us to go to battle, wanting us to risk our lives doing dangerous fighting. Damn it. The money promised initially hasn't been given, and they keep pressing us. Do they really think we are soft persimmons, easy to bully?" The nearby deputy generals were outraged as well. The general is right. At worst, we can just quit. Going home to a warm stove with our wives and kids calling us daddy is better than serving this empress without money. If they pressure us this time again, we might as well rebel. The throne can change hands, it doesn't have to be the Wei family. Watch your words. The general frowned. Don't speak of rebellion, it will only lead to suffering for the common people. Besides, if we really rebel, who will become emperor? You? Or me? Gather the brothers, the empress is here, and we should have a good meeting to see what this dog emperor wants from us. We'll discuss the rest later. The deputy generals all cupped their hands, yes. At the martial arts training ground, Wei Yanchuan got down from the gold and silver carriage and slowly ascended the platform, the highest position usually for martial generals and soldiers. Below the platform, Wei Yanchuan glanced around. All she saw were densely packed crowds. 1 million soldiers might not seem like much, but seeing them all at once filled Wei Yanchuan's heart with shock. So many people, if each spat once. Could they drown Su Bai? Suddenly, Wei Yanchuan's chest surged with lofty ambition. With 1 million soldiers in hand, the Yanling army could be conquered with a flip of her hand. Moreover, with Yanling army's fierce attack on Lianzhou, it was impossible to have 30,000 intact troops left. In this battle, the advantage is mine. Wei Yanxue thought to herself, suddenly feeling that the self-punishment edict was not something particularly unacceptable. It was just a piece of paper, but it could win the forgiveness and loyalty of 1 million soldiers. It was worth it. Wei Yanxue took out the self-punishment edict that had already been written from her chest and opened it in public. What? The Empress has issued a self-punishment edict. Everyone instantly widened their eyes, all curious about what the Empress would do. Only the court officials were deeply shocked in their hearts. What could she possibly do in this situation? They immediately had an answer in their minds, and expressions of intense shock appeared on their faces. You must know. For hundreds of years since the founding of Wei, no emperor had ever issued a self-punishment edict, and the current empress was the first. This was a historic moment. An emperor bowing their head in apology, this had not happened in hundreds of years. Wei Yanxue stood on the platform, her brows furrowed, forcing out a few drops of tears, and said in a sorrowful and deep tone. The entire army, recite. Today, I issue the self-punishment edict, and punish myself. As soon as the words fell, the whole place was silent, as if a pin could be heard falling. 1 million new soldiers, all with shocked expressions on their faces, originally thinking the Empress had come to force them to send troops, but unexpectedly, she openly issued a self-punishment edict. And they had to recite it together. What a broad mind! Instantly, 1 million new soldiers had red eyes. From ancient times until now, how many emperors were willing to admit their own mistakes? You could count them on 2 hands. Every emperor willing to issue a self-punishment edict later reformed themselves, diligently governing the country and managing it well. Now, their empress was also going to issue a self-punishment edict. This meant the empress recognized her own mistakes and was willing to reform. From now on, she would diligently govern and revitalize Wei. This was a huge piece of good news for them. Don't get too happy, maybe she's just fooling us, saying a few words about her small mistakes, trying to pass it off. A deputy general snorted, looking displeased. If the empress really seriously issued the self-punishment edict, then the 1 million new soldiers would never rebel. But he had just said that if they rebelled, he would become the emperor, and if this reached the empress's ears, the lightest punishment would be the extermination of 9 generations. The general angrily shouted, "Shut up! Listen carefully." Eunuch Qing shouted loudly from below the stage, "Your Majesty's order, the entire army, recite. Today, I issue the self-punishment edict, and punish myself." Countless soldiers roared loudly, allowing all the new soldiers at the back to hear clearly. Everyone was shocked and excited. The Empress has awakened. Wei is saved. The Wei Empire, which had fallen into the abyss, could finally rise again. On the stage, Wei Yanxue looked at the excited crowd, a satisfied expression on her face, but it quickly turned into a sorrowful one. She was still on stage confessing her mistakes. If she smiled now, wouldn't the persona she just established be ruined in an instant? The morale was already so high before she even began her self-punishment. Indeed, these lower-ranked new soldiers were the easiest to motivate. Wei Yanxue continued to lower her voice, with a repentant expression, and said, "Since I ascended the throne, my actions have been reckless and arrogant, causing sorrow across the land, and they cannot be undone." These words. ignited the entire place. She publicly admitted her mistakes and expressed deep regret. The entire army eagerly passed on her words. Since I ascended the throne, my actions have been reckless and arrogant, causing sorrow across the land, and they cannot be undone. Everyone's faces turned red, as if they had forgotten all the violent acts of the empress. Wei Yanxue was extremely satisfied in her heart, but 2 streams of clear tears flowed down her face, and in a deep tone, she said, "From now on, any actions that harm the common people or waste the nation's wealth will be abolished." The entire scene fell silent for 2 seconds, then instantly erupted in excitement. This was the truth. In recent years, Wei's taxes had steadily increased, and since King Su was imprisoned, the taxes had doubled, causing many common people to use their savings from previous years to pay taxes. Fortunately, Wei was prosperous. If not, the land would have been filled with starving corpses. Now, the empress regrets it, and the harsh governance and heavy taxes will surely be gone. Immediately, the entire army chanted, "From now on, any actions that harm the people or waste the empire shall be abolished." The voice spread to the back. The deputy general who had previously spoken of rebellion had a gloomy expression and quietly moved towards the back, planning to leave. If he stayed any longer, he might be pointed out and killed on the spot. The officials were also shocked beyond belief. They never imagined that the empress would go this far. The normally petty empress had today generously admitted her mistakes and was determined to change the people's livelihood. Only officials like Ma Anhua and other senior ministers showed confusion. They knew the empress too well and understood that she couldn't have so easily repented. In the future, there may still be all kinds of foolish policies or disguised forced labor. Now, all of this was just a way to win people's hearts. To be honest, the imperial skills of the Wei family were really inherited in their blood. The imperial decree of self-reproach was indeed impressive, just a few sentences, and the morale of the entire army surged. Wei Yanxue continued. The current priority is to stop harshness and violence, prevent arbitrary taxes, and focus on farming. Reform the horse administration to fill the gaps, and ensure military preparedness. The entire army repeated. After a moment passed, the million soldiers in the military field were already exhilarated. The empress had promised that everything was heading towards the prosperous Wei Empire, and everyone saw hope for the future. Wei Yanxue stood on the stage, extremely excited inside. The imperial tactics passed down by the ancestors were truly effective. Just a few words, and these rebellious new soldiers were all obedient, shouting their willingness to serve the emperor. Wei Yanxue's lips curved slightly, but she quickly suppressed it. Such a good opportunity, it was time to throw out some bad news. That is, the national treasury was empty. Their subsidies were gone. Wei Yanxue took a deep breath, made full preparations, and finally spoke in a deep voice. "I have another great sin." Before she could finish, a deafening voice rose from below. "Your Majesty has no crime, only a mistake." "Your Majesty has no crime. Your Majesty has no crime." Wei Yanxue was stunned. It turns out these people were so easy to deceive. Are all men this pure? Can a woman who admits her mistakes really do whatever she wants? No. She was not just a woman, she was the supreme empress. The dual influence was simply invincible. "No. I have committed a great sin," Wei Yanxue said loudly. This matter had to be made clear, or it would become a hidden danger in the future. No one below made a sound. "I trusted the slander of the treacherous minister Li Wanli, and used the treasury's money to buy overpriced rice from the Mi family, leaving the treasury empty, unable to distribute the subsidies I had promised you. I regret it deeply, and I swear here. If the treasury is ever filled again, I will make up for the promises I once made. If I break this oath, may I die a terrible death." Immediately, the entire crowd was in an uproar. The treasury could not pay the subsidies, so they came here to serve as soldiers but gained no special benefits, only selling their lives for nothing. No wonder the subsidies had been delayed. It turns out that a treacherous minister had misled the emperor to buy rice from the Mi family. It's truly good that they were killed. The Li family should be destroyed. The whole army repeats. Grand Eunuch Cheng shouted loudly. Again, the huge chanting sound rose from below. The soldiers' expressions were all different, but there was not much disappointment. At least taxes had been reduced, and forced labor had been reduced. These were all great things. The empty treasury was the fault of the treacherous minister Li Wanli, and they were helpless. The emperor in front of them had only been misled by slander. Now that she had come to her senses, she was still someone they could trust. Wei Yanxue looked at the crowd. No revolt, no resistance, that was the best outcome. Now, giving them hope again would truly turn them into a fighting army. I have learned that this matter was deliberately caused by the Mi family. And what cannot make friends? Do you all wish to follow me personally to campaign, to bring down the Mi family, and take back all the money in the national treasury and the wealth of the people of Diliang? Immediately. All the new soldiers shouted angrily. Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight to the death! 69, calculating. The pressure is at its peak. Wei Yanxue looked at the million new soldiers below, their morale soaring, and couldn't help but laugh in her heart. It was solved with just a few words. This is the benefit of being an emperor. Common people may do good deeds all their lives, but one bad deed will lead to many insults from others. But for the emperor, even if they have been incompetent since ascending the throne, as long as they issue a self-blame edict, many people will choose to forgive and trust again. Identity changes many people's thoughts. Subai, I wonder if your Yanling army can stop my million-strong army? This time, I will crush you into dust, so that you will never be reborn. All troops, listen up. Wei Yanxue drew the emperor's sword and pointed it at the sky. Follow me south to destroy the Mi family, and eliminate the traitors. Return to me the clear and bright sky of the Great Way. Return to me the clear and bright sky of the Great Way. The shouts of a million new soldiers echoed endlessly. At this moment, many were red-faced, blood-boiling. They were witnessing history. The emperor personally issued a self-blame edict, sincerely apologizing to the people of the world, apologizing to them, and making a firm resolution to prosper the Wei nation. This moved them to tears. Although there were still a few new soldiers who had doubts, they were all from families with fathers or older brothers in the military, who had heard about the female emperor from their families, and felt that perhaps all this was hypocritical. But the majority was like this, and the herd mentality pushed them to choose to believe in the female emperor, breaking their usual rules. This southern campaign, they were filled with hope. On one hand, they could recover all the wealth lost to the Mi family. On the other hand, they hoped to prove that they, these new soldiers, could become famous warriors known throughout the world. A million new soldiers may not lack heroes, a million strong forces may not lose to legends. Wei Yanxue walked down from the stage and boarded the gold and silver chariot. The gold and silver chariot quickly drove out of Diliang's southern gate, followed by the vast million-strong army, and this imposing procession astonished all the citizens of Diliang. What had happened? What kind of enemy did they have to face to send out so many troops and mobilize such powerful forces? At the side of the southern gate street, an elderly storyteller, looking energetic, muttered to himself, "In all matters of the world, what has been divided for a long time must unite, and what has been united for a long time must divide. Is this battle the female emperor reclaiming the throne, or is King Su marching north with iron blood?" Everyone, listen to the next part. The Beacon Fire Mountain Range. The beacon fires burned, smoke rose. Blood splattered in all directions, and corpses lay for miles. Devils. They are devils. Hundreds of soldiers pretending to be from the Yanling army dropped their helmets and armor, fleeing in panic down the mountain, their faces filled with extreme fear. It was as if they were in hell, with countless evil spirits behind them, coming to take their lives. But in fact, it wasn't much different from this. The Yanling army wore blood-stained silver armor and had faces painted in dazzling and varied colors. They looked just like living devils. Subai's original intention was just to paint a noticeable color on their foreheads, but the soldiers he bought mistakenly got too much paint, and to avoid waste, they smeared it all over their faces. As a result, they all painted their faces completely, and someone thought that since they were doing it, why not make it look more terrifying? And thus, this scene was created. When the two armies clashed, the fake Yanling soldiers were completely terrified and lost their courage. Originally, there was a large difference in martial skills, but now, with fear in their hearts, they had no ability to resist the Yanling army. It was like one touch and they collapsed. Subai slung his blood-stained long sword behind him, a sneer on his lips, as he watched the enemy soldiers running down the mountain, slowly shaking his head. With this ability, you dare to impersonate the Yanling army? You are truly tarnishing the reputation of the Yanling army. There were no more than 100,000 Yanling soldiers on the mountain. The remaining troops had been waiting at the foot of the mountain for a long time. The battle they were about to fight was an ambush, and the news of the troop replacement on the mountain could not be leaked. Go extinguish the beacon fire. Subai said to the deputy general, put out all the flames. Who shot the fire arrows? Hide the scorched marks. Once everything is taken care of, rest in place, send scouts 20 miles out. Understood. The deputy general cupped his hands and immediately began calling for soldiers. Subai found a flat spot and laid out a map. Though the Beacon Fire Mountain Range was called a mountain range, the terrain was relatively flat, with no steep slopes, stretching for tens of miles. Many escort teams recently preferred this route, as it could bypass the government's tolls. Though there were still many mountain bandits, dealing with these bandits was obviously easier than dealing with the unruly officials. The Yanling army was numerous and overwhelming, causing quite a stir. It was estimated that even those with sharp eyes in the mountains must have noticed the large army heading up the mountain. Fortunately, there was already a fake Yanling army stationed here, so even if the news leaked, the Mi family would still use this route. Escorting the Mi family's 100,000 new soldiers was no trouble at all. But Subai frowned. The wealth of Dalian had been drained by the Mi family. How could Wei Yanxue stabilize the morale of the million new soldiers? Su Bai knew that the promises of allowances given to the new soldiers by Wei Yanxue had all ended up in the Mi family's wagons. Could Wei Yanxue still turn things around this time? When the new soldiers were recruited earlier, Wei had used the merit monument that I had once spoken of to him. I had also told her that if one day the emperor made a grave mistake, he must issue a self-punishing edict to stabilize the troops' hearts. I even joked about the self-punishing edict of Emperor Wu of Han in the last life. Sigh. My past chatter has now become Wei Yanxue's treasure to stabilize the troops' hearts. I had calculated everything, but missed this step. Emperor Wu of Han's self-punishing edict was definitely sincere enough to boost morale. If Wei Yanxue really took this step, the morale of the million new soldiers would certainly stabilize for a time. It would only cost the Wei family's former emperor's face. But Wei Yanxue was not the kind of emperor who cared much about face. 1,000,000 soldiers. Even the Wei kingdom's border only had 80,000 troops. Though they were only new soldiers, their sheer number was imposing enough to make an impact. The self-punishing edict couldn't deceive for long. The death of Prince Jingcheng would surely make Wei Yanxue understand the truth and realize that the Yanling army would strike at the army escorting the Mi family. If the Mi family really took away Dalian's wealth, Wei Yanxue wouldn't be able to pay the allowances for the million new soldiers. Over time, the fervor of the self-punishing edict would fade, and the morale of the million new soldiers would fall again. Stop corvée labor? Exempt harsh taxes? Could the Wei kingdom do that now? If the self-punishing edict turned out to be a lie, Wei Yanxue's fate could be easily imagined. To turn things around, there was only one way. Defeat the Yanling army, reclaim Dalian's wealth, and secure a victory so heavy that the rising morale would never fade. In other words, right now, the million new soldiers of Dalian might very well be heading towards the Beacon Fire Mountain range. But with only 200,000 Yanling soldiers, first 10,000 troops, then a battle to the death with a million-strong army. This is really putting on pressure. Caution. Let's pretend to fall into the trap. When Xiahou Yuanming and Zhuge Luyun brought the 10,000 Yanling soldiers up the mountain, it meant that the 8,000 fake Yanling soldiers were completely destroyed. King Su, it's all cleaned up. Xiahou Yuanming shouted loudly, with a smile on his face. He had just been sparring with Zhuge Luyun, seeing who could kill more. Originally, Zhuge Luyun was ahead by 3 or 4 kills, but in the final moment, Xiahou Yuanming directly broke the rules and had the Yanling army behind him clear a path. Now, that was great. It gave the enemy soldiers a glimpse of hope for survival. All the fake Yanling soldiers rushed straight toward Xiahou Yuanming. Then, they all became the souls under Xiahou Yuanming's blade. By the time Zhuge Luyun realized something was wrong, the number of heads had already widened the gap. In the end, Xiahou Yuanming won completely. Zhuge Luyun followed behind Xiahou Yuanming up the mountain, his face full of grievance. I can't believe you're a general, acting so unchivalrous. Zhuge Luyun said angrily, his tone clearly showing his unwillingness. This sparring had a wager attached. Xiahou Yuanming's smelly socks for a month. All of them for him to wash. Xiahou Yuanming laughed heartily, without hesitation retorting, I can't believe you're a strategist, what kind of war are you fighting without thinking? Su Bai helplessly looked at the two of them. Two grandmasters, playing such tricks, aren't they ashamed? All right. Su Bai waved his hand, I know without guessing, it's a month of smelly socks. Bet and lose, that's how it is. We still have not only an army of 100,000 but also a heavy play ahead. Upon hearing this, both of them showed a look of confusion. The previous pride or dissatisfaction was instantly forgotten. The matters of the battlefield were the real big issue. They were brothers who shared life and death. A month of smelly socks was nothing, but if Xiahou Yuanming died in battle one day, Zhuge Luyun would collapse from crying at his grave. King Su, does this mean that the 100,000 soldiers are just the appetizers? Zhuge Luyun asked with a confused expression. No way. Xiahou Yuanming frowned, our Wei country's empress only has the newly recruited million soldiers, but can she command them? Furthermore, what good are soldiers without fighting spirit? Give me 800 cavalry, and I will break through her million soldiers. Xiahou Yuanming was full of confidence. Compared to the well-trained Yanling army, new soldiers were nothing, not to mention those without fighting spirit. They are not without fighting spirit. Su Bai slowly shook his head, if nothing unexpected happens, Wei Yanxue will issue a self-punishment edict, and with the Mi family's wealth, these new soldiers cannot possibly lack fighting spirit. Upon hearing this, Xiahou Yuanming and Zhuge Luyun understood. This time, they only had 200,000 Yanling soldiers. As the saying goes, 2 fists can hardly defeat 4 hands, although every Yanling soldier was skilled. But who isn't a mere flesh and blood body? Random punches can kill a master, swords and spears are blind, and fighting with fewer troops against more will result in huge casualties. Even if they win, they would still lose at least 100,000 brothers. This was something neither of them wanted to see. If not absolutely necessary, try to avoid head-on clashes, Su Bai said solemnly. Both of them nodded. Xiahou Yuanming clenched his fist. How about we do the same as 6 years ago when we attacked the kingdom of Han, dispatching all our grandmasters to carry out beheading missions? As long as we cut off Wei Yansno's head, the million-strong army will collapse without a fight. 6 years ago, the general of the kingdom of Han's army was beheaded by Su Bai in this way. Grandmaster martial generals were said to possess the courage of 10,000 men. Yanling army had no less than 20 such grandmasters. It was truly terrifying. Even the Flying Dragon army, which the Empress had spent a fortune cultivating, had no more than 10 grandmasters. Su Bai thought for a moment and said, at that time, the kingdom of Han had no powerful experts, and their formations were scattered, so we succeeded. Wei Yansno shamelessly recruited from all walks of life, and some vicious experts will follow the army to protect her safety. These people are here to prevent us from carrying out beheading missions. Zhuge Luyun spoke. The Finghua mountain range is full of trees, dense vegetation, and fire attacks could be a good idea. But the wind recently has been blowing towards us. If the wind is from the north on the day of battle, it would be perfect, otherwise, we would be playing with fire ourselves. After speaking, Zhuge Luyun sighed helplessly. Heaven was not on their side. Borrowing the wind? Su Bai muttered to himself. In the past life, there was the story of Master Kongming borrowing the east wind during the Battle of Red Cliffs, burning the mighty Wei kingdom into ruins. But was it truly Kongming who borrowed the east wind? In truth, it was not. This is simply an absolute grasp of the weather. If we can't borrow the north wind, does that mean we can't use fire to attack? Su Bai suddenly smiled, his lips curving slightly. What if the Empress stands on the south side, and our Yanling army stands on the north? Wouldn't that make a big thing possible? As soon as these words were spoken, the two of them suddenly widened their eyes, thinking of an incredible plan in their hearts. The three of them exchanged knowing smiles. This fire would give Wei Yansno an enormous surprise. Mi Zhao's caravan. A vast and mighty team was heading towards the Beacon Mountain range. Inside the carriage, Mi Ren drank tea and frowned as he looked out the window. There was not a single obstruction on the road, which was truly strange. Wealth has always been a temptation for the heart. With so much wealth in this caravan, is it really possible that no one is tempted? You must know, though there are 100,000 troops escorting us. They are all newly recruited soldiers, their fighting strength is definitely weak. This point should be known by those hidden figures. Young master, up ahead is the Beacon Mountain range. We're about to start heading uphill. Steward Wang observed the situation outside as the road ahead gradually became steeper. Yes. Mi Ren sighed and said softly, if everything goes smoothly, our Mi family will truly be on the rise. After this trip, we will definitely make friends with King Su. With the friendship of the greatest merchant of all the nations, it will be difficult for the Mi family not to prosper. Not to mention, this trip has been tacitly approved by the Empress of the Kingdom of An. If we help King Su, there must be some story behind it. If not, Mi Ren will never believe it. Steward Wang turned red in the face and couldn't think of any story, so he curiously asked, young master, what story? Mi Ren rolled his eyes. It's better for you not to know. Once the chaos begins, gather the brothers and form a circle. Don't worry about the money and supplies. The Wei army can't take them. Also, raise army family flag higher, waiting for King Su's rescue. Otherwise, with our nearly 1,000 men, if we're taken as cannon fodder by the Wei army, we'll be in big trouble. I haven't married my wife yet. If I can't be heroic and sacrifice, then it's better if I don't die. Steward Wang nodded seriously and said, unless I die, the young master won't die, before leaving the carriage. Outside the carriage, the general leading the army was riding a fine horse, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Just wandering around, and he could pick up a huge achievement, which was clearly very comfortable. A scout came forward to report. General, there has been unusual movement from the mountain bandits ahead. After capturing a few and torturing them for information, we learned that many people have gone up the mountain recently. They are all wearing silver armor and carrying long swords. It is said their faces are different from normal people. They must have painted something on their faces, making them look extremely terrifying. The general sneered, no matter, I know what's going on. Painted something on their faces? What a pointless act. But it doesn't affect anything. As long as they're dressed like the Yanling army, that's enough. Continue forward, no need to send scouts up the mountain. We'll pretend we've fallen into a trap. 71, isn't it? Are you really the Yanling army? The 100,000 troops swaggered up the Beacon Mountain range. They didn't send out a single scout. At this moment, the general's face was full of leisure, as he gathered his trusted men and whispered a few sentences. When the fight starts, you take my several hundred diehard brothers and quickly go grab the wealth. Don't be too greedy, just enough for us to live a life of glory and wealth. His trusted man nodded excitedly. Got it, boss. The general's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Although he had already become a general, logically speaking, he shouldn't be lacking money. But who told him that all the money from his family had gone into me family's carriage, and who would ever dislike having more money? When the battle begins. According to the plan, the Yenling army disguised on the mountain would take most of me family's wealth, and then he, the general, would step out at the right time and organize a counterattack. In the end, me family's wealth would be gone, but the people would still be alive. Throw the blame onto the Yenling army, and let the Empress of the State of An and King Su fight like dogs. The army continued to march up the mountain. The soldiers at the back also climbed the mountain. In 2 more miles, they would reach the agreed ambush point. Great Commander, why is there a faint smell of something burning? The small commander beside him asked in confusion. What does it matter? The Great Commander snorted disdainfully. Maybe the brothers on the mountain are a bit hungry, caught a few wild animals and roasted them to eat. The small commander's face stiffened slightly. Isn't this too casual? Wouldn't it be dangerous? Nonsense. What do some traveling merchants know? The Great Commander sneered, waving his hand. Keep going, just pretend to be like them later. Soon, the 100,000 troops reached the feet of Su Bai and the others. See the big flag of the Mi family? Military strategist, take 10,000 men in charge toward there. Yes. Zhuge Luyun cupped his hands. Archers, don't rush yet. Go block the rear route. They think we are fake. Rushing down to kill them before they can react will be more effective than shooting arrows, and we won't alert them. Su Bai looked at Xiahou Yuanming. You take people to block the rear. No need to kill them all, just charge a few times and it will be enough. Otherwise, if we push them too hard, they might bite back, and that can hurt. Understood. Xiahou Yuanming smiled, bloodlust gleaming in his eyes. Behind Su Bai were 150,000 Yenling troops. With a single order, they would swarm out. Moments later, Su Bai shouted loudly, kill. Immediately, 150,000 Yenling troops surged forward like tigers that had been lying in the mountains, rushing down the mountain with a roar that shook the heavens. The Great Commander heard the deafening battle cries. He immediately halted his war horse, waving his hand with ease. Just slow them down a bit and run. Don't let anyone stand near the Mi family's carriages. Yes. The small commander also had a smile on his face. They had been waiting for this moment for too long. Since leaving Daliang, they had been planning this moment. Mi family's caravan. Inside the carriage, Mirin felt the ground shaking and heard the thunderous battle cries, realizing that the Yenling army had begun their attack. He immediately climbed out of the carriage and shouted loudly. Enemy attack. All members of the Mi family, gather around me. Don't worry about the money in the carriage, the Wei army will guard it for us. Before his voice had even faded, the Mi family members had already gathered around Mirin's carriage. Butler Wang had everything arranged, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. The Wei army was acting. The Mi family's caravan was also acting. The clumsy performances of both sides clashing together made for a truly legendary scene. The Great Commander originally wanted to organize a small resistance, but when he saw the terrifying faces of the Yenling army charging down, he couldn't help but tremble. Damn it, what the hell is this? It's really freaking scary. The Great Commander cursed, hesitated for a moment, and then pushed the small commander beside him. You take people to block, I'll go to the back to command the overall situation. After speaking, the Great Commander ran toward the rear. The small commander was dumbfounded. This wasn't the script they agreed on. Looking at the terrifying Yenling army, even though he knew they were fake, he still felt fear rising in his heart. Damn it! How are you the Great Commander? You have no responsibility at all, you get scared and push others forward while hiding in the back. What a cowardly official. But there was nothing to be done, rank and power speak louder. The small commander could only brace himself and lead the men to block. He shouted loudly, brothers, don't be afraid, don't kill anyone, just make a few contact hits and we'll withdraw. Since the Mi family's caravan was in the middle of the army's rear, the small commander had nothing to worry about and shouted loudly. Looking at the fake Yenling army approaching, the small commander had an uneasy feeling in his heart. Didn't the Empress say she only made 8,000 sets of Yenling silver armor? Why, when I look out, the number of heads is so many that I can't even count them clearly? Damn, isn't it more than 8,000? Did the Empress lie to us, saying there's candy? Forget it. Brothers, follow me and kill. Intercept the Yenling army. Immediately, over 10,000 Wei soldiers shouted loudly, intercept the Yenling army. This voice spread from the front of the army to the middle and rear, echoing through the Wei army until the Mi family heard it clearly. Mirin felt speechless in his heart, but his face showed anger and urgency. Seeing the general riding towards him, Mi Ren quickly shouted, "General, the Yanling army is blocking the road, can they protect the Mi family?" The general confidently replied, "Don't worry. Although the Yanling army is strong, we are not weak either. At least we can ensure the safety of the Mi family's convoy." Mi Ren immediately pretended to be anxious and said, "What about the wealth of my Mi family?" The general looked guilty and cupped his hands towards Mi Ren. "We will do our best to protect the Mi family's wealth, but the enemy is too fierce, some losses are inevitable. Please forgive me, young master Mi." Hearing this, Mi Ren sat down on the carriage with no color in his face, muttering, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" The steward, Wang, was shocked. The young master's acting skills, truly extraordinary. At the front of the army, the junior commander had already engaged with the Yanling army. But as soon as they clashed, his eyes widened, and these Yanling soldiers killed hundreds of Wei soldiers with a single blow. Hold back? The junior commander couldn't see any sign of holding back. So he shouted loudly, "Are you crazy? We're allies." The deputy commander of the Yanling army looked at the shouting person and immediately charged forward with a long knife, shouting, "Allies? Who the hell are allies with you?" As his words fell, the long knife gleamed with a bloodthirsty cold light. The junior commander struggled to block the strike, feeling his palms split open, his whole body shaking with the impact. This was the power of a master. He gasped for breath and looked at the deputy commander of the Yanling army in disbelief, his face full of shock. "No? You're really the Yanling army? How could it really be the Yanling army?" The junior commander's pupils were filled with terror and disbelief. Could this be a play between the Empress and King Su, aimed at eliminating their 100,000 soldiers? This is too ridiculous. Forget it, there's no time to think about this now. I hope in the next life I'll be born into a good family, and not as a commoner. It's so hard to stand out. At that moment, the deputy commander of the Yanling army struck with a powerful blow, and the junior commander was decapitated. Planning ahead and being unprepared really works wonders. A single charge devours over 10,000 soldiers. The deputy commander looked around, seeing the bodies of Wei soldiers everywhere, as many of them fled in the direction of the rear. Kill Mi family's convoy. At this moment, Zhuge Luyun, leading 10,000 Yanling soldiers, broke through Wei's 100,000 soldiers, protecting the Mi family tightly. Commoner Mi Ren meets General Zhuge. Mi Ren respectfully cupped his hands and saluted. He had long heard of the legendary general who could make thousands of troops avoid the White Path. He never expected to be protected by such a person one day. It truly felt like a dream, overflowing with a sense of security. "General?" Zhuge Luyun waved his hand, lifting Mi Ren. "I'm the strategist of the Yanling army. Your Mi family has made a great contribution, from now on we are brothers. No need to be so polite." Mi Ren trembled all over and said excitedly, "Ren, I've just done what I should do, given my modest effort, how could I compare with?" "Stop it." Zhuge Luyun interrupted directly, "You don't even know what you've done. I hate it when people act humble in front of me. We're all men. Show some pride." Cough cough, Mi Ren was shocked by these words. The people of the Yanling army truly have a unique character. This way of educating people, Mi Ren, likes it. It's just okay. This time, I emptied the national treasury of Dalian, but in a few years, my Mi family will become the wealthiest family in all the 100 nations. I'll let you bathe in piles of gold, military strategist. Mi Ren's gaze was proud, as if he looked down on everything and said, "By then, I'll make a statue of you out of pure gold, and people will worship you." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Luyun was clearly stunned. What a kid, if you weren't trying to be humble, you really are pretending. The conversation split in two. The Grand Commander, looking at the valiant Yanling army, cursed the female emperor fiercely in his heart. "Is this the fake Yanling army you were talking about? Damn it! They are truly rushing to their death. Retreat! Stop holding on to the money, throw it all away and follow me to break out." The Grand Commander roared, pulling his warhorse and charging toward the mountain. This was the only way to survive. The front was blocked by the Yanling army. Climbing up the slopes on both sides was too slow, those who tried were shot into a sieve. With the Grand Commander's roar, the Wei army followed him closely. In the distance, Mi Ren curiously asked, "Military strategist, aren't we going to chase them?" Zhuge Luyun laughed heartily, patting Mi Ren's shoulder. "Don't worry, how could we let so many people escape? There's a surprise waiting for them ahead. Come, I'll take you to meet King Su." Mi Ren suddenly trembled with excitement. Meeting King Su, this was so thrilling. At this moment, Subai also did not continue charging forward, allowing his deputy to surround and trap the Wei army with over 100,000 men, encircling them from both the front and back. Such a scene, the Wei army had already collapsed into chaos. No need to act personally. Mi Ren. Good boy, this time you've really helped me vent my anger. Subai looked at Zhuge Luyun leading Mi Ren over and immediately said happily. He didn't expect that the young man who secretly gave him millions of taels of gold back in Angua would be so capable. Although the plan was his. But to carry it out so perfectly was indeed not easy. Mi Ren quickly smiled, originally wanting to be humble, but then he remembered what Zhuge Luyun had taught him, to have the arrogance of a young man. So Mi Ren awkwardly chuckled twice, this is nothing. A small Dalian, it's no trouble at all. Immediately. Zhuge Luyun was stunned. Subai's face stiffened, looking at Mi Ren in surprise. He thought to himself, are young people nowadays all this brave? All this arrogant? All this reckless? Seeing the situation was not right, Zhuge Luyun quietly stepped back. He shielded Mi Ren with his body. Subai walked closer, patted Mi Ren's shoulder, bang. Bang. Good boy, having arrogance is good for a young man, but there needs to be a limit. Your companion is just too arrogant. I'll have him removed as a general, let him be a strategist for a while and cool off. Subai pointed to Zhuge Luyun. Zhuge Luyun awkwardly chuckled twice, blinking at Subai like crazy, his meaning couldn't be clearer, leave me some face. Mi Ren, feeling the sharp pain in his shoulder, immediately came to his senses. Standing in front of him was none other than the most versatile general in the 100 nations, a strategist with intelligence bordering on the supernatural, a scholar of court politics, and the patron saint of merchants, known to poor scholars as Su Zi. King Su. In the face of such a presence, wasn't his arrogance a little too foolish? At that moment, Mi Ren broke into a cold sweat. This commoner was rude just now. Please forgive me, King Su. I wasn't like this before. I will be humble from now on, I will carve humility into my heart, or I can carve it on my back too. Mi Ren quickly cupped his hands and said, his attitude extremely respectful. All right. Subai smiled warmly, you don't need to feel so pressured. Look at the person behind you, he doesn't even know how to write the word pressure. The wealth earned here is from your capital, my plan, let's divide it 50-50 as I mentioned in my letter. Zhuge Luyun widened his eyes, 50-50? This is great. I thought King Su would wave his hand and take nothing. Even half of it is an astronomical figure. Mi Ren, however, refused to accept it, his face instantly turning red. No, that's not possible. Zhuge Luyun's expression immediately showed confusion. Could it be that this kid is really so unreasonable? But then Mi Ren continued, my Mi family only needs to take back the principal, it is an honor for my Mi family to serve King Su. Zhuge Luyun looked at him in astonishment. What a kid, such boldness. Subai furrowed his brows tightly, what do you mean by this? Aren't you putting me on the hot seat? How will the merchants of the world view me? King Su misunderstands. Mi Ren cupped his hands and said, this is not only the will of the Mi family but also the will of the Empress of an country. The Mi family has already gained a lot from this trip. First, we gained the reputation of being famous throughout the world, using a merchant family to extract the wealth of a nation's capital. Second, we gained the attention of Her Majesty the Empress. Before we left, I received a secret letter saying that if this mission helped King Su, the Mi family would be named the only official merchant in an country. As for the third point, I have learned a lot from King Su's strategy. After experiencing great winds and waves in Daliang City, I have also transformed a lot. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. King Su has already helped me a lot. So, please do not refuse, and consider this as my tuition for learning from King Su. If King Su doesn't mind, may I respectfully call you teacher? Zhuge Luyun was completely stunned. At first, he thought this kid was unreasonable, but now he realized, this kid is too reasonable. He wants to climb the ranks with King Su? The ability to climb the ladder is definitely at an elite level. Subai looked seriously into Mi Ren's eyes. There wasn't the slightest bit of hypocrisy in his gaze. Mi Ren may be young, but his potential is very high. And this time, just with one letter from him, the Mi family was willing to bet all their wealth. It would be a lie to say that Subai wasn't moved. You can be my student. Subai said with a serious face, but I must tell you, I once took in a martial arts disciple, but he ended up becoming Wei Yenshua's dog and I personally killed him. The purple golden long sword on my back is his legacy. I hope that between us, nothing like this happens. Zhuge Luyun was dumbfounded. Did he really take him in? This Mi Ren kid is really making a huge profit in Wei country. Mi Ren was extremely excited, and immediately fell to his knees on the ground, bowing 3 times to Subai, teacher, please accept my bow. Subai supported Mi Ren to his feet with both hands. You go back and take the Mi family to an country. There's a big battle to be fought in the Finghua mountain range. Once I finish dealing with Wei country's matters, I will teach you the knowledge of business. Also, please send my regards to Wu Zhao. I owe her a favor this time. Mi Ren looked confused. Didn't they already finish off the 100,000 Wei troops? Why is there still a big battle? But since the teacher doesn't want to elaborate, he couldn't ask further. Respectfully cupping his hands to Subai, Mi Ren said, I understand, I wish teacher a great victory and to create another legendary feat. As soon as the words were spoken, Mi Ren quickly and decisively led the Mi family caravan away, only taking the initial principal from the Mi family and not a single extra coin. Zhuge Liuyun cupped his hands to Subai, King Su, where should we temporarily store this wealth? Just leave it on the mountain. Subai said something shocking, and it must be in the most conspicuous spot. Zhuge Liuyun showed a look of great shock, he had already been shocked 800 times today. Copper coins left on the mountain? What is he trying to do? Is he trying to lure someone? Wait a minute, Zhuge Liuyun thought he understood why King Su would do this, but at the same time, his heart rumbled with thunder. Isn't this a bit too much? If the situation changes, and a fire doesn't burn 100,000 soldiers, the wealth in hand will be lost for nothing. This is the entire wealth of the Liang dynasty. King Su. I truly admire you, I've never seen any general in history fish with such a big bait. Zhuge Liuyun sincerely sighed, you are really putting in the effort. Subai smiled faintly, with enough bait, I can hold the steps of 1,000,000 soldiers. Only then can the feigned retreating army minimize the losses, so they won't be caught off guard. On the other side, the great commander of the Wei army, leading 30,000 defeated soldiers, was scrambling down the mountain in a disordered retreat. He threw away his helmet and armor, discarded gold and silver. He even wished he could strip off his clothes, cursing his parents for not giving him 4 legs, so he could run faster. Behind them, the deputy commander of the Yanling army led over 100,000 soldiers, relentlessly chasing them. The great commander's face darkened with malice. Originally, he had been riding a war horse, but the horse ran too fast and broke its leg, rolling down the mountain. In despair, he had to run on foot. Those who don't want to die, run faster. The great commander shouted angrily, they say King Su is wise and brave. If I were King Su, I would have set an ambush at the foot of the mountain in advance and wiped us all out. But the foot of the mountain is empty. This clearly shows that King Su is just a nameseeker, there is nothing to fear. The soldiers beside him looked nervous, but they all responded with yes. As they mocked King Su's stupidity, countless arrows shot down from the peaks on both sides, and from both sides of the mountain's foot, tens of thousands of Yanling soldiers swaggered out. The leader of them was none other than Xiahou Yuanming. Damn it, I was planning to leave a gap for them to escape, but they dared to say King Su was stupid. Block the entire mountain path for me. Xiahou Yuanming's face was filled with anger, not a single one can escape. Especially that leader, give him 1,000 cuts. In an instant, the Yanling army spread out to both sides, completely blocking the wide and narrow paths down the mountain. The great commander was stunned. Sharp arrows kept raining down from the sky, and behind them, more than 100,000 fierce enemies were in hot pursuit. In front, there were even wild tigers blocking the way. It was a definite death trap. There was absolutely no chance of survival. Despair immediately swept over him. He held his head in his hands and shouted angrily and unwillingly, Heaven wants to destroy me. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled a blood-stained arrow from one of his soldiers and decisively thrust it into his own throat. He died instantly. He was unwilling to endure the pain of 1,000 cuts. Seeing the death of the great commander, the Wei soldiers no longer had the will to resist and kneel down, surrendering. Now, it was Xiahou Yuanming's turn to be troubled. What to do with these surrendered Wei soldiers, should they be killed or not? It's been a long-standing tradition in the army, soldiers who surrender are not killed. But should they be kept around for the new year? Later, there's still the battle with a 1,000,000-strong army. Keeping these men really is a hindrance. Xiahou Yuanming's deputy sensed his hesitation. With a carefree laugh, he said, General, there's no need to hesitate. These people, Bai Qi, will kill. Surrender? My grandfather is blind, can't see. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Qi rode forward alone, like the god of death, crazily reaping the lives of the Wei soldiers. Xiahou Yuanming's eyes narrowed. That damn kid, did I say I wouldn't kill surrendered soldiers? Do you need to take the blame for me? The Yanling army already had a reputation for bloodshed, why would they care about what others think? Moreover, besides the Yanling army, who else knew these Wei soldiers had surrendered? Brothers, Bai Qi's killing spree, are you all enjoying it? Not enjoying. Not enjoying. The Yanling army behind Xiahou Yuanming shouted in unison. Xiahou Yuanming raised his long knife and shouted loudly, kill them all. Immediately, tens of thousands of Yanling soldiers charged up the mountain. The Yanling soldiers rushing down the mountain didn't stop either. Surrender? They didn't see it. They attacked from both sides. The Wei soldiers saw no hope of survival, so they chose to fight to the death with the Yanling army, hoping to at least pull someone down with them. At this moment, Su Bai and Zhuge Liuyan looked down at this scene. King Su, General Xiahou must have a reason for his actions, Zhuge Liuyan said, explaining for Xiahou Yuanming. Su Bai smiled lightly, it doesn't matter. As his words fell, Su Bai decisively took the long sword off his back. Zhuge Liuyan immediately understood Su Bai's intention and quickly drew his own long sword. The two of them, along with the Yanling army from the mountain, charged down the mountain. General Xiahou Yuanming must have his reasons for wanting to wipe them out completely. As brothers, our duty is to help with the killing. Lay out. Lead the troops into the trap. On the other side. Inside the golden and silver chariot. Wei Yenyue pulled open the curtain and spoke to Gongdong Qing, tell the entire army to move faster. If the Yanling army returns to the city, it will be hard for us to attack. Yes. Gongdong Qing said respectfully. On the table in front of Wei Yenyue was a map, with the position of the Finghua Mountains clearly marked, with terrain and water flow noted in detail. We suffered a loss last time at Gushan. It was because we dragged it on too long, allowing Su Bai to use the power of the flood to defeat the Filong army. Wei Yenyue murmured, this time, we must end the battle quickly. We can't give Su Bai any chance to set up a counterattack. Su Bai. How wonderful it would be if Su Bai died. Thinking of this, Wei Yenyue thought of the leader of the Fushan sect. He had been hiding for so long but still refused to take action. Is this really one of the top assassins in the world? I see him as nothing but a rat. If I hadn't witnessed the power of Yin-Ho, the leader of the Fushan sect might have had a chance to kill Su Bai. Otherwise, I would have already given up hope. Yin-Ho, come to me. A strange talisman appeared out of nowhere, and Yin-Ho appeared, bowing slightly to Wei Yenyue. Your Majesty, what do you need me for? Wei Yenyue said coldly, I want Su Bai dead. Yin-Ho understood, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he said in a low voice, Your Majesty, don't worry. This time, I will make my father take action. If he still refuses to act, I will sever all ties with him. Yin-Ho spoke ruthlessly, and in his heart, he truly felt the same. That old man. He kept saying he would find an opportunity to strike but never acted, causing me to be unable to get my beloved woman. She is a ruler of a country. Such a noble identity, such a perfect figure. Day and night, I am drooling over her. Old man, you better hurry up. Anyway, you're already old. If you die, you die. As long as Su Bai dies, your son will be happy. Wei Yenyue nodded coldly, go and tell the experts from all walks of life that in this battle, no matter how cruel or vicious their methods are, as long as they can kill more Yanling army soldiers, it will be a great merit. If anyone kills Su Bai, I will make them a king. Yin-Ho trembled and answered softly, yes. These words were a hint to him, if Fushan sect couldn't kill Su Bai and someone else did, the previous agreement would naturally be voided. Yin-Ho's expression darkened as he withdrew. He wrote a direct letter to the leader of the Fushan sect, urging him to take action and kill Su Bai as soon as possible. No more holding back. At the front of the million-strong army, a general in golden armor rode at the forefront, with Gongdong Qing, who had caught up, beside him. General Song, His Majesty has issued an order for the entire army to move faster. We cannot let the Yanling army escape. Faster? Song Ren's head furrowed in confusion, this is already a forced march. Gongdong Qing, seeing Song Ren's doubt, said coldly, this is His Majesty's command. Does General Song not wish to obey? Song Ren glanced at Gongdong Chang with displeasure but replied, I dare not. He then shouted loudly, pass it down. Increase the marching speed by another 10%. Gongdong Chang left with satisfaction. Song Ren spat, damn. Still want us to go faster. Does he really think everyone is sitting in a chariot? Most of the million soldiers are relying on their two legs to march. If this continues, by the time we reach the Finghua Mountains, everyone will be exhausted. Then what's the point of fighting? A nearby trusted deputy quickly said, General, be careful with your words. Watch out for the death penalty. Song Ren finally closed his mouth. It was not easy to endure until he became the supreme commander, finally causing Cheng Feilong's death. Unexpectedly, the first time leading an army into battle was a personal royal expedition. As everyone knows, in Wei Kingdom, a royal expedition either boasts about great achievements, seeking personal glory, or it is used to wipe out mountain bandits and count them as soldiers, or it ends in a crushing defeat, but they insist there was no loss. This is a well-known secret among the generals of Wei Kingdom. The female emperor's military campaigns are a pile of dog waste, yet she still loves to lead royal expeditions. Years ago, when King Su was still the guardian of the nation, it was understandable. Other countries wouldn't dare go too far, because once they did, they might face the possibility of being slaughtered by the Yanling army. But now, King Su has turned into an opponent. The female emperor still insists on leading a royal expedition, making up for the gap in strategy with the lives of soldiers. Sigh. I can only hope that the battle at the Fire Mountain range goes smoothly, and the Emperor doesn't make any foolish decisions. As long as we retrieve the Mi family's wealth, Wei Kingdom will still be a powerful nation. Fire Mountain Range. The rivers ran with blood, and mountains of corpses were everywhere. 100,000 Wei soldiers lay here, never to wake again. Everyone rest well, there is still a big battle ahead. Su Bai said to the soldiers in a casual tone, the whole army resting in place. Given the distance to Dalian, plus the time lost due to Wei Yenshua's self-penned decree of guilt, they could rest for at least 3 more hours. Xiahou Yuanming sat down on the ground without any formality, pulling Zhuge Luyun and Bai Qi, along with other deputy generals, to sit down as well. Su Bai didn't mind and sat down as well, taking out the map of the Fire Mountain range from his chest. He spread it out in front of everyone. This is the Fire Mountain range, the million-strong army should be here. Su Bai pointed to a location on the northern part of the Fire Mountain range. We should start planning the next phase of the strategy. Su Bai looked at the generals. In this battle, feigned defeat is key. Only by luring the million-strong army to the mountain can we set them on fire and burn them clean. But there's a problem, we used feigned defeat once at Gushan. If Wei Yanshue doesn't fall for it this time, then we'll have to face them head-on. Many generals frowned. This was indeed a problem. Who in the world didn't know about the bravery of the Yanling army? How could they possibly retreat in panic after just a few exchanges? Anyone with a sharp eye would see it as a trick. So, the Mi family's wealth comes into play at this moment. Zhuge Luyun said, but soon his brows furrowed, but, with so much wealth just piled on the mountain and not moving, doesn't that seem too suspicious? Everyone nodded, and Xiahou Yuanming said, we could pretend to be transporting the wealth down the mountain from the north, and when we meet the million-strong army, it will clear up any doubts. Indeed, according to the fastest route back to Lianzhou, we should have been descending from the north. Deputy General Bai Qi nodded in agreement. Su Bai smiled with satisfaction. This is perfect. This way, we won't need to feign defeat. We'll just protect the wealth up the mountain and descend from the south. The suspicion will be much less. Now, we need a general to lead 50,000 men, to hide at the foot of the Fire Mountain range, waiting for the million-strong Wei army to climb the mountain, then circle around behind them and launch fire arrows. And the army that is luring the enemy, once the million-strong Wei army is on the mountain, will abandon all the wealth, retreat lightly, and block them at the largest gentle slope of the Fire Mountain range. Behind the gentle slope, we need to prepare a firebreak in advance so the fire won't reach us. At that time, we will attack with ease, striking the exhausted and wounded. Victory is certain. Su Bai's face showed confidence, as he waved his hand over the generals in front of him. Which general is willing to hide at the foot of the mountain? Immediately, the generals fell silent. The one hiding wouldn't be involved in the direct battle, only launching fire arrows from behind, which didn't seem very exciting. In the Yanling army, who wasn't a born killer? So, this easy task was not something anyone wanted to take. Quang Long, you go. Su Bai said with a smile. You have fought hard all the way, so let this battle be your fire. Everyone turned their eyes to Zhang Quanlong, all nodding in satisfaction. Yes, it must be you, Quanlong. Exactly. You've worked hard, Quanlong, go take a good rest down the mountain. Don't worry, your brothers will fight back for you. Zhang Quanlong stared in shock at his good brothers. Really? Am I just being abandoned like this? 75, shock. Is the female emperor a genius? 3 hours later. Zhang Quanlong's face was full of displeasure as he led 50,000 Yanling troops down the mountain. He knew his brothers meant well, but how could a master like him not fight head-on? He even thought about having Sitaho hide with his men, then going back himself. But just thinking of what would happen if Sitaho messed up. The consequences would be unimaginable. Sigh. Life is tough. Brother Long, we can also fight head-on. Sitaho looked at Zhang Quanlong's grim face. Once we shoot the fire arrows, it's not our business anymore, we can simply go around and do it. Though we might not get the meat, at least we can have a sip of the soup. Zhang Quanlong's interest was instantly sparked, and he slapped Sitaho on the head with his big hand. I didn't expect your big head to be quite useful. Sitaho immediately saw stars, looking utterly speechless. Just then, a messenger rushed up from behind. He stood before Zhang Quanlong and said, General Zhang, there is a secret letter from King Su. Instantly, Zhang Quanlong's eyes lit up. King Su? Secret letter? I knew my mission wouldn't be so simple. How could King Su let a capable general like me just burn a fire? There must be something extremely important to convey. So, Zhang Quanlong received the secret letter with both hands and said to the messenger, thank you. The messenger clasped his fists and turned to leave. Zhang Quanlong opened the secret letter, and soon his eyes widened, as if he had seen something unbelievable and shocking. Sitaho, seeing Zhang Quanlong's expression, felt extremely itchy with curiosity. But it was King Su's secret letter, he couldn't lean over to sneak a look. Brother Long, what's the matter? Situho whispered, his face full of intense curiosity. A great opportunity. Zhang Quanglong laughed loudly, attracting the attention of the surrounding Yanling troops. After we finish the fire, instead of going back, we will directly send troops, trampling on Daliang. We will raid the female emperor's hometown. If Wei Yanchu survives by chance, let her be like a homeless dog, with no home to return to. As soon as these words came out, Situho and the Yanling troops behind him were all invigorated. Damn it! We have made it. This time, it is indeed a big job. If we conquer Daliang, it will also be a huge merit. Situho stood by grinning nonstop. Brother Long, this is too exhilarating. When we conquer Daliang, I will be the first to rush in and loot the Ma family. To hell with the 4 generations of 3 nobility, to hell with the 1,000-year-old family, we might as well destroy them. In the golden and silver carriage, Wei Yanchu looked out the window at the continuous mountains ahead. Eunuch Qing, where are we now? Back to the Empress. In half an hour, we will reach the foot of the Beacon Fire Mountain range. Very good. Wei Yanchu smiled slightly, feeling a bit tired after such a long journey. They were finally arriving. Soon. I will soon see Su Bai's shocked face. But what if Su Bai has already led the Yanling troops away? My scouts went out 20 miles and found no news of the Yanling troops coming down the mountain. It shouldn't be possible to be so fast. The army escorting the Mi family has a full 100,000, and the Yanling troops definitely cannot have wiped them out so quickly, so Su Bai must still be above the Beacon Fire Mountain range. Su Bai. I will soon meet you. This time, I will make you suffer 1,000 knives, so you will wish for life but can't have it. Your Majesty, General Song requests an audience. Eunuch Qing called from outside the golden and silver carriage. Wei Yanchu frowned tightly. At this time, why does Commander Song, as the leader of the army, still have time to come see me? What is it? Speak directly. Wei Yanchu said coldly. Eunuch Qing made a gesture of invitation outside the golden silver car, and Song Renth nodded gloomily. Your Majesty, the main army has been marching quickly all the way. I suggest we rest before getting closer to the Beacon Fire Mountain range, Song Renth respectfully said, a hint of urgency in his tone. The Wei army outside was already exhausted and gasping for breath. In such a condition, engaging in battle is no different from sending people to their deaths. That is why he mustered the courage to come and request the Empress to give the army time to rest. He knew this might anger her, but as the commander, he did not want to return after a crushing defeat in the first battle. I earnestly ask your Majesty to allow it. Seeing that Wei Yanchu remained silent, Song Renth pleaded once again. This behavior made Eunuch Qing look at him with new eyes. Truly, he was not afraid of death. Did he not see that the Empress was already silent? Clearly, she did not want to yield. How dare he ask again, truly thinking that the Empress issuing a self-punishment edict made her a wise ruler? Does he not use his brain? If the Empress is angered, what good will come of it? Indeed. Just as Eunuch Qing was secretly cursing in his heart, Wei Yanchu indeed spoke in anger. Are you teaching me how to march and fight? Do I need you to teach me? Do I not know that the soldiers are tired? But this is an opportunity. A chance to strike unexpectedly. In war, one must be cunning. Do you think that because I appointed you as the Grand Marshal of the army, you know more about marching and fighting than I do? As a soldier, do you think that a forced march of nearly 100 miles will cause them to lose their fighting capability? You useless thing, you are far inferior to Chung Filon. Get to the front. If we lose this battle, I will hold you accountable. Every word cut deep, like a sharp knife, in Song Renth's heart. It was not just one stab, but a total of 9. Eunuch Qing outside revealed a knowing expression, then shook his head disdainfully. Song Renth felt all his strength drain away. The Emperor's distrust truly was a dead end for the commander of the 3 armies. I understand. I take my leave. Song Renth said gloomily, and after finishing, he rode his horse towards the front of the army. Along the way, he saw more and more soldiers falling behind, but the mounted captains used whips to pull them back, shouting, "Keep up! Even if you die from exhaustion, keep up! If you fall behind and the Empress sees, your whole clan will perish. We will cut you down as a deserter." The corner of Song Renth's mouth twitched, barely managing to ignore it. The Empress was truly a genius at leading troops. Now, he can only hope that the 100,000 soldiers had not all been consumed by the Yanling army. In that case, the Yanling army was also in a state of fatigue. Fighting a weary army against another weary army offered enough chances of victory. When Song Renth reached the front of the army once more, the deputy commander asked eagerly, "General, did the Empress agree to let the army rest?" Song Renth, with a dark face, cursed, "Agree to what?" The Empress said, "I do not know how to fight. This time we must achieve an unexpected victory and catch King Su off guard." Upon hearing this, the deputy commander was stunned, blankly asking, huh? Songrenth gave a cold snort, taking out binoculars to look towards the Beacon Fire Mountain range ahead. Not looking was fine, but when he did, it startled him. Good heavens, could it be that the Empress really is a genius? The deputy commander was also dumbfounded, quickly taking out binoculars to look into the distance. Soon, he showed a shocked expression, murmuring, "The Yenling army is just coming down the mountain. This means their state is not good either, and we caught them off guard." Songrenth was excited. It turned out that the fool really was himself. The Empress was the true master of marching in battle. If it weren't for this hurried march, they would have indeed missed the Yenling army. Send the order to the 3 armies. Increase speed, we are about to face the supposedly invincible Yenling army head-on. The million-strong Wei army is almost at the Finghua mountain range. This shocked Su Bai a little. He didn't expect Wei Yanxue's speed to be this fast. Reaching the Finghua mountain range at this point meant she must have started issuing her self-reproach edict very early. Otherwise, it would be impossible to march so relentlessly without a single break, right? A person couldn't be that foolish. When the time comes, let the carriages carrying the money and valuables head up the mountain first. We'll charge in first to prevent Wei's army from shooting arrows at us. Su Bai gave orders beside him. All the generals replied in unison, yes. They were already ready to fight. Not to hide from the king of Su, I've been itching to fight for a while. Let me take care of Zhang Quanlong. Bullshit. Do you really think you can kill more than I can? You should just go wash up and go to bed, stop daydreaming. Alright, stop talking. Do you two think you can compare with me? Good one. I thought you'd advise peace, but you're actually the fiercest one. The generals burst out laughing. There was no sense of tension from the upcoming battle against a million-strong army. This attitude of looking down upon the world was cultivated through countless victories. No choice, there's no army in the world that can match the Yenling army. They're here. Su Bai waved his hand. All the carriages, retreat to the back. Move quickly, act a little more chaotic. A well-executed battle will earn each of you an extra chicken leg for dinner. As soon as this was said, the generals laughed out loud. But they followed orders. Fast, the carriages quickly turned and rushed towards the mountain, many of Yenling army's faces showing a hint of panic. Left behind were all the top-tier warriors of Yenling army. In the martial world, second-tier experts were considered extraordinary characters, with thousands of martial practitioners only producing 1 or 2. But in Yenling army, there were countless second-tier experts. Just standing here, there were over 3,000 of them. 3,000 stopping a million, brothers, are you afraid? Shouted Xia Hoyuanming loudly. Not afraid. Not afraid. The Yenling army quickly responded, their voices overwhelming, not a hint of fear in their words. What use is there in having a large number? They are just a bunch of disorganized rabble. Not afraid? You still need to be afraid. When I shout to run, no one is allowed to fight. You all better pretend to be scared, understood? Xia Hoyuanming shouted again. This line made many of the Yenling army laugh. But as the general ordered, they laughed but still gave their responses. Understood. Don't worry, General. Got it. I'll definitely pretend to be cowardly. You don't need to pretend too much, just act like you're afraid of your wife at home. Go to hell. As they spoke, the mood suddenly shifted. Xia Hoyuanming didn't mind. A man afraid of his wife was a good thing, it meant he wasn't just a coward in the home, but had responsibility. A few words later, the morale of the Yenling army soared. The 3,000 men stood on the hillside, waiting for the brutal assault of a million-strong army. This battle would surely shock the 100 countries once again. Below the Finghua mountain range. Inside the golden and silver carriage, Wei Yanxue stood up and stepped out. Upon hearing from Gong Gong that Yenling army had been spotted ahead on the mountain, she was not surprised. The benefits of a forced march were now showing. Humph. Giving Songren the title of Grand Marshal of the army was truly a mistake on my part. His military strategies were so poor. If it weren't for my strength, we would have really let this duck fly away. It still had to be me leading the charge, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Wei Yanxue smiled proudly, seeing her plan coming to fruition, the march speed perfectly timed to clash with the retreat of Yenling army. Such a clever move. She couldn't help but praise herself in her heart. Wei Yanxue took out a telescope and saw the Yenling army on the hillside. The leader was the one she had been dreaming of eradicating. Su Bai. It's been a long time. Wei Yanxue gritted her teeth, you have ruined our prosperous Wei kingdom like this. I want to make sure you die a miserable death. The talisman glowed, and the Yin Marquis appeared. With a smile, he spoke to Wei Yanxue. Your Majesty, I have already written to the master of the Talisman Mountain. This time, he will definitely make a move to kill Su Bai. Please, Your Majesty, send more experts to exhaust Su Bai's strength. Wei Yanxue nodded in satisfaction. That's excellent. After being a coward for so long, it's time to strike Su Bai a fatal blow. The 3 teachings and 9 streams? Aren't they so full of themselves? Let them go and die. If anyone succeeds in killing Su Bai, that would be even better. After saying this, Wei Yanxue glanced at Grand Eunuch Qing. Grand Eunuch Qing immediately received his order and left, heading to the 3 teachings and 9 streams specialized team to issue the command. Wei Yanxue reached up and touched his right cheek, where a fierce scar was, fortunately covered by rouge. This scar was given to me by Su Bai. This time, I will personally return the favor to Su Bai. Of course, I'll wait for Su Bai to die before I whip his corpse. As long as Su Bai is alive, I dare not come close to him. The Yanling army, retreat further up the mountain, issue the order to speed up the march. Charge forward for me. Kill one of the Yanling army and reward them with 10 gold. Immediately, an expert from the inner palace rode out in front of the army and ordered Song Run-Tu to speed up again. Ha! Wei Yanxue showed a look of confusion, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Why has the Yanling army only left 3,000 behind, and Su Bai himself is personally behind them? Ha ha ha, great! I love commanders who care for their soldiers like this, willing to stay behind themselves instead of living cowardly. Su Bai, 3,000 versus 1,000,000, what can you use to fight against me? This time, I will grind your bones to dust. Wei Yanxue laughed loudly, with an extremely confident expression. After all, anyone holding 1,000,000 troops would be confident beyond measure. But soon, her brow furrowed again. The people beside Su Bai, she found them quite familiar. After all, they had also fought for the Great Way for many years. Xiahou Yuanming, Zhuge Luyun, Bai Qi, they are all great experts. Could it be that these 3,000 are all elite troops of the Yanling army? Wait. Stop. Wei Yanxue shouted at the gold and silver carriage, don't advance any further, and leave 100,000 soldiers to protect the gold and silver carriage. I will command the whole battle from here. Yes, the inner palace expert respectfully replied, directly halting 100,000 soldiers. The vice general in charge of these 100,000 soldiers looked dumbfounded. Now, we're just observers? The emperor said to command the battle from here, but how can she command from so far away? The vice general couldn't figure it out. The supreme commander whispered in his ear, General, you know this place is not suitable for commanding, so it's clear why we've stopped here. Moreover, we must guard it with 100,000 soldiers. The emperor is afraid that King Su might come and execute a beheading action directly. On the Finghua mountain range, King Su, Wei Yanxue has gathered 100,000 soldiers, and they are stopping at the foot of the mountain without coming up. This will seriously affect our plan. Xiahou Yuanming said with a nervous expression. With these 100,000 soldiers there, Zhang Quanglong could not make a move. Once he shows himself and fires arrows, they could be surrounded and ambushed. The faces of the soldiers were all grim. Did Wei Yanxue figure something out? What could she figure out? She's just afraid that we'll chop her head off, so she doesn't dare to come up. The soldiers all said, showing disdain for Wei Yanxue. But because of her cowardice, Su Bai's original plan was disrupted. Su Bai was now thinking rapidly, wondering how he could lure Wei Yanxue up the mountain. Could just pretending to lose really work? For such a cowardly person, it seems I'll have to raise the stakes. It's fine. Su Bai said calmly, what Wei Yanxue is afraid of is nothing but me taking her head amidst 1,000,000 troops. Since that's the case, I'll just get injured. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was instantly shocked. Xiahou Yuanming hurriedly said, how can you do that? The 3 teachings and 9 streams methods are numerous. If not controlled well, it could be dangerous to your life. The others also shook their heads repeatedly. King Su, why go this far? Our Yanling army is unrivaled in combat. It's just 1,000,000 Wei soldiers. If we clash head-on, who knows who will win? We are all willing to fight to the death. We are all willing to fight to the death. We are all willing to fight to the death. All the soldiers half knelt on the ground, shouting loudly. Su Bai looked at everyone, his heart filled with emotions. 8 years in this world, 8 years of life and death. Though he had misjudged the empress, misjudged many people, the brothers in the Yanling army were truly the right ones. With brothers like this, there were no regrets in this life. Stand up. Su Bai said sternly, I said injured, not gravely wounded. Besides, those lowlifes may have some despicable tricks, but who am I? Among all the great generals of the 100 nations, is there a single one who can match me? Some rats from the gutter dare to think they can take my life? Ridiculous. Su Bai grabbed Xiahou Yuanming and pulled him up, then walked over to Zhuge Luyun and pulled him up as well. What, you all need me to pull you up? The generals exchanged glances and finally stood up. Now that's more like it. Subai scolded with a laugh, later, watch yourselves. Don't get so carried away killing that you charge down the mountain. If that happens, don't blame me for ordering a retreat without waiting for you. Understood. The generals cupped their hands in unison. King Su, should we send someone to inform Quanglong, tell him not to act rashly and just hold position? Zhuge Luyun asked cautiously. Subai waved his hand, we're being watched closely. No one should go down the mountain. Zhang Quanglong has a bad temper, but he's not brainless. I trust he can stay patient. Prepare for battle. At the foot of the Beacon Fire Mountains, the Wei army had launched a fierce assault, 1,000,000 soldiers surging into the mountains like a flood. The clash of blades, spears, swords, and halberds rang out. The war cries shook the heavens. At the mountain's base, Zhang Quanglong led 50,000 Yenling troops, hiding in a hollow on the mountainside. Zhang Quanglong lay flat on the ground, his body concealed by wild grass. Through the gaps in the grass, he saw the 100,000-strong army standing still in the distance, guarding the gold and silver chariot. His heart suddenly trembled. He carefully shrank back. Brother Long, how is it? How many of the 1,000,000 Wei soldiers have gone up the mountain? Sito Ho asked with a grin. Setting fires was too easy, he felt no pressure at all. Troublesome. Zhang Quanlong's face was grim. There are still dense formations of troops on the ground, at least tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000. Sito Ho was shocked, his mouth gaping open. Zhang Quanglong continued, I saw the gold and silver chariot. It must be that Wei Yanxue is too afraid to go up the mountain and has stationed a large army below to protect herself. Damn it! Sito Ho cursed angrily. Now our plan is a mess. If we show ourselves and start shooting fire arrows up the mountain, we'll be surrounded and wiped out. Why don't we just go for the head? Kill Wei Yanxue, and the problem is solved. Zhang Quanglong had thought about this too, but a cowardly empress like her would surely have top experts guarding her. With only 50,000 Yenling soldiers, they might not succeed. Because once they charged at the empress, the Wei army on the mountain would surely rush back to her defense. If that happened, King Su would definitely lead his troops down to aid them. That would turn into 20,000 Yenling soldiers against 1,000,000 Wei troops. Regardless of victory or defeat, the losses would be astronomical. This was something Zhang Quanglong absolutely did not want to see. Wait a little longer. Zhang Quanglong said in a low voice, if necessary, I'll go alone for the assassination. You lead the 50,000 troops back to reunite with King Su. If I go alone, I won't alarm the Wei army on the mountain. Hearing this, Sito Ho shook his head wildly, no way, Brother Long. You can't just go off acting cool like that. We'll leave the 50,000 troops to someone else. We grew up together, my brother married your sister married my brother. We're not just sworn brothers, we're family. If we fight together. If we die together. Zhang Quanglong fiercely glared at Sito Ho, feeling moved but helpless, and said, fine, maybe King Su has a plan to lure Wei Yanxue up. We just need to set the fire. Outside the golden and silver carriage, Wei Yanxue sat on the golden stool, holding a telescope, observing the situation on the mountain. Aren't these people from the 3 teachings and 9 streams supposed to be impressive? How come none of them can even get close to Subai? Wei Yanxue frowned, her face full of displeasure. But this was also expected. Subai still looked like he was in peak condition. At this moment, Subai was absolutely fierce. I hope you can surprise me later. The sect leader of Fushan is the most famous assassin in Wei. We cannot afford to fail. Inho decisively appeared and also took out a telescope, pretending to observe the battle, but his gaze was fixed on the side of Wei Yanxue's face. In his heart, he muttered, Father, whether you live or die doesn't matter, but Subai must die by your hand. On the Finghua mountain range. At this moment, Subai and the group of Yenling army generals were like gods of slaughter in the world. Each one was terrifying beyond belief. What is the Sanhua sword sect? With your swordsmanship, you dare to call it a stunning sword? 1 slash and it's over. What is the 100 change puppet sect? A bunch of puppets holding broken swords dare to come? 1 slash and it's over. What is the 5 poison sect? A bunch of snake-raising freaks? 1 slash and it's over. Anyway, no matter who comes. They were all slashed with 1 stroke. Can't kill them with 1 stroke? Then slash again. Very few people could see the 3rd slash of these Yenling army generals, as most were killed with the 1st stroke. Subai was now extremely troubled. They're this weak? How am I supposed to pretend I'm severely injured? Do I have to fight for a few hours, then pretend to be injured when I run out of stamina? Subai suddenly noticed. In his peripheral vision, he saw a flash of cold light, and his body quickly retreated half a step, stabbing his sword into the ground while quickly tilting his head backward. A talisman paper grazed past Su Bai's nose. A few drops of blood splattered in the air, catching Su Bai's eye. That was close. But Su Bai's mouth curled into a smile. Finally, someone who can fight. Assassination. The Crow organization strikes. Another person from Fushan? Su Bai saw clearly that the sharp object was a talisman paper, as thin as a cicada's wing, with strange symbols engraved on it. This was a common assassination technique used by people from Fushan. An assassin? Interesting. The talisman paper appeared, but the person did not reveal themselves. Looking around, Su Bai couldn't see who had attacked. Looks like you're not the one by Wei Yanxue's side. You're stronger than him in the art of talismans. Su Bai said coldly, with no trace of fear in his voice. Fushan? A sect that once sealed its mountain because they feared the imperial court. No matter how skilled they are, they're not that impressive. Su Wang. Zhuge Luyun shouted loudly. He was closest to Su Bai, and upon feeling the chilling aura, he turned around, only to find someone attempting to assassinate Su Wang. No need to help me. Su Bai ordered, take care of your own enemies, and be careful of the assassins from Fushan. Zhuge Luyun stopped. After some thought, he returned to killing enemies, but his eyes would still occasionally glance toward Su Wang. Since he was pretending to lose, Su Wang would definitely be injured by this assassin's hand. After being injured, Zhuge Luyun would naturally be able to help. At the foot of the mountain. Outside the golden and silver carriage. Wei Yanxue also saw the sect leader of Fushan strike. Her palm clenched tightly into a fist, her heart full of anxiety. No fatal blow lost the assassin's opportunity. Yin Ho, do you think your father can succeed? At this moment, Yin Ho was even more nervous than Wei Yanxue. It was obvious that his father was too eager. He could have waited until the 3 teachings and 9 streams exhausted themselves before striking. In response to Wei Yanxue's question, Yin Ho firmly said, Your Majesty, don't worry. The assassins from Fushan have many methods. Although this strike didn't take Su Bai's life, it has already shaken him. Moreover, my father is more skilled than I am in talismans and can strike 3 times while remaining hidden. There are still 2 more chances to strike in secret. Yin Ho's words were cold, filled with anticipation, and Wei Yanxue nodded, her beautiful eyes fixed firmly on every movement of Su Bai. Muttering under his breath, die, die. On the mountain range. Su Bai was swinging his long blade, fighting fiercely against all kinds of people. The hidden assassin did not strike, and Su Bai could not pinpoint his location. Instead of waiting in vain, it was better to create an opportunity for the assassin to make a move. Su Bai charged into the crowd, his purple-gold long blade dancing, reaping countless Wei soldiers' lives. At the same time, his back was completely undefended. His moves were vicious and ruthless. He killed so fiercely that at one point, the Wei soldiers avoided him, not daring to engage. Viper? Su Bai murmured, catching sight of the viper lurking behind the crowd. Its body was as black as ink, its pupils glowing with a bloodthirsty red light. It seemed to be highly venomous. Though I am a grandmaster, I am not immune to all poisons. Even if I feign defeat, I must not let this viper bite me. Otherwise, the antidote would be nearly impossible to find. If the legendary physicians like Hua Tuo, Bian Ke, or Li Shizhen from the Chinese Heroes Archive were unlocked, Su Bai would not worry. But unfortunately, they were not yet available. Dan Xingzi's eyes were sharp like a scorpion's, staring fixedly at Su Bai. If he could poison Su Bai to death, he would receive a title from the Empress, and even the founding master of the 5 poison sect would pale in comparison to him. This was the moment of victory or defeat. He had to be cautious, extremely cautious. Su Bai's long blade kept cutting down the fearless fighters of all trades and the Wei soldiers. At the same time, his peripheral vision remained locked on the viper while his mind was wary of the people from Fu Mountain. Truly a perilous situation. But Su Bai had been through worse, especially during the war between Qin and Wei when Wei was at its weakest, a battle where he barely survived. Still not making a move? Then I'll create an opening for you. Su Bai advanced, grabbing an enemy's spear with his bare hands and violently flinging the man away. At that moment, his lower stance was completely exposed. Swish! A talisman shot through the air. Hiss! The viper lunged. A smirk curled at Su Bai's lips. This was what he had been waiting for. With a tap of his toes, he leaped onto a soldier's head, spun midair, and slashed down, decapitating the pursuing viper with a single strike. Green venom splattered onto the ground, emitting a pungent stench. When Su Bai looked down again, the talisman that had just appeared had vanished strangely, appearing out of thin air and disappearing just as suddenly. If a commoner had witnessed this, they would have thought it divine magic. This world was truly intriguing. If one could cultivate qi and blood, would there one day be someone who could soar through the sky or shatter mountains with a single palm strike? Su Bai shook his head. Now was not the time for fantasies. Besides, though the 100 Nations territory was vast, no immortal had ever been seen. That meant humanity's limits in this world were just that. There were records about the people of Fu Mountain. They could conceal themselves by manipulating qi, blending into the air itself. Whenever they struck, their presence would momentarily disrupt the surrounding energy. A thought formed in Su Bai's mind on how to force the Fu Mountain assassin out. But since he was uninjured, he couldn't afford to waste this opponent. Twice. The assassin had already attacked twice. No matter how deep his inner power ran, it would be difficult to sustain much longer. His chances to strike were dwindling. Next time, he wouldn't be able to dodge. Outside the gold and silver cart, Wei Yenshua's palms were already dripping with sweat, her face tense with worry. Inho silently stepped back, gathering the hidden crows. Go all out. I've raised you for years, it's time to serve your emperor. Do not leave yourself an escape route. I will take care of your families. The crows bowed in unison, then vanished without a sound. As the Wei Empire's elite assassination force, it was time for them to act for their country and for Inho's future. On the mountain range, the Fu Mountain sect leader, now left with only one last chance, was filled with anxiety. If his next strike wasn't a sure kill, he would have to reveal himself and fight Su Wang head-on. And he had no confidence in winning a direct battle against Su Wang. That damn brat. 8 years of groveling, and he still couldn't win over a woman. Now his father has to risk his life for him. Truly, he's pissing his father to death. Opportunity. I need an excellent opportunity. The master of Fushan's eyes were cold and menacing. When someone was targeted by him, they would feel a sense of danger, as though there were thorns on their back. Su Bai continued to offer opportunities, swinging his long knife wildly, leaving many openings. Yet, the person from Fushan never made a move. Could it be that he's afraid? Su Bai murmured to himself. It seemed he needed to find another target and pretend to lose. In the crowd, Dan Kingsley silently stepped back, watching the decapitated corpse of the poisonous snake. The murderous look in his eyes had become extremely intense. The poisonous snake couldn't be revived, but at this moment, it hadn't died completely. Dan Kingsley was waiting for a chance to take revenge. Suddenly, Su Bai furrowed his brows. In an instant, he saw many dangerous things. Cold light. Arrows. After images. Flying sand. So many well-trained assassins? This is perfect. Su Bai gave a soft shout. Sandstorm flew toward him, and Su Bai closed his eyes, his long knife instantly unsheathing. He relied on his memory and calculations to slash in one direction, directly splitting an assassin in half. But the arrows were already here. Cold light flickered. What a great opportunity. The master of Fushan immediately made his move, throwing 3 talismans with great speed, while rushing toward Su Bai holding a sharp curved blade. The severed snake head on the ground also moved. 79, severe injury. Arrogant Empress. Sword technique Blue Dragon Howling Abyss. Su Bai shouted lightly, and the long knife seemed to merge with him. The blade moved with his heart. The purple gold long knife whipped the air around Su Bai, sending gusts of wind. However, Su Bai intentionally slowed down his strikes behind him, giving the Fushan person a chance to strike. The assassins coming from the front, the crows, were all sent flying backward. Arrows were deflected hundreds of meters away, and knives and swords scattered on the ground. Behind him, 3 talismans were blown away, 2 of them, with the remaining one lodging into his body by a third, unable to advance further. Su Bai turned back and slashed, pushing the master of Fushan back. Cough, cough. The talisman had struck near his lungs, and Su Bai pretended to cough twice, breathing heavily, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at the master of Fushan. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. In the distance, Dan Kingsley's finger flicked, and a wisp of black smoke surged upward. From behind Su Bai, the once flat ground suddenly erupted with a snake's head, its face extremely hideous. What? Su Bai sensed the chill and leaped forward, only to see the master of Fushan charging at him with his curved blade, the bloodthirsty cold light making Su Bai freeze for a moment. Such speed! This master of Fushan was also a grandmaster. Due to the close distance, Su Bai couldn't worry about the snake's head and raised his knife to block the master of Fushan. Dan Kingsley's heart raced, almost jumping out of his chest. As long as it bit, even a grandmaster couldn't stop it. Endless wealth and glory would come rushing to him. On the golden and silver carriage. Wei Yenshua's mouth dropped open, almost laughing out loud in excitement. The Shadow Duke, however, looked dark and grim. If Dan Kingsley succeeded, the credit would naturally belong to him, and his dream of winning the beautiful woman would be shattered. At the critical moment, the Shadow Duke smiled. Shing! A long knife flew through the air, directly pinning the snake's head to the ground, green blood spewing out, followed by several more long knives, only delayed by half a second. The generals of the Yanling army were all watching Su Wang. Dan Qingzi was stunned, feeling like life had lost its light. All the wealth and glory he was about to grasp were now slipping away. Zhuge Luyun! Wei Yanxue roared in anger. The first long knife had been thrown by this person. Wei Yanxue clenched her fist angrily, slamming it on the carriage frame. Soon, crystalline tears began to well up in her eyes. It hurt too much. Su Bai slashed 3 times to force the master of Fushan back. Looking at the snake's head on the ground, he was secretly alarmed. He had truly underestimated the figures in this world. Snakes, such creatures, were truly hard to kill. Cough, cough. Su Bai covered his mouth, pretending to let the master of Fushan see the bloodstains. The master of Fushan was immediately exhilarated. As long as Su Wang was injured, he would have the chance to fight for his life with Su Wang. For the happiness of his unfilial son, even at this age, he still had to fight for his life with the greatest strongman of the era. It's infuriating just to think about it. Su Wang, I will use your life. Master Fushan growled, his figure blurring with speed, the cold light of his curved blade rapidly closing in. Come on. Su Bai's eyes turned blood red, his face twisted into an expression of deep hatred and grief, swinging his long knife to fight back, trying his best not to kill too quickly. Zhuge Luyun, seeing that Su Wang no longer posed a threat, shifted his gaze to Dan Qingzi. This man was extremely treacherous, nearly tricking Su Wang into his trap. Though Su Wang was incredibly strong, forcing out the snake venom would likely take 3 to 5 months. Dirty scum of the 5 poison sect, die. Zhuge Luyun grabbed a long spear and charged toward Dan Qingzi. The scene became chaotic. A 1,000,000-strong army was completely blocked by the 3,000 Yanling soldiers, unable to advance, with only a few Wei soldiers occasionally making it up the mountain, but they dared not provoke the 10,000 Yanling soldiers, retreating back the same way. Many of the Yanling soldiers with extra energy kept glancing at Su Wang. They were waiting for Su Wang's command. Outside the gold and silver carriage, Wei Yanxue was intently watching the battle between Master Fushan and Su Bai, having seen Su Bai get injured, and feeling pleased in her heart. But killing Su Bai was still going to be very difficult. The generals of the Yanling army blocked the vast majority of people from various sects, and now it was almost a one-on-one fight. Master Fushan really is skilled, he can actually fight Su Bai to a standstill. Wei Yanxue sighed. After such a long fight, Master Fushan hadn't shown any signs of weakening, while Su Bai was coughing repeatedly, his stamina clearly faltering. At this rate, Master Fushan had a great chance of winning. Yin Ho relaxed slightly at this moment, as no one had the chance to steal the kill. Victory was surely in Fushan's hands, and Wei Yanxue would belong to him. Yin Ho glanced at Wei Yanxue's side profile again, his heart pounding. In his heart, Wei Yanxue was the perfect woman in every way. Su Bai has been wounded again. Wei Yanxue's face was filled with joy, and she laughed excitedly. Soon. Wei Yanxue's smile disappeared as Su Bai unexpectedly began to fight even more fiercely, repeatedly gaining the upper hand against Master Fushan. After a quarter of an hour, Master Fushan died with hatred, and Su Bai was covered in wounds. Wei Yanxue was furious in her heart, but heavily injuring Su Bai was still quite an accomplishment. After all, she still had nearly 1,000,000 soldiers. This time, Su Bai would have no escape. Su Bai. This time you are definitely dead. Yin Ho, on the side, trembled with rage. In his heart, he cursed his father for being useless. The happiness that was almost in his grasp had turned into nothing, and in the end, he was left with only false joy. Yanxue, I. Call me your majesty. Wei Yanxue said sternly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Yin Ho nodded in silence, his face full of unwillingness, turning into black smoke and dispersing. On the mountain. Su Bai, using his knife to prop himself up, was breathing heavily, his body covered in blood. Retreat. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but Zhuge Luyun heard it clearly and immediately shouted, Su Wang has given the order. The entire army is to retreat. Instantly. The Yanling army, engaged in fierce battle, began to retreat up the mountain. But how could the Wei army easily let these Yanling soldiers go? They launched a fierce counterattack. At this moment, suddenly, a rain of arrows shot down from the mountain, and 100,000 Yanling soldiers drew their bows to shoot. After several volleys, the elite of the Yanling army had completely shaken off the Wei army. The more than 3,000 soldiers had, in just a short time, lost nearly 100. Zhuge Luyun supported Su Bai as they retreated up the mountain. All the elites instinctively walked behind Su Bai, blocking any Wei soldiers who might chase them. Wei Army's Grand General Song Ren saw this situation and shouted, Su Wang is injured. Anyone who kills Su Wang will be rewarded with 10,000 gold and a title of nobility. The Wei soldiers seized the opportunity to pursue, their morale soaring. After all, this time they had defeated the legendary Yanling army, this mythical army. On the gold and silver carriage, Empress Wei Yanxue was also incredibly excited. The Yanling army is nothing special, now they're being chased by me, aren't they? This battle is a great victory. Of course, the mountain is covered in the bodies of the Wei army, but Wei Yanxue automatically ignores that. No matter what. Now, the Yanling army is running, and the Wei army is chasing. This alone is enough to prove something. Where is the historian? Write down in great detail about today's battle, how I commanded the whole army, and how I strategized to crush the Yanling army. Lord Gong, let us go up the mountain. A mere Subai, not worth fearing. I want to personally watch how Subai is destroyed. Absurd. The Empress's face changes speed. On the side of the Finghua mountain range. In the depression. 50,000 Yanling troops are quietly waiting here. Long brother, it seems Wei Yanxue has made up her mind to stay here, really acting like a turtle hiding its head, said Sitoho angrily. If this 100,000 strong army doesn't move, then these 50,000 Yanling troops will only be stuck waiting here. But on the Finghua mountain range, over 100,000 Yanling troops have to deal with almost 1,000,000 Wei soldiers. Every time he thought of this, Sitoho's heart ached. Everyone is a brother. Without them waiting here, their brothers up there would be fighting desperately. Damn it! Zhang Quanlong cursed angrily. They had been waiting long enough. 1,000,000 Wei troops had already ascended the mountain, and the gold and silver car was as stuck to the ground as if it couldn't move. There's no other way, let the brothers go up the mountain from the slope. Zhang Quanglong's eyes were fixed on the 100,000 Wei troops. Today, I must try to see if I can sever Wei Yanxue's dog's head. Bodyguards? I want to see whether her bodyguards' necks are tough, or if my long knife is sharp. Zhang Quanlong clenched his fists. Li Dashan, you lead the brothers up the mountain. I'll go with Long Brother for this one. Sitoho said to the strong man behind him, his face showing a hint of fierceness, and his fatty face trembled twice. Li Dashan nodded heavily, knowing he couldn't persuade Sitoho, and he certainly couldn't persuade Zhang Quanglong. Right now, the only way to break the deadlock is to take the Empress's head from among the 100,000 troops. That way, the 1,000,000 Wei soldiers would break without a fight. Among the 50,000 Yanling troops, only Zhang Quanglong had that strength. Sitoho was also a top-level expert, so charging alone would not be a problem. There could be a small chance. If all 50,000 Yanling troops go up together, it would turn into a chaotic battle. The Wei troops below would turn back, and the Yanling troops above would assist. The final victor would definitely be extremely tragic. Okay, I'll lead the brothers up. Don't be too greedy. If you can't kill her, break through. One is the young master of the Zhang family, and the other is the young master of the Situ family. Your lives are precious, don't waste them. Li Dashan gave the two of them a fist bump. He smiled on the outside, but his heart was full of sorrow. Just as he was about to lead the 50,000 Yanling troops to leave. Wait. Zhang Quanglong said urgently, hold on, don't move. That 100,000 army has moved. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look into the distance. They saw the gold and silver car leading the 100,000 Wei troops toward the mountain. No Wei soldiers were left at the bottom of the mountain. Who? Sitoho breathed a sigh of relief, his face unable to hide his joy. The damn turtle finally moved. It seems Su Wang must have been utterly defeated. Even some of our important generals must be injured. Without Wei Yanxue's courage, she would never dare to go up the mountain. Li Dashan nodded repeatedly from the side, exactly, but I don't know which general got injured. Let's all shrink back. Zhang Quanglong made a hand gesture. At this time, don't show any signs. Everything is ready, and we'll soon deliver a big gift to Wei Yanxue. Everyone slowly moved towards the depression, hiding behind the protruding mountain. Wei Yanxue, I've waited for this day for too long. Zhang Quanglong said excitedly, today will be your day of death. Su Wang, the last 100,000 troops have gone up the mountain. The scout reported, showing a look of joy. Very good. Su Bai clenched his fist, order the three armies to shoot another round of arrows, and increase the distance between us and them. Xiahou Yueming nodded heavily and clasped his hands, saying, I understand. Quickly. Thousands of arrows shot out, and once again, a rain of arrows fell upon the heads of the 1,000,000 Wei army. Raise shields. Find cover nearby. Song Runtu shouted loudly, waving his spear to knock down the arrow shot at him. He looked at the distant Yanling army, his expression turning fierce. Damn. This is never ending. When your Yanling army reaches the low ground, just watch me shoot you dead. On the golden and silver car, a few arrows inevitably shot over, but they did not penetrate the golden and silver car. Wei Yanxue angrily said, is Song Runtu a vegetarian? Why is only the Yanling army shooting at us? Give me a counterattack. Eunuch Qing respectfully replied, yes, and ordered the 100,000 Wei soldiers around him to shoot arrows back up at the mountain. Soon. The 100,000 Wei soldiers all aimed at the Yanling army on the peak, drew their bows, and shot arrows. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! With thousands of swords shooting out, Eunuch Qing showed a satisfied smile, leaning next to the golden and silver car and laughing, "Your Majesty, we have organized a counterattack." "Very good." Wei Yanxue said coldly, "This is how to counterattack. We cannot be intimidated by a mere 100,000 Yanling soldiers. I am now the strong side, they are just in retreat." "Your Majesty is wise." Eunuch Qing flattered respectfully. Ahead. Song Rentu raised his head, seeing there were no more arrows falling, and planned to give the order for the army to pursue again. At the same time, he felt a surge of anger building up inside. Once they crossed this mountain, he would repay the recent rain of arrows double. But just as he was about to give the order to continue the pursuit, another round of arrows fell from the sky, but Song Rentu did not see it coming. "Not good, General. Arrows are raining down from behind us," the deputy shouted loudly, continuously knocking down the incoming arrows. Song Rentu abruptly turned his head and saw countless arrows raining down from the sky. "What?" Song Rentu was immediately thrown into chaos, as countless Wei soldiers were attacked by this surprise rain of arrows and dying unnecessarily. "Turn around and defend, quickly." "Damn it, there's still the Yanling army behind us?" Song Rentu shouted loudly, looking down the slope, but what he saw would be an unforgettable scene for his entire life. The ones drawing bows below were not the long-ambushed Yanling army, but rather 100,000 Wei soldiers protecting the Empress, his own people. "Damn! Shoot your ancestors!" Song Rentu cursed angrily, "That pig's order, doesn't he know that shooting downhill results in a shorter range? This is killing me." Not long after, the 100,000 Wei soldiers reacted, watching their own arrows fall on their comrades' heads ahead, instantly breaking into a cold sweat. This was killing their own people, equivalent to treason. So the 100,000 Wei soldiers were thrown into a panic. Inside the golden and silver car, unable to bear the loud noise, Wei Yanxue shouted angrily, "Eunuch Qing, what's so noisy? Is there no discipline in the army? How does Song Rentu lead his troops?" Eunuch Qing was also left shocked, momentarily forgetting to respond to Wei Yanxue. Wei Yanxue couldn't help but step out of the golden and silver car, but saw the last few hundred arrows falling on the heads of the Wei army ahead. Instantly, she realized what a huge mistake she had ordered. This would shake the morale of the army. Not dying at the hands of the enemy but being shot by one's own people. Bastard! Wei Yanxue scolded angrily, pulling out the emperor's sword and stabbing it directly into Eunuch Qing's heart, gritting her teeth and saying, "You dare to fabricate my orders and commit such a grave crime. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." 81. Discipline? What is that? Eunuch Qing could have dodged. But he chose to gamble, betting that Wei Yanxue just wanted to scare him and wouldn't really let him die here. After all, many people heard the orders given by the Empress. This black pot should be hard to shake off. But what Eunuch Qing did not expect was that Wei Yanxue was merciless, firmly pushing the blame away. This enormous fault wouldn't touch him at all. He gambled wrong, and now he had to die. Life was like walking on thin ice. Finally, to die in such a suffocating way. How utterly unwilling. "Your Majesty. I have no father, no mother, no kin, no friends. After today, I will become a vengeful ghost, accompanying you day and night. I curse you." Ah! Wei Yanxue did not wait for Eunuch Qing to finish speaking. She directly pulled out the emperor's sword and stabbed several times in quick succession. Blood spurted out, and Eunuch Qing could no longer say a word. Rebellious thief! Still daring to speak such wild words. Wei Yanxue scolded angrily, without any guilt in her heart. Wasn't it the eunuch's duty to take the responsibility for the emperor? This brat even dared to curse me. Truly disloyal. The villain has been eliminated. Let General Song continue his march. This matter is now resolved, Wei Yanxue coldly said, her gaze filled with intense threat as she glanced at the Imperial Guards. Immediately, an Imperial Guard took the order and left. Eunuch Qing was dead, and the position of the chief eunuch was now vacant. Ahead. Just as General Songren was preparing to march and question the guilty party, he saw an Imperial Guard approaching and could not help but angrily ask, "Which pig gave the order? I want to tear them into pieces." The Imperial Guard was stunned. General Song really is brave. So fearless of death? It was Eunuch Qing who gave the order privately. The Emperor has already ordered his execution. Please continue to command the pursuit, General Song. The Imperial Guard said plainly. But smart people could tell, how could Eunuch Qing dare to command the army on his own? It was clear who was behind him. General Songren froze, standing still, not knowing what to do. The person he had just cursed was the Emperor? He had wanted to tear the Emperor to pieces? Damn it! If those words were to reach back, he would probably be torn into pieces himself. Eunuch, Would you like to make an alliance with me? General Song Ren asked in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard showed a dark smile. Of course, I am quite interested in General's strong physique. General Song Ren immediately shivered with cold. But on the surface, he still showed a fake smile. Everything can be negotiated. The Imperial Guard left. General Song Ren's gaze quickly turned cold. The deputy general beside him frowned and said, General, the soldiers are greatly dissatisfied with this, and morale has once again plummeted. It doesn't matter, continue marching. General Song Ren waved his hand. Assign war supervisors, make the army speed up, don't let King Su escape. Yes. The deputy general cupped his hands. Inside the gold and silver cart, looking at the Wei soldiers continuing their pursuit, Wei Yinchues smiled with satisfaction. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and directly killed Eunuch Ching. If this dirty water had splashed onto me, the soldiers might have even mutinied. At this moment, Su Bai led over 100,000 Yenling troops, not far ahead of the Wei army. Looking back, Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle. It's true, there's no fear of a godlike opponent, just fear of a pig-like teammate. Being able to issue the order to kill his own troops, this person is indeed a talent of the age. King Su, they're almost catching up, Xiahou Yuanming said, unhurriedly, with no sense of urgency in his eyes. A trap has been successfully set. It's almost time, stop the carts full of money, we'll abandon the carts and run, the faster, the better. Su Bai smiled. The fire is about to come, so naturally, the farther we run, the better. No matter how skilled you are, you still fear fire. As for the money, the melting point of copper coins is high, and even real gold is not afraid of fire refining. Even if there is some loss, there will still be plenty remaining. And with this loss, we'll win a great victory in this battle. Absolutely a huge profit. Let's stop the carts, take the horses away, and leave the carts behind. Su Bai added, if they took the horses too, it would be a huge loss. Moreover, delaying their footsteps would also be greatly reduced. Xiahou Yuanming revealed a meaningful smile. King Su, truly cunning. Soon, the over 100,000 Yenling troops abandoned the carts and fled. Their speed immediately increased. They quickly created a distance from the pursuing troops. It's hard to imagine what choice the 100,000 Wei soldiers will make when they see this money worth billions. Zhuge Luyun chuckled lightly, a look of disdain on his face. A part of this wealth originally belonged to the million Wei soldiers. Now, the lost wealth is once again placed before them. Should they seize the wealth first? Or chase after the Yenling army? Even a fool would know the answer. The former brings riches and glory, the latter is a battle of life and death. The hard-earned wealth from killing a Yenling soldier could be grabbed here with just a handful. Military discipline? At this moment, who still cares about military discipline? The law does not punish the masses. Not long after, Song Ren too saw that the Yenling army had abandoned their carts. Something was wrong. The horses were taken away, only the carts were left behind. Everything on the carts remained, and Song Ren too couldn't help but burst into laughter. So the Yenling army is only this capable. Under the crushing pressure of my million Wei soldiers, they could only resort to such a desperate escape. Order the soldiers, do not touch this wealth. It has no legs, it won't run away. As long as we capture the Yenling army, rewards will come naturally. As his words fell, the deputy general beside him remained silent for a long time. The deputy general stared at the wealth, his mouth nearly drooling. So much wealth. It was the first time in his life he had seen such riches. And it was just lying there. His for the taking. It was too tempting. So much so that he didn't even hear Song Renta's words. Song Renta's expression immediately darkened, and he sternly repeated his previous order. Only then did the deputy general finally respond with a hasty yes, and quickly turned to relay the command. Soon, more and more Wei soldiers noticed the carts full of wealth ahead. Though they responded with yes, their eyes gleamed with greed. Not much was needed. Just grabbing a few handfuls and stuffing them into their armor would be enough to recover some losses. As the vanguard passed by the carts, the inevitable still happened. Countless soldiers swarmed the carts, frantically stuffing wealth into their clothes. Sharp-eyed ones spotted even more valuable gold and silver. That was when they truly couldn't move forward anymore. Grabbing a handful of gold and silver here was worth more than killing 10 Yenling soldiers, wasn't it? Besides, it was complete chaos here. The law doesn't punish the masses. The soldiers erupted into quarrels, even breaking into fights. You brat! I saw this bag of gold first, hand it over. You old bastard! Looking for death at your age, huh? Damn you! Watch me beat you to death. What? You bastards found gold here too? Whoever sees it gets a share. Hand some over, or don't blame me for being ruthless. 82. The Great Fire. Get out of my way. Song Run-tu watched this scene, his face dark as a storm. Such blatant disregard for military discipline, how could he even punish them all? Song Run-tu roared angrily, enough! You worthless scoundrels! After the battle, everyone will be searched. Anyone who has stolen wealth will be executed on the spot. Throw all the stolen wealth back on the ground and continue the pursuit. If you do this now, I will not hold it against you. The soldiers all showed troubled expressions. Throwing away the gold in their hands? That was more painful than death. But they knew they couldn't fight Song Run-tu. For him to hold this position, he was undoubtedly one of the top generals left in Wei. His martial skills were far beyond their reach. So, they reluctantly pulled out the gold and silver they had just stuffed away. This delay had already cost them a great deal of time. Even the tens of thousands of soldiers behind them couldn't move forward, forced to watch as the ones ahead threw their wealth to the ground. The golden carts also came to a halt. Wei Yanxue frowned and asked, "What happened? Why have we stopped?" A royal guard reported, "Our soldiers have been looting wealth, they are currently returning it all." Fools! Wei Yanxue shouted in fury, her face livid. Petty greed! Do you truly think this is more important than chasing down the Yanling army? As soon as she spoke, the soldiers outside all silently cursed in their hearts. Killing Yanling soldiers only earned so much. And the court had withheld much of their military pay. The Filong army last time was proof enough. But now, gold and silver lay before them. Grabbing a handful casually could mean killing several of the Yanling army, and this was hard not to tempt them. If it weren't for their troops still being behind, they too would have wanted to grab some money. Don't waste time. Wei Yanxue softly commanded, order the front troops to chase and kill the Yanling army first, and we'll settle the rest later. Yes. A high-ranking officer in the palace replied and immediately left. The entire army started moving again, chasing after the Yanling army in front. Because of the delay, they had already been separated from the Yanling army by a considerable distance. However, the over 100,000 soldiers had only just left. The soldiers behind, upon reaching the carts full of wealth, couldn't resist and grabbed some money before continuing on. Once again, their speed slowed. The entire army fell into a slow advance, and those even further back looked on with longing. How come it hasn't been their turn yet? Seeing this, Wei Yanxue was about to explode with rage, cursing loudly, a group of short-sighted people, blind as rats. Only greedy for small, immediate gains. Don't they realize the huge cost and disaster if the Yanling army escapes? Yulin guards, all of you go. Keep an eye on those carts. Anyone who stretches their hand out, execute them on the spot. The leader of the Yulin guards cupped his hands in salute and said, yes, before leading over 1,000 Yulin guards forward. Only then did the army's speed increase significantly. Wei Yanxue suddenly furrowed her brows. Do you smell something strange, like something is burning? Is there a fire somewhere? Wei Yanxue asked, but didn't think much of it. So many people from all walks of life, it could just be someone skilled with fire, burning a patch of land. Once extinguished, it would be nothing, no big deal. The palace expert by the gold and silver cart turned back to look. He was immediately stunned. What he had thought was a small fire turned out to be an enormous inferno, with arrows of fire filling the sky, the flames growing stronger. Thick black smoke began to rise. Your Majesty. Not good, fire. Fire. Wei Yanxue jumped to her feet. Now she too smelled the thick smoke, and immediately stepped out of the gold and silver cart, looking back. What? Wei Yanxue was dumbfounded. The fire was enormous, like a wild beast, rushing toward them. Fire arrows? Are there hidden troops below the mountain? Impossible. So, this is another trap. I've fallen into their scheme again. Wei Yanxue's anger flared up. This was her final army of 1,000,000, recruited with all her effort. It was her trump card. Such a massive fire, wouldn't that mean her 1,000,000-strong army would be burned to ashes? Charge forward. Quickly. Wei Yanxue shouted urgently. The fire was getting closer, and she could already feel the scorching heat. The palace expert suddenly cracked the whip. 9 fine war horses cried in pain, and the gold and silver cart surged forward at full speed. Move aside. Everyone, move. The palace expert shouted anxiously, and the soldiers in front quickly made way. As for those who failed to move in time, they could only go to meet the King of Hell. The last 100,000 soldiers charged forward, putting all their strength into it. The front army was initially confused, but upon hearing the clamor from behind, they turned to look. This time, seeing the scene, chaos ensued. Run! The south wind is blowing now, the fire will catch up quickly. Move aside. The Emperor's gold and silver cart is now indistinguishable between friend and foe. If you block the way, you'll meet the King of Hell first. Damn it, I thought the Emperor who would issue a self-criticism decree was a good one, turns out he's just a piece of shit. Find a slope that's not so steep, it's better to roll down than to be burned alive. There's the Yenling army ahead, we can't escape. Wei's soldiers spoke in urgent tones. The soldiers, already disgruntled, became even angrier as they watched the gold and silver cart rushing forward without distinguishing between friend and foe. If it weren't for the many guards around the gold and silver cart, some might have already revolted. At the very front, Song Ren's head was now in a state of anxious turmoil. This was his first time leading an army into battle, and he never expected such a disastrous defeat. No. He absolutely would not accept it. Order the soldiers to dig a firebreak, to stop the flames. Song Ren too shouted loudly, there was still a slim chance to stop the fire. As long as the troops don't fall into chaos. And there are loyal soldiers willing to risk their lives to dig the firebreak. Yes. The deputy general immediately turned and gave the order. After a hard struggle, a few hundred people were gathered, willing to stand up and dig the firebreak, but then a ridiculous scene unfolded. Those risking their lives to dig the firebreak were knocked over by the golden and silver chariot. Move! Move out of the way! The royal expert inside the palace shouted loudly, directly driving the golden and silver chariot into the crowd. Hundreds of people were stunned. Damn it! What the hell are we digging for? Forget it, let them all burn to death. Where's my arrow? I want to shoot that dog emperor in the golden and silver chariot. Everyone was filled with righteous anger, refusing to continue, joining the fleeing crowd, and occasionally shooting an arrow at the golden and silver chariot. Unfortunately, the golden and silver chariot had excellent defense. The arrows couldn't penetrate. Song Rentu was also dumbfounded. In the face of danger, he was directly charging to escape for his life, completely disregarding the soldiers' lives. What a good emperor. 83, no. I absolutely will not wear the eunuch's clothes. At the foot of the Fire Mountain range, Zheng Quanglong hung his bow and arrows on his back, not for any other reason, but because his bow and arrows were used up. Looking at the raging flames in front of him, like a beast that devours, crazily charging towards the Wei army, Zheng Quanglong felt an endless thrill in his heart. 1 million Wei soldiers? Are they strong? Under the plan of King Su, it seemed they were simply not enough to handle. Brother Long, this time it's really awesome. Sima Ho said with a big smile, unable to stop. 1 million Wei soldiers are nothing. Once this fire starts, they all become mad dogs running for their lives. Li Dashin pointed at the golden and silver chariot and laughed, especially that female emperor, TSK, so scared like a mouse. This fire, even if it doesn't burn them all, at least their morale will never be restored. The victory of this battle is already decided. Zhang Quanglong nodded, indeed it was. He gave the order. Let's stop watching the show. We still have important tasks to accomplish. We must march towards Daliang. Let's destroy Wei Yenyue's nest. I've been waiting for this day for too long. Drive King Su out, then we'll bring our army back and kill. Zhang Quanglong gritted his teeth. The grievances King Su suffered were still vivid in his mind. Now the time for revenge had finally come. All troops, listen up. Target, Daliang. March at full speed. On the mountain range, the million Wei soldiers were fleeing in embarrassment. Save me. I don't have the strength to run anymore. In the face of life and death, only regretting that your parents didn't give you 2 more legs, do you think we are all great people who will save you? I have gold. I can give you gold. TCH. Gold is everywhere, you stupid pig. Why are you adding extra weight to yourself at a time like this? No wonder you can't run. The person with gold hidden in his arms finally died unwillingly in the sea of fire. This scene repeated time and time again in the million-strong Wei army. Money was a deadly entanglement. Those who carried money could never outrun the raging flames. Greed. In the end, it costs their lives. I don't want gold anymore, I want my life, I want my life. Many people suddenly woke up and threw away the gold they secretly carried. Lightened, they ran faster and soon outran many others. Song Rentu shouted angrily, throw away all the gold, do you think you're going to keep it for the next life to spend? A group of ignorant people. If this continues, perhaps less than half of the people will escape from the sea of fire. Inside the golden and silver chariot, Wei Yenyue trembled with anger. This fire not only burned her million-strong army, but also burned the possibility of defeating Su Bai. It might even push her into a desperate situation. Su Bai. I hate you. My Wei kingdom, built over hundreds of years, is it going to be destroyed by me? What will I face when I meet my ancestors 100 years from now? A trace of regret silently surged in her heart. Wei Yenyue felt weak all over, her eyes filled with hopelessness. Your Majesty, we have spotted the Yanling army ahead. The elite guard outside the carriage spoke. Wei Yenshua's brows instantly revealed a murderous intent, but when she stuck her head out and saw the well-organized Yanling army, she immediately suppressed the killing intent. At this moment, she no longer had the strength to confront the Yanling army. Behind her were the devouring flames and the exhausted Wei army, constantly giving orders to flee. "En Marquis, come out!" Wei Yanshua called urgently. "In this situation, we must think of a way to escape. If the Yanling army blocks us a few more times, we will surely die in the sea of flames." Wei Yanshua could only pin her hope on En Marquis, because this man would never abandon her. A talisman appeared, and En Marquis manifested. En Marquis looked at the distant flames, his heart also shaken. No matter how high one's martial skills, when facing the great power of nature, they are but vain. However, with his abilities, if it was only for his own escape, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. People from Fushan have no pressure, they can hide, perform light steps, and climb down a steep slope to escape. But taking Wei Yanshua with him to escape would obviously be a difficult task. Wei Yanshua had done this kind of thing to Su Bai before, so she would definitely become a key target. Any movement she made would surely attract the pursuit of Yanling army elites. Not to mention, even a deputy general from Yanling army would be hard for me to deal with. After all, Su Bai severed one of my arms. Your Majesty, the Yanling army is eyeing us ahead, and the raging flames are behind. The only way out is to go down the slope. But once you make any move, you will definitely be hunted by the Yanling army. This. En Marquis fell silent, unable to come up with a perfect solution. Wei Yanshua became frantic. En Marquis' words made too much sense. Su Bai would surely not let her go this time. The people of the Yanling army would not spare her either. There were too many debts between them, and if she fell into Su Bai's hands, Wei Yanshua immediately felt a chill. No. I must live to get out. I am still so young, as an emperor, there are countless good days ahead of me, how can I fall here? I refuse to accept it. En Marquis. You must think of a way. Even if everyone here dies, you must save me. Wei Yanshua was almost mad. En Marquis was the last straw in her hands. Although many Wei soldiers were still alive behind, they could not possibly stand against the Yanling army, their destruction was only a matter of time. Wei Yanshua was very clear about this. En Marquis fell into deep thought. He naturally wanted to save Wei Yanshua, after all, she was the woman he loved the most. A way? How could he make the Yanling army unaware that the Empress had quietly escaped? Invisibility? But that is a secret technique of Fushan, and one cannot master it without years of practice. What if there was a way to do it without invisibility, yet still achieve the same effect? Suddenly, En Marquis had a flash of inspiration. A substitute. As long as he found a substitute, Wei Yanshua could naturally sneak out of the mountain without anyone noticing. Upon thinking of this, En Marquis was greatly excited. He couldn't wait to say, "Your Majesty, I have thought of a way." "Quickly tell me." Wei Yanshua said excitedly, tears of hope shining in her eyes. This scene made En Marquis' heart ache. How beautiful the Empress was. Why did that beast, Su Bai, have to go so far as to eliminate her? Yanshua, as long as you take off this dragon robe and have someone with a similar build wear it, then you can change into their clothes and escape like a golden cicada shedding its shell. As soon as these words were spoken, Wei Yanshua's expression immediately turned cold. It wasn't because En Marquis called her Yanshua, but to make her take off the dragon robe, which symbolized supreme power, and let someone else wear it. How could this be? The Emperor of Wei was her. How could the dragon robe be worn by someone else? Moreover, there were no palace maids or female servants here, only eunuchs and soldiers. Whose clothes could she wear? Could it be those men's clothes? No. This was too humiliating. Wei Yanshua shook her head wildly. No, I am the son of heaven. How could I let someone else wear the dragon robe? I will never agree to such an impolite request. Chaste. The past due to today's consequence. On the other side. How many more rounds of arrows can we shoot? Su Bai turned his head and asked. 1 round. Xia Ho Yuan Ming replied, we gave part of the arrows to the mad dragon, ensuring the fire can ignite, and there are not many arrows left. Su Bai nodded. He turned back to look. Hundreds of thousands of Wei soldiers were now charging toward them like rabid dogs, with the fire chasing them from behind. Many had already perished in the sea of flames. King Su, should we intercept them? Zhuge Luyun asked. If the Wei army slowed down, it would cause even greater casualties. Shoot all the arrows. Su Bai said, with a thoughtful look on his face, do not engage them in close combat. The fire is behind them, and now they are fighting like they have no fear of death. We only need to slow them down, and they will naturally suffer heavy losses. Understood. Xia Ho Yuanming cupped his hands, then waved them, order the three armies to prepare for a volley. Soon, the Yanling army swiftly took down their longbows. They drew the bows and aimed the arrows. They shot at the chaotic Wei army. Tens of thousands of arrows gleamed coldly, becoming the last straw that broke the Wei army. Once again, countless Wei soldiers slowed down to avoid the arrows, causing the soldiers at the back to be devoured by the flames. King Su, another eunuch, ran beside the gold and silver chariot. Zhuge Luyun sneered. Many Wei soldiers had chosen to descend from both sides of the mountain. Even if they had to be crushed to pieces, it was better than burning to death. If they were skilled enough and the slope wasn't too steep, some of them might have survived. After walking a bit further, there would be a larger, gentler slope, where Zhang Quanglong and his 50,000 Yanling troops descended the mountain. This battle, more than 100,000 Yanling soldiers would guard there. Moreover, King Su had already ordered a long isolation trench to be dug. Isn't this eunuch a bit too thin? Xia Ho Yuanming asked in confusion. Eunuchs in the palace were rarely of such a build. Su Bai furrowed his brows. What you're implying is, this person is Wei Yanxue. Xia Ho Yuanming rubbed his hands, seriously saying, indeed, after all, if Wei Yanxue doesn't run now, she won't be able to escape later. With Wei Yanxue's nature, she would definitely seize any opportunity to escape. Su Bai nodded. Xia Ho Yuanming's words were indeed reasonable. They had all been watching for when Wei Yanxue would flee, and if this eunuch was indeed Wei Yanxue in disguise, it made sense. King Su, I am willing to test the truth. Vice General Bai Qi cupped his hands and said, if there is still the Empress in the gold and silver chariot, then we have been overly cautious. You want to go up close? Su Bai stopped Bai Qi, pointing at the gold and silver chariot. They are like desperate ghosts now, they won't fear your martial skills. If you go, you might be dragged by them. Bai Qi's face changed instantly, but from a distance, it's impossible to tell the truth. Barbarian, give me the heavy bow? Su Bai opened his hands. Whether true or false, a single arrow will reveal it. If it is Wei Yanxue inside, the people of Fushan will definitely appear to block the arrow. Otherwise, the eunuch just descending the mountain is Wei Yanxue. A strong vice general took down the heavy bow from his back and handed it to Su Bai with both hands. Su Bai grabbed it with one hand, the massive weight causing his arm to sink, but he quickly adjusted. It was just a heavy bow. Su Bai was a master archer. 13 stone, one more than Gui Ying's heavy bow. Su Bai pulled hard, drawing the heavy bow fully, his aim targeting the gold and silver chariot. Whoosh! The air exploded with sound, the arrow flew at lightning speed. The guards beside the gold and silver chariot didn't even have time to react. Only a few attempted to intercept, but their movements were too slow. The arrow shot straight through the gold and silver chariot. A streak of blood followed the path of the arrow. The Yanling soldiers all marveled at King Su's power. The guards beside the gold and silver chariot could only feel they had witnessed a miracle. Is this really the strength of an ordinary person? It was simply unbelievable, far beyond their understanding of an arrow's power. Not good, His Majesty is still inside. A Yulin guard exclaimed in shock and immediately rushed into the gold and silver carriage. Before long, he roared loudly from within. His Majesty has passed away. His Majesty has passed away. The voice was extremely loud. It even faintly traveled thousands of miles away. The eunuchs and Yulin guards outside the gold and silver carriage were all dumbfounded. His Majesty had clearly descended the mountain. What was going on? But soon, the clever ones reacted. If His Majesty had not left the mountain, he indeed should have been dead by now. This was a deception. In an instant, many eunuchs and Yulin guards began shouting loudly, His Majesty has passed away. In the distance, Su Bai looked at this clumsy performance and couldn't help but laugh. If they had all acted like the first person, it would have been fine, but the ones who reacted late made too many flaws. Did they really think they could fool him with this trick? Ridiculous. It seems Wei Yanxue has truly fled, and there are people from Fushan protecting her. Su Bai handed the heavy bow to the barbarian beside him and looked at the generals. It's time to settle things with Wei Yanxue. Everything here will proceed as planned. Su Bai's tone was filled with determination and resolve. The meaning in his words couldn't be clearer. He was going to personally hunt down Wei Yanxue. King Su, I will go with you. King Su, you must oversee the bigger picture. Let me kill Wei Yanxue for you. King Su, you're wounded. Let me go instead. Everyone tried to persuade him. In the previous battle against the Fushan sect master, King Su had indeed been injured. This pursuit would not be easy. On the surface, Wei Yanxue was alone. But in the shadows, there were certainly many protecting her. Killing her would not be simple. No. Su Bai walked to the side as he spoke. We need a top expert at the front. Otherwise, these crazed Wei troops will cause great damage to the Yanling army. There's no time to waste. Don't worry. It's just Fushan's people. Nothing but a bunch of ants. Without waiting for their response, Subai dashed toward the slope. With a leap, he took off, directly chasing after Wei Yanxue. At this moment, Wei Yanxue was still within sight. She had little martial skill herself, and she was being carried down the mountain by a black-clothed man. One-armed? A chill flashed in Subai's eyes. So it was him. Back when Subai fled Daliang, this was the very man who blocked his path. And the reason he had only one arm now was because Subai had sliced it off with a single strike. Back then, you hunted me. This time, it's my turn. Subai moved like the wind, diving down rapidly. His speed far surpassed that of the shadowed Marquis carrying a burden. At this moment, Wei Yanxue was still on the Marquis' shoulder. The violent jolting made her internal organs churn with discomfort. Her stomach twisted in knots. And the stench of the eunuch's robe she was wearing made her dizzy with nausea. At first, she would have rather died than wear it, but when faced with death, Wei Yanxue had no choice but to give in. She really didn't want to die. Ugh! Wei Yanxue vomited directly onto the Marquis' shoulder. Cough, cough. Slow down. Slow down. Marquis, are you trying to kill me? Just as she finished speaking, she looked up and saw Subai rapidly closing in. Instantly, cold sweat drenched her back. How did Subai find out? How did he know she had fled? It's over. If Subai caught her, she would be dead for sure. Faster. Run faster. Use your fastest speed. Is there anyone hiding in the shadows? Stop Subai now. 85, the decision. A million lives at stake. The Marquis was stunned. One moment she wanted him to slow down, the next she wanted him to speed up. But the Marquis was used to Wei Yanxue's ever-changing moods and didn't take it to heart. Women were fickle. Especially a female emperor. Changing orders at will was common for her. The Marquis increased his speed. Suddenly, a voice from the ravens whispered in his ear, "Master, King Su is chasing us." What? The Marquis gasped and turned his head sharply, only to see a face he never wanted to see. How is he so fast? Is he flying? Xianzhu, Tuhu, I will take care of your families. With those words, the Marquis took a great leap down the mountain, occasionally stepping on rocks to slow his descent. But in this way, Wei Yanxue could no longer endure it. The violent shaking made her feel unbearable to the extreme. Her whole body was dizzy. But she understood that if she did not do this, the outcome in Subai's hands would be even worse. Subai. Do you really need to be so relentless? I hate you. I wish I could tear you to pieces. Your Majesty, which direction should we run? Yin Ho asked urgently. To Daliang. Wei Yanxue said decisively. Daliang was the capital of the Wei Kingdom. No matter what happened, Wei Yanxue always thought of Daliang first. Even if in the future, Yanling army came to attack. At worst, we will abandon Yuzhou, and let Ma Bagua and General Su take the army back. Yuzhou still has at least 500,000 troops, all seasoned soldiers, enough to fight the Yanling army. But now, what needs to be thought about is how to shake off Subai behind us. Subai quickly ran down the mountain. The nearly vertical slope of 70 to 80 degrees was like flat ground to Subai. People from Fushan really are skilled at escaping. Rodents. Subai sneered coldly. Although Yin Ho was fast, the distance between Subai and them was continuously narrowing. Whoosh. Whoosh. Suddenly, two sounds of something cutting through the air rang out, and talisman papers quickly flew toward them, followed by a cold light. Two black-clad men suddenly appeared, one fat and one thin. The fat one leapt fiercely into the air, raising a big knife over his head, and slashed down with full force. The thin one held a curved blade, his body like a ghost, and in an instant, he was beside Subai. It's an honor to ask Su Wang for advice in this life. I, too, am honored. The third seat of the Crow Hall, Zhenju, has long admired Su Wang. Today let's have a good fight. Subai sneered, and coldly said. You worthless ants, dare to block my way. Come and die. The purple gold long knife quickly swung in the air, and with two clang sounds, Tuhu and Zhenju were violently thrown back, almost falling off the slope. Just with this one slash. Both of them trembled, filled with fear. Their eyes were full of disbelief. How could one person be this strong? This was a sense of oppression they had never experienced before. So the hall master had faced such a powerful opponent back then. No wonder only one slash had cut off an arm. No wonder the hall master said he would take care of their families. It turned out that this trip was indeed one with no return. Su Wang, the hall master has shown me kindness. The fat black-clad man shouted loudly, his voice full of determination. As long as Tuhu is here, you can't leave. Oh? Subai sneered, then his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he attacked fiercely. His speed was faster than Shenju, who was skilled in speed. Faster than two who could even see. Subai's blade slashed toward him, its cold gleam sharp as frost, sending an endless chill. Then I shall cut you down. Screech. Blood splattered, and Tuhu's eyes widened, unable to even say a final word. He died under Subai's bloodied long knife. Subai suddenly raised his long knife and aimed it at Qianju, coldly asking, "Do you also wish to block me?" "I dare not." Qianju was already frightened out of his wits. The man who had not feared death before, at the edge of life and death, was now desperately seeking to survive. He wanted to live. Kindness? He had stood in the way of Su Wang for so long, and that could be considered as repaying kindness. "Su Wang, spare me, I will be a good person from now on." Qianju knelt on the ground, kowtowing incessantly. Subai looked toward Yin Ho, who was escaping in the distance. If this dragged on and they lost sight of him, it would be difficult. So he decisively walked toward Qianju with his knife raised. "Spare you?" Subai asked doubtfully, "Do you truly want to be a good person?" "I do." Qianju hadn't finished speaking when Subai's knife severed his head. Blood splattered. Qianju's body slumped to the ground. Subai flipped Qianju's body over with the blade, revealing 3 sharp talisman papers in his hand, ready to strike. "Coward. You're just a fool." Subai sneered contemptuously. He had already guessed that this person had evil intentions. People in the Jianghu, after all, were always full of schemes. What they said could not be fully trusted. It had wasted quite some time. Subai continued to chase after Rinho's position. Fortunately, the ground below the slope was flat. There are no trees blocking the view. Even if the distance is temporarily increased, Subai will sooner or later catch up. "Wei Yanxue, it's time to settle our debt." On the Finghua mountain range, more than 100,000 Yanling troops were facing the Wei army, which was fleeing in disarray. Xiahou Yuanming took over the position of commander of the 3 armies, and at this moment, he had already drawn his long blade, ready for close combat when the Wei army approached. Behind the Yanling army was the isolation zone they had already prepared. Next to the Yanling army was a gentle slope where Zhang Quanglong led 50,000 Yanling troops down the mountain. If the Wei army were allowed to descend the slope, this great victory would be lessened. "Push the Wei army back." Xiahou Yuanming shouted loudly, "The longer we fight here, the greater the casualties for the Wei army. When the big fire comes, the whole army will run down the slope. No one is allowed to linger and fight." "Understood." The many deputy generals bowed in turn to give orders to their soldiers. "In short, fight to the death right here. No Wei army is allowed to take a single step forward. Let the sea of fire behind them swallow them whole. Draw your swords." Xiahou Yuanming shouted, and over 100,000 Yanling soldiers unsheathed their long blades, the cold light causing the Wei army, who were escaping, to tremble in fear. Song Rentu arrived first. Seeing the Yanling army blocking the way, he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. This is bad. They were about to go for the kill. "General Xiahou, can you spare us a way to survive?" Song Rentu shouted loudly, waving his hand to point behind him. "We still have tens of thousands of Wei soldiers left, and the fire has already taken the lives of half of our forces. That's 50 million lives. Please, General Xiahou, show mercy." Song Rentu waved his hand, and the Wei army behind him stopped. They saw that over 100,000 Yanling troops were ready for battle, and they were filled with dread. The panicked Wei army could never defeat the battle-hardened, well-trained Yanling army. Moreover, there was an overwhelming fire behind them. So the Wei army placed all their hopes on General Xiahou showing mercy. After all, these were hundreds of thousands of lives. Even the most heartless would hesitate. The deputy generals of the Yanling army also looked to Xiahou Yuanming. 86, a dead end. "I regret it so much." Xiahou Yuanming grinned widely. It had been a long time since he made such a big decision. So refreshing. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people were in his hands, and to kill them all would indeed be a deep sin. But then again, kill them all. I don't believe in ghosts or gods, I only know to cut the grass and eliminate the roots. If I let them go, they won't survive anyway. In the end, they will become bandits, causing trouble for the region, and we'll have to send troops to eliminate them again. It's better to settle it all in one battle today. Xiahou Yuanming spoke the most merciless words in the calmest tone, as if these were not the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, but just a bunch of chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. Upon hearing Xiahou Yuanming's decision, the deputy generals of the Yanling army became excited, as it perfectly matched their own thoughts. Letting the tiger go back to the mountain? Who would come back to take revenge in 10 years? They wouldn't even last until then. If you want to survive, Xiahou Yuanming said slowly, with a slight smile on his face, raising his long sword and pointing toward the gentle slope on the side, break through the Yanling army and go down this path. The path has been shown to you, now it's up to you whether you can make it through. Hearing this, Song Rentu and the Wei army around him turned pale with horror. They never imagined that Xiahou Yuanming could be so cruel, to carry such a huge sin on his shoulders. Since Xiahou Yuanming was so heartless, then they had no choice. Forget it, trying to kill our way out from here is worse than jumping down the steep slope. Maybe we won't die from the fall and might still have a chance to survive. Exactly, fighting these ruthless monsters, the chances of escaping are almost zero. Brother, would you jump first? I'll follow your path down. What do you mean? Are you using me as a shield? Brothers in the back, don't push. More than 100,000 Yenling troops are blocking the way, better jump off early. The noise in the Wei army camp was overwhelming. Many chose to slide down the steep slope, at least giving them a slim chance of survival. Song Rentu turned his head to look. He noticed more and more Wei soldiers were choosing to slide down the steep slope. The slope was almost vertical at an 80-degree angle, one misstep could lead to death. Only martial artists above the top level would have enough self-preservation ability, at least making the chance of falling and dying much lower. Damn it! What bad luck! Just became the commander of 1,000,000 soldiers, and in no time, I'm about to become a penniless general. Song Rentu spat. His expression was indescribably complex. Anyone who experienced his current situation would feel sadness. General, what should we do? The deputy general asked anxiously. The emperor has already fled. Song Rentu gritted his teeth, his face filled with disdain and dissatisfaction toward Wei Yanxue. It's so hard to lift the morale. Looking at all the countries, I've never seen such a cowardly emperor. He's nothing but a rat. After saying that, Song Rentu turned his head to look at more and more Wei soldiers choosing to slide down the slope. He shouted unwillingly. Stop sliding down, cowardly, before the battle even starts. What kind of men are you? Look for yourselves, is there anyone who's survived after going down? Show me your weapons. The Yenling army is strong, but does that mean we have to lose? Since they won't let us live, can we let them live well? Song Rentu's words were deafening, and the soldiers who were about to slide down looked at the mountain below. Every person who had slid down just now had fallen without exception. Without exceptional lightness skills, this route was impossible. What the general said is right. We can only survive by fighting our way out, the deputy general shouted, raising his arm. His lightness skills were also average, and the only way to live was to fight their way out. No one didn't long for life. Since the only path before them was left, they had no choice but to charge ahead. A fierce look appeared on the faces of the Wei soldiers. Although they had little strength left, after marching quickly and battling bloody battles up the mountain, people could unleash strength in extreme situations that they never knew they had. Song Rentu's eyes were fierce as he shouted. Kill! Immediately, many Wei soldiers followed Song Rentu and charged forward. Xiahou Yuan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He originally thought the Wei army had little fighting strength left, but to his surprise, they could still launch an attack. Interesting. This really surprised him. But, could these exhausted soldiers break through the Yenling army's defense? Foolish dreams. Yenling army, listen up. Form up. Let them know what the world's strongest army really is. On the other side, Su Bai's long sword was stained with blood as he once again beheaded a member of the Crow Hall. I never expected that you secretly trained so many masters, truly impressive. Su Bai muttered. Every time he got close, there were always black-clad people blocking his way. And their strength was quite considerable. They were all martial arts masters. But this was also a huge cost for the Wei kingdom to train them, as the empress's hidden dirty hands. With this strength, it was understandable. But to me, martial arts masters are like cutting vegetables. You can't escape. A hint of cruelty flashed in Su Bai's eyes as he continued to chase ahead. The wind rose under his feet, and his speed was extremely fast. Inho, Su Bai is catching up again, hurry and send more people to block him. Wei Yanxue looked up at Su Bai, who was getting closer, her face turned pale in fear. No. She couldn't let Su Bai catch up. She still didn't want to die. Hurry and have them do something. Wei Yanxue hit Inho's back and shouted loudly. There's no one left. Inho said coldly. Each crow is hard to train, where would we have so many people? What? Wei Yanxue exclaimed, fear immediately spreading across her face. There was no one to stop him. Does that mean she was about to die? No. She couldn't accept it. You need to think of something quickly. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Wei Yanxue went crazy, shouting loudly at the Yin Marquis. She was still so young. She should have been enjoying endless riches and glory. Why? Why did it come to this nearly certain death situation? Su Bai. If I hadn't thrown Subai into prison back then, if I had treated him well, would this situation have never happened? My flying dragon army. My million-strong army. They can't even compare to a single hair of Subai. The old Taoist from Mount Longhu once foretold, whoever gains Subai, gains the world. But the hexagram I asked my second uncle for said that with Subai, the Wei kingdom would be in chaos, and the throne would change hands. My second uncle lied to me. Ah! Wei Yenshue's face twisted, filled with endless regret. Originally, Wei was extremely strong, and neighboring countries paid tribute every year, bowing and scraping to the extreme. But since Subai was imprisoned, everything changed. Everything changed. The 5 countries' 800,000 strong army surrounded us, corrupt officials rose to power, internal strife never stopped, and mountain bandits ran rampant. But why didn't we have this situation before? Really? Could it be that Subai alone held everything back? Whoever gains Subai, gains the world. If I abandon Subai, does it mean I can only get death? Your Majesty, there is no way out. The Een Marquis said urgently, they could no longer escape as originally planned. If we keep running, we'll reach the fallen phoenix cliff. Go to the cliff edge. Wei Yanshue said coldly, trembling, we still have a slim hope. As long as Subai still has a place for me in his heart. 87. Repentance. The Empress knelt down. Hearing Wei Yanshue's words, the Een Marquis remained silent for a long time. As a man, he could not protect the woman he loved. He had let the woman he loved beg the enemy who was chasing them. This was the greatest sorrow and shame. The fallen Phoenix Cliff was different from the slopes of the Fire Beacon Mountains. There was nothing to hold onto below, and no one had ever heard of anyone surviving after jumping from here. Today, he and Wei Yanshue were forced into a corner. The Een Marquis stopped. If they moved forward even 1 more meter, it would be a bottomless abyss. The stones underfoot rolled down, and Wei Yanshue on his shoulder was gently lowered by him. Yanshue, I'm sorry, I can't protect you. The Een Marquis' voice was bitter as he slowly walked to the cliff's edge, looking at the scenery below. Below the cliff, clouds and mist swirled, deep and bottomless. 10 depths with no life. Wei Yanshue leaned on a large rock beside her, standing straight, the bumps along the way causing her to cough a few times. Cough, cough. Wei Yanshue covered her mouth with her hand and was shocked to find bloodstains on her hand. Her eyes immediately turned red. Tears poured down like a flood breaking through a dam, unstoppable. She didn't respond to the Een Marquis. Not for any reason. It was just that she didn't want to cry and make a scene with someone who had always been used by her, at the final moments of her life. Or perhaps, she had to distance herself from the Een Marquis. This was the only way to possibly awaken her place in Subai's heart once more. In just a few breaths, Subai arrived, stopping his steps as well. Seeing the two of them, just 1 step away from falling off the cliff, his eyes revealed a strange light. What does this mean? Not wanting to die by his hand, they would rather jump off the cliff? When did Wei Yanshue become so brave? Not afraid of being crushed into pieces? A trace of doubt rose in Subai's heart, suspecting that Wei Yanshue must have some wicked plan in her mind, but what did it matter in the face of absolute strength? The long sword was raised. Subai spoke coldly, Wei Yanshue, I wanted to ask you this when I was thrown into prison. What is the meaning of all this today? Using the lives of the people of 2 states, the lives of imperial officials, and the lives of soldiers expanding the borders, to threaten me into prison. How could you have the heart to do it? Is it because of the unfounded, supposed merit that could shake the throne? Subai's voice was deafening, filled with intense anger as he questioned. The people are like water, and the ruler is like a boat. If you don't have water, how do you think you can keep moving forward? Can Wei still prosper under your rule? The officials who were loyal to me. It was the civil and military officials who once promoted you to the throne, the 300,000 Yenling army, the greatest support you had when fighting for the throne. Subai closed in step by step, you really have a ruthless heart. Sitting in this position, doesn't your heart feel uneasy? Subai's words were like a devil's whisper. At this moment, Wei Yanshue trembled all over, her eyes revealing fear. Subai, none of this is my fault. Wei Yanshue trembled as she spoke, not daring to look directly into Subai's eyes. At this moment, she no longer dared to refer to herself as I, hoping to remind Subai of their beautiful memories together. Hoping for him to be lenient. As long as she returned to Yuzhou, she would still be the empress, ruling the world. And there would still be hope for her comeback. At that time, the humiliation she suffered today would naturally be repaid tenfold. It was my second uncle. I went to see his health, but he told me you were a traitor and would definitely rebel in the future. You know, my second uncle is particularly good at divination, so that's why I made up my mind back then. I threatened you with the people of 2 provinces, that was just to force you to submit, I never really intended to kill them. As for the 10,000 Yenling army coming to the capital, it was poisoned by Ma Anhua. By the time I knew, it was too late to stop it. Those civil officials, I didn't kill them, they killed themselves. Just like Wang Gongming, after humiliating me, he committed suicide. I only wanted to imprison you, I never wanted to touch your forces. Wei Yanxue's face was full of grievance. Tears glistened in her eyes, swirling in her eye sockets. She slowly raised her head to look at Su Bai, hoping that Su Bai could see the grievance in her eyes at this moment, wanting him to feel pity and let her go. As long as he let her go, it would be fine. The Shadow Marquis was not important. Su Bai smiled, a sneer full of disdain. His eyes were full of coldness. Wei Yanxue's words might fool children, but who was he? He was the one who single-handedly pushed Wei country from a weak little country to a prosperous empire. These words, how could they fool him? If Wei Yanxue truly just wanted to imprison him without harming others, as an emperor, she had countless ways to do so. Not secretly stirring things up, watching tragic events unfold. She originally wanted to exterminate everything. The only reason she didn't kill him was because she feared the 300,000 Yenling army marching north to break the Great Liang. You're very stupid. Su Bai said coldly, everything you've said has loopholes. After all these years, you haven't learned anything. With that, Su Bai brought the long blade to Wei Yanxue's neck. The Shadow Marquis beside him glared coldly but didn't act. The Shadow Marquis had endured for 8 years in the dark. Today, this moment, he still could endure. He was still waiting for the pain tactic to take effect, hoping Wei Yanxue would take him and leave. Thud. Wei Yanxue knelt directly, gazing at Su Bai with soft eyes, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face, looking extremely pitiful. She sobbed and spoke. Su Bai, do you still remember our encounter 8 years ago? In the war-torn and suffering Liangzhou, you barged into my world like a hero. Back then, I called you Great Master, and you called me Little Crybaby. Every time I was in danger, you would appear to protect me. At that time, I thought we must have fallen for each other. Later, during the snowfall, we made a vow to be together forever. You held my hand, gazing at me affectionately, saying that you would always protect me. Now, I know I did something wrong. I don't ask for your protection, I just hope you can give me a way out. Consider it a farewell to the young girl from 8 years ago, alright? After I return, I will definitely change my ways and do everything to make it up to you. Can you? Wei Yanxue knelt on the ground, lowering herself to the lowest posture. She understood that Su Bai was soft-hearted, sentimental. Otherwise, he would never have voluntarily gone to prison back then. He could have easily killed through the army of 100,000 flying dragons if he wanted to escape. He would definitely soften. He would definitely. Su Bai smiled. Wei Yanxue immediately felt a huge sense of relief. All of her efforts had not been in vain. Bow. The Empress apologizes. I knew it, Su Bai, you wouldn't have the heart to kill me. Woo woo woo. Do you know how scared I was when you chased me all the way? Please, let me go, I want to return to Daliang and rest. Wei Yanxue breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she tried to stand up, she was shocked to find that Su Bai's long sword was still resting on her shoulder. Suddenly, an ominous premonition surged in her heart. It can't be. It can't be. Wei Yanxue hurriedly comforted herself in her heart. Just now, Su Bai had clearly smiled. He must have forgiven her. As for why the long sword was still on her shoulder, forget it. He must have forgotten. Su Bai, my knees hurt from kneeling. Wei Yanxue said softly, with a look of grievance on her face, can you take your long sword off? I want to stand up. After saying this, Wei Yanxue looked at Su Bai expectantly. Her fingers trembled as she touched the back of the sword, trying to lift it, but it wouldn't budge. Does it hurt? Su Bai seemed to have heard something unimaginable. His face instantly twisted into a grimace, and his eyes coldly looked at Wei Yanxue. Do the nobles who have committed suicide out of despair feel pain? Do the common people who were forcibly suppressed and thrown into prison feel pain? Do the tens of thousands of Yenling soldiers who were slaughtered feel pain? Do the relatives of all the wronged dead feel pain? And you, do you deserve to say you're in pain? Su Bai's emotions surged, and with one kick, he sent Wei Yanxue, still kneeling on the ground, tumbling over. Wei Yanxue was immediately thrown into a panic. If it weren't for the shadowy duke secretly supporting her, that kick would have sent her off the cliff. Only after realizing what had happened, Wei Yanxue couldn't stop trembling. She glanced at the bottomless abyss below. A deeper fear grew in her heart. Why? Why does he still refuse to let me go? I am the Empress of Wei, the ruler of a nation. Such a noble identity, kneeling before you, why can't you be satisfied? Why must you still strike with deadly force? A flash of fury passed through Wei Yanxue's pupils. She truly wanted to kill Su Bai, to make him pay 1,000 times over for all the humiliation she had suffered today. But in this moment, she was powerless. She was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Wei Yanxue suppressed her rage, thinking of ways to survive. Su Bai's anger was because many important people had died when she threw him in prison, right? And when she mentioned pain, she had touched the scar in Su Bai's heart. Now that the scar was exposed, if she wanted to survive, she had to heal it. I'm sorry. Wei Yanxue lowered her head, still kneeling on the ground, putting on a pitiful appearance. I am willing to publicly apologize to these people. I am willing to issue a self-criticism decree. I am willing to personally go to the homes of all those who have felt pain and apologize to their families. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, the shadowy duke whitened his eyes. If she does this, the emperor's authority will be completely trampled. The face of the Wei royal family will be shattered. Wei Yanxue understood this too, but compared to staying alive. Face? Authority? Even dignity. All could be discarded. Behind her, there was a bottomless abyss. As long as she could sit back on the throne, these lost things would eventually be returned to her, double-fold. Wei Yanxue raised her head to look at Su Bai, waiting for his response. Su Bai seemed calm on the surface, but deep inside, he was also weighing whether the families of the victims needed the empress to personally apologize. Could an apology from the empress ease their sorrow? Could it? Impossible. The pain of losing a loved one could never be erased by just an apology. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. This is the unchanging truth throughout history. An enemy's apology feels more like a mockery, a helpless sting. You will die today, without a doubt. Su Bai said coldly. The words were serious and unquestionable, but I won't let you die easily, and you don't need to personally apologize to them. Right here. Bow and apologize to all those you have harmed. After saying that, Su Bai pointed to the south, that is where the Su and Liang states are, and the hometowns of most of the Yanling army. Bow in that direction. Wei Yanxue's brutality could no longer be hidden in her eyes. Since I'm going to die either way, why should I bow to those lowly people? I am the son of heaven. Wei Yanxue raised her head and shouted loudly. The moment the words left her mouth. Slap. A loud slap struck, and Wei Yanxue collapsed onto the ground. You are dog shit. Su Bai roared in anger, stepping on Wei Yanxue's head. This direction is the south. Since you don't want to bow, I'll make you bow while stepping on you. Bang! Wei Yanxue's head slammed into the ground. The intense pain made her tears flow, and she desperately tried to rise, but it felt like a mountain was pressing on her head. She couldn't move at all. The Inho did not take action but kept glancing toward the cliff below. Su Bai took off the water bag from his waist. He opened the lid and lifted the water bag into the air, slowly tilting it. There is no wine, so I'll use water instead of wine. The first cup, to honor the 10,000 Yanling soldiers who have passed away. Su Bai thought of the many innocent lives lost because of him, and his eyes also became moist. Brothers, do you see? This is the dog emperor who caused your deaths. She is bowing and apologizing to you here. Water kept dripping from the water bag, forming a line in front of Wei Yanxue. In the next life, I will not be your general, I will be your son, and serve you all in filial piety. Su Bai lowered his head, his face filled with sorrow. These foolish brothers, only 10,000 men with no weapons, entered the capital to demand justice for him, yet they were mercilessly slaughtered. What kind of person is Su Bai, that you would sacrifice so much for? The water splashed on the ground. Wei Yanxue felt the water splashing onto her head and stubbornly lifted her head. She was the empress. How could she kneel to lowly people like this? Knowing she would die, her imperial pride surged within her. Su Bai raised his foot. Then he suddenly stomped down again. Wei Yanxue felt dizzy, a strong smell of blood filled the air, and her body uncontrollably trembled. She truly regretted it now. She shouldn't have provoked this ruthless man, Su Bai. This second cup, to my old friend, Wang Gongming. Water poured from the water bag again. Su Bai's face was full of sadness. He thought of the times he had shared drinks with Wang Gongming, boasting that he would show him what it meant for 100 nations to pay tribute. Unfortunately, Wang Gongming died, even committing suicide. The grand scene of 100 nations paying tribute would never be seen again. You worked diligently for the country, but you probably never expected to end up like this. It's all my fault, Su Bai sighed, unconsciously putting more force under his foot. The blood on the ground kept flowing, and Wei Yanxue couldn't help but scream in pain. Does it hurt? Su Bai whispered, slowly raising his foot, and Wei Yanxue seized the chance to lift her head, only to be stomped back to the ground. Looks like you're not hurting enough. This third cup, to all the common people who spoke up for me. Su Bai poured more water from the water bag. This time he emptied it all, leaving not a single drop. The people of Wei, they are all your citizens. How could you bear to suppress them, imprison them, and torture them? Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Do you really think that just because you are the Emperor of Wei, you can do whatever you want? Su Bai's words grew more furious, the long knife in his hand trembling uncontrollably. Without the support of the people, what are you? You can't even distinguish between grains, you don't work with your hands, if you were born into a commoner's family, you wouldn't even have the ability to survive. You only deserve to be like this now, a dog kneeling on the ground. Su Bai's eyes gleamed with killing intent. Thinking of all the innocent people who were imprisoned and severely injured because of her. He was in so much pain that he could hardly breathe. Such a foolish emperor, unworthy to be a son. He truly was blind back then, to have fallen for such a person. If he had not placed Wei Yanxue on the throne, none of this tragedy would have happened. Looking at Wei Yanxue struggling on the ground, a flash of determination appeared in Su Bai's eyes. Wei Yanxue, after you go down, go and sincerely repent for your sins. Su Bai raised his long knife. Wei Yanxue kept twisting and struggling on the ground. No. I don't want to die, Su Bai, please spare me. I am still a virgin, I can give myself to you, you can do whatever you want with me. Wei Yanxue said bitterly, enduring the pain, begging Su Bai. When truly facing death. The immense fear is so overwhelming that the mind can hold nothing else, only pure cowardice and fear remain. It is really hard to imagine. Why can some people face death with such generosity? From Minister Wang Gongming, who abandoned all wealth and honor, and resolutely drew his sword to end his life. To the jailer Yang Kai, so young yet daring to stand before the emperor and scold him, not fearing being cut into pieces. She truly couldn't understand these people. Once a person dies, everything is gone. Past glory is like a dream. Wei Yanxue looked back at the past, and the happiest and most proud time was the 8 years when Su Bai was with her. Feeling the coldness of the blade. She knew Su Bai's resolve, and the silence at this moment made her even more terrified. Wei Yanxue desperately shouted, Su Bai, I really regret it, can you give me one last chance? Let's grow old together in the snow and wind. Grow old with your ancestors. Su Bai shouted loudly, decisively bringing the long knife down on Wei Yanxue's head. This strike was without mercy. Wei Yanxue closed her eyes, completely collapsing on the ground, waiting for the arrival of death. She thought about how she would explain everything to her ancestors in the underworld. The Wei Dynasty, which had lasted for centuries, came to an end in her generation. Whoosh! Suddenly, a talisman flew towards Su Bai, making a whistling sound. Taking advantage of Su Bai lifting his foot, Yin Ho grabbed Wei Yanxue and decisively jumped off the cliff with her. Yanxue, rather than dying under the blade, it's better to be a pair of desperate lovers with me. This way, I can still take care of you on the road to the underworld. Wei Yanxue, who was being dragged away, was instantly filled with panic. Then, she felt her body rapidly falling, watching the cliff getting farther and farther away. Her strong will to survive made her tightly hold on to Yin Ho. Yin Ho smiled, smiling with immense joy. It was the first time he was so tightly embraced by the woman he loved, and this feeling was even more pleasant than he had imagined. What face do I have to meet my ancestors? Wei Yanxue cried out mournfully in Yin Ho's arms. She had lost the empire. She had ruined the Wei kingdom. Yanxue, we're not dead yet. Yin Ho's eyes flashed with light, he had been watching the view below the cliff. Although it was misty, it was not lifeless. At least, there were large birds soaring through the mist. Occasionally, there were large rocks sticking out from the mountain walls that could hold 2 people. The only deadly problem was the downward force was hard to counter. With this speed, neither the birds nor the rocks would save them. Yin Ho took a curved blade from his sleeve. He struck it hard against the rock wall. Suddenly, sparks flew, and a loud friction sound rang out. But the weight of both of them was simply too much. Yin Ho was one-armed, and could only slow the falling speed, but he couldn't stop it. At the cliff top, Su Bai looked down. Yin Ho and Wei Yanxue had completely disappeared from sight. Falling Phoenix Cliff is the highest cliff in the Wei Kingdom. If they jump from here, even if Yin Ho is a Grand Master, he should still be shattered into pieces. Su Bai muttered to himself. He had never heard of anyone jumping down and coming back alive. Moreover, Yin Ho was one-armed, carrying such a burden as Wei Yanxue. The chance of survival was extremely low. Wait. Flying birds? Su Bai squinted his eyes, looking down at the mist-covered cliff. A bird of prey suddenly rushed up. But there was no one on its back. Switch to Lu Bowen. Whether Wei Yanxue can survive, I can tell with a divination. Su Bai picked up a few broken stones and some leaves, muttering, the stars move, the sun and moon revolve, the universe shifts. Then, he raised the stones and leaves above the cliff, gently opening his hand. The stones and leaves all fell. The stones were Yang, the leaves were Yin. A few stones fell off the cliff, and several leaves fluttered down. Only 3 stones and 3 leaves remained on the cliff. Subai's pupils suddenly dilated, showing an expression of disbelief, slowly saying, yin and yang in balance, soft and hard combined, a good omen? But he is just an emperor. Is he really so hard to kill? If only I had a bow. I would shoot all these birds down, then Wei Yanxue would never make it back up or land safely. Falling Phoenix Cliff. If Wei Yanxue survives, where will she go? Subai took out a map from his chest and examined it carefully. If Wei Yanxue escaped quickly, she would probably head to Daliang. If she had been trapped for a long time, she would likely go to Yuzhou. Go to Daliang? A dead end. Go to Yuzhou? On the left is the mighty Qin Empire, and on the right is the powerful Yanling army. It would also be a dead end. I told you to live a bit longer. Subai drew his long sword and turned to head toward the Beacon Fire Mountains. Staying here was meaningless, and it would only make Xiahou Yuanming and the others worry. Below Falling Phoenix Cliff. The Yin Marquis finally stopped falling, using a curved blade to hang the two of them against the cliff wall. The Yin Marquis' single arm bulged with veins, clearly straining. His feet searched for a foothold, but there was no place to gain strength. Wei Yanxue held onto the Yin Marquis tightly, not daring to open her eyes. She only opened them after she felt they had stopped, seeing everything around her with both joy and shock. I didn't die. I'm not dead yet. Wei Yanxue smiled bitterly, blood still dripping from her forehead. I still have a chance for revenge. Yin Marquis, you must save me. As long as I'm alive, we can go to Fushan to get married. Upon hearing this, the Yin Marquis' eyes flashed with sharp light. Good. All the effort has not been in vain. The heavens do not disappoint the determined. We are finally about to succeed. But surviving, this is truly difficult. The Yin Marquis gritted his teeth. I'll risk it. 90, great victory. The army returns to Daliang. At the same time, on the Beacon Fire Mountains, dead bodies were scattered everywhere, and flames spread widely. A general dressed in golden armor swung his spear with all his might, attempting to break through the Yanling army's defenses. But he suddenly turned around, to find that there were no Wei soldiers behind him, only silver-armored soldiers with long knives. He laughed. The million-strong Wei army, almost entirely destroyed. Ah! I, Song Rentu, am unwilling. The golden-armored general was none other than Song Rentu, the supreme commander of the Wei army in this battle. At this moment, he fought alone against the siege of Xiahou Yuanming and Zhuge Luyun, struggling greatly, covered in wounds. With his strength, if he chose to break through, there would still be a chance to survive. But he was unwilling. Unwilling to let so many soldiers die here, unwilling to return and become a commander without an army. General Song, I didn't expect your strength to be comparable to Cheng Feilong's. Xiahou Yuanming laughed heartily. The victory was already decided. Over 100,000 Yanling soldiers had blocked the million-strong Wei army. Such a great achievement would shake the 100 nations. He. Compared to General Xiaohu's martial arts, I, Song, am ashamed to say I fall short. Song Rentu barely blocked Xiahou Yuanming's strike, his gaze suddenly darkening. He threw down his weapon. I won't fight anymore, you can kill me. There's no way out anyway. I don't want to struggle anymore. I only regret learning martial arts but never meeting a wise ruler. I only hope that King Su will chop off Wei Yanxue's dog head, so I can go to the underworld and kill her 1,000 times. The long spear fell to the ground. Song Rentu offered his neck to be killed. The unwillingness in his eyes faded, replaced with calmness. Though he was defeated, at least he had once been the supreme commander, and his youthful dreams had been fulfilled. His life was, in a way, complete. If the Empress had not imprisoned King Su, then, if none of this happens, he will never have a chance to rise. At least, it would be impossible for him to hold great power. Xiahou Yuanming and Zhuge Luyun exchanged glances, and Zhuge Luyun smiled and said, since General Song is ready to be executed, what is General Xiahou waiting for? Do you want to leave the credit of killing the commander to me? Xiahou Yuanming's expression darkened, he sighed, and raised his long knife to directly behead Song Ren's head, blood spurting out. Neither Xiahou Yuanming nor Zhuge Luyun avoided it. The scorching hot blood, the glory of the soldiers, dust to dust, soil to soil. The fire is coming, retreat the army. Xiahou Yuanming shouted loudly, leading the remaining Yanling army to retreat to the isolation zone. Once the fire is out, they will go and take the huge amount of wealth away. Although this battle had the help of the Great Fire, they also lost quite a few men. Zhang Quanglong took away 50,000 men, and some were lost during the ambush of the 100,000 Wei army earlier. Now only about 100,000 Yanling soldiers remain. In the end, Song Ren's head led the Wei army to charge, and fought hand-to-hand with the Yanling army. That was when the casualties were the highest. This was also the reason why Song Ren's head had to be beheaded. He had the blood of his own brothers on his hands. After the Yanling army had retreated to a safe place, Xiahou Yuanming took out a map from his chest. Here is the Beacon Fire mountain range, and here is the steep slope where King Su chased down the mountain. Look here. Xiahou Yuanming pointed to a location at the bottom of the steep slope. Draw a semicircle centered around this point, with the radius being the distance that King Su could chase. The farthest place that can be reached at this moment is every position on this arc. Zhuge Luyun frowned. I think we don't need to search so far. With King Su's speed, how could Wei Yanxue escape so far? But King Su still hasn't returned. Deputy General Bai Qi said anxiously. Zhuge Luyun pointed to a certain place and said seriously. The only place within this semicircle that is dangerous to King Su is this cliff. The Falling Phoenix Cliff. Unless someone from Fushan used some dirty trick to push King Su off, I can't think of any other way for King Su to lose. As soon as these words were spoken, all the generals of the Yanling army present broke out in cold sweat. What kind of rebellious words were these? How could King Su be pushed off by someone from Fushan? Could something have delayed him? Deputy General Manzi asked from the side. He could never believe that King Su would encounter any danger. After all, King Su was even stronger than him. Carrying a giant cauldron was an easy task for him. Who could defeat King Su? Xiahou Yuanming fell into deep thought but couldn't come up with anything that could delay his journey. So he said, never mind, let's send troops to search this Falling Phoenix Cliff. No need to search. At this moment, a clear and bright voice rang out. Su Bai walked up from the gentle slope. How is the battle here? Did any Wei army break out? Hearing the voice, everyone was overjoyed and looked down the slope. They saw King Su and the scouts of the Yanling army coming up together. The scout looked helpless. He had originally wanted to come up and report, but was held back by King Su. King Su! I knew you couldn't be in trouble. Manzi laughed loudly. No Wei army broke out, they all perished in the Great Fire. Good job. Su Bai punched Manzi, his tough skin and muscles making it a little hard. Zhuge Luyun took out his fan from his chest and pretended to be a military strategist, asking, King Su, what happened to Wei Yanxue? Upon hearing this question, everyone's eyes lit up with eager curiosity. They naturally wanted to know the fate of the empress who had slaughtered tens of thousands of Yanling brothers. Every person present wished they could slice the empress into 1,000 pieces. Su Bai walked over to the map, pointed to the Falling Phoenix Cliff, and said, from here, she jumped down. What? She fell to her death, shattered to pieces. It's too easy on her. Exactly. Letting her die so quickly, if she were in my hands. Not stabbing her 1,000 times would be impossible. It can be considered as revenge, and the brothers in the underworld can now rest in peace. She's finally dead, but there's still a lot of mess left for Wei to clean up. King Su, what should we do next? Everyone turned to look at Su Bai. The female emperor is dead, but what comes next? Su Bai shook his head. I calculated a divination for Wei Yanxue. Guess what happened? Before anyone could respond, Su Bai continued, it turned out to be an auspicious sign. Despite falling off the cliff, Wei Yanxue might not die. Send a messenger to warn Zhang Quanglong to pay attention. If Wei Yanxue enters Daliang, capture her or kill her. With these words, everyone was stunned. King Su's divination skills are well known and top-notch, even surpassing the Taoists of Longhu Mountain. She didn't die from falling off the cliff of Falling Phoenix? It's true that good people don't live long, but troublemakers linger for 1,000 years. Got it. Summer Ho Yuanming nodded, sending a messenger to Daliang. This time, it's not without gain. Su Bai clenched his fist. Wei Yanxue bowed 3 times, for the dead brothers, loyal ministers, and the people. If they are aware in the afterlife, they can rest in peace. Soon. We will send Wei Yanxue to hell. As long as she is alive, she will eventually go to Yuzhou. Everyone was invigorated when they heard about Wei Yanxue's bow of apology. With this, the brothers resting in Daliang could finally rest in peace. Yuzhou is under intense attack from Qin, and the reinforcements led by the Tiger and Leopard Army and Ma Baogua can't hold it back. They keep losing ground. Zhuge Luyun waved his feather fan and sneered. At the beginning, the Yanling army, with only a few tens of thousands, defeated the Qin army, but now they are defeated by Qin's smaller forces. Wei Yanxue's arrival is useless. It's just a matter of time before she dies. King Su, where are we heading now? Su Bai's gaze hardened. To Daliang. Daliang. At this moment, Zhang Quanglong had led 30,000 troops and broken through the city gates. The defending Wei troops couldn't stop the vicious Yanling army. In less than half an hour, the south gate was breached. Brother Lon, this is so satisfying. Sima Ho's face was filled with excitement, his cheeks trembling with joy. This is the capital of Wei. We really took it. Humph. Zhang Quanglong coldly surveyed everything. Since we're back, it's time to settle the old scores. Give the order. Surround all the aristocratic families in Daliang. The remaining people should go open the other 3 city gates, allowing the 20,000 brothers surrounding those gates to enter the city. The revenge for the 10,000 Yenling army brothers who were imprisoned by King Su must be avenged by these aristocratic families. Zhang Qianlong's voice was cold and firm, filled with intense expectation and killing intent. He had waited for this day for too long. Back then, when he was in Shuzhou, he heard the bad news from Daliang. Over 10,000 Yenling army soldiers had been tricked and killed, and the one leading them was his best brother, Zhang Qianyuan, the illegitimate son of the Zhang family. His older brother. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Qianlong nearly went mad. If it wasn't for the fact that Summer Ho Yuanming and Zhuge Luyun strongly blocked him, even having a fight with Zhuge Luyun, he would have rushed to Daliang immediately. Later, he managed to fight for the chance to go to the cliff. He had been waiting for today. The only regret was that the female emperor, Wei Yanxue, wasn't in Daliang. If he could personally kill her, it would be even more satisfying. Not long after. Outside the Ma family mansion, one of the 4 prominent families of 3 generations of dukes. The Yenling army, clad in silver armor and wielding long knives, surrounded the mansion, and more common people gathered on the streets to watch. Why did the Yenling army enter the capital? Yeah, I'm confused too. I didn't hear anything about the Yenling army attacking the city. Could they have surrendered? Surrender your ancestors. If they had surrendered, how would they dare to surround the Ma family? Isn't it possible that the defending soldiers couldn't hold the line, and the news hadn't spread yet, so the Yenling army got in? Does that mean the Ma family is doomed? Not just the Ma family. When I was coming here, I saw that the Sun family and the Gua family were also surrounded. So why are you here watching the show outside the Ma family? This is one of the 4 prominent families. Isn't it much more beautiful than the other noble families? If the Yenling army really plans to take action against the Ma family, then today is truly a feast for the eyes. The common folk whispered amongst themselves. Before the news of the Yenling army's siege even spread, the city gates had already been breached. This caught the Ma family completely off guard, and suddenly, their estate was surrounded by the Yenling army. Ma family, in the council hall. Many important figures of the Ma family gathered here, their faces grim. Big brother, how did the Yenling army suddenly attack? The Ma family once helped His Majesty slaughter thousands of Yenling soldiers. Could they be seeking revenge? Ma Angua's second uncle frowned, looking at the elder of the Ma family with a mix of panic and anxiety on his face. Calm down, let me think. The elder of the Ma family waved his hand, quickly pondering in his heart. Making a mountain out of a molehill. Ma Nanchuan said disdainfully, Father, we are the Ma family. Our existence is even older than the Wei royal family. Anyone who wants to become emperor must rely on the Ma family. Since the Yenling army has breached the gates, it proves that the empress is in grave danger, and Su Bai is likely eyeing the throne. Without the support of these noble families, can he really hold the throne? Ma Nanchuan chuckled lightly, her eyes showing no signs of worry. It's just that they once slaughtered some of the Yenling army, right? At that time, it was just a matter of different sides, each serving their master. Should we really be so petty about it? Without the power of the noble families, which emperor in the world could maintain their rule? As one of the top noble families of Diliang and Wei, the Ma family, at most, would only be used to scare the Yenling army. They wouldn't dare to really attack. Little sister, have you considered? Ma Angua said in a low voice. The Yenling army doesn't not need noble families, but they need to use us as a warning. And we are that warning. After all, we have a past grudge with the Yenling army. If they want to make an example out of a noble family, it might very well be us. At these words, the council hall instantly fell silent. Everyone couldn't help but become tense. Angua, do you have any way to shift the Yenling army's hatred? The elder of the Ma family asked hoarsely. Recently, he had been worried about the empress making a mistake, and as a result, caught a cold. If what Ma Angua said is true, saving the Ma family would require shifting the hatred. In other words, change the target. It's simple. Ma Angua said confidently, other noble families have secretly set traps for Prince Su and the Yenling army. As the Chancellor of Wei, I have plenty of evidence against them. Father, which noble family do you dislike? I can gather enough evidence to bring them down. The elder of the Ma family's eyes suddenly lit up with a sharp gleam. Since that's the case, then don't blame this old man for being ruthless. As the saying goes, better for the friend to die than the monk to live. If I can save the Ma family from disaster, it would be the honor of the other noble families. The elder of the Ma family slowly spoke. Destroy the Sun family. They've been stealing our spotlight lately, and it's time they learned the consequences. Understood. Ma Angua stood up and left. Outside the Ma family estate, Zhang Quanlong rode in on his horse. Just now, the Wei army at the East Gate was being difficult. He personally went there and killed dozens of people before they obediently complied. As expected. Only when you're in a desperate situation will you shed tears. They didn't know how to open the gate until I killed a few of them. Zhang Quanlong said indifferently, his face calm. Dozens of lives, that's nothing more than a mere appetizer. Next, we're heading to the Ma family. Zhang Quanlong chuckled lightly and was about to give the order to break in when a messenger appeared. General Zhang, a letter from Prince Su. Give it to me. Zhang Quanlong took it with both hands and carefully opened it. Could it be that there's an issue with the Finghua mountain range? Immediately, Zhang Quanlong's expression turned tense. But after reading the letter, Zhang Quanlong suddenly burst into laughter. Brothers, the Million Wei army is almost wiped out, and Prince Su is on his way to Daliang. Good news, truly good news. Ha! Wei Yanxue is still alive. Zhang Quanlong looked back and discovered that Su Wang actually wanted him to pay attention to Wei Yanxue returning to Daliang. What does this mean? With a million-strong army destroyed, how can Wei Yanxue survive such calamity? Damn it, this is just unfair. Misfortune befalls the blessed. Brother Long, since Su Wang is coming, should we still destroy the Ma family? Sito Ho asked with a smile, why not wait for Su Wang? After all, the Ma family can't escape, we can't enjoy alone, we have to let the brothers have some fun too. Zhang Quanlong nodded, in that case, let's surround them first. No one from the family should be let out. I will sharpen my knife first, so it will be even more enjoyable when the time comes. Taming beasts. The Empress is also a genius. At Luofeng Cliff. On the cliff wall. Two people sat on a protruding rock, it was Yin Ho and Wei Yanxue. They had been trapped here for 3 hours. Originally thinking they could escape by riding these flying beasts, but once on the back of the flying beast, they realized how unstable their center of gravity was. If it weren't for Yin Ho's quick reflexes, the two would have fallen down long ago. Yin Ho, I don't want to die. Wei Yanxue cried with a mournful face, tears all over her face, the scar on her forehead looked a bit hideous. You must have a way to get me out, right? Of course. Yin Ho nodded, gazing at the now miserable Wei Yanxue with hazy eyes, truly a taste of something different. He suppressed the emotions welling up inside and reminded himself not to rush. Yanxue has already promised me, she will belong to me sooner or later. Now, there is no need to hurry. And in such a small space, it really is hard to do anything. Yanxue, to land safely, we must tame a flying beast. If we slide down using a curved blade, the risk is too great. Wei Yanxue sobbed as she spoke, but we don't know how to tame it, wouldn't that be a dead end? There are people in the Crow Hall who can tame beasts. Once out of curiosity, I asked him for the secret. Although I didn't bring it with me, I memorized it. Yin Ho said with relief, as the most talented genius of Fushan, he had a photographic memory. However, later he neglected the beast taming method due to hard training on Fushan's secret arts and hadn't thought to learn it again after that. Fortunately, he still hadn't forgotten. Yanxue, I will recite the beast taming method, how about we practice together? Okay. Wei Yanxue nodded joyfully, finally seeing a glimmer of hope for survival. As for practicing together? Wei Yanxue had no hope for herself. After all, she had felt sleepy since learning martial arts in childhood. For those complex things, to comprehend them would take quite a while. But in life and death moments, she was willing to give it a try. Original spirit builds the divine bridge, all transformations rush towards the spirit, embrace the origin, gather atop, 1 for locking, 2 for controlling, divine powers roam free, awaken the beast's roots, great words enlighten human speech. Yin Ho muttered, while Wei Yanxue closed her eyes to comprehend. Yin Ho's brows were tightly knitted, clearly feeling it was quite difficult, but he wouldn't give up since it concerned life and death. However, Wei Yanxue at this moment relaxed her brows. With each spell Yin Ho recited, Wei Yanxue felt refreshed, and in her mind, she was faintly grasping the key. Taming beasts is actually this simple? Wei Yanxue questioned in her heart, she never expected that one day she could comprehend the method so quickly. Before long, Yin Ho finished reciting the incantation and began to refine and comprehend slowly. However, Wei Yanxue suddenly opened her eyes, confused, and asked, Yin Ho, such a simple beast taming method, you still haven't comprehended it? The moment these words were spoken, Yin Ho's pupils widened in shock. Waves surged in his heart, my dear Empress, do you not know that comprehension requires time? Do you think everyone is as talented as Su Bai? Yanxue, the beast taming method isn't simple, I still need some time. Yin Ho could only speak softly to soothe Wei Yanxue's emotions, I know you are eager to leave here. But comprehending the cultivation technique is not something that happens overnight. What? Wei Yanxue's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she slowly asked, you mean, you haven't comprehended it yet? Yin Ho silently nodded. Wei Yanxue's heart immediately filled with shock. Although Inho was not as strong as Subai, his talent was still top tier. Otherwise, he would not have reached the Grandmaster level at such a young age. If even Inho couldn't comprehend it, yet she had, what did that mean? Wei Yanxue felt that it was self-evident. It turned out that the true genius was me. I knew it, how could I always be inferior to Subai? It turns out my talent lies in beast taming. I am also a child of destiny. Wei Yanxue extended her hand, and a dark yellow aura immediately erupted from her palm. Inho's eyes widened in shock. He could hardly believe it. Just after one try, Yanxue, you learned it. Inho murmured softly, his voice full of astonishment. Wei Yanxue waved her hand, and a large eagle, glowing golden all over, flew up and circled in front of them. The beast taming technique works only on beasts below the Grandmaster level. This eagle will soon reach the Grandmaster realm, so we've really struck it lucky, Inho said excitedly. If the beast taming technique worked on all powerful beasts, there wouldn't be a demon suppression prison. Wei Yanxue waved her hand again, and the eagle flew over, landing in front of them. A quarter of an hour later. The dark yellow aura in Wei Yanxue's hand grew even denser, and the eagle had completely obeyed her commands. With this beast taming technique, don't I have the ability to train a real tiger and leopard army? An army riding fierce tigers and leopards. When that time comes, how could the mere Yenling army stand a chance against me? Wouldn't they be utterly crushed at my whim? Subai. I will make you regret today's humiliation 1,000-fold. Wei Yanxue shouted angrily, now filled with renewed confidence. She would make Subai pay for everything he had done to her today. Get on. Wei Yanxue stepped forward, coldly speaking to Inho behind her. Inho carefully stepped up at once. The two sat on the eagle's back, with Wei Yanxue in front and Inho behind. Stay away from me. Wei Yanxue said coldly, extending her hand to signal Inho to back off. The contempt in her eyes surfaced again. Just as Inho was about to speak, Wei Yanxue interrupted him, this time I saved you. You have no right to claim me. If you achieve great merit in the future, only then will our relationship have a chance to develop further. What a joke. This is my eagle. Do you think that just because I saved your life, I owe you my body? Do you want to have some kind of relationship with me? I find it disgusting. It's just using connections like Subai, except you're not qualified to threaten the master. That's why I've kept you around. Do you really think you're worthy of me? Foolish. Of course, Wei Yanxue only thought these words in her heart, as she still needed Inho's protection in the future. So, she added the last sentence. One must always give some hope. Inho's face darkened, but he still took a few steps back. He understood, this time, it was indeed Wei Yanxue who had tamed the eagle, and only then did they have a chance to escape. He truly had no right to claim credit. Although the technique was his. Inho always felt weak in front of Wei Yanxue. If he didn't have the advantage, he would wait longer. After all, he had already waited for 10 years. What was another bit of time? Besides, he had no competition. The eagle spread its wings and flew down with the two of them toward the cliff. Wei Yanxue still felt a great fear of Subai. She dared not gamble on whether Subai was still at the cliff. Yanxue, where are we going? Inho asked. To Daliang. Also. Wei Yanxue's face turned cold, call me your majesty. Daliang. South Gate. Subai, leading 100,000 Yenling army and 10,000 scholars, entered the city with great momentum. Just recently, Subai had been chased out of the city. Here, 30,000 scholars don armor to escort themselves. Looking back now, it truly feels as if it were just yesterday. When heading north, they sent word to Junan City, bringing back the 10,000 scholars who stayed behind in Daliang. They had once fought desperately to save themselves, and now that the city was breached, naturally they would bring them back. The scholars were even more excited than the Yenling army, since entering Daliang, they had been excitedly chatting away behind. This is so awesome. Even though I'm a scholar, I still want to say it's so awesome. It's damn awesome. Aren't those noble families so arrogant? They want to block the paths of learning for the cold scholars and common folks of Wei. Let's see if they dare to act arrogant again today. This is so refreshing. If it weren't for King Su, I couldn't even imagine a day like this where we can hold our heads high. By the way, even if Wei Yanxue is alive, she can't come back. Wei cannot be without a ruler for even a day. Cough cough, keep your voice down, we have a big plan behind the scenes. The corners of the scholars' mouths curled up in smiles, and when they looked at King Su, their smiles widened. They had devised a grand plan in Junan City. As long as King Su didn't want to ascend the throne, they would carry it out. Not want to ascend the throne? Ha ha ha. You don't have a choice in this. King Su. Zhang Quanglong galloped over on his warhorse, his face alight with uncontrollable joy. I was just waiting for you to arrive. None of the noble families in Dalian got away. As soon as he said this, both the Yanling army and the scholars looked invigorated. The noble families were their common enemies. Excellent. Subai nodded with satisfaction, waving his hand. Let's first go see our old friend, the Ma family of the 4 generations and 3 marquises. King Su, there have been many rumors among the people recently. Zhang Quanglong frowned. Lately, the winds and rain in Dalian had been unusually strong. The Sun family has been secretly plotting against the Yanling army, causing harm repeatedly. 6 years ago, it was the Sun family that informed the Chu army, catching the Yanling army off guard. 5 years ago, the Sun family accused the Yanling army of receiving too much military funds, claiming unfair treatment to other armies, and kept lowering our military funds. But how can we compare to those other armies? Their combined merits can't equal half of ours. 4 years ago, the Sun family intercepted the subsidies that rightfully belonged to the Yanling army. They only settled down after knowing that King Su entered the court. However, after King Su was imprisoned, the Sun family repeatedly urged the Empress to execute you, slandering you with allegations of rebellion. After finishing, Zhang Quanglong clasped his hands. King Su, this is not just baseless talk. Should we deal with the Sun family first? Interesting. This is really too interesting. Subai thought of something, clapping his hands in laughter. No need. Notify all the restaurants in Dalian to give the Yanling army and the scholars a warm welcome. Let's wait a few days for the noble families to fight among themselves, and more hidden secrets will surface. I want to see just how dark-hearted these noble families are. Spread the word. This time we will only target 5 noble families. The 5 families that have secretly thrown obstacles will be the ones we catch. Zhang Quanglong responded with a yes, appearing calm on the surface, but his heart was churning with waves of shock. What King Su meant was, the actions of the Sun family were purposely exposed by other noble families? The aim was to divert the Yanling army's attention. Who could it be? The Ma family. Zhang Quanglong thought of the Ma family first, as they certainly had the strongest sense of crisis. King Su, are we really? Zhang Quanglong's face showed hesitation. Do these noble families keep their promises? It's just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Subai sneered, let them also feel the flavor of pretending to be one thing while doing another. Zhang Quanglong laughed, bowed, and then decisively left. King Su really knows how to toy with people. In these days, the people of the noble families will remain shrouded in fear, ultimately dying in despair. This is the price for offending the Yanling army, this is the price for exploiting the common people and oppressing the lowly scholars. Before long, a piece of news quickly spread throughout Dalian city. The king of Su wants to confiscate the properties of 5 prominent families. Instantly, all the noble families of Dalian city were filled with fear. No one wanted to see their centuries-old foundations destroyed in an instant and become traitors to their own family. The Sun family. In the council hall. Head of the family, these rumors must have come from the Ma family. They're trying to ruin us. A middle-aged man said anxiously. What are you panicking for? Old Master Sun leaned on his cane and struck the ground with it. Then he waved his hand. Go. Expose everything the Ma family has done secretly over the years. Do they really think my Sun family wouldn't have something up our sleeves? Also, let's expose the dirty deeds of the Gua family, the Zhao family, the Yuan family, and the Song family. Since they're only going after 5 families, we'll be the 6th. But the middle-aged man's face changed. Head of the family, apart from the Ma family, the other families haven't done anything as evil as our Sun family. Are you a pig? Old Master Sun shouted angrily. Do you have a mouth just to eat rice? Can't you fabricate some things out of thin air? Do you think the Yanling army will investigate everything one by one? The middle-aged man suddenly realized, and hurriedly left with the orders. In less than an hour, the dark deeds of these 5 families spread throughout Dalian city, making the common people furious. The reputation of the noble families was completely destroyed among the people. At the banquet, Zhuge Luyun smiled and said, King Su, this time we have a legitimate reason to destroy the noble families. With this move, their reputation will be completely ruined. Of course. Xiahou Yuanming also laughed loudly. This is the filth the noble families threw on each other. Now it's more credible. The status of the noble families in the eyes of the people will surely plummet. I didn't expect that these deeply rooted noble families could be solved so easily. King Su really is clever beyond measure. Subai clinked glasses with the generals, and everyone in the room was in high spirits. Are the scouts in position? Suddenly, Subai changed the subject. The general's eyes immediately sharpened. Let's calculate the time. If Wei Yanxue escapes quickly, she should be arriving in Dalian soon. If we keep up appearances and let our guard down, we might be able to lure her in. Zhang Quanglong cupped his hands and said, "Don't worry, King Su. The scouts are all out. Anyone entering from any of the city gates will not escape our eyes." Hearing this, Su Bai nodded, but then suddenly remembered something. Not good. Wei Yanxue might not be coming through the city gates. Zhang Quanglong showed a surprised expression, confused. Dalian City is high. Even a grandmaster can't jump in. Unless she has other helpers. No. Su Bai looked up at the sky and slowly spoke, "They are not coming in. They are flying in. Let's go to the palace." The palace. In Wei Yanxue's study. Yin Ho and Wei Yanxue were searching for something. Here it is. Wei Yanxue picked up the imperial seal and immediately stuffed it into her chest. "We need to leave quickly, or it will be too late." Wei Yanxue waved her hand. A large eagle that had been hiding behind the study flew over. Wei Yanxue didn't dare let the eagle hover in the sky. If anyone saw it, the consequences would be unbearable. The two of them decisively leaped onto the eagle. Go! Wei Yanxue threw her hand forward, and the eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky. Fly over there, fewer people. Even if they had to take a longer route, Wei Yanxue didn't mind. The key was not to be discovered by the Yanling army. Only when they had flown far from Daliang did the tension on Wei Yanxue's face fade, replaced by a mocking smile. "A bunch of fools, they didn't even station heavy troops in the palace, focusing all their strength on the noble families." Thankfully, the imperial seal wasn't lost. Without the imperial seal, Su Bai can't become emperor. The Wei kingdom can only have one emperor, me. Wei Yanxue gently caressed the imperial seal. It had been passed down for hundreds of years, symbolizing the supreme power of the Wei kingdom. "Your Majesty, where should we go now?" Yin Ho asked. "Yuzhou." Wei Yanxue's eyes flashed with hope. "Yuzhou still has 500,000 troops, and I still have the strength to fight Su Bai. And I've mastered the method of taming beasts. As long as I refine it a little more. At that time, my cavalry will no longer ride war horses, but various fierce beasts. The advantage is mine." The Yin Marquis nodded but then worriedly said, "According to the recent battle reports from Yuzhou, the Qin army is about to launch a full-scale attack." "It doesn't matter." Wei Yanxue appeared extremely confident. "I will make the Qin kingdom pay the price." Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Before Wei Yanxue could react, the Yin Marquis quickly threw out 3 talismans, deflecting the arrows coming towards them. But the panicked giant eagle seemed to lose control, its body tilted as it got scared. Ah! Wei Yanxue, holding the imperial jade seal with both hands, fell directly from the back of the giant eagle. The familiar sensation played out once again, and Wei Yanxue only felt the scent of death in the air. "No! I don't want to die." Suddenly, Wei Yanxue's palm once again emitted a dark yellow aura, reaching toward the sky with a sweep. The giant eagle suddenly dived down. At the same time, Su Bai shot his second arrow. "I didn't expect Wei Yanxue to be so fast, she's already gone." Su Bai muttered to himself as he pulled his bow again to aim. The many generals of the Yanling army all looked up at the sky. At this distance, only King Su could shoot accurately. The arrow was aimed at the predicted landing point where Wei Yanxue would fall, but then, Su Bai's gaze shrank. The second arrow missed. "I didn't expect this giant eagle to be so obedient." Su Bai said coldly. Before the arrow could strike, the giant eagle had already caught Wei Yanxue. Back on the giant eagle's back, Wei Yanxue was panting heavily. At this moment, she only felt like she was about to throw up. "Your Majesty, quickly order the giant eagle to stop flying in a straight line, the third arrow is coming," the Yin Marquis shouted loudly. Now, they weren't flying very high, and if they fell again, it might be too late for rescue. Wei Yanxue forced herself to endure the discomfort and quickly ordered the giant eagle to turn. The third arrow also missed. Su Bai handed the heavy bow back to the barbarian and sighed. "It's too far now, shooting again would be pointless." "King Su, do you want to pursue and kill?" the barbarian asked. "No need." Su Bai shook his head. Although the warhorse was fast, it still couldn't compare to these flying beasts. "Let her go back to Yuzhou." "King Su, it's all my fault," Zhang Quanglong said with self-blame. The plan to intercept Wei Yanxue was arranged by him. The palace didn't send many people, which allowed Wei Yanxue to slip through. "It's fine." Su Bai smiled lightly. The palace didn't need to arrange much anyway. The Wei clan has few people, especially when Wei Yanxue killed so many when she ascended the throne. Our focus is on these aristocratic families. You did well. Su Bai patted Zhang Quanglong's shoulder. Besides, Wei Yanxue went to the palace just to take the imperial jade seal. There's no use in us having it. It's nothing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Quanglong suddenly looked up, and the generals of the Yanling army around them also showed bright eyes. The imperial jade seal? The throne? They wanted King Su to claim the throne, but now the Imperial Jade Seal was stolen. Without the Imperial Jade Seal, Zheng Qianlong clenched his fists with a fierce look on his face. King Su, give me 50,000 Yenling troops, and I will go seize Yuzhou. Su Bai squinted his eyes and looked at Zheng Qianlong. He understood Zheng Qianlong's meaning. But if he were to claim the throne, why would he need the Imperial Jade Seal? He is heaven's will, not bound by anything, let alone a mere Jade Seal. Su Bai then turned to the generals and asked seriously, "Do you want me to claim the throne now?" Upon hearing this, everyone became tense, and after some hesitation, Zheng Qianlong nodded, then immediately kneeled down on one knee. "Your subordinate dares to ask, please, King Su, claim the throne." Zhuge Liuyan, standing aside with a feather fan, smiled and said, "King Su, now that we occupy Yangzhou, Shuzhou, and Liangzhou, our territory is quite considerable, enough to claim the throne." He then put the feather fan into his chest and also kneeled down. Zhuge Liuyan asks King Su to claim the throne. Upon hearing this, the generals nearby also made to kneel, but were stopped by Su Bai's stern voice, "Don't kneel. I will claim the throne. But not now." Su Bai gazed up at the sky, tightening his fists. "If my domain is not as large as the former Wei kingdom, I have no face to be this emperor. The 4 regions of Yuzhou, Xinzhou, and Izhou are all being invaded by other countries. We must reclaim these 4 states to have the right to call ourselves emperors. Otherwise, if I become emperor, would I not be living in constant fear, like Wei Yanxue?" Su Bai swung his fists and laughed. "My country will not allow any other nation to eye it with ill intent. To establish the Su kingdom, we must become the king of 100 nations. Our goal is to unify the world." As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers felt their blood boiling. Their bodies were filled with endless strength. For this great cause, they were willing to give their lives. "I swear to follow King Su to the death, to pacify the world, and unify the land." Xiahou Yuanming shouted loudly, and the other soldiers echoed, "I swear to follow King Su to the death, to pacify the world, and unify the land. I swear to follow King Su to the death, to pacify the world, and unify the land." Enough. Su Bai waved his hand. "To pacify the world and unify the land, we must first begin with Yuzhou. If we don't pull out this poisonous fang, we cannot free our hands to deal with other places. But the situation in Yuzhou is currently complicated. The Qin army wants to launch a decisive battle. Next, we will see how Wei Yanxue responds." Zhuge Liuyan took out his feather fan from his bosom, pretending to be unconcerned, and calmly asked, "King Su, do we need to sandwich Wei Yanxue and put some pressure on her?" "No need." Su Bai said seriously, "Do not give her any pressure." "Why?" Zhuge Liuyan asked, puzzled. "If we squeezed her from both sides, Wei Yanxue would certainly have no place to escape. Because this battle, the Qin army will win. By weakening Wei Yanxue, we are indirectly strengthening the Qin army." Su Bai casually smiled, "Let them dogs fight among themselves. We will just sit back and watch the fire from across the river, reaping the benefits." Everyone was shocked. Is the Qin army really that strong in Su Bai's eyes? Su Bai saw the doubts in everyone's minds and said seriously, "Among the 5 surrounding nations, indeed, the Qin kingdom is the strongest. If it weren't for 8 years ago when the Qin kingdom faced a crushing defeat at the hands of my Yenling army at Julu, the Qin kingdom might have already annexed several countries, becoming one of the strongest nations in the world. Now that they are making a comeback and have rested for so long, they surely won't be much weaker than 8 years ago. Ying Fan is not like Wei Yanxue, who has no ability to fight head-on. He has great talents and strategies, and he has many capable people under his command. Otherwise, how could he drive Su Hubao and Ma Anghua to retreat one after another with just 30,000 troops? All right. We will just wait for the news. I heard that Izhou has already been penetrated by the Chu kingdom. Tell the Yenling army guarding Shuzhou to be careful, and don't let their home be taken." Xiahou Yuanming cupped his hands and said, "Yes." He then frowned and asked, "King Su, our Yenling army is getting fewer and fewer. Should we?" As soon as he said this, the other generals nodded repeatedly. The continuous wars had caused the Yenling army to suffer heavy casualties. Originally with 300,000 troops, now only about 220,000 remain. The huge reduction in manpower had caused the generals to feel stressed. "Recruit soldiers." Su Bai nodded, "We just happen to have a lot of money in our hands, don't be stingy. Shuzhou has a strong martial tradition and has developed quite well in recent years. Let's recruit 200,000 new soldiers first. The remaining rice from the Mi family should not be transported to Shuzhou. Keep it in Daliang, we'll need to open the granaries for disaster relief later." 95. The Alliance. Wu Zhao's regret ***. Daliang. The people were in a state of panic. Especially among the aristocratic families, they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The bad rumors outside were increasing, and many of them were based on real facts. Once their dirty secrets were exposed, they could only reveal even more secrets of other aristocratic families. If their own family's misdeeds were worse than others, they would throw mud at other families. The heads of the major aristocratic families were already red-eyed with rage. No matter what, they could not allow their family to fall out of the top 5 rankings. For this, they were willing to use any means. Recently, many people had even secretly sent gifts to the generals of the Yanling army. At first, the general of the Yanling army didn't accept any gifts, but later, the number grew more and more. There were even rumors. As long as the proper etiquette was followed, everything could be done. Once these words spread, the noble families went wild, desperately stuffing gifts into the hands of the general. General, it's nothing valuable, just a few dozen night pearls, some rare treasures, a few hundred famous paintings, and by the way, this porcelain is from 3,000 years ago. General, please sit, my family still has a few young ladies in the house, if you like, you can take them as concubines, titles? Oh, no need. The noble families were still quite wealthy. Although most of their wealth had gone to the Mi family's carriages, there were still plenty of treasures. Zhuge Luyun laughed while counting the treasures. He refused no one's gifts and promised each one, I'll speak a good word for you later, and if you happen to be ranked 5th, I'll try to make sure you move up 1 place. Thank you, General. Thank you, General. The head of the noble family cried, with tears and snot, looking utterly miserable. In the military camp, Xiahou Yuanming pointed at the treasures on the ground, his face filled with shock as he asked. Zhuge Luyun, did you dig up a tomb? No. Zhuge Luyun looked puzzled. Didn't the noble family send treasures to the famous General Xiahou? No way. Not a single treasure? Upon hearing this, Xiahou Yuanming suddenly widened his eyes, raised his finger in anger, and shouted at Zhuge Luyun, You! How could you do this? The noble families did approach me, but I firmly rejected them. Anyway, when we wipe them out, everything inside will be ours, right? You even took a personal cut, you're just filthy. Zhuge Luyun shrugged, okay. Let me tell you secretly, it was King Su who told me to accept it. Boom. Xiahou Yuanming immediately shut his mouth. What? King Su told you to take it? Xiahou Yuanming looked around and saw King Su intently studying the sand table, with the other generals gathered around. He breathed a sigh of relief. King Su shouldn't have heard that. King Su, General Xiahou says you're filthy. Suddenly, Zhuge Luyun shouted loudly, with a wicked grin on his face. He loved doing these things to his brothers. The voice was loud. At least all the generals looking at the sand table heard it. Xiahou Yuanming's face instantly turned purple, furious, he clenched his fists and whispered to Zhuge Luyun, I'll remember you. He then turned around and walked toward the sand table, patting the back of his head with a grin, saying, King Su, I was just joking with Zhuge Luyun, not. Enough. Su Bai directly interrupted, waving his hand at the two, come over here. Zhuge Luyun and Xiahou Yuanming quickly walked over. All the generals gathered around the sand table. Su Bai looked at Xiahou Yuanming, who still seemed confused, and explained. Yuanming, the bribes from the noble families were collected by Luyun under my orders, to prevent them from damaging these valuable items when we launch a strong attack later. Xiahou Yuanming suddenly understood, cupping his fists and saying, King Su truly has foresight. The noble families are nothing but fish on the chopping block, what we need to focus on now is the situation on the borders of Wei. I received a letter from the messenger of Angua. Su Bai pointed towards the territory of Qi. Wu Zhao says she hopes to form an alliance with us and promises to send 300,000 troops to attack Han, forcing Han to retreat. The generals were momentarily stunned. This was good news. Zhuge Luyun took out a feather fan from his chest and waved it to cool himself down, pretending to be a strategist planning from the sidelines. King Su, Wu Zhao is so righteous, she must have some ulterior motives, right? Otherwise, why help us so much? We have nothing to offer in return. Zhuge Luyun grinned mischievously, winking at Su Bai, continuing, why don't you offer yourself to her, and while you're at it, let Wu Zhao give us Angua as a dowry. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room gasped in surprise, all admiring Zhuge Luyun's thick face. Angua had been following Wei for many years. The national power is strong now. But Wei Kingdom is now broken and destitute. For the Empress of Angua to simply give away the kingdom and even transfer its vast land, she must have lost her mind to agree. But for our King Su to marry into their family, they couldn't accept that. Wu Zhao of course also made conditions. Su Bai glared at Zhuge Luyun, this time, after helping us take Yuzhou, she hopes we can help her swallow Han Kingdom in the future. After conquering Han Kingdom, will it all belong to her? Zhuge Luyun asked in confusion. Su Bai nodded, exactly, this is the condition she set. Wow, Zhuge Luyun opened his mouth wide, taking advantage of the situation, this is robbery. Han Kingdom only sent out 50,000 troops, isn't she being a bit too much? Su Bai shook his head, if we count the help from the Mi family, it's an equal exchange. Although Han Kingdom only sent 50,000 troops, they are all elite soldiers. Otherwise, how could they make our 20,000 soldiers from Yuzhou retreat again and again, nearly collapsing? And this time, she helped us twice first, and we will help her in the end. She needs to bear the risk of our breach of trust. TCH Zhuge Luyun snorted coldly, a gentleman can be deceived with courtesy, anyone in the world can break trust, but King Su has never broken his word. She's getting a huge bargain. So when will we move on Yuzhou? Su Bai pointed to Yuzhou, we'll take Yuzhou first. Otherwise, with the Qin army nearby, it's like a thorn in our throat. Anbua. In the palace study. Wu Zhao held her chest with one hand, always feeling uneasy. Am I being too greedy? Will this make King Su unhappy? Will it provoke the Yanling army to come to our doorstep? I shouldn't have listened to those civil and military officials, isn't splitting Han Kingdom's territory in half enough? Greed for small gains leads to great losses. Wu Zhao suddenly stood up, her face showing determination. She clearly remembered when King Su slaughtered his way through Han Kingdom, then came to Anghua as a guest. If she hadn't lowered her stance back then, Anghua might have been directly slaughtered. How foolish it was to provoke such a killing god. Although Wei Kingdom is in turmoil now, there will always be a time when they can free their hands. Everything should be done to make peace. King Su enjoys the meat. I'll just follow behind and drink the soup. Someone, prepare ink for me. I need to write a letter, send it to Dalian quickly. Chaos. The mess of Yuzhou. Yuzhou. Longmen Pass. As the first strong pass of Yuzhou, both the Tiger and Leopard Army and the newly reinforced Wei Army are stationed here. Outside the pass is the Qin army that has been pushing the Tiger and Leopard Army back step by step. At this moment, in the Longmen Pass military camp, a large group of soldiers have gathered to watch the show. Stop talking nonsense, you fool with a simple mind and strong limbs. You want to break out and attack, catch the Qin army by surprise? Su Haba shouted loudly, I think you're looking for death, just like lighting a lantern in the toilet. You are the fool. Ma Baoguo was also furious, his face red. This is called a surprise attack. The art of war is all about deception. You are a defeated general, do you have a say here? What? You don't agree, do you want to test it? Let's see who can stand the fight. Whoever gets knocked down has to call the other grandpa. Fool. I'm not going to fight with you. Su Haba shouted loudly, his face full of ferocity, if you want to attack, go ahead, I'll stay here at Longmen Pass and watch the fun. Rat. Ma Baoguo spat, I'm from the Ma family, the fourth generation of 3 dukes, dare to oppose me, believe it or not I'll send my brother to impeach you. Absurd. Su Haba laughed loudly, I've guarded the frontier for so many years, what reason do you have to impeach me? Is the Ma family good at using false charges? At these words, the scene was in an uproar. General Su was really confronting the Ma family head-on. So bold. It's a good thing General Su is tough, or we'd have to leave this strong pass and fight the Qin army outside. By the way, we haven't received any news from Daliang for a while. I wonder if the Emperor has taken care of King Su? With a 1,000,000-strong army, surely no one can stop them. If it were me, I'd just guard Longmen Pass well and wait for reinforcements. Suddenly, just when Su Haba and Ma Baoguo were about to fight, a great eagle flew down from the sky. Wow! What a huge bird! Am I seeing things? How is there someone up there? A man and a woman? No, this woman is so ugly, her face is covered in scars. Be careful with your words. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to stir up trouble in our military camp. They're coming down. The soldiers murmured quietly. Su Haba and Ma Baoguo also looked up at the sky. People on the bird? Could they be from the Beast Master sect? Su Haba guessed, but when she saw who it was, her mouth dropped open in shock. This, how could it be? Your Majesty. Su Haba felt like the sky was collapsing, but not because of seeing the Empress. It was because, with the Empress here, it proved one thing, the 1,000,000-strong army had actually been defeated by King Su. This was a 1,000,000-strong army. But Su Haba soon calmed down, so what if it was a 1,000,000-strong army? It was the Yanling army. Not long ago, we had a 600,000-strong army, and we were still chased and beaten by the 300,000 Qin army. If it hadn't been for the defense at the pass, the Haba army would have been lucky to escape an embarrassment. Sometimes Su Haba even thought, how did King Su, with just 50,000 Yanling soldiers, manage to defeat the Qin kingdom and even march all the way to Xianyang? Was King Su even human? Before Su Haba could think further, the great eagle landed above them. All soldiers, salute the Empress. Su Haba shouted loudly and immediately knelt down. The soldiers were in an uproar. This ugly woman is actually the current Empress? How could she be so disheveled? And why did she arrive in such a strange way? But since Su Haba had already knelt, the soldiers dared not hesitate and knelt down as well. We salute the Empress. Wei Yanxue pressed her hand down, and the eagle understood, landing steadily. Wei Yanxue jumped down, looking at the soldiers kneeling on the ground. She said proudly, "Rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Su Haba stood up, turning to glance at Ma Baogua. Ma Baogua's face was grim, and he quickly walked up to the Empress, cupping his hands in respect. "May I ask, Your Majesty, is Daliang still safe?" "Preposterous." Inho angrily scolded, "You should first mind your own business, General Ma, the master of military tactics." Ma Angua raised his eyes and gave Inho a deep, probing look. One arm. Feminine. How could someone like this be by the Empress' side? What was his background? Ma Baogua felt his heart tighten as the Empress remained silent. If Daliang were still fine, she wouldn't be so quiet. The million-strong army had lost, and the Yenling army had taken Daliang. Then, what about the Ma family? Not good. King Su would definitely not spare the Ma family. "Your Majesty, I request to lead my soldiers back to Daliang." Ma Baogua said urgently, "The Ma family has been around for 1,000 years, we cannot let it end in this generation." "I think you want to die." Wei Yanxue coldly rebuked, her gaze sharp. "When Ma Angua swore to me that you had incredible skills, was this what you showed? You just stayed at Longmen Pass?" Ma Baogua was immediately silenced. Though the loss of the Yuzhou front line wasn't his fault, he had indeed led his army into numerous defeats. From once being proud and confident, to retreating to Longmen Pass. The pressure from the Qin army had been enough to crush them. "Your Majesty, I had long planned a surprise attack, but General Su refused. I tried to persuade him, but he..." "Enough!" Wei Yanxue had directly interrupted Ma Baogua, immediately understanding the level of this person. As expected. A general with no real combat experience was just a paper tiger, an empty shell. He couldn't bring out any true skills. "You want to go back to Daliang?" Wei Yanxue coldly looked at Ma Baogua, nodding slowly. "I allow it, but you go alone. This army is mine. And let me tell you, Daliang is now fully occupied by the Yenling army. If you think you can beat Su Bai and take people from the Yenling army, you're welcome to try. I will not stop you." Ma Baogua felt like he had been struck by lightning. No troops to return with? That would be suicide. "No. Your Majesty, please grant me 2,000 soldiers. Even if the Ma family has no achievements for Your Majesty, there is also hard work. Your Majesty, you can't just watch and do nothing." Ma Baogua shouted loudly, his face full of sorrow. "If the Ma family in Daliang City falls, then the Ma family will only have him left. Give you 20,000 soldiers?" Wei Yanxue sneered coldly, her face full of disdain. "Did you not see the mighty Qin army outside Longmen Pass? I have no soldiers to give you. Even if I had, I still wouldn't give them to you." Boom! Ma Baogua staggered back a few steps. He looked at the Empress in disbelief, wanting to understand why she could be so heartless. How many hidden, unspeakable dealings were going on behind the scenes? It was all the Ma family pulling the strings in the dark. Having been used as a tool for so long, to be discarded just like that was laughable. Ma Baogua's anger grew more intense, his eyes filled with fury as he looked at Wei Yanxue. What kind of emperor is this? Now, she's just a dog running for its life. No soldiers? Then he would take them himself. Any brothers willing to follow me? Ma Baogua, step forward. We won't be the Empress's dogs anymore. After saving the Ma family, I'll treat you to all the good things. Let all the military discipline go to hell. Poisonous plot. This plan, though damaging to the heavens, was executed. Silence. A deathly silence filled the scene. Rebelling under the Emperor's nose, many people wondered if they had the courage. As long as no one dared to stand up first, no one would stand up, and in the end, no one did. Wei Yanxue's lips curled into a cold smile. These soldiers were hastily gathered by Wei State, not the Ma family's private army. Rebel against me? Who do you think you are? Because the Ma family has been loyal to me, I'll give you a way out. Get out of here. Wei Yanxue said coldly. It wasn't out of mercy, but because she knew how difficult it was to kill a grandmaster. It would cost many lives, and it simply wasn't necessary. Besides, Ma Baogua had a grudge against Su Bai and would never side with Su Bai to attack her. Letting him go didn't matter. Ma Baogua looked at the soldiers who wouldn't step forward to follow him, his face full of rage. He pointed at the soldiers and cursed loudly. A bunch of stupid pigs. Still following the Empress blindly, don't you know she's lost every battle? Wait to die, then. He turned angrily and left the camp. He did want to fight the Empress, but the risk was too high. He still had to go back to Dalian to save the Ma family. The 1,000-year-old Ma family must not fall like this. General Su, tell me about the situation outside Longmen Pass. Wei Yanxue ordered softly, her words tinged with coldness. There were so many Wei soldiers inside Longmen Pass, yet they were being chased and beaten by the Qin army. It was truly shameful. This was different from the Battle of Finghua Mountains or the Battle of Lonely Mountain. These two battles relied on natural forces, and if they lost, it was the fault of heaven. But the Qin army could really defeat the Wei army. They were outnumbered but still won. Why is this? I must see for myself. Do these Qin soldiers have 3 heads and 6 arms? How could they make you all flee in panic? Su Huibao stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, there are nearly 300,000 Qin soldiers outside, led by Qin's Grand General Meng Tian. This person is skilled in military strategy, and I am no match for him. Wei Yanxue frowned and coldly asked, but I've been here for so long, and I haven't seen the Qin army attack. Why is that? According to a messenger from the Qin army, the Qin King Ying Fan plans to personally lead the army. Meng Tian has slowed the attack, probably waiting for Ying Fan. Su Huibao answered. Ying Fan. Wei Yanxue gritted her teeth, he actually plans to lead the army personally? Very well. He really thinks of me as a soft persimmon. Since he's rushing to his death, I'll make him the king of a ruined country. Su Huibao suddenly raised his head, feeling that the empress was extraordinarily domineering, but why? Why could she be so arrogant? Could it be because of the tiger and leopard army? Thinking of this, Su Huibao felt bitter in his heart. If the tiger and leopard army were truly that strong, they wouldn't have fallen to this point. General Su. There are many mountains in Yuzhou. Can you go and catch some ferocious beasts for me? It would be best if they are tall and fierce, so that soldiers can ride on their backs. Wei Yanxue asked. Since Ying Fan is coming, she plans to give him a great gift. Ferocious beasts? Su Huibao was caught off guard. Why would they need ferocious beasts at this time? But when he saw the large eagle, Su Huibao suddenly woke up. Could it be that the one-armed man behind the empress has the ability to tame beasts? Can he control powerful ferocious beasts? Right then, he clasped his hands and said, Longmen Pass is not far from Panchur Forest, we can indeed go there to catch ferocious beasts. I wonder how many the empress would like. Normally speaking, even the most outstanding beast tamers can only tame a limited number of ferocious beasts. The limit Su Huibao had heard of was 496, a record set by the founding ancestor of the best beast-taming sect in Wei. Wei Yanxue was stunned. How many? She had no idea. First, catch a few hundred, and I will give it a try. Is it you personally taming the beasts, your majesty? If not me, then who? Su Huibao squinted, quickly saying he didn't dare to, but he was indeed surprised that her majesty would personally tame beasts. The empress, who was not skilled in either literature or martial arts, could actually tame beasts? Heaven truly is merciful. I will take my leave now. Su Huibao received his orders and left. As a great master, catching some ferocious beasts was still quite easy. Ying Fan wanted to come to Yuzhou. He at least had to arrive after the heavens had passed, leaving plenty of time. In the Qin kingdom, Ying Fan was clad in armor, riding on a warhorse. He often went on campaigns when he was a prince and had quite impressive martial arts himself. At this moment, he swaggered at the forefront of the army, looking down on everything, gazing over the world. Without the support of King Su, the Wei kingdom is truly weak. I heard that Wei Yanxue gathered 1,000,000 troops to fight against King Su to the death. It's really laughable. Ying Fan turned his head and chuckled softly. Zhengde, what do you think? Li Zhengde slightly nodded and smiled elegantly, saying, 1,000,000 troops will surely turn to ashes. They are merely a bunch of new recruits, led by none other than Wei Yanxue. Isn't that weak soldiers and weak generals? Put together, they are nothing but a heap of dung. Ying Fan laughed heartily. Wei Yanxue was indeed foolish. Fortunately, she was foolish. Otherwise, the increasingly powerful Wei kingdom would soon suffocate the surrounding nations. Once Wei Yanxue made her blunder, the pattern of the world would change greatly, and the Qin kingdom would have the opportunity to dominate again, at least taking a big bite from the Wei kingdom to seek chances for future struggles for the world. Longmen Pass? This was not only the stronghold of Yuzhou but also one of the most formidable in the Wei kingdom. It stood tall and majestic, soaring into the clouds. It was extremely difficult to capture. Zhengde, do you have any strategies to break the situation at Longmen Pass? Ying Fan asked. It was his long-standing habit to ask Zhengde when faced with uncertainty. After all, Li Zhengde was the most outstanding strategist in the Qin kingdom. The best way is to attack through strategy, next is to attack through diplomacy, then through military action, and the lowest is to attack the city with political maneuvers. Your Majesty, the stronghold is solid, there's no need for a direct assault. I have 3 strategies to break it. Ying Fan's eyes sparkled with interest. Zheng De wouldn't let him down. He hastily waved his hand and urged, "Quickly tell me." Li Zhengde smiled and said, "The first strategy is to surround without attacking, to cut off all food supplies to the pass. There is no fertile land within Longmen Pass. After a while, it will break naturally without a fight." "That would take too long." Ying Fan shook his head. Li Zhengde smiled again and said, "The second strategy is to form alliances with distant powers and attack the nearby ones. Send messengers to contact King Su and attack together, creating a pincer attack. Whoever breaches the city first, usually belongs to them. The risk is too great, that won't do." Ying Fan shook his head again. Li Zhengde narrowed his eyes and smiled slyly. "In that case, I still have a plan. However, this plan would go against the will of heaven." Ying Fan waved his hand, "Speak freely." Li Zhengde leaned closer to Ying Fan and whispered just 2 words. Ying Fan frowned, hesitant and indecisive. "This plan is very toxic. Allow me to think it over." "Of course." Li Zhengde bowed again, smiling elegantly, regardless of the strategy. "Not hurting Zhengde is fine." A long while later. "Let's go with this plan." Ying Fan's eyes shot out a sharp light, saying with determination, "We still need to keep soldiers and horses to confront King Su. We cannot lose too many men in breaking the Longmen Pass." "General Wang Jian, come here." Despair. The tragedy of aristocratic families. Great Liang. Su Bai, holding a long knife, led the Yanling army out of the military camp. "Almost done. It's time to kill. One family at a time. First, go to the Ma family." Su Bai whispered, mounting his horse, "Let these aristocratic families jump around for so long, now their reputation stinks worse than a cesspool. Because all the aristocratic families are greedy for life and death. They feared their family might be ranked in the top 5, so they could only madly expose the dirty secrets of other families. Until later, because there was no more dirt to reveal, they began to slander each other and fabricate blackmail. In short, it doesn't matter which aristocratic family is destroyed, but our family cannot be destroyed." Some families, even those with family members who have married, began to throw dirt and turn red-eyed, directly abandoning all relatives. A large number of Yanling soldiers headed towards the Ma family. Many citizens rushed out of their homes to watch. Such a grand scene, it seemed the Yanling army was about to raid the homes. "This direction is toward the Ma family. It seems the Ma family is in trouble." As a family of 4 generations and 3 officials, who would have thought they did so many dirty things behind the scenes? If they don't die, who will? Ma Anguo used his position as prime minister to plunder the people's wealth. Official positions were openly priced, ignored the laws of Wei, must be killed. The citizens were filled with righteous indignation. They had heard too many scandals of aristocratic families these days. Never expected. The Ma family, at the top of the merit tablet, turned out to be the biggest villain. They always spoke of serving the people, but secretly did things that people despised. Prince Su eliminates harm for the people. Indeed, only Prince Su dares to act against the aristocratic families, but Empress and the aristocratic families are exactly the same. Without the oppression and exploitation of the aristocratic families, our good days are coming. The Ma family residence. Surrounded tightly by the Yanling army. Ma Anguo heard the loud noise outside, hurriedly walked to the gate of the residence and looked outside. But saw nothing. It was tightly blocked by the Yanling army. How could this be? These days, the Ma family had been throwing out so many dirty tricks. Logically, the Ma family should not even be ranked in the top 5. Could it be just passing by? As the uproar grew louder and closer, Ma Anguo's brows furrowed even deeper. His heart was racing faster. "Don't stop! Don't stop!" Ma Anguo silently prayed in his heart, hoping that the Yanling army was just passing by. Such a large Ma family, a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family, must not fall here. The Yanling army is a group of madmen. Su Bai is a mad king. Who would dare to strike at the aristocratic families? Or forcibly raid their homes and destroy their families? Don't they fear that all the aristocratic families in the kingdom of Wei will unite and resist the Yanling army together? Soon. Ma Anguo anxiously ran towards the inner courtyard of the residence. The most unwanted thing still happened. The uproar outside the Ma family residence was so loud it was terrifying. They didn't continue forward, but chose to stop. The intention was clear. Su Bai had no intention of letting the Ma family go. Raid their homes, destroy their family. Ma Anguo's back was drenched in cold sweat, the anxiety in his heart reached its peak. Damn Su Bai. Aren't you self-proclaimed honest? Why go back on your word? I must think of a way to save myself, otherwise the Ma family will truly be destroyed, but in the face of the fierce Yanling army, what can we do? He ran while quickly thinking in his mind. A way to break the situation, a chance for survival. What could make Su Bai fear? Ma Anguo quickly entered the old master Ma's study, shouting loudly. Father, something bad has happened. Subai is about to strike at us. What? Ma Nanchuan immediately turned around to look at Ma Angwa, his eyes filled with disbelief. She was called by Old Master Ma today to practice writing together, but unexpectedly, after just writing 2 characters, she heard such terrible news. Originally, she thought she could rest easy. It was just a new emperor being aided, nothing serious. As the saying goes, 1,000-year family and 100-year dynasty, the Ma family could still continue to prosper. Impossible. Ma Nanchuan furrowed her brows tightly, her face filled with panic. Our Ma family cannot be ranked in the top 5. In these days, we've secretly reached a consensus with those big families to collectively pour dirty water on the small families. Old Master Ma sighed heavily at this moment. Alas. What is meant to come cannot be avoided. Angwa, have you figured it out? Old Master Ma looked at Ma Angwa with deep concern. This is all a grand conspiracy. I sensed something from the first few sentences, but being in the midst of it, I can't help myself. Knowing clearly it's a doomed outcome, yet I am unwilling to accept it, so for these days, the Ma family has been siding with Prince Su, framing other families. But no matter what we do, in the end, we will all die. And die with our names tarnished. Old Master Ma's eyes were filled with unwillingness. The Ma family's 1,000-year legacy was to perish in his hands. He was the sinner. Prince Su's move is too brilliant. We shouldn't have provoked such a powerful figure. As long as we cannot kill him, we will fall into danger. Ma Nanchuan trembled all over, but a fierce look appeared on her face. Dad, we still have hope. Second brother is still in Yuzhou. He has troops. We can negotiate with Subai. As long as he spares our Ma family, he can make any demands. If he wants to destroy our Ma family, second brother will definitely return with troops for revenge. No. Old Master Ma suddenly shouted, do you know why I haven't sent word to your second brother these days? Because he is the last spark of our Ma family, and the hope for its continuation. Not to mention whether he can bring troops back. Even if he really brings back an army of hundreds of thousands, can he truly defeat the Yanling army? Dream on. Your second brother must live well. As for us, we just wait for death. Upon hearing this, Ma Nanchuan's legs turned weak, and she fell directly to the ground, wailing miserably, I don't want to die. I have such a long life ahead, I have endless wealth and honor that I haven't enjoyed. How can I die now? I am unwilling, I am unwilling. Brother, don't you have a way? Can you save our Ma family? Or rather, can you save me? Ma Nanchuan looked up at Ma Angwa, holding onto his leg tightly. You are the Prime Minister of Wei, wasn't the matter of framing the Yanling army you're doing? Eldest brother, why don't you take all the blame yourself? Perhaps Prince Su will show mercy and spare the rest of our Ma family. In this way, if only you die, our Ma family's legacy can still continue. Isn't that worthwhile? Seeing Ma Angwa silent, Ma Nanchuan pressed on stubbornly, can't you sacrifice a little for the family? You entered the court to assist the Empress, you conspired with the Empress to frame the Yanling army. Our Ma family is innocent, you cannot implicate us. Enough. Ma Angwa slapped Ma Nanchuan hard, the reason I entered the court is precisely for the Ma family. Without my position in the court, do you think you would have such power? You are truly a white-eyed wolf. Just like that Wei Yanxue, a complete white-eyed wolf. You scoundrel. Using my name to amass wealth, when you insult officials, why don't you say anything? Using my influence to oppress the common people and embezzle, why don't you speak? I provoked Subai, haven't you? In suppressing the commerce in Shuzhou, you've been harsher than anyone. Brother! Ma Nanchuan cried, unable to hold back her tears. Ma Angwa looked at his little sister, who was slumped on the ground, and his anger eased a bit. No one can face death directly. Moreover, the little sister who was born with a golden key. Forget it. If only I could die alone, and save the Ma family. Then I would die. Exterminate the clan. There's a child here. Bang! Zhang Quanglong kicked open the Ma family's mansion gate, then respectfully stepped aside. Subai stepped in with big strides. Behind him, the dense Yanling army also followed in, including some curious onlookers from the common people. Inside the Ma family mansion, a group of mansion soldiers looked at the large Yanling army, glancing at each other. Should they fight? Or should they not fight? They did not hesitate at all, decisively dropping their weapons and kneeling on the ground in surrender. Even delaying by a second to kneel would be disrespectful to their own lives. This was the Yanling army, which suppressed hundreds of nations. In front of these fully armed soldiers, resistance was completely meaningless. Besides, they didn't share the Ma surname, so they didn't have to truly be loyal. Don't worry about these people, follow me inside. Subai said coldly, waving his hand. Let's go see our old friend, the good chancellor who always claims to be for the country, for the people. Hearing this, the Ma family's mansion soldiers immediately crawled aside, giving way to the Yanling army. The Ma family people, who usually trampled over their heads with arrogance. Finally, they were going to face retribution. Wait. Subai stopped his steps, looking ahead at Ma Angua, who was walking towards them, his lips curling into a cold smile. He dared to show himself at this time? It seemed he had underestimated Ma Angua. Chancellor Ma, it's been a long time since we last met. How have you been recently? Ma Angua looked at Subai and the others with a complex gaze. Their faces carried some mockery and ridicule. The actions of the past had finally led to retribution. Ma Angua cupped his hands and said, "Thanks to King Su's grace, everything has been fine recently. I didn't know King Su was visiting, and didn't prepare for your arrival. Please forgive me, King Su." Subai smiled. This old fool could still joke at a time like this. It seemed he truly wasn't a mediocre person. The noble families had good judgment in recommending this person to the government. But he was terribly wrong to provoke someone he shouldn't have provoked. The collapse of Wei country. This person had a large role in it, deceiving the female emperor, sending himself to prison, manipulating the court, and tricking the Yanling army. Any of these actions, Subai would never let him off. Old fool. Zhang Quanglong, standing behind Subai, could no longer hold back. As the saying goes, enemies meet, and the hatred is especially strong. This man had killed Zhang Changyuan, his most respected older brother. You killed over 10,000 Yanling soldiers back then, did you ever think of today? Zhang Quanglong raised his blood-red long knife, pointing it at Ma Angua, his words cold and full of killing intent. The blade's cold gleam made one shiver. Ma Angua looked at Zhang Quanglong, pressed his lips together, and then said solemnly, "To be honest, I did think about it. After all, anyone who offends the Yanling army doesn't have a good end. But the female emperor gave me confidence. The million soldiers of Wei country gave me confidence. Put. Who would have thought, none of these people could stop your Yanling army? I was wrong, Quanlong. I apologize to you and to all the Yanling army." As soon as the words fell, Ma Angua knelt down. He banged his head on the ground. Soon, blood began to flow. At that time, Lord Wang Gongming did the same, and in the end, the female emperor was heartless, drawing her sword and committing suicide. Today, I, Ma Angua, imitate him, not because I hope King Su will spare my life, but because all the actions of the Ma family and the court were done by me alone. I hope King Su will not involve the innocent and just take my life. If King Su values the Ma family, the rest of the Ma family is willing to serve in the court, benefiting the common people. If King Su does not value the Ma family will withdraw into the mountains and forests, never participating in any court matters. Ma Angua spoke earnestly, the blood sliding into his eyes, but he remained unmoved, staring intently at Subai. If it could be just him dying, then this would be the best choice for the Ma family. In the distance, Ma Nanchuan supported the old man, Ma, and they both witnessed this scene, deeply shocked. Big brother, little sister. Ma Nanchuan was crying so hard she couldn't speak, her eyes fixed on Ma Angua, regretful tears streaming down her face. But she really didn't want to die. Big brother, I'm sorry. Sigh. Old Ma sighed heavily, his already aged face instantly becoming 10 years older. Angua, still too naive. Ma Nanchuan suddenly looked up in shock and said, "Father, what did you say?" Old Ma didn't speak, and Ma Nanchuan didn't ask any further. Because they both saw the bloody scene. Ma Angua's head fell off, severed by Zhang Quanglong's blade. He was clearly dead, but Zhang Quanglong still crazily hacked at the corpse on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Zhang Quanglong, drenched in blood, looked as if he had come from hell. King Su. Quanglong has made a mistake, please punish me. Zhang Quanglong shouted loudly, kneeling on one knee in front of Subai. Xiahou Yuanming and Zhuge Luyun were about to plead for him, but saw Subai walk forward and help Zhang Quanglong up, smiling as he said, "What mistake did Quanglong make? Is it a mistake to personally slay the enemy? Should I be soft-hearted just because the enemy pleads for mercy? You did well. But there's one thing I must criticize you for." Subai pointed to Ma Angua's dismembered body on the ground, seriously saying, "Why did you let him die so easily? Don't your brothers behind you want to come up and take a strike? Don't eat alone next time, got it?" Hearing this, Zhang Quanglong's eyes were full of gratitude. This is the leader he was willing to follow to the death. King Su is worth it. Quanglong understands, I will leave the rest of the Ma family to the brothers. Zhang Quanglong said seriously as he walked aside. Subai laughed loudly. The Yanling army behind him laughed as well. No one would blame Zhang Quanglong for his impulsiveness. Anyone would lose control when avenging family. All generals, listen up. Subai shouted, his eyes sharp as he looked towards the Ma family's inner courtyard, annihilate the Ma family. Immediately. Kill. Avenger for our brothers. Kill them all. The cries of killing shook the sky. The Yenling army drew their long knives, charging into the Ma family's inner courtyard. The long knives drank blood, and the blades were merciless. Zhang Quanglong stood far away, witnessing everything with a pleased smile. Brother Long, that felt so damn good. Sima Ho walked over with a wide grin, patting Zhang Quanglong's chest. Why aren't you going? Zhang Quanglong asked in confusion, as Sima Ho didn't charge into the inner courtyard. Sima Ho gave a foolish smile. I'm just worried that Brother Long would get too excited and faint from joy. What would we do then? I have to stay here and keep an eye on you. Good brother. Zhang Quanglong gave Sima Ho a punch, his eyes full of gratitude. The two of them were both from the Liangzhou aristocratic families, childhood brothers. Later, Zhang Quanglong greatly admired King Su and joined the army, but the next day on his way to enlist, Sima Ho insisted on following him. He said, the widows within 100 miles were all too familiar to him, he wanted to follow Brother Long and go somewhere else. But Zhang Quanglong could clearly hear the hidden meaning in his words. The two enlisted together and looked out for each other. In the inner courtyard. No one knew who shouted. King Su, there's a child here, should we kill him? Upon hearing this, Zhang Quanglong and Sima Ho exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. Let's go, take a look. The two walked into the Ma family's courtyard. By now, the Ma family members were lying in rivers of blood, but the Yenling army encountered a problem. A woman was holding a boy who looked to be only 4 or 5 years old. She was curled up in a corner. Don't kill my child. He's only 5 years old, he doesn't understand, please spare him. The woman's voice trembled, her eyes full of fear and pain. Her child was so small, was he really going to die here? He still had a wonderful life to live. Please spare him. I beg you. The child is innocent. At this moment, the child widened his eyes and looked at his mother, then stiffly turned his head to look at the blood-soaked Yenling army.